Chapter 001. The Qi Refinement Clan, Li Qingyuan. In the town of Yanqi, the Li clan of immortals resides. Though referred to as an immortal clan, it is merely a modest third-rate Qi refinement family. Yet, even as a third-rate family, it remains an awe-inspiring and unattainable sect for mere mortals. 7.5 years. In front of a quaint courtyard, a 7-year-old child donned in a blue robe, with long hair tied back, possessed a delicate and charming face, and his eyes sparkled with vivid anticipation. Li Qingyuan's countenance was a blend of hope and anxiety. This year, at the age of 7, I have finally reached the time for the family's annual spirit root assessment. Will I possess a spirit root? Li Qingyuan felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation, pondering, what will I do if I lack a spirit root? Having traversed 7.5 years, Li Qingyuan had come to comprehend that he was in a world where cultivation was possible and was born into a Qi refinement family. Even though this family was merely third-rate, possessing a spirit root would ensure he received the family support and directly embark on the path of cultivation. Though the starting point was low, he had already set one foot upon the threshold of his destiny. Among mortals, there are occasionally those with spirit roots, yet they squander their lives without the fortune to cultivate, ultimately passing away without ever realizing their potential. At this juncture, Li Qingyuan was merely a step away from unlocking the key to his fortune, the spirit root. In this life, my father possesses a 5-element spirit root. While my mother is an ordinary mortal, my likelihood of having a spirit root surpasses that of a typical mortal. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath and said, even if I possess only a 5-element root, the most basic of mixed roots, it is still a spirit root. As long as I have a spirit root, I can cultivate. Yan, his father, Li Dingzhou, ambled into the courtyard, appearing quite lazy. Stretching his limbs, he remarked, Yuan, why are you up so early today? Upon seeing his son's charming face adorned with both hope and anxiety, Li Dingzhou smiled warmly and said, seeing that expression on your face reminds me of my own nervousness during my spirit root assessment. How do you feel? Are you very anxious? Li Qingyuan remained silent. At that moment, his mother, Chun Xiuyun, emerged from within, playfully nudging her husband and retorting, Yuan is already anxious enough, must you tease him? Is this how a father should act? Chun Xiuyun continued, hurry along, today is the grand day of the annual spirit root assessment for our family. The Li clan conducts assessments for the children once a year, requiring them to be at least 7 years old. The annual nature of this assessment is due to the need for special instruments that consume a considerable amount of spirit stones to function properly. Half a year ago, Li Qingyuan turned 7. Now, at 7.5, it was his turn to undergo the assessment. Li Dingzhou nodded and said, let's go, Yuan. Li Qingyuan hurriedly followed, waving goodbye as he called out, Mother, we are off. Chun Xiuyun watched the father and son depart, clasping her hands together in prayer, murmuring, ancestors of our lineage, may you bless my Yuan with a spirit root and guide him to become a master of the immortals. The Li clan of immortals boasts a population of 3,000, governing Yanqi town and its surrounding 30 miles, with about 60 cultivators possessing spirit roots residing within the clan. The mortal populace of Yanqi town numbers in the tens of thousands, serving as vassals to the Li clan, benefiting from their protection and fulfilling their duties in service to the Li clan. The Li clan of immortals resides at the heart of Yanqi town, atop Yanqi mountain. This mountain harbors a first-tier, albeit incomplete, spiritual vein, which, although lacking in entirety, serves as the cornerstone of the Li clan's existence. Upon the arrival of Li Dingzhou and his son, Li Qingyuan, at the threshold of the family's hall for spiritual root assessment, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of people. Li Dingzhou glanced around and remarked, it seems this year there are at least 50 to 60 children of the appropriate age awaiting their spiritual root examination. Every year on this day, all children of the Li bloodline who reach the age of 7 are accompanied by their parents to undergo this important test. Brother Dingzhou, a middle-aged man, approached briskly, followed closely by a 7-year-old girl. Li Dingzhou smiled and responded, ah, my dear brother, you have arrived. Li Qingyuan greeted, Uncle Dingyuan. Little sister Qingqing, replied Li Dingyuan, a practitioner of the third layer of Qi refinement, possessing 5 spiritual roots, much like his brother Li Dingzhou. The two families have always maintained a close relationship. The 7-year-old Li Qingqing, charming and delightful with her 2 braided pigtails, chirped, hello, Uncle Dingzhou. Hello, Brother Qingyuan. Li Dingyuan surveyed the crowd and commented, Brother Dingzhou, based on past traditions, it seems there will likely be 3 to 5 children with spiritual roots this year. Alas, I wonder if among these few, there will be Qingqing and Qingyuan. Li Dingzhou pondered, uncertainty gnawing at him. Despite the Li clan's status as a lineage of cultivators, renowned for their superior bloodline, the number of cultivators among their populace of 3,000 has long hovered around 60. However, the proportion of those possessing spiritual roots remains dismally low. Li Qingyuan shared the same trepidation. It is worth noting that his grandfather, his father's father, was devoid of spiritual roots. In their lineage, aside from his father, the last individual to possess such roots was his paternal grandfather. Thus, it has become evident that a spiritual root would appear only once every generation, amidst siblings numbering several or even a dozen. This illustrates that even within the Li clan, those endowed with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare, while for ordinary mortals, the chances are virtually non-existent. Before long, the grand doors of the hall swung open, and an elder of the clan announced, "The assessment of spiritual roots shall commence. Children whose names are called will enter the hall accompanied by an elder for their assessment. First, Li Qinghao, enter the hall. Next, Li Qingyu, prepare." Li Qingyuan momentarily froze. He recognized both Li Qinghao and Li Qingyu, as their families each boasted a practitioner of the 4th layer of qi refinement. It appeared that the order of the assessments was indeed determined by the strength of each household. Soon enough, Li Qinghao emerged from the hall, looking dazed and despondent. His father wore a similarly defeated expression, sighing deeply. Not long after, Li Qingyu and her father exited with looks of disappointment etched on their faces. After a series of 10 failures, a jovial little chubby boy burst forth, laughing heartily, "Ha ha ha! I possess spiritual roots. I possess spiritual roots." The boy's father beamed with pride, and many gathered around to extend their congratulations. Even Li Dingzhou and Li Dingyuan approached to offer their felicitations to this young cousin. Next, Li Qingyuan, enter the hall. Li Qingqing, prepare. Li Dingzhou patted his son, Li Qingyuan, on the back and said, "Let us proceed, my son." Together, they stepped into the grand hall. The grand hall's door closed automatically, isolating the outside world. Li Dingzhou clasped his fists in a respectful gesture and said, "Esteemed elders, I appreciate your efforts." The 2 elders, both at the 5th level of qi refinement and in their 60s, regarded him with solemnity. One elder responded, "All of this is for the sake of the family." Xiao Qingyuan, step forward and pricking your finger, let us test your blood. At the tender age of 7, the child had yet to cultivate his innate spiritual energy, making it impossible for him to discern the attributes of his spiritual roots through mere contact with the testing artifact. The Li clan was merely a third-rate celestial family, with scant resources, and the most formidable cultivator among them was the clan leader at the 6th level of qi refinement. Naturally, the artifact used to test spiritual roots was not of high caliber. Undeterred, Li Qingyuan grasped a dagger and gently pierced the tip of his finger, allowing his blood to flow into the artifact's designated receptacle. After the blood was drawn, Li Qingyuan took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on the testing device. Simultaneously, Li Dingzhou held his breath, silently praying, "May our ancestors bless us. May my son possess a spiritual root and continue our family's legacy." Li Dingzhou's anticipation, tension, and trepidation were no less than those felt by his son. Suddenly, a resonant hum emanated from the artifact before Li Qingyuan, illuminating in waves of brilliance. With joy, Li Qingyuan exclaimed, "It's responding, ha ha! I have a spiritual root. I have a spiritual root." The artifact shimmered with 1, then 2, and finally 3 beams of light. A green light, representing the wood element. A red light, symbolizing the fire element. A yellow light, indicative of the earth element. Li Dingzhou's breath quickened, disbelief washing over him as he exclaimed, "Wood, fire, earth, 3 spiritual roots. Ha ha ha! My son possesses 3 spiritual roots. It is indeed 3 spiritual roots, 3 spiritual roots." Li Dingzhou wept tears of joy, his heart brimming with emotion. Chapter 002. The 3 attributes of true spiritual roots. My son, Qingyuan, possesses the potential for foundational cultivation. I am truly a 3-attribute spiritual root. Li Qingyuan stood in stunned silence, as if struck by a myriad of awards, overwhelmed by sheer joy. He had believed that he would be fortunate to possess even a 5-attribute spiritual root, or at most, 4. To his astonishment, he discovered that he indeed possessed a 3-attribute true spiritual root. The two elders gasped, their expressions radiating uncontainable ecstasy. Tears of joy streaming down their faces. It is a 3-attribute spiritual root, the esteemed true spiritual root. Moreover, it embodies the harmonious attributes of wood, fire, and earth. A superior form among 3-attribute roots. Haha. The Li clan is destined for greatness. We are on the rise. Quickly, inform the clan leader. With a swift motion, the clan's grand elder, brimming with excitement, affixed a lightness talisman to himself and soared away like a dart. As soon as he opened the grand hall's door, he executed a spell and flew out, vanishing from sight. After his departure, the door to the hall closed automatically. Inside the hall, the second elder gazed at Li Qingyuan, his gaunt visage unable to conceal his exhilaration, his face alight with joy. Excellent, excellent. A 3-attribute root. Our Li clan shall ascend. Li Dingzhou was equally elated. A true 3-attribute spiritual root. My son Qingyuan possesses the potential for foundational cultivation. Li Qingyuan. Not only the elders, but Li Qingyuan himself was overwhelmed with excitement. In the realm of cultivation, it is widely acknowledged that 5-attribute and 4-attribute roots are deemed inferior, with the slowest cultivation speeds and low-quality spiritual roots, merely granting the qualification for cultivation. 3-attribute and dual-attribute roots, known as true spiritual roots, are regarded as superior in quality. As for the rare mutated roots or single-attribute heavenly roots, they are the stuff of legends, exceedingly scarce. Within the Li clan's understanding, almost all known foundational cultivators possess true spiritual roots, with a majority being 3-attribute or dual-attribute. The occurrence of successful foundational cultivation among inferior roots is exceedingly rare. It is precisely for this reason that Li Dingzhou exclaimed, "My son Qingyuan possesses the qualifications for foundational cultivation." Whoosh, whoosh. Outside the grand hall, 2 streams of light raced towards the entrance, one following closely behind the other. The foremost figure appeared to be over 60 years old, gracefully descending on a flying sword. Clad in a black robe, his form slender, with hair and beard as white as snow, the trailing figure was none other than the clan's grand elder. Upon their entrance, the door to the grand hall closed once more, isolating them from the outside world. Li Dingzhou respectfully greeted the newcomer. Clan disciple Li Dingzhou pays his respects to the clan leader. Li Qingyuan also bowed in reverence. I pay my respects to grandfather. The clan leader. Good child, let me have a look at you. The clan leader strode forward, seizing Li Qingyuan's wrist, channeling his qi through the 6th level of refinement, to assess his spiritual pulse. After a brief moment, the clan leader's expression froze, his cheeks flushed with crimson, and he erupted in laughter. Ha ha, splendid, splendid. Indeed, it is a 3-attribute root. The second elder elaborated. Clan leader, this child has awakened the harmonious attributes of wood, fire, and earth. It is a superior 3-attribute root, second only to dual-attribute roots. Upon hearing this, the clan leader's excitement surged even further, repeating 3 times, "Splendid, splendid, splendid." After the joyous celebration, the clan leader steadied his mind, his expression slightly solemn. He commanded, "Today's events must remain confidential, known only to you two and to Dingzhou, as well as to the father and son of Qingyuan. Do you understand?" His countenance hardened, and his gaze was sharp. The 2 elders, their expressions grave, responded. "Rest assured, clan leader. This matter concerns the future of our family, and we shall keep our lips sealed." Li Dingzhou, regaining his composure, hastily assured. "You need not worry, clan leader. This pertains to the future of our family and the safety of my son. I know what must be done. Not even my wife will be informed of this." The clan leader nodded, stroking his beard. "Good. For the greater good of the family, this matter must remain secret. A century ago, the Chun clan discovered a genius with triple spiritual roots," he sighed, "but not long after, that genius was murdered by rogue cultivators. Since then, every clan has exercised greater caution, conducting annual spiritual root assessments behind closed doors within the main hall to shield from the outside world. Moreover, children undergoing assessment may only be accompanied by a single elder." The clan leader expressed his relief. "Fortunately, even though our clan has not produced a genius with triple spiritual roots in 100 years, we have maintained the tradition of conducting assessments in this hall. Had we done it outdoors, young Qingyuan's talents would likely have been exposed." With a gentle smile, the clan leader asked, "Little Qingyuan, promise your grandfather, the clan leader, that you shall speak of your spiritual roots to no one. Do you remember?" Li Qingyuan nodded. Yes, rest assured, grandfather clan leader. I know what to do. He added, in a forest, the tall trees are sure to be toppled by the wind. If I am too exceptional, they will ostracize and destroy me. If I am too inadequate, they will trample upon me and look down on me. Only if I am on par with them will they acknowledge me. The clan leader's eyes sparkled, and he chuckled. Indeed, precisely. You are truly the pride of our Li clan, young Qingyuan. You speak wisely. He patted Li Qingyuan's head and said, Very well, let us proceed outside. As for Qingyuan's talents, we shall declare them to be 4 spiritual roots. The 2 elders and Li Dingzhou, upon hearing this, respectfully replied, Understood. Outside the main hall, a flurry of discussions ensued. What just transpired? Why did the Grand Elder suddenly leave? Then the clan leader arrived on his sword and entered the hall. The hall is soundproof. We cannot hear what they are discussing. Li Dingyuan interjected, Shuh. The clan leader is coming out. Everyone fell silent. The clan leader slowly emerged, facing the gathered clan members. All the members bowed respectfully. We greet the clan leader. The clan leader raised his hand, his expression calm and unruffled, and said softly, The spiritual root assessment apparatus malfunctioned unexpectedly, and the Grand Elder had to urgently report it to me. Now, the apparatus has been repaired, and the assessment will continue. With a swift leap, the clan leader soared several meters into the air, retrieving a first-tier middle-grade flying sword from his storage bag, steadily hovering as he soared away. The second elder announced loudly, Li Qingyuan for spiritual roots. Next, Li Qingqing. As soon as Li Dingzhou and his son Li Qingyuan stepped out of the grand hall, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of clan members offering their greetings and congratulations. A torrent of flattery and commendation ensued. Li Dingyuan expressed his envy, remarking that among the 60 or so cultivators in their family, only about 10 possessed the coveted 4 spiritual roots. The clan leader and both elders were among those fortunate few. Possessing 4 spiritual roots essentially guarantees one the status of a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner, which encompasses the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of Qi refinement, having already cultivated their spiritual awareness and acquired the ability to fly with a sword, thus surpassing the initial stage of Qi refinement. Li Dingzhou, his lips curling into a smile, cheerfully remarked, This lad is merely fortunate. Qingqing, let us go test for spiritual roots. Li Dingyuan and his daughter, Li Qingqing, entered the grand hall. Soon, Li Qingqing emerged, her small face radiating joy. Li Dingyuan mirrored her delight. The second elder announced loudly, Li Qingqing for spiritual roots. An uproar erupted in the hall. Remarkably, 2 individuals had manifested 4 spiritual roots in one instance. It appeared that the family's fortune was indeed favorable this year. Having previously discovered one with 5 spiritual roots, they now had 2 with 4, indicating a superior quality of seedlings compared to previous years. However, it was possible that Li Qingyuan and Li Qingqing had exhausted their luck, as no further seedlings emerged after Li Qingqing, not even one with 5 spiritual roots. As noon approached, the testing concluded. The first elder and second elder exited the grand hall, instructing, The spiritual root testing has finished. From this moment forth, Li Qingyuan, Li Qingqing, and Li Qinbao shall be recognized as the seedlings of our clan. Tomorrow morning, the 3 of you are to gather at the clan's law transmission hall to study clan techniques and receive cultivation resources. Yes, Li Qingyuan respectfully acknowledged, his face brimming with anticipation. At last, he was on the brink of embarking on his cultivation journey. Chapter 003, Past and Present, Selection of the Great Chun Technique. In the evening, Mother Qin Shouyun prepared a splendid dinner to celebrate. The richness of this meal lay not in the variety of dishes but in the rice. Ah, spiritual rice. Li Qingyuan gazed longingly at the large bowl brimming with spiritual rice. This rare delicacy was quite expensive. It was typically reserved for festive occasions or significant celebrations. With a gentle smile, Qin Shouyun looked at her son and said, May our ancestors bless us. Not only does Yuan possess a spiritual root, but he is also a 4 spiritual-rooted individual. My Qingyuan will undoubtedly become a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner in the future, attaining spiritual consciousness and the ability to soar through the skies on a sword as a celestial master. Li Dingzhou and his son Li Qingyuan exchanged knowing glances and shared a tacit smile. Inwardly, Li Dingzhou felt a surge of pride. What does mid-stage Qi refinement amount to? Qingyuan will at least be a late-stage Qi refinement expert in the future, perhaps even attempting to break through to foundational establishment. After all, Qingyuan possesses a top-tier 3 spiritual root. His aptitude remarkably close to that of a dual spiritual root. If a dual spiritual root comprises metal and wood attributes, with metal overcoming wood. Such a combination is inherently conflicting. In contrast, the three attributes of wood, fire, and earth that coexist in the three spiritual root allow for a cultivation speed that rivals that of the conflicting dual spiritual root. Chen Shouyun continually served her son, saying with concern, "Yuan, eat more." Li Qingyuan devoured his food, not forgetting to compliment, "Mother's culinary skills are truly improving." In this life, Li Qingyuan cherished his parents, who provided him with a profound sense of warmth and belonging. After satisfying their appetites, the family of three strolled in the courtyard. As a mid-level practitioner of qi refinement, Li Dingzhou held a respectable position within the family, possessing his own independent courtyard. Following their walk, they washed up and retired for the night. Li Qingyuan slept alone in a side room, enjoying the comfort of his own space. That night, he experienced an exceptionally sweet slumber, as he now had a spiritual root. However, he was plagued by nightmares. In his dream, he was an infant abandoned by his biological parents due to a congenital heart condition. So cold, so hungry. Eventually, he was taken to the police station by kind-hearted individuals and then sent to an orphanage, where he miraculously survived. Yet, he was frail and sickly from a young age. His heart function weakened, leading to insufficient blood vitality. The lack of blood flow resulted in diminished energy, a cold spleen and stomach, icy hands and feet, and a dread of winter. Even later, after being sponsored by kind souls to finish high school and graduate from university, he succumbed to a heart attack after merely 2 years of work. Li Qingyuan awoke suddenly, drenched in sweat. He gasped for air as if he were drowning, struggling to breathe deeply. Once he stabilized his emotions, he resolutely declared, "In this second life, I shall not only possess a robust and healthy body, but also strive for immortality through cultivation." The Chinese obsession with the pursuit of immortality is deeply embedded in their genes, bloodlines, and souls. Throughout history, emperors, Taoist masters, and practitioners of the mystical arts, as well as countless souls, have yearned for cultivation and longevity. This fervor has ascended to immeasurable heights. Li Qingyuan felt the same. At this moment, dawn had broken. Li Qingyuan rose to wash up, while his mother had already risen early to prepare breakfast. After having breakfast, Father Li Dingzhou remarked, "Let us go, my son. The Grand Elder instructed me yesterday to accompany you to the family transmission pavilion." "Certainly, Father," Li Qingyuan nodded in agreement. A quarter of an hour later, the father and son arrived at the family transmission pavilion. Father Li Dingzhou, a practitioner at the third level of qi refinement, had yet to cultivate spiritual awareness. Thus, his spiritual energy could only be wielded for short-range combat and defense, preventing him from flying. Consequently, the two had walked there. Although early-stage qi refinement practitioners are considerably stronger than ordinary mortals, this strength has not reached a transformative level. A martial artist among mortals, upon reaching an advanced stage, can indeed slay an early-stage qi refinement practitioner. Within the realm of mortals, tales persist of martial generals defeating qi refinement masters to acquire cultivation techniques and embark on their own paths of ascension. Upon arrival, they found the Grand Elder already waiting at the entrance of the pavilion. Li Dingzhou clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "I humbly pay my respects to the Grand Elder." Li Qingyuan, Li Qingqing, and Li Qinbao bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "We greet you, Grand Elder." The Grand Elder, assisting Li Dingzhou up, replied with a warm demeanor, "There is no need for such formalities, my dear nephew. Speaking of which, in my youth, as I first embarked on the path of immortality, I was greatly guided by your grandfather and have known your father since childhood. According to our family hierarchy, you ought to refer to me as uncle." Li Dingzhou, not one to be overly formal, quickly responded with a smile, "Nephew Dingzhou pays his respects to Uncle Guangyao." Li Guangyao, the Grand Elder's name, belongs to the Guang character generation, while Ding and Qing belong to their respective generations. In the qi refinement family, there exists a clear order of age and status. Grand Elder Li Guangyao stroked his beard and chuckled, "Excellent, excellent. Nephew Dingzhou, you may proceed to the side hall. The clan leader has important matters to discuss. As for Qingyuan and the others, I shall take care of them." Li Dingzhou clasped his hands and replied, "Understood. Nephew shall take his leave." Li Guangyao glanced at the three youngsters and said with a smile, "Come along, little ones." He led them into the transmission pavilion. Conversing as they walked, the transmission pavilion is where our Li family's cultivation techniques are passed down. Each year, those identified as potential cultivators first come here to select their techniques. Inside the hall, a few cushions were scattered about. Grand Elder Li Guangyao declared, "Please take a seat. I shall select the techniques for you." Li Qingyuan and the others complied and sat down. Clearing his throat, Li Guangyao spoke slowly in our Luhai Island. It is not difficult for any cultivation family to obtain qi refinement techniques. Among qi refinement techniques, aside from those for special or mutated spiritual roots, families generally possess a full range of 5-element attributes. Li Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling the old demon Han. The old demon only realized at the Ascension Conference that the Changchun technique was indeed a common cultivation method, available for a mere few spirit stones per volume. However, even a widely available technique like Changchun is still a rare opportunity for ordinary mortals. Li Guangyao waved his hand, summoning 5 books from the wooden rack, and introduced them. The 5-element qi refinement techniques widely recognized in the cultivation world are Dachuan technique, Yin-Yang technique, Shi-Dai technique, Jinchuan technique, and Shuiyuan technique. Li Guangyao remarked, Li Qingbao, you possess a mixed elemental root, allowing you to cultivate any technique. Li Qibao, the first chubby child to be identified with a spiritual root, was adorably plump. The child promptly replied, Grand Elder, my father has instructed me to practice the stone stacking technique. Li Guangyao pondered for a moment and said, your father practices the stone stacking technique, which is advantageous. Upon your return, he can guide you, thus enhancing your comprehension and cultivation speed. Turning to Li Qingqing, Li Guangyao beamed kindly, his expression radiating warmth. Li Qingqing was a charming and delicate young girl, endearing herself to the elders who beheld her. With a clear voice, she declared, Grand Elder, I choose the water element technique. This is also what my father advised me to select. Li Guangyao nodded, indeed. Your father has mastered the water element technique and has reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. He will be able to assist you in your training. Finally, he addressed Li Qingyuan with a smile, the Great Chun technique, the Fiery Sun technique, or the stone stacking technique. What will you choose? After a moment of contemplation, Li Guangyao added, your father practices the Fiery Sun technique. Inspired, Li Qingyuan exclaimed, I choose the Great Chun technique. The name Great Chun technique evoked memories of a classic work from his past life, Zhuangzi, the Happy Wanderer. In ancient lore, there existed a Great Chun, flourishing for 8,000 years in spring and autumn. The Great Chun, in Chinese mythology, symbolizes an immortal tree of longevity. Li Guangyao expressed his surprise. Oh, the Great Chun technique, are you certain? Chapter 004, The Treatment of Foundational Seeds, the Patriarch's Generosity. Li Qingyuan nodded affirmatively. I am certain, Grand Elder. I wish to learn the Great Chuan technique. The Grand Elder, Li Guanggong, replied, Young Qingyuan, should you choose the Fiery Sun technique, your father is more than capable of guiding you, enabling a swifter comprehension of the art and entrance into qi refinement. With a 5-element root aptitude, Li Dingzhou had reached the 3rd stage of qi refinement through the Fiery Sun technique. Having such a father to provide daily guidance would undoubtedly facilitate a quicker mastery of the technique, allowing Li Qingyuan to enter the 1st stage of qi refinement. However, Li Qingyuan followed his heart and declared, I still wish to study the Great Chuan technique. Suddenly, Li Guanggong chuckled, saying, very well, from this day forth, I shall guide you in the cultivation of the Great Chuan technique. You will instruct me? Li Qingyuan was taken aback. Could it be that you also practice the Great Chuan technique? He inquired, beginning to grasp the implications. Li Guanggong stroked his beard, nodding with a smile, indeed. I am well versed in the Great Chuan technique. Moreover, I am the family's sole 1st-tier spirit plant master. The 3 little ones gasped in astonishment. A 1st-tier spirit plant master? Li Qingbao blinked. A 1st-tier spirit plant master is one who can cultivate 1st-tier spirit plants and elixirs, a title bestowed upon only the most skilled practitioners. Li Qingqing added, my father has mentioned that a 1st-tier spirit plant is quite valuable, worth no less than several spirit stones, and sometimes even dozens. Li Qingyuan mused silently. A spirit plant master, one of the myriad arts of cultivation, sounds rather intriguing. Li Guanggong waved his hand, causing 2 tomes of techniques to fly forth, landing before the 7-year-old Li Qingqing and Li Qibao. Little Qingqing, here is your water element technique. Little Qibao, this is your stone stacking technique. Li Guanggong continued. Once you have acquired these techniques, proceed to the family repository to collect your cultivation resources. Then, return home to consult your fathers on how to practice these arts. Li Qingqing and Li Qibao stood, bowing respectfully. Yes, Grand Elder. While the Grand Elder was responsible for selecting and imparting techniques, both Li Qingbao and Li Qingqing opted for the methods practiced by their respective fathers, rendering their fathers more suitable as mentors. After all, the Grand Elder practiced the Great Chuan technique, which was not aligned with their chosen paths. With a bright voice, Li Qingqing chirped, "Brother Qingyuan, I shall take my leave first." Li Qingbao similarly bid farewell, "Brother Qingyuan, until we meet again." The two little ones quickly skipped away, heading towards the family repository to gather their cultivation resources. Li Guangdong settled into a meditative posture and said, "Come, young Qingyuan, open the technique. I shall guide you in the Great Chuan technique. Begin by reciting the technique's incantation, and feel free to ask if there is anything you do not understand." Li Qingyuan nodded. "Understood, Grand Elder." As he opened the Great Chuan technique, Li Qingyuan began to read aloud. "Breathe deeply, drawing the spirit breath into the dantian. Like the Great Chuan, encompassing the cosmos. Inhale and exhale like the tides, following the meridians. The spirit resonance gathers in the purple palace." Meanwhile, at the core of the family's spiritual vein, in the patriarch's secluded courtyard, the Li clan of immortals, a family of qi refiners, is led by the venerable patriarch Li Guan'eo, who, at the age of 70, has attained the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refinement. His aptitude is categorized as a mixed spiritual root of 4 attributes, making him the most formidable cultivator within the Li lineage. Li Dingzhou respectfully bowed and inquired, "Patriarch, have you summoned me?" Patriarch Li Guan'eo stroked his beard and chuckled, "Dingzhou, you have indeed sired a remarkable son. Young Qingyuan possesses a superior quality among the 3 spiritual roots. The future of our clan hinges upon him." Li Dingzhou scratched his head and laughed. "Indeed. I never anticipated that in our modest, third-rate qi refining family, a once-in-a-century talent with 3 spiritual roots would emerge from my son. In a third-rate qi refining family, such a talent with 3 spiritual roots is indeed a rarity, possessing the potential for foundation establishment." Li Guan'eo remarked, regardless of luck, as Qingyuan's father. "You have contributed to the family. Here, take this, an essence-nourishing pill." He continued, "You have stagnated at the peak of the 3rd layer of qi refinement for many years. This essence-nourishing pill will undoubtedly aid you in breaking through to the 4th layer." Li Dingzhou was filled with excitement, exclaiming, "Is this truly a mid-grade essence-nourishing pill?" The essence-nourishing pill is a simplified version of the high-grade nourishing spirit pill, classified as a mid-grade pill, with extraordinary effects for breaking through the 3rd layer of qi refinement and entering the 4th layer. In disbelief, Li Dingzhou asked, "Patriarch, is this truly for me?" "A single essence-nourishing pill is worth at least 30 spirit stones." Li Guang'eo responded, "Dingzhou, I am aware that you have been diligently accumulating spirit stones in preparation to purchase an essence-nourishing pill to challenge the 4th layer." "Alas," he sighed. "It is a pity that while your grandfather was a cultivator, your father's generation experienced a discontinuity. Your grandfather passed away shortly after your birth, leaving you bereft of cultivation resources in your formative years. Otherwise, with your comprehension, you would have long since entered the 4th layer of qi refinement." Li Guan'eo praised. "After all, you are a dual cultivator of qi refinement and body refinement, recognized among the clan disciples as the most formidable fighter below the mid-stage of qi refinement." Li Dingzhou felt a flush of embarrassment, replying, "Patriarch, your praise is unwarranted. It is merely the support of my fellow clansmen." Li Guan'eo continued, "Now that you have successfully nurtured young Qingyuan, I bestow upon you the essence-nourishing pill as a reward, a decision supported by the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. Moreover, upon your attainment of the 4th layer, your contribution to the clan's combat prowess will be significant." "Accepted." Li Guan'eo closed the jade box and presented the pill. Li Dingzhou received the box with both hands, his expression filled with gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your generous gift, Patriarch. I shall forever cherish the clan's grace." Li Dingzhou understood that he had indeed risen in status through his son. "Indeed," Li Guan'eo mused, stroking his silver beard, before reaching into his storage pouch to produce a jade stone the size of a pebble, radiant and glistening with a verdant hue, exuding spiritual light. Alongside the jade stone was a small pouch of spirit rice. Li Dingzhou was astonished. "Patriarch, what is this?" Li Guan'eo explained, "Last night, after a lengthy discussion with the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, we unanimously decided to designate young Qingyuan as the clan's foundation establishment seed, granting him the associated privileges. Regular disciples receive cultivation resources every 3 months. Each allocation consists of 1 spirit stone and 10 pounds of spirit rice, provided free of charge for 3 years. Li Guan'eo's expression grew solemn as he spoke. "However, Xiao Qingyuan possesses a rare triple spiritual root, an occurrence that our family has not witnessed in a century. Therefore, The two elders and I have unanimously decided to provide Xiaoqing Yuan with a spiritual stone and 10 pounds of spiritual rice each month. He will be able to collect this for 12 times a year. Furthermore, we have extended the duration of free supply from 3 years to 5. Li Dingzhou gasped, finding it hard to believe. The family is actually granting Qing Yuan a spiritual stone and 10 pounds of spiritual rice every month, and for 5 years without cost? He was astounded by the patriarch's generosity. It is worth noting that he had spent years accumulating merely a dozen or so spiritual stones to purchase a minor spiritual pill. Yet, the patriarch was willing to invest 12 spiritual stones and 120 pounds of spiritual rice annually for the cultivation of Li Qing Yuan, sustaining this for a full 5 years. The resources required to nurture Li Qing Yuan for 5 years could have been sufficient to produce 2 practitioners at the 4th level of qi refinement for the family. For the Li clan, 4th-level qi refinement cultivators are the backbone of their strength. The Li clan is a 3rd-tier family in the realm of qi refinement, with the patriarch at the 6th level and 2 elders at the 5th level. Remarkably, there are only 5 4th-level qi refinement cultivators in the entire clan. Indeed, you heard correctly, the Li clan has merely 5 practitioners at this level. To expend resources equivalent to cultivating 2 4th-level qi refinement practitioners solely for the sake of nurturing Xiaoqing Yuan. The family is clearly investing in a long-term vision at the expense of the present. Li Dingzhou thought to himself, the treatment befitting a foundational seed is indeed extraordinary. Li Guanao continued, by the way, regarding the foundational seed matter, you know, I know, and the 2 elders know. You will personally come to me each month to collect Xiaoqing Yuan's cultivation resources. Remember, this must remain a secret from the rest of the family. Li Dingzhou accepted the spiritual stone and rice, responding respectfully, yes, patriarch, Dingzhou understands. Oh, by the way, Li Guanao seemed to recall something. When Xiaoqing Yuan cultivates his first wisp of spiritual energy, be sure to inform me. A look of anticipation crossed his face as he added, when I first cultivated my own wisp of spiritual energy, it took me 3 months. Xiaoqing Yuan possesses a triple spiritual root, and a superior one at that. I am eager to see how he performs. Chapter 005. Cultivating the first breath of qi, mysterious space, doubling resources. The Dechun Gong, a wood element qi refining technique, is among the 5 most widely circulated and popular elemental cultivation methods in the realm of immortals. Just because it is ubiquitous does not imply it is inferior. Its prevalence indicates that it is foundational, practical, and widely embraced. Moreover, its commonality is primarily within the realm of cultivation in the mortal world. The Dechun Gong remains a rare and coveted technique that requires a spiritual root for practice. The esteemed elder, Li Guangyao, remarked, the Dechun Gong cultivates a form of power that is exceptionally pure in the wood element, brimming with vitality, capable of extending one's lifespan. In addition to enhancing one's spiritual power, it also fortifies the body, prolongs life, and grants immunity to toxins. Furthermore, as one ascends in cultivation levels, the ability to develop spiritual awareness emerges. With spiritual awareness, one can perceive objects, fly with a sword, activate talismans, and manipulate formations to vanquish foes. Li Qing Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation upon hearing this. There is one more crucial point. The elder added with a smile as he stroked his beard, cultivating the Dechun Gong will greatly benefit your aspirations to become a spirit planter. The elder continued. Our family has limited enterprises. Mining is laborious, hunting spirit beasts is perilous, taming spirit beasts requires a lengthy period, and sowing spirit rice yields little profit. Among our Li clan of immortals, only I and the clan leader possess mastery over the myriad arts of cultivation. Li Qing Yuan then gazed at him with admiration and remarked, Grandfather Elder, you are truly remarkable. The elder, visibly pleased, replied with a sense of pride. The clan leader is a mid-tier talisman master of the 1st rank, while I am a spirit planter of the same rank. He continued, Little Qing Yuan, you possess 3 spiritual roots and represent the future of our family. Your only task is to focus on your cultivation and swiftly reach the later stages of qi refining. Therefore, engaging in mining, hunting spirit beasts, or cultivating spirit rice is either time-consuming or too dangerous for you. However, the elder added, according to family tradition, every young cultivator must contribute to the family enterprises after 3 years of training to exchange for cultivation resources. To avoid drawing attention and inciting resentment from your peers, you may discreetly follow me to learn the art of spirit planting. Li Qing Yuan's spiritual root talent must remain concealed. Thus, any special treatment must be conducted in secrecy to prevent discontent among the clan members. Human nature has always been thus. Gratefully, Li Qingyuan expressed, "Thank you, Grandfather Elder, for your guidance. I shall not disappoint you." The elder smiled. "Very well. Let us continue our studies of the Dichun Gong." The day swiftly passed. "Grandfather Elder, I shall return home for now and come to find you tomorrow." Li Qingyuan respectfully bowed before departing from the transmission hall. The elder beamed with joy, saying, "Good child. Off you go." Soon, with a creak, the door opened, and the clan leader, Li Guangyao, stepped out, inquiring, "How's the child's comprehension?" The grand elder chuckled, remarking on the exceptional comprehension and extraordinary memory exhibited by the young prodigy. Within the span of a mere day, he had committed to memory the myriad of characters in the great Chungong's teachings, nearly mastering them with effortless fluency. His innate understanding was unparalleled, surpassing even the elder's own grasp of the great Chungong during his formative years. The clan leader, Li Guangyao, repeatedly expressed his admiration, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. Truly, he is the Qilin child of our Li clan." As time flowed steadily by, Li Qingyuan diligently followed his venerable grandfather in the study of the great Chungong. The sole distinction lay in the change of venue, transitioning from the hall of transmission to a quaint wooden cabin nestled amidst the medicinal fields on the back mountain. This 10-acre plot, cultivated atop a fragment of a spiritual vein, thrived with rich spiritual energy. Beyond the medicinal fields, extending outward from the spiritual vein, lay a 100-acre family spiritual field dedicated to the cultivation of spiritual rice. Each day, Li Qingyuan would meditate and practice, channeling the spiritual energy into his body for personal transformation. Days turned into 10, and on this particular day, as he sat cross-legged in deep meditation, his consciousness clarified. Surrounded by a resonating aura of spiritual energy, wisps of this energy entered his body, circulating through his meridians as he anchored it in his dantian, embodying the essence of the great Chun in the cosmos. Suddenly, a warm current surged within his dantian, coalescing into a vibrant green energy that flowed through his meridians, harmonizing the yin and yang of his body, ultimately converging in his energy sea. "I have succeeded," Li Qingyuan exclaimed joyfully. "The first strand of spiritual energy has materialized. I have entered the first layer of qi refinement." Unexpectedly, the great Chun Gong within him activated autonomously. The spiritual energy surged, rushing toward his dantian, and reversed its course, racing towards the Niwen Palace. With a thunderous roar, the energy surged into the Niwen Palace, overwhelming Li Qingyuan's consciousness, rendering him dizzy, and he collapsed. "Where am I? Is this it?" To his astonishment, Li Qingyuan's spiritual awareness entered his own Niwen Palace, where he beheld a verdant bronze door, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. It was indeed the bronze door. In his previous life, during his first month of work upon receiving his salary, he had wandered the antique market and, drawn by an inexplicable affinity, purchased this very bronze door. He cherished it so much that he carried it with him always. Li Qingyuan vaguely recalled that during the sudden onset of his heart condition, as he succumbed to death, he had clutched the bronze door tightly in his hand. Subsequently, he lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he found himself in his mother's womb, already a well-formed fetus, and was born a few months later into the Li clan. To his surprise, "You have come with me." A whirlwind of emotion surged within him. This bronze door was the sole witness of his past life. Suddenly, Li Qingyuan paused. Speaking to himself, was my traversing a mere coincidence? Or does it pertain to you? He reached out, gently touching the bronze door. Boom. In an instant, the bronze door radiated a brilliant light, engulfing Li Qingyuan and drawing him into an expansive realm. When Li Qingyuan opened his eyes, he discovered that he had arrived in a mysterious realm. A wisp of consciousness entered his mind. Startled, Li Qingyuan murmured to himself, "The gate of the mysterious yin." The mysterious yin space. It turned out that the bronze gate was known as the gate of the mysterious yin, and the space within was referred to as the mysterious yin space. Li Qingyuan was certainly familiar with the gate of the mysterious yin. In his previous life, he had read extensively, including the Tao Te Ching, which mentioned the gate of the mysterious yin. This gate symbolizes the origin of all things in the universe, akin to a mystical world capable of generating everything. The gate of the mysterious yin is also the doorway to creation. Having established dominion over the mysterious yin space, Li Qingyuan perceived a faint stream of information. His brows furrowed in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Replication. Is this for real?" In the next moment, with a mere thought, Li Qingyuan's consciousness traversed back from the mysterious yin space to his physical form. Sitting cross-legged, he retrieved a pouch from his waist and extracted a spirit stone. Whispering, "Collect." In an instant, the spirit stone vanished, entering the mysterious yin space. Within the mysterious yin space, Li Qingyuan's consciousness observed as a spirit stone vibrated and pulsed, transforming into two radiant beams of light, which then replicated into two identical spirit stones. The size, shape, and quality of the spirit stones were utterly indistinguishable, an impeccable duplication. Li Qingyuan's breath caught in his throat, his face alight with excitement. One spirit stone had become two. The replication had doubled. He realized that he had likely obtained an extraordinary opportunity, a remarkable fortune. In essence, his external aid had arrived. Chapter 006. The first level of Qi refinement, the power of the soul. Achieving the first wisp of spiritual energy and successfully operating a complete great circulation signifies the formal attainment of the first level of Qi refinement. It marks the entry into the realm of cultivation. Li Qingyuan, brimming with enthusiasm, murmured to himself. My father once mentioned that a cultivator can only harness the internal spiritual energy to refine spirit stones and accelerate their cultivation speed after manifesting the first wisp of spiritual energy. Reaching the first level of Qi refinement perfectly aligns with the conditions to activate the Shenpin space. Now that I have activated the Shenpin space, I can replicate spirit stones, effectively doubling my resources. With resources doubled, my cultivation speed shall also be enhanced. Li Qingyuan slowly rose and stepped out of the small wooden cottage. Upon exiting, he was greeted by a sunlit landscape, 10 acres of medicinal fields, crisscrossed with ditches, nurturing various seedlings of spiritual herbs. Some spiritual herbs flourished, blossoming and bearing fruit, filled with spiritual energy, exuding a rich fragrance, and were on the verge of ripening. Li Qingyuan plucked a seedling of a spiritual plant and pondered aloud, I wonder if, aside from replicating spirit stones, the Shenpin space can also replicate spiritual herbs. In his heart, he silently chanted, gather, gather, gather. After much trial, he concluded that it was futile. He contemplated, is it only capable of replicating spirit stones? Cough. The Grand Elder emerged from his large wooden dwelling, clearing his throat, and said with irritation, you little rascal, why aren't you meditating and cultivating? What are you doing here disturbing my seedlings? Li Qingyuan, his face flushed with embarrassment, replanted the herb seedlings and replied, Grand Elder, I was merely curious, so I came to take a look. That doesn't justify pulling them out. The Grand Elder approached and remarked, the seedlings are quite delicate. Your actions could ruin them. Spiritual rain technique. Buzz. The Grand Elder activated the spiritual rain technique. Drawing upon his own spiritual energy and gathering the surrounding spiritual forces, transforming them into a rain of spiritual energy that drenched the herbs. All right. You should get back to meditating and cultivating, the Grand Elder instructed. I still need to tend to the fields, and I will come back to guide you later. With that, the Grand Elder continued to employ the spiritual rain technique, capable of irrigating an area of several zhang with each use. For the 10 acres of medicinal fields, a single irrigation would keep him occupied for quite some time. Li Qingyuan scratched his head and said, Grand Elder, I have already manifested spiritual energy. Manifesting spiritual energy alone is nothing to boast about. The Grand Elder replied instinctively while performing the spiritual rain technique. What? The Grand Elder suddenly paused, the energy quivering, causing the spiritual rain technique to dissipate as he turned abruptly and asked, What did you say? You have manifested spiritual energy? Li Qingyuan blinked and nodded. Yes. Look. Li Qingyuan activated the Great Chuan technique, channeling the spiritual energy within his body, circulating through his meridians, and gathering it above his palm. A wisp of spiritual energy, pure and emerald green, swirled around his palm. Although faint, it was distinctly visible. The Grand Elder grasped Li Qingyuan's hand, examined it closely, and burst into hearty laughter. Ha! You truly have manifested spiritual energy. Seemingly dissatisfied, the Elder took a deep breath to steady his mind. After surveying the surroundings of the 10-acre medicinal field and confirming that no one was present, he finally felt at ease. Xiao Qingyuan, you truly are an unparalleled prodigy in the cultivation of our Li clan, the elderly Guangyao exclaimed with excitement. You must understand that, under normal circumstances, those with 5-element mixed spiritual roots may require 4 to 5 months, or even half a year, to cultivate their first strand of spiritual energy. Although those with 4-element mixed spiritual roots fare slightly better, they still need about 3 months to achieve the same. I never anticipated that you would accomplish this in merely 10 days, just 10 days to successfully manifest spiritual energy. The Elder was beside himself with joy. Come, let us seek an audience with the clan leader. Summoning a magical artifact, he cradled the 7-year-old Li Qingyuan in one arm, infused spiritual energy into the flying sword, and, with a mental command, soared into the sky. Moments later, they arrived at the secluded chamber of the clan leader, As soon as the elder reached the small courtyard, he boomed, clan leader, where are you?" With a loud bang, an explosion echoed from within the house as the clan leader flung open the door. His silver hair slightly singed and his face darkened. Struggling to maintain composure, he remarked, "Li Guangyao, you better have a good reason for this disturbance." Seeing the situation, the elder's heart raced, and he hastily replied, My apologies for interrupting your talisman crafting. Crafting talismans, refining elixirs, and forging artifacts all require a serene environment and a tranquil mind. Speak quickly. What is it? And why have you brought Yanqi in with you?" As the clan leader Li Guangyao spoke, he casually affixed a cleansing talisman to himself, instantly restoring the brilliance of his silver hair and cleansing his face. Li Qingyuan mused. Such a cleansing talisman would be a godsend for the lazy on earth in my past life. Truly a household miracle. The elder stepped forward and whispered, "Clan leader, Yanqi has successfully cultivated spiritual energy and has officially entered the first layer of qi refinement." "What?" The clan leader was taken aback, questioning, "Is it true?" Xiao Qingyuan, "Have you truly manifested spiritual energy?" Li Qingyuan nodded, channeling the great Chuansuan technique, a strand of spiritual energy swirling above his palm. "Ha ha ha, splendid." Clan leader Li Guangyao laughed heartily. This was his secluded space, apart from the two elders, no one else. Not even the clan's experts at the fourth layer of qi refinement could intrude without summons. It was a sanctuary devoid of others. "Xiao Qingyuan, come here and let me observe." Li Guangyao beckoned Li Qingyuan closer, intrigued. Generally speaking, even those with 3 attribute true spiritual roots take around 20 days, or even a month, to cultivate their first strand of spiritual energy. Yet you achieved it in 10 days. As he spoke, clan leader Li Guangyao harnessed his internal power, releasing the pressure of the 6th layer of qi refinement. His palm rested upon Li Qingyuan's forehead, channeling spiritual energy. Instantly, Li Qingyuan felt dizzy, his spirit momentarily suppressed. Fortunately, this discomfort dissipated swiftly as the clan leader withdrew his energy. With a booming laugh, clan leader Li Guangyao declared, "I knew there had to be more to it than just possessing 3 spiritual roots." The elder inquired curiously, "What is it, clan leader? Could there be another reason for Xiao Qingyuan's rapid cultivation?" Li Qingyuan, with a face full of curiosity, felt a slight heaviness in his heart as he pondered. Could it be that the Xianin space has been discovered? No, that cannot be. The expression on the clan leader's face does not suggest such a revelation. The clan leader stroked his silver beard and said with a smile, "Yanqi possesses extraordinary talent. His spiritual essence is significantly more potent than that of ordinary individuals. Those endowed with a robust innate spiritual essence not only have exceptional comprehension but will also find it considerably easier to break through to the 3rd level of qi refinement and ascend to the 4th level, where they can cultivate spiritual awareness. The stronger the spiritual essence, the more formidable the spiritual awareness. This will greatly benefit his future transformation of spiritual awareness into foundational consciousness." Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with interest. "Is it beneficial for foundational cultivation as well?" The clan leader nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Yanqi, if we consider your previous state as merely a seed for foundational cultivation, I can now confidently assert that your chances of successfully establishing a foundation have increased by 1 or 2%. The elder, Li Guangyao, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly tugged at his beard in delight. A powerful innate spiritual essence aids in foundational cultivation. If we could obtain a foundational cultivation pill, wouldn't that significantly enhance our prospects? The foundational cultivation pill. Alas, the clan leader, Li Guangyao, sighed deeply. Such a treasure is beyond the reach of our modest clan. As a 3rd-rate qi refinement family, we do not even possess a single practitioner in the late stages of qi refinement, with merely around 60 cultivators, placing us at the very bottom of the qi immortal clans. Even a 2nd-rate qi refinement family cannot afford to procure a foundational pill with all their might. Only a 1st-rate qi refinement family possesses the qualification to make a feeble attempt at purchasing one. Suddenly, a streak of light swept across the sky. Ka! A celestial crane appeared, gracefully hovering above the peak of Yunxia Mountain, situated at the heart of the Li clan. Upon the crane stood a middle-aged man, facing the wind, looking down with an air of superiority, and proclaimed, "Where is the clan leader of the Li family?" Chapter 007. The Tyranny of the Foundation Establishment Celestial Clan. Why have the members of the Lu family from the Foundation Establishment Celestial Clan suddenly arrived? The clan leader, Li Guangyao, instinctively glanced at Li Qingyuan before turning to face the newcomers, a flicker of concern passing through his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he commanded, "Please wait here. I shall go and see." With a swift motion, Li Guangao leaped into the air, soaring 100 zhang before gracefully landing and clasping his fists in greeting. I am Li Guangao, the clan leader of the Li family, here to welcome the envoy from the Lu family. May I inquire the purpose of your visit? Upon the back of a celestial crane, a middle-aged man exuded an unmistakable aura of power, his cultivation at the 7th level of qi refinement, radiating an air of arrogance. The elder, Li Guangyao, gasped in astonishment. The visitor is indeed a late-stage qi refinement expert. Li Qingyuan inquired, Grandpa Elder, is this individual truly a practitioner from our Lu family, the sole foundation establishment celestial clan on Lu Crane Island? Yunxia Town, the territory of the Li family, spans over 30 miles. However, Yunxia Town is merely one of many small towns and cities on Lu Crane Island. The island itself extends over 3,000 miles. Its length and width stretching approximately 7,000 miles in total, firmly under the control of the Lu family. Beneath the Lu family lie numerous vassal forces, including 3 first-rate qi refinement clans, 6 second-rate clans, and 12 third-rate clans. The Li family of Yunxia Town stands as one of these 12 third-rate qi refinement clans. Thus, it can be asserted that the foundation establishment celestial clan, the Lu family, reigns as the true sovereign over the vast expanse of Lu Crane Island. Among the 21 qi refinement clans on the island, all factions, merchant associations, and wandering cultivators must bow before them and heed their commands. On Lu Crane Island, anything coveted by the Lu family, including spiritual veins, medicinal herbs, spirit beasts, and mines, becomes their rightful possession. The 21 qi refinement clans that have settled and thrived on Lu Crane Island owe their prosperity to the protection of the Lu family. Consequently, clan leader Li Guangao exhibited utmost respect in the presence of the Lu family cultivators, who not only hailed from the foundation establishment celestial clan, but were also formidable 7th-level qi refinement experts. The Lu family envoy produced a token, which floated in the air, emanating a compelling pressure. The character for Lu inscribed upon it signified absolute authority. He spoke in a nonchalant tone, by the decree of the family head. From this year forth, all qi refinement clans are to increase their resource offerings by an additional 10%. What? Li Guanao exclaimed, his head snapping up in disbelief. An additional 10%? Esteemed envoy, how can my Li family possibly survive under such demands? The visitor's cold gaze sharpened as he replied, What? Does your Li family intend to defy the order? He scoffed, were it not for the Lu family's magnanimity. How could your Li family have established a foothold in Yunxia Town for hundreds of years? Remember, without the protection of the Lu family, your qi refinement clans would have been utterly annihilated by the demon beast long ago. The effeminate man continued, Li Guanao, one must learn to be grateful. Within, Li Guanao seethed. It is you Lu family who are the true brigands of Lu Crane Island. Each time the demon beasts rise in rebellion, it is our dozen qi refinement clans that take the lead while your Lu family sits back, reaping the rewards. Now, demanding an additional 10% in resource offerings? This is nothing short of insatiable greed. However, he found himself unable to refuse. The Li clan was far too weak. On Luha Island, disobedient qi refinement families had vanished in waves, only to be replaced by others. Many wandering cultivators were eager to serve the Lu family, merely awaiting an opportunity. Li Guangao bowed respectfully and stated, The Li clan shall diligently obey the edict of the Lu family patriarch. Esteemed envoy, your efforts are truly appreciated. With a serene smile, Li Guanao appeared unperturbed, even offering several first-tier mid-grade talismans and 20 spirit stones. His heart ached, yet he understood that withholding such offerings might invite trouble and slander. Should this individual return and spread rumors of the Li clan's disloyalty, it could spell disaster for their lineage. After accepting the gifts, the middle-aged man revealed a faint smile, saying, I knew the Li clan would be sensible. Li Guanao continued respectfully, Please, esteemed envoy, rest comfortably. I would be honored to host you. No need for hospitality. The envoy replied, I have orders to convey. The Lu family cultivator gently tapped the celestial crane, which let out a cry and took flight. Soon, the Lu envoy departed. On the crane's back, the middle-aged man weighed the spirit stones and tucked away the talismans, a smirk forming on his lips. My uncle was right. Delivering celestial edicts is indeed a lucrative task. It's unfortunate that such a rewarding job is not for one alone, but rather assigned to 3. I must hasten and seize more benefits. As for the Li clan, Li Guanao waved his hand and declared, All right, everyone disperse. Additionally, please inform the families with cultivators at the 4th level of qi refinement and above that a clan meeting will be held tomorrow morning. The crowd clasped their fists in acknowledgement, affirming, Understood. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Li Guanao turned to Li Qingyuan and inquired, Young Qingyuan, how do you feel? Li Qingyuan, feeling a weight upon his heart, replied, I feel quite uneasy. The foundational celestial clan is exceedingly domineering. Moreover, the sensation of our entire family's fate resting in the hands of others is unsettling. Li Guanao advised, remember this feeling, do not forget it. It will serve as your motivation to cultivate diligently and grow stronger. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. Without power, even survival depends on the favor of others. Li Qingyuan nodded, saying, rest assured, clan patriarch, I will strive to improve my cultivation. Li Guanao chuckled warmly, feeling reassured, go on, return home. Li Qingyuan bowed respectfully, patriarch. Elder, I take my leave. The elder watched as Li Qingyuan departed and remarked, patriarch, do you think your words may place too much pressure on the child? Patriarch Li Guanao laughed heartily, worry not. Young Qingyuan is far more exceptional than you realize. After a pause, he added, in terms of both talent and mentality. Before long, Li Qingyuan arrived home. He wondered if his father was still in seclusion. Glancing at the room where his father was cultivating, he then proceeded to his own chamber. As for his mother, though she was an ordinary person, she too had her own responsibilities to fulfill. For instance, tasks such as retrieving spiritual shells from the coastal sands and sifting for spiritual sand, as well as the crafting of artificial spiritual fertilizer to nourish the family's expansive fields, alongside weeding and tending to the spiritual rice, are common endeavors. The Li clan, numbering 3,000 souls, boasts merely around 60 cultivators, of which several are fledgling practitioners new to the path of cultivation. Thus, numerous labor-intensive and time-consuming tasks are delegated to the mundane members of the family. The ordinary folk of the Li clan, along with those from Yunxia town, also toil for the clan, earning worldly compensation in the form of currency, providing ample labor resources. Can a spirit stone, once replicated, be replicated again? Li Qingyuan pondered. Holding 2 spirit stones and silently intoning, collect. This time, the 2 stones remained utterly still, refusing entry into the champagne space. It appeared that a spirit stone, once copied, could not be replicated anew. Li Qingyuan mused, perhaps the limitation is that one can only replicate once per day? He decided to test it with the spiritual rice. In his modest abode lay a bag containing a full 10 pounds of spiritual rice. Regarding the compensation provided by the family, his father had already informed him, each month, 1 spirit stone and 10 pounds of spiritual rice. On the market, 1 pound of spiritual rice is valued at 5 spirit coins. Therefore, 10 pounds hold a worth of 50 spirit coins. A single spirit stone, comparable in size to a mahjong tile, can be fashioned into 100 gossamer thin, translucent spirit coins. Thus, 100 spirit coins equate to 1 spirit stone, while 10 pounds of spiritual rice, valued at 50 spirit coins, is equivalent to half a spirit stone. Collect. Li Qingyuan mentally commanded while grasping the spiritual rice. In the next instant, with a swift whoosh, the spiritual rice vanished. The 10 pounds from the burlap sack disappeared, only to reappear in the champagne space, doubling to 20 pounds of spiritual rice. This quantity now held the value of a single spirit stone. Li Qingyuan rejoiced, it worked. The spiritual rice has doubled. Chapter 008. Li Dingzhou's Breakthrough, 30 Spirit Stones. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. Mid-stage qi refinement, I have made it. Just at that moment, from the backyard of the main house, the hearty laughter of my father, Li Dingzhou, resonated, his voice robust and full of vigor, showcasing his heroic spirit. My father has broken through. Li Qingyuan's face lit up with joy as he hastened outside. In the courtyard, Li Dingzhou strode with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, fingers forming the qi guiding technique, as a long sword artifact danced around him, its blade gleaming like lightning, darting back and forth. Witnessing this scene, Li Qingyuan immediately congratulated him. Father, I congratulate you on entering the mid-stage of qi refinement and cultivating your spiritual consciousness. At the 4th level of qi refinement, the spirit transforms, evolving into spiritual awareness. This awareness can manipulate artifacts, allowing one to launch attacks using their own spiritual energy, enabling the preliminary ability to fly with the sword, strike from afar, and perform short-distance sword flight. In the eyes of the mortals of Yunxia town, a cultivator capable of flying with a sword is regarded as a true immortal master. A 3rd-level qi refinement practitioner can only barely control artifacts, engaging in combat at a distance of several zhang. Upon reaching the mid-stage of qi refinement and cultivating spiritual awareness, the speed of controlling artifacts increases, attack power intensifies, and range extends, practically overwhelming those at the third level. Li Dingzhou laughed heartily, proclaiming, "The surprises do not end here. My martial prowess has also advanced. You honor, watch closely." Boom. Surrounding Li Dingzhou, his vital energy surged as he channeled his palms, merging his vitality into true energy. He unleashed a punch, striking a boulder over a zhang high in the courtyard. With a thunderous roar, the solid boulder, a zhang tall and 3 feet thick, exploded instantly, sending debris flying. Li Qingyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. How formidable! He mused inwardly. Such destructive power, in the realm of martial heroes, would surely be deemed a top-tier expert. Curiously, he asked, "Father, have you perhaps reached the innate master level among martial artists and cultivated innate true energy?" "Indeed," Li Dingzhou replied, his spirits high. "After refining the Shaolin spirit pill, I have successfully broken through the 9 blood transformations. My vitality has undergone a qualitative change, and I have become an innate martial master." Li Qingyuan remarked, "It seems you have diligently practiced at the 3rd level of qi refinement for many years, building a solid foundation. And with the Shaolin spirit pill as the catalyst, you have both achieved breakthroughs. In the realm of mortals, an innate martial master can refine artifacts with true energy, executing a 100-step flying sword technique, striking enemies from 100 meters away, comparable to a 4th-level body refining practitioner." Li Dingzhou chuckled. "Indeed. I am now at the 4th level of qi refinement, having cultivated spiritual awareness, with innate true energy and body refinement at the 4th level. My current combat prowess positions me as a paragon within the family. Even against opponents at the 5th level of qi refinement, I could hold my own." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan quickly cautioned, "Father, in battles among cultivators, victory or defeat is influenced by artifacts, talismans, formations, medicinal pills, spiritual pets, and various factors. Our Li clan's foundation is too shallow. Please do not recklessly provoke those at the 5th or 6th levels of qi refinement. After all, the only artifact at your disposal is this star sword, which is merely a low-grade 1st-tier artifact." Li Dingzhou. He glared, exclaiming, "You brat. Now you dare to lecture your father. Rest assured, I am well aware of my capabilities." Li Dingzhou, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "If I were a reckless person, I would not have lived to this day." He stowed away his magical artifact and unfastened the pouch at his waist, saying, "Here lie 15 spirit stones, the wealth my father has accumulated over the years. Originally, I intended to purchase a minor essence nurturing pill to advance to the 4th layer of qi refinement." At this point, a proud smile graced Li Dingzhou's face as he continued, "I never expected that, owing to your exceptional spiritual root. The clan leader graciously bestowed upon me a minor essence nurturing pill." Li Qingyuan humbly replied, "Father, having already entered the 4th layer of qi refinement, it is time for you to consider acquiring a mid-grade 1st-tier magical artifact." Upon hearing this, Li Dingzhou sighed deeply. A mid-grade 1st-tier magical artifact costs over 100 spirit stones. Do you believe our family can afford such an expense? Li Qingyuan echoed his father's sigh, realizing that their financial situation remained dire. "You honor," Li Dingzhou said, "your remarkable spiritual root signifies the future of our clan. You require the spirit stones more than I do." "Thank you, Father," Li Qingyuan responded as he accepted the spirit stones. The sound of the stones clinking together in the pouch was akin to the delightful chime of mahjong tiles, a melodious sound to the ear. This pouch was merely an ordinary money pouch. A storage bag was a luxury beyond the means of the Li family. Li Dingzhou continued, "Once you cultivate your first wisp of spiritual energy and officially enter qi refinement, you will be able to refine the spirit stones to enhance your cultivation speed. With these 15 spirit stones, combined with the monthly resources provided by the clan, you may achieve the consummation of the 1st layer of qi refinement within a year. A year to reach the perfection of the 1st layer of qi refinement. Such a cultivation speed was beyond Li Dingzhou's wildest dreams. Yet, it seemed entirely feasible for his son. Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "Father, I have already entered qi refinement. Look." He activated the Great Chuan technique, and a wisp of spiritual energy emanated from his palm. "Spiritual energy?" Li Dingzhou was momentarily taken aback, then elatedly exclaimed, "Haha, you have already cultivated spiritual energy and entered qi refinement? Splendid, splendid. When did this happen?" Li Qingyuan replied, "Earlier this afternoon, just a short while ago. The clan leader and the Grand Elder are already aware." "Oh, by the way." Li Qingyuan seemed to recall something and added, "Father, the clan leader mentioned that early tomorrow morning, a family meeting will be convened for all cultivators above the 4th layer of qi refinement." Upon hearing this, Li Dingzhou's lips curled into a smile. "Very well. I understand. After stagnating at the third layer of chi refinement for several years, the opportunity to showcase his recent breakthrough before others and witness the astonished expressions of the clan members was exhilarating. Just the thought filled him with anticipation. Father, I shall return to my cultivation, Li Qingyuan declared, eager with the 15 spirit stones he had received. In the confines of his room, Li Qingyuan extracted the 15 spirit stones and murmured, collect. In the next moment, within the mysterious spatial realm, the 15 spirit stones were absorbed, duplicated, and instantly transformed into 30 spirit stones. I'm in luck. 30 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan took out the spirit stones and spirit rice, placing them into their respective pouches. 30 spirit stones and 20 pounds of spirit rice. Li Qingyuan pondered, it seems I must find a reason to live apart from my parents. Otherwise, the sudden influx of cultivation resources, particularly the spiritual rice, would be too conspicuous and difficult to explain. This is not a matter of distrust towards my parents, but rather a concern that once the secret is revealed, it could endanger not only them but also our entire clan. An innocent man may suffer for possessing a treasure. The Xianin space must remain confidential. Apart from myself, no one else can be informed. The following morning, the Li clan held a family meeting. In the conference hall, the clan leader Li Guanao, the elder, the second elder, and 5 fourth-level chi refinement practitioners arrived one after another. Li Dingzhou, filled with joy, strode into the hall and clasped his fists, saying, Dingzhou pays respects to the clan leader, the elder, and the second elder. Dingzhou, what brings you here? A middle-aged man inquired. Uncle has summoned us for a family meeting. According to clan rules, you should withdraw. If you have matters to discuss, wait until the meeting concludes. The uncle referred to as naturally the clan leader Li Guanao. Upon hearing this, Li Dingzhou chuckled and replied, Brother Dingen, I have come to participate in the family meeting. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped Li Dingzhou, and a magical artifact flew from his waist as he wielded his sword with spiritual consciousness. Dingen was taken aback. Dingzhou, you have reached the 4th level of chi refinement? The other 4 4th-level chi refinement practitioners were equally astonished. After a moment, the crowd regained their composure and congratulated him. Brother Dingzhou, congratulations on advancing to the mid-stage of chi refinement. Dingen smiled. Excellent. With Brother Dingzhou stepping into the 4th level, our Li clan gains another mid-stage chi refinement practitioner. The clan leader and the 2 elders exchanged glances, their faces revealing smiles. Clan leader Li Guanao cleared his throat and said, Please take your seats. The meeting shall commence. As everyone settled down, Li Guanao sighed deeply and spoke with resignation. Esteemed members, yesterday afternoon, representatives from the Foundation Establishment Clan, the Liu family, paid us a visit. They have issued a decree that starting this year, our resource offerings will be increased by 10%. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered members shifted dramatically. Chapter 009. The Li Clan of Immortals, united in purpose. What? An additional 10% tribute? This means that a staggering 60% of the family's total annual revenue would be siphoned off by the Foundation Establishment sect, the Liu clan. That amounts to 600 spirit stones. The second elder seethed with indignation, exclaiming, The Liu clan is exceedingly domineering. Their intent is to utterly drain us, leaving us with no capacity to bolster our family's influence. In that moment, every cultivator of the Li clan was filled with righteous fury. Li Dingzhou gritted his teeth. Joining in the condemnation of the Liu clan, Li Dingen inquired, Uncle, have you acquiesced? Li Guanao retorted, Could I possibly refuse? Upon hearing this, the assembly fell silent. Liu Ho Island, encompassing over 3,000 miles, rendered the Foundation Establishment sect, the Liu clan, akin to deities. With a mere wave of their hands, they could dispatch 2 or 3 mid-stage chi refinement cultivators, and within a day, they could lay waste to Yanqi Mountain, annihilating the Li clan entirely. Seated at the head of the table, Li Guanao stated, With the year's end approaching, we have less than a month until tribute is due. Let us all report on this year's earnings from the family's various enterprises. Let us begin with the elder. The elder cleared his throat, producing the account book, and declared, This year, the spirit plants I cultivated have yielded a profit of 300 spirit stones after deducting costs. At this pronouncement, the crowd perked up. Li Guanao took the account book and perused its contents, smiling with satisfaction as he remarked, The elder has made significant contributions to the sustenance of the clan. The Li clan's annual total revenue is approximately 1,000 spirit stones, subject to slight fluctuations. The elder alone contributed nearly 1/3 of that sum. At this juncture, the second elder interjected, This year, The earnings from the clan's hunting team remained consistent with last year, generating a profit of 200 spirit stones. He then submitted his account book. Li Dingyan added, "Uncle, the yield of yuan iron stones has remained stable at around 1,000 pounds annually, resulting in 100 spirit stones after sales. Yuan iron stones serve as auxiliary materials for crafting first-tier magical instruments, priced at 10 spirit coins per pound, with 1 spirit stone purchasing 10 pounds. Thus, 1,000 pounds of yuan iron stones are valued at 100 spirit stones." This was Li Dingzhou's first attendance at a family meeting, and as he listened to the reports of various earnings, he gained a clearer understanding of the family's enterprises and revenue. At this moment, he noticed the elder S3 Mises stepping forward. She was the sole possessor of spiritual roots among the second generation of the elder S lineage. Li Dingfang respectfully presented the account book, stating, "Honorable clan leader, this year's harvest of spirit rice was abundant, reaching over 5,000 pounds. In accordance with past practices, 5,000 pounds of spirit rice have been sold, with the remaining hundreds stored in the family's treasury. The sale of spirit rice yielded 250 spirit stones. Regarding the spirit fields, Li Dingzhou was well informed. The 100 acres of spirit fields were divided in half, with 50 acres being rotated annually. This rotation ensures the fertility and spiritual essence of the fields, allowing for sustainable cultivation. Each year, only 50 acres are cultivated while the other 50 rest for a year to replenish their fertility, enabling them to be cultivated the following year. Lingmi is an annual crop, yielding approximately 100 gene per mu, resulting in an output of around 5,000 gene from 50 mu, with fluctuations. Sometimes there is a bountiful harvest, while at other times, the yield barely exceeds 4,000 gene. This year, however, the harvest has been abundant, with several hundred more gene of Lingmi. Li Guanao, filled with great satisfaction, remarked with a smile, "The bountiful harvest of Lingmi is surely due to the hard work of Li Dingfang." Li Dingfang humbly stepped back, saying, "I dare not take credit. It is all thanks to the strength of our family." Finally, Li Dingqian offered a slight bow and stated, "Patriarch, this year, the black-toothed fragrant pigs and the unicorn zebras our family has raised have not had many surviving offspring. The black-toothed fragrant pigs were sold to restaurants, and the unicorn zebras to merchants. The total revenue barely reached 50 spirit stones, which is only half of last year's earnings." Li Dingzhou understood that the black-toothed fragrant pig is a first-tier initial-stage demon beast with exquisite meat, favored by qi refinement cultivators. As for the unicorn zebra, it too is a first-tier initial-stage demon beast, robust and strong in adulthood, known for its gentle temperament, capable of covering 300 miles a day, making it an excellent mode of transportation. Li Guanao stroked his beard and said, "No matter, this year's profits may be insufficient, but we shall strive harder next year." Li Dingqian quietly withdrew, replying, "Yes." Li Guanao continued, "Lastly, I shall address my own contributions. This year, the talisman paper I produced, aside from supplying the family's hunting team and serving as cultivation resources for our family cultivators, generated 200 spirit stones from sales." The Grand Elder remarked, "Patriarch, your efforts are commendable. Not only must you labor for the family's growth, but you also provide talisman paper to our cultivators as means of defense and offense. Otherwise, the talisman paper you create would surely be the family's most significant source of profit." The second elder nodded in agreement, "Indeed. Without the talisman paper provided by the patriarch, the casualties and losses among our family cultivators would be incalculable." The assembly echoed, "For the family, the patriarch has worked tirelessly." Li Guanao raised his hand to quiet them, stating, "All is for the family." He calculated and announced, "The family's earnings this year are approximately 100 spirit stones." He then produced the account book, saying, "This details the family's expenditures. Please take a look. The current inventory of spirit stones stands at a mere 550. Li Guanao sighed, "I never anticipated that the Liu family would demand such exorbitant taxes, an additional 10%. Consequently, we still lack 50 spirit stones for our offerings. With less than a month to replenish this deficit, time is of the essence." Amidst the crowd, Li Dingzhou produced 3 spirit stones, his face flushed with embarrassment, stating, "Patriarch, I regret that I can only offer these 3 spirit stones, as I must also cultivate my son, who has been identified this year as possessing 4 spirit roots." Li Dingyan gritted his teeth and retrieved 10 spirit stones, declaring, "Uncle, the family is in need, and I am willing to lend my support." The Grand Elder and the Second Elder exchanged glances, and each presented 15 spirit stones. Li Dingfang and Li Dingqian also contributed 10 spirit stones each. Observing this, Li Guanao felt a sense of great relief and joy, exclaiming, "Haha, splendid. You all have done wonderfully. As long as our Li clan unites with unwavering resolve, we need not worry about the prosperity of our family." Soon, we gathered 50 spiritual stones, totaling 600, sufficient for our needs. Li Guanao commanded, "Everyone, you may return home. Dingzhou, remain here." The crowd respectfully withdrew, replying, "Yes, clan leader." In no time, only the clan leader, the grand elder, the second elder, and Li Dingzhou remained in the hall. The clan leader inquired, "Dingzhou, are you aware of the matter regarding Xiaoqing Yuan's entry into the realm of qi refinement?" Li Dingzhou smiled, "Indeed, I am. That child has truly bestowed a remarkable surprise upon our family. In merely 10 days, he has successfully cultivated his first wisp of spiritual energy, entering the realm of qi refinement." Li Guanao stated, "Not only that, but I have also discovered that Xiaoqing Yuan possesses an exceptionally powerful innate soul. This will facilitate his consolidation of spiritual awareness and make his advancement into the mid-stage of qi refinement much easier. When his spiritual awareness transforms into divine consciousness, he will hold even greater advantages. The probability of his foundation establishment is higher than we anticipated." Li Dingzhou expressed his delight, a powerful innate soul. The second elder also wore a face of joy, eagerly proclaiming, "The future of our Li celestial clan rests upon Xiaoqing Yuan. If he can successfully establish his foundation, our clan will ascend to the ranks of foundation-building celestial clans." Li Guanao continued, "Thus, I have retained your presence to announce a matter. I resolutely declare that, regardless of the difficulties our family faces, Xiaoqing Yuan's resources for cultivation must never be lacking. If necessary, I shall draw more talismans daily and make additional trips to the market to exchange them for spiritual stones." The second elder immediately concurred, "Indeed, if it comes to that, I shall exert myself further and hunt more first-tier demonic beasts. I can also cultivate additional spiritual plants." The grand elder echoed this sentiment, filled with motivation and fervor. The mere thought of a future foundation-building cultivator emerging from their clan, envisioning the Li clan as a foundation-building celestial clan capable of governing a territory spanning 1,000 miles, ignited their spirits and resolve. Li Guanao expressed his satisfaction. "Indeed, 70 years is the prime time for striving. The three of us, though aged, can still contribute to the vitality of our family." Li Dingzhou, filled with ardor, proclaimed, "Second elder, I have now stepped into the 4th layer of qi refinement, and I can contribute even more in the hunt for demonic beasts. For the sake of Yuan, as his father, I shall also strive with all my might." Chapter 010, The Second Layer of Qi Refinement. 3 days later, at the heart of Yunxia Mountain, before a quaint wooden cabin, Mother Qianshoyun sorrowfully remarked, "Yuan, you are but 7 years old. Why would you need to live alone in seclusion for cultivation? My dear child, the home is not devoid of the means to practice. Your father and I will not disturb you." Li Qingyuan smiled and replied, "Mother, I shall only come here to cultivate and meditate during the day. I will return home to rest at night." However, before Qianshoyun could voice further concerns, Li Dingzhou interjected, "Enough, enough. What do you, a woman, understand? You must realize that this place is the core of our family's spiritual vein, merely 100 paces from our family's herb field, rich in spiritual energy, making it an unparalleled site for cultivation. Others cannot even dream of coming here. If it were not for the orders of the clan leader, the elder, and the second elder, Yuan would not have this opportunity." Upon hearing this, Qianshoyun could only acquiesce. As a mother, she could not hinder her son's prospects if it was beneficial for him. Soon, the relocation was complete. Li Qingyuan waved and said, "Father, mother, I will cultivate during the day and return home at night." "Understood," replied Li Dingzhou and Qianshoyun as they gradually departed. Qianshoyun lamented, "This child has always had a strong will." Li Dingzhou wrapped his arm around his wife's slender waist and teased, "Yunmei, shall we have another child?" Qianshoyun blushed, nudged Li Dingzhou, and scolded, "Are you insane?" After a pause, she added, "Such matters should be discussed at home in the evening." "Haha, very well." Li Dingzhou laughed heartily. Inside the wooden cabin, Li Qingyuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had acquired a place for seclusion. Although the family's spiritual vein was a fragmented first-tier vein, it was still abundant in spiritual energy in this core area. Next, he resolved to diligently cultivate and strive for the second layer of qi refinement. Li Qingyuan immediately assumed a cross-legged position, hands resting on his dantian, a spiritual stone clasped in his palms. He silently recited the incantation of the Great Chuan Gong. Beginning to absorb the spiritual energy and enter into seclusion for cultivation. Concentrate the breath in the dantian, drawing in the spiritual essence. The heart, like the great Chuan, embraces the universe. Inhale and exhale like the tides through the meridians, as spiritual resonance converges in the purple palace. Li Qingyuan became completely engrossed, oblivious to the passage of time. Days turned into weeks. Each morning, before dawn, Li Qingyuan would set out to the heart of the spiritual vein to cultivate in seclusion. At noon, he would prepare spiritual rice, pairing it with 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, consuming half a pound of spiritual rice, which amounted to 3 bowls of rice. After lunch, he would take a brief respite and continue his cultivation in the afternoon. Dinner was also self-prepared, maintaining a regimen of 2 meals daily. Over the course of a day, he would consume a pound of spiritual rice. Initially, Li Qingyuan refined a single spiritual stone every 3 days, then every 2 days. And eventually, his speed increased to 1 spiritual stone per day. With 32 spiritual stones and 20 pounds of spiritual rice, he exhausted his resources in less than a month. Throughout this month, with daily access to spiritual stones and a steady supply of spiritual rice, Li Qingyuan made remarkable progress. In the second month, and then the third. At the beginning of each month, Father Li Dingzhou would punctually deliver the family resources, a spirit stone and 10 pounds of spirit rice. Li Dingzhou, accompanied by the second elder and others, hunted magical beasts, with a cultivation level of the 4th layer in both qi refinement and body refinement. His combat prowess was nearly on par with the second elder, allowing him to slay numerous first-tier low-grade spirit beasts. The majority of the hunting gains were surrendered, followed by a distribution based on labor. The spirit stones obtained by Li Dingzhou were directly exchanged for spirit rice, which he sent to his son, Li Qingyuan. With his father's support, Li Qingyuan's monthly cultivation resources amounted to 1 spirit stone and 20 pounds of spirit rice. At the beginning of each month, upon receiving these resources, Li Qingyuan's first act was to store them in the Shinpin space, duplicating them. Consequently, his monthly cultivation resources were effectively 2 spirit stones and 40 pounds of spirit rice. However, within just 2 days, the 2 spirit stones were consumed. Following that, each day was spent consuming spirit rice, meditating to refine qi, and absorbing the faint spiritual energy of the rice, drawing in the essence of the spiritual veins for his own use. The absence of spirit stones meant that Li Qingyuan's cultivation speed was significantly slower than in the first month. Yet, he remained calm, diligently practicing day after day in seclusion. Cultivating immortality requires one to endure solitude. In his previous life, due to a congenital heart condition, Li Qingyuan often found himself accompanied by loneliness, with few friends. Embracing solitude, overcoming it, and finding solace in it had become second nature. Moreover, this life was dedicated to the pursuit of immortality. With his heart set on cultivation, Li Qingyuan felt no trace of loneliness. He was wholly absorbed in the joy of practice, relishing the sensation of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians. His steadfast nature brought great comfort to the clan leader, the eldest elder, and the second elder, who praised him as the prodigal son of the Li family, destined to become a foundational figure in the future. Before he knew it, 6 months had passed. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, with 4 spirit stones before him, Li Qingyuan mused, "A month ago, I sensed that I had reached the pinnacle of the first layer of qi refinement. Now, after a month of consolidation and refinement, this bottleneck has become increasingly clear. With the spirit stones from last month combined with this month's, I have a total of 4 spirit stones, which should enable me to break through this bottleneck and ascend to the second layer of qi refinement." With that, Li Qingyuan grasped the spirit stones, holding 2 in one hand, and began to breathe steadily, silently channeling the Dechun Gong. A humming sound resonated as spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, coursing through his meridians, gathering in his palms, drawing in the energy from the spirit stones, and integrating it into his circulation. Simultaneously, the thin spiritual energy of the surrounding environment coalesced and entered his body, following the guidance of Dechun Gong. An hour passed, then 2, and finally 3. At last, with a sudden jolt, Li Qingyuan's body trembled as the spiritual energy within him seemed to reach a critical point, breaking through barriers. And a significant wave of spiritual pressure radiated from his body. This surge of spiritual pressure generated a gust of wind that stirred the air within the room. With a deep exhale, Li Qingyuan released a breath of turbid air, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "I've reached the second layer of qi refinement." After 6 months of training, achieving the second layer of qi refinement at such a pace far surpassed that of other seedlings in the family by tenfold. The reasons for this were manifold. Firstly, Li Qingyuan possessed 3 spiritual roots, and they were of the high-quality variety, enabling him to cultivate at an accelerated rate. Furthermore, his innate spirit was exceptional, with an understanding and intellect that surpassed that of other 7-year-olds, greatly aiding his comprehension of cultivation techniques. Additionally, the Xianpin space provided a doubling of resources, affording him a considerable wealth of cultivation materials, which were unattainable by other aspiring immortals, particularly in the first month. With 32 spirit stones at his disposal, his progress was remarkably swift. It was through the confluence of these various factors that Li Qingyuan was able to ascend to the second layer of qi refinement within a mere 6 months. Having yet to fully refine all the spirit stones, he focused on their complete assimilation to solidify his newfound realm. Li Qingyuan remained humble and composed, continuing his practice diligently. After a day had passed, he succeeded in refining all the spirit stones, further stabilizing his qi refinement at the second layer, transforming the fluctuating essence into a grounded and contained force. At that moment, dawn had fully arrived. Li Qingyuan had spent a day and night in seclusion. The Grand Elder had once mentioned that upon reaching the second layer of qi refinement, he would impart the secrets of spell casting. With eager anticipation, Li Qingyuan stepped outside, exclaiming, "Now that I have attained the second layer of qi refinement, I can also pursue the art of spells." The pursuit of magical abilities is one of the obsessions of the Chinese in their quest for immortality. Spells, here I come. Chapter 011, The Mastery of Qi Blade Technique. The second marvel of the Xianpin space. Grand Elder, I have arrived. Li Qingyuan raced forward, stirring up a vigorous wind. The Grand Elder, Li Guangyao, was engaged in the art of spirit rain technique, nurturing the medicinal fields. With a simple gesture, he summoned his inner spiritual energy, harmonizing the celestial and aqueous essences to manifest a gentle rain. After completing the technique, he turned and inquired, "What brings you here today, young one?" For the past 6 months, Li Qingyuan had been in seclusion, utterly devoted to his cultivation on Yunxia Mountain, neglecting the mundane world of Yunxia Town. It was rare for the Grand Elders to catch a glimpse of him, often waiting a fortnight or more for a visit. Li Qingyuan scanned his surroundings, ensuring they were alone before activating the Dechuan Gong, emanating the aura of the second layer of qi refinement. He smiled and said, "Grand Elder, perhaps it is time for you to impart some spells to me." The second layer of qi refinement. The Grand Elder's eyes widened in astonishment as he pointed at Li Qingyuan, exclaiming, You have actually broken through to the second layer? How is this possible?" He nearly bit his own tongue in disbelief. "In just half a year, you've achieved the second layer of qi refinement?" Li Qingyuan chuckled. "You all said I was a genius, didn't you?" "Naturally, genius brings unexpected results," the Grand Elder remarked, "but your pace is truly astonishing." Initially, they had speculated that Li Qingyuan would reach the completion of the first layer of qi refinement in about a year, and then begin preparing to challenge the second layer. He never anticipated that Li Qingyuan would achieve the second layer in less than half that time. In truth, their predictions were not entirely erroneous. However, due to the Xianpin space and the exponential increase in resources, his cultivation speed had accelerated remarkably. "Ha ha ha, blessings upon the Li family," the Grand Elder exclaimed joyously. "Good child. You are indeed a prodigy. Now, tell me, what do you wish to learn? I shall teach you anything you desire." Li Qingyuan pondered for a moment before asking, "Grand Elder, what spells does our family possess?" "My father only knows 2 or 3 spells. What about you?" The Grand Elder stroked his beard, exuding a proud demeanor, and declared, "Our Li clan possesses a total of 6 first-tier spells. The spell levels are categorized into first tier, second tier, and third tier. First-tier spells are suitable for the qi refinement stage, while second-tier spells pertain to the foundation establishment stage. As for third-tier spells, only the legendary Golden Elixir realms can master them. The 6 first-tier spells within our clan are Qi Blade Technique, Fireball Technique, Earth Armor Technique, Spirit Rain Technique, Moon Shadow Technique, and Iron Arm Technique. The first, Qi Blade Technique, condenses one's spiritual energy, forming a blade of air that can slice through gold and jade with unparalleled sharpness." Li Qingyuan nodded. "It sounds quite formidable." The Grand Elder continued, "Spirit Rain Technique is widely practiced. It is designed specifically for spirit cultivators, primarily for irrigating spirit fields and cultivating spiritual herbs. Fireball Technique involves the high condensation of one's spiritual energy into a fireball for an offensive strike. In the realm of cultivation, Fireball Technique is the most prevalent first-tier spell. Earth Armor Technique transforms spiritual energy into a protective shell, as steadfast as a fortress, serving as a defensive spell. The iron arm technique, the dual arm iron transformation, possesses strength akin to that of an ox, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. Finally, there is the moonshadow technique, a form of movement-based magic that, once mastered, allows one to chase the moon as if it were light, leaving behind fleeting shadows that can confound adversaries, enabling effortless maneuvering. Li Qingyuan pondered for a moment and said, "Grand Elder, I wish to first learn offensive magic, beginning with the Qi Blade technique." "Very well." The Grand Elder responded with a smile. "I shall impart the Qi Blade technique to you. Observe closely." With a gentle lift of his hand, the Grand Elder activated his cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, slicing through the air with his hand to create a Qi blade. With successive motions, the Grand Elder unleashed a series of strikes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In quick succession, 3 Qi blades of varying length shot forth, piercing through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 blades struck trees several paces away, severing trunks as thick as a bowl with a smooth cut at the midpoint. The Grand Elder inquired, "Little Qingyuan, do you discern any differences?" Without hesitation, Li Qingyuan replied, 3 attacks, each Qi blade differing in length. The longer the blade, the greater the power. Correct? The Grand Elder affirmed, the Qi blade technique, like all magic, is categorized by proficiency, beginner, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. As a novice, one can produce a blade of 1 foot. Upon achieving minor accomplishment, 3 blades can be conjured. At major accomplishment, one can unleash blades of 7 feet. Should one reach perfection, a blade of 10 feet can be summoned, wielding immeasurable might. However, the Grand Elder added, to attain perfection in a first-tier spell, one must at the very least be a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. Furthermore, comprehension is equally vital. Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "Grand Elder, please teach me. I am eager to learn." "Very well, let us begin," the Grand Elder instructed. The cultivation of the Qi Blade technique is primarily divided into 3 steps, condensing spiritual energy, gathering energy into a blade, and releasing it to vanquish foes. Pay attention. I shall now convey the incantation to you. The elder and the youth engaged in a diligent exchange, one imparting wisdom while the other absorbed it with earnestness. Mastering spells, akin to the cultivation of martial arts, demands patience, focus, tranquility, and time, an endeavor that cannot be accomplished in a single leap. Li Qingyuan practiced repeatedly, experiencing failure time and again. By the end of the first day, he had barely managed to condense his spiritual energy according to the Qi Blade technique's requirements. 3 days later, he had become proficient in condensing spiritual energy and had taken initial steps towards gathering it into a blade. However, he still could not project the Qi blade to strike from a distance. 7 days passed. The Qi blade technique. Li Qingyuan concentrated his spiritual energy in his hand, sweeping his hand to unleash a 3-inch Qi blade that soared through the air and struck a small tree. With a crack, the tree, as thick as an arm, snapped in 2. Li Qingyuan rejoiced, "Ha ha, I have finally succeeded." Suddenly, a buzzing filled his mind. Within the mysterious space of the Xianpin, a shadowy figure materialized, indistinct in features, yet the flow of veins in the diagram of meridians could be discerned. Within this figure, spiritual energy flowed, demonstrating a textbook-perfect rendition of the perfected Qi Blade technique. Contrary to the teachings of the Grand Elder, the figure before him illuminated its meridians and acupoints, vividly showcasing the flow of spiritual energy, the refinement of that energy, and the process of concentrating it into a blade. Li Qingyuan observed with keen attention, experiencing a sudden enlightenment that revealed many of his shortcomings. The Grand Elder stroked his beard with satisfaction, remarking, "Your comprehension is indeed remarkable. It took me a fortnight to barely unleash a blade of energy during my early days. Subsequently, I spent an entire month just to grasp the basics, producing a 1-foot blade of energy. Yet you, in merely a week, have managed to conjure a 3-inch blade, barely mastering this first-tier spell, the energy blade technique." Li Qingyuan calmed his mind, connecting his consciousness to the Xianpin space, absorbing the guidance from the shadow within, and synchronizing his manipulation of spiritual energy with it. With a swift motion, he sent forth a 1-foot energy blade, cleaving through a tree trunk as thick as a bowl. The Grand Elder's eyelids twitched in shock, exclaiming, "A 1-foot energy blade? You have already entered the threshold." Gasping in astonishment, he wondered aloud, could the advantages of a powerful innate divine soul truly be this extraordinary? Li Qingyuan chuckled as he gazed at the severed tree. He had not anticipated that the Xianpin space would not only replicate resources, but also possess the remarkable ability to guide his cultivation. This sensation was simply exhilarating. It appeared that he needed to delve deeper into the mysteries of the Xianpin space to fully harness its potential. Suddenly, his second uncle rushed in, distressed. It's bad. The manager of the spirit fields, the Grand Elder's niece, Li Dingfang, has hurried here. Some members of the hunting team have been seriously injured. You must come quickly. What? Li Qingyuan's face turned pale with worry, for his father also served in the family's hunting team. The Grand Elder quickly reassured him, Do not panic, young Qingyuan. Let us go and see. He swiftly donned a medicine box, summoned his magical artifact, applied a lightness talisman, and lifted Li Qingyuan onto his sword, soaring towards the family hall. As the family's healer, he was well-versed not only in mundane medicine but also in various healing spells. In a third-rate qi refining family like the Li clan, every cultivator was a vital resource, and it was imperative to avoid any casualties. Chapter 012, Casualties. With a swift rush, the Grand Elder soared through the skies, covering a distance of 5 or 6 li in mere moments. After several breaths, the two arrived at the family hall. Father, Li Qingyuan exclaimed as he landed, immediately rushing towards his father. Father, you are injured? His eyes glistened with concern. Li Dingzhou ruffled Li Qingyuan's hair, feigning a hearty laugh. Do not worry, my son. Your old father is quite robust and will not perish easily. A cough escaped him, drawing attention to his injuries, as pain flickered across his face. He grimaced, gasping at the sharpness of his wounds. Li Qingyuan was deeply troubled. His father's ribs were injured, and his thigh bore deep claw marks, the wounds nearly 3 inches deep, having reached the bone. The Grand Elder stepped forward. Dingzhou, my dear nephew, allow me to tend to your injuries. With a hum, the Grand Elder channeled the Great Chun technique, utilizing the pure wood attribute spiritual energy adept at healing. Under its nurturing embrace, the bleeding ceased, and the wounds began to scab over. Subsequently, he cleansed the injuries, applied medicine, and bandaged them with care. Once Li Dingzhou's wounds were tended to, the Grand Elder continued to assist others, employing blood-stopping talismans and medicinal pills, ultimately binding their injuries as well. This time, even the second Elder had sustained injuries, necessitating treatment and bandaging. The family hunting team consisted of 10 members, led by the second Elder, who was at the 5th level of qi refinement. Among them, Li Dingzhou and 2 others were at the 4th level, totaling 3. The remaining 7 members were all at the 3rd level. Within the family, there were only 6 cultivators at the 4th level of qi refinement, including Li Dingzhou. Li Dingyan was tasked with leading the other 3rd and 2nd level cultivators, overseeing the family's Yuan ironstone mine, responsible for extraction, guarding, and sales. Li Dingfang managed the spiritual fields, an equally crucial responsibility. Li Dingxian was in charge of taming the family's spirit beasts, also significant for the family's income. For the sake of the family's progress and prosperity, everyone, from the patriarch and the 2 elders to the young seedlings over the age of 10, contributed their efforts. Li Qingyuan surveyed his surroundings and inquired, Father, where is Uncle Dingyuan? He has been serving in the hunting team as well, hasn't he? A sorrowful expression crossed Li Dingzhou's face as he sighed deeply. My son, your Uncle Dingyuan. Alas. Let us go to the family ancestral hall, Li Dingzhou declared, his face etched with grief. Soon, a group of them arrived at the ancestral hall. As Li Qingyuan entered, he was met with heart-wrenching cries. Father, please wake up. It is me, Qingqing, it is me. Father, look at me, please look at me. The wails pierced through the air. Li Qingyuan's body trembled as he stood frozen, unable to believe the scene before him. Uncle Dingyuan, he is gone. Beside Li Qingyuan stood a woman in her 30s, weeping uncontrollably, her tears cascading down as she cried out, Li Dingyuan, you must awaken. You cannot leave us. Without you, how shall we survive? Li Dingyuan, my elder brother. She was Dong'er, the wife of Dingyuan and Qingqing's mother. In the hall of the ancestral shrine, a lifeless body lay quietly, covered with a white cloth. Qingqing wept, as did her aunt, and the family members wore expressions of sorrow. Li Qingyuan could not help but shed tears as well. Uncle Dingyuan had a close bond with his father, and the 2 families often visited each other, akin to brothers. In their childhood, Uncle Dingyuan frequently took him and his sister Qingqing to play, and every time they returned from the mountains, whatever Qingqing received, he would also have a share. Qingqing. Li Qingyuan stepped forward, uncertain of how to console her. In the face of life and death, any comfort or words seemed utterly inadequate. Li Dingzhou's eyes reddened once more as he spoke in a low voice. During this hunt, we encountered 4 mid-stage, first-tier beasts. The second elder restrained one. I fought valiantly to hold back another. Cousins Dingxue and Dingming, both at the 4th level of qi refinement, led teams to confront the remaining beasts. Li Dingxue and Li Dingming were indeed younger than Li Dingzhou, both practitioners at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Li Dingzhou continued. During the battle, your uncle Ding Yuan was fatally wounded. A beast bit off one of his arms and struck his head, leading to his demise. In the final moments, the second elder, at a cost, managed to slay one beast. With the second elder's assistance, we were able to jointly defeat the second beast, turning the tide and annihilating all 4 beasts. Li Qingyuan's expression changed. For mid-stage first-tier beasts, mid-stage first-tier beasts correspond to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, which equates to practitioners at the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels. There were indeed 4 of them. Li Dingzhou, feeling a lingering fear, remarked, "Fortunately, none of these beasts matched the prowess of a 6th-level practitioner. Otherwise, our family hunting team would have suffered catastrophic losses, and even my life would have been forfeit." Li Qingyuan also felt a surge of dread. It is indeed perilous to hunt these beasts. Li Dingzhou continued solemnly. In the conflicts of mortals, where 2 nations clash, blood flows like rivers, and corpses pile high. We cultivators, in pursuit of resources, spirit stones, and strength, contend against heaven, earth, and each other, destined for relentless strife. Our Li clan produces only 3 to 5 seedlings of immortality each year, yet the number of family cultivators remains at 50 to 60, making growth difficult. Now, you understand why. Li Dingzhou gazed at his son. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath. I understand, father. The family produces seedlings of immortality each year, but simultaneously, cultivators also face injuries and deaths. Li Dingzhou added, it is not only hunting that is fraught with danger. Others in the family, when venturing out to sell yuan iron, spirit rice, spirit medicine, or spirit beasts, also face peril. Although Laya Island is guarded by a foundational clan, it is not entirely safe, with bandits lurking, preying upon the weak. Li Qingyuan's expression faltered. The outside world was indeed treacherous. He thought to himself, it seems I must refrain from venturing out until I possess the means to confront late-stage Qi refinement practitioners. At that moment, Li Qingyuan's mother, Chun Xiuyun, stepped forward. She helped Luo Donger to her feet and gently consoled her. Sister Donger, do not cry. Be careful not to harm your health. You still have Qingqing. She is the greatest hope of brother Ding Yuan and the future of your family. With tears cascading down her cheeks, the aunt embraced her daughter, Qingqing, tightly. Gazing upon the lifeless body of Li Dingyuan, she vowed in her heart, rest assured, brother Yuan, I shall nurture our Qingqing into adulthood, ensuring she becomes a true celestial master. At that moment, the clan leader spoke with a resonant voice. Li Dingyuan, a scion of the Li family, has sacrificed himself for our kin. His name shall be inscribed in the family's celestial records, enshrined in our ancestral hall, and honored with a tablet, receiving the veneration of future generations. All clan members would mourn for him for 3 days. The clan leader, Li Guanao, cast his gaze upon the frail and delicate form of Qingqing before ultimately declaring, the orphan daughter of Li Dingyuan, Li Qingqing, shall be regarded as a seedling of our family's celestial lineage. In accordance with our family's regulations, the provision of resources will be extended from 3 years to 5. Though Li Dingyuan had sacrificed his life, his daughter, a celestial seedling, had lost the nurturing guidance of her father. Thus, the family must shoulder the responsibility that rightfully belonged to Li Dingyuan, for he had laid down his life for the family. The Li clan has always been united, sharing both honor and disgrace. In this moment, the essence of family was vividly realized. A surge of recognition and emotion welled up within Li Qingyuan, who thought to himself, I truly cherish this warm and supportive family that stands together. Chapter 013, The 6 Laws of the Family, fully mastered. 3 days later, Li Dingyuan was laid to rest, entering the ancestral hall, where a memorial tablet was erected. This matter came to a conclusion. Upon returning home, my mother, Chen Xiuyun, bore a sorrowful expression, You honor. Over these past few days, your Aunt Donger has fainted from crying 3 times. Qingqing is still so young, alas. Li Dingzhou remarked, had it not been for our fortunate circumstances during the hunt, our family would have suffered grave losses. If I had not fortuitously achieved breakthroughs in both Qi refinement and body refinement, it would have been impossible for me to single-handedly restrain a beast with strength comparable to a 5th-layer Qi refinement creature. Moreover, if the clan leader had not provided us with 10 first-tier mid-grade talismans capable of inflicting damage on mid-stage spiritual beasts, the casualties would have been even more severe. Li Dingzhou, still shaken, continued, our safe return was largely due to luck. Nevertheless, our gains were considerable. He contemplated the hunting team, in addition to pursuing beasts, was also tasked with gathering spiritual plants. During this expedition, which lasted over a month, we harvested 13 first-tier spiritual plants, 2 of which were of mid-grade quality. The Grand Elder estimated their worth to be no less than 50 spirit stones. Li Dingzhou added, "Furthermore, we hunted 7 early-stage spiritual beasts and 4 mid-stage ones. When calculated, the total value approaches 100 spirit stones. The bounty from this expedition nearly rivals the earnings from half a year of hunting in previous years." Having said this, Li Dingzhou produced 5 spirit stones and stated, "You honor, my contribution during this hunt ranks just below the second elder, yielding these 5 spirit stones. Take them all." He raised his cup to sip tea, adding, "May you soon achieve complete mastery of the first layer of qi refinement and swiftly advance to the second layer." Li Qingyuan smiled, channeling the Great Chuan technique, revealing the aura of the second layer of qi refinement, and declared, "Father, I have already reached the second layer of qi refinement." With a splutter, Li Dingzhou coughed, exclaiming, "Cough, cough. The second layer of qi refinement? You have attained the second layer." His mother, Qin Shouyun, was equally astonished, unable to believe, "You honor, you are already at the second layer. But you have only been cultivating for half a year." Li Dingzhou, shaking off his gloom, laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Excellent. Truly, you are my son, the prodigy of the Li clan. In just 6 months, you have reached the second layer of qi refinement. You are indeed a genius." With a serious demeanor, Li Dingzhou cautioned, "Yunmei, regarding Yuaner's cultivation, it must remain a secret. Understood?" Qin Shouyun shot him a glance and replied, "I am not foolish. I certainly know the importance of discretion." Li Dingzhou inquired, "Yuaner, who else is aware of your cultivation?" Li Qingyuan replied, "I broke through 7 days ago, and currently, only you, mother, grandfather clan leader, and grandfather grand elder know. I suspect grandfather second elder is also aware by now." Li Dingzhou nodded. "From now on, you must inform the clan leader, grand elder, and second elder each time you achieve a breakthrough. These 3 hold positions of authority in our Li clan. The more of a genius you are, the more they will value you and invest resources in your cultivation." Li Qingyuan nodded. "Father, I understand. I shall now return to my cultivation." Li Qingyuan took 5 spirit stones and left his home, heading straight for his secluded courtyard. Within the courtyard, he placed the 5 spirit stones into the mystical space, whereupon duplicating them, his resources doubled to 10 spirit stones. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Li Qingyuan meditated while holding the spirit stones, absorbing the ethereal energy. At the second level of qi refinement, he was still akin to an ant within the vast expanse of over 3,000 miles surrounding Luwa Island. Any unforeseen event could lead to his demise. The death of Li Dingyuan not only filled him with sorrow, but also instilled a sense of urgency in Li Qingyuan's cultivation mindset. Following this, the development of the Li family's celestial lineage encountered occasional setbacks, yet overall, it remained relatively tranquil. After 6 months, Li Qingyuan progressed to the second level of qi refinement, garnering increased attention from the clan leader and the elders. After clandestine discussions, the 3 elders unanimously decided to augment the resources allocated to him. Henceforth, Li Qingyuan would receive 2 spirit stones and 20 pounds of spiritual rice each month. Additionally, his father, Li Dingzhou, provided 5 pounds of spiritual rice monthly and would occasionally bestow 1 or 2 spirit stones every few months. With the resources duplicated in the mystical space, Li Qingyuan's monthly allocation amounted to 4 spirit stones and 50 pounds of spiritual rice, excluding the occasional gifts from his father. Immersed in his cultivation, Li Qingyuan also spent leisure moments with his younger sister, Qingqing, comforting her sadness and guiding her in her own cultivation. In addition to refining his spiritual energy, he diligently practiced spells. The family's 6 spells, all first-tier and applicable during the qi refinement phase, included Qi Blade Technique, Fireball Technique, Earth Armor Technique, Spirit Rain Technique, Moon Shadow Technique, and Iron Arm Technique, each being diligently cultivated. Not only did the elder grandfather enjoy offering him guidance, but the clan leader and the second elder also took pleasure in instructing him during their free time. It seemed the 3 elders relished nurturing a prodigy, deriving satisfaction from the process of cultivation. With the mystical space at his disposal and 6 first-tier spells, as long as he could manage to cast them, he would receive guidance from the space, thereby enhancing his proficiency. The insights from the mystical space proved to be akin to a textbook. Li Qingyuan's comprehension was indeed remarkable. A year later, he had mastered all 6 family spells, each reaching the minor achievement level. The reason for their only minor success was that he remained at the second level of qi refinement, still distant from the mid-qi refinement stage. with a smile of satisfaction. Li Qingyuan remarked, "After a year of diligent practice, I have made significant progress in qi refinement, nearing perfection." He awakened his spiritual root at the age of 7.5, achieving the second level of qi refinement within 6 months. Now, at the tender age of 9, he had mastered 6 first-tier spells and was approaching perfection in the second level of qi refinement. For Li Qingyuan, the path of cultivation was neither tedious nor monotonous. Rather, he found joy in it. The pursuit of cultivation and longevity had deeply embedded itself within him, becoming an obsession. As time flowed on, another year passed in the blink of an eye. By this time, Li Qingyuan had been cultivating for 2.5 years, and he was now 10 years old. On this day, Li Qingyuan prepared himself meticulously, ready to challenge the third level of qi refinement. 3 months prior, he had achieved perfection at the second level and was now poised to advance to the third level. Li Qingyuan pondered, "In order to solidify my foundation and ensure that each realm is perfected and flawless, I devoted an additional 3 months to meticulous refinement. Alongside the patient honing of my spiritual power, I also prepared spiritual stones. Over the course of 3 months, the family allocated 6 spiritual stones, which, when duplicated, amounted to 12. My father contributed 2 spiritual stones, which doubled to 4. Thus, I possessed a total of 16 spiritual stones, ensuring a stable breakthrough this time." Li Qingyuan felt a surge of confidence, for his own realm had been meticulously polished, allowing for a breakthrough even without the spiritual stones. Nevertheless, to achieve a more rapid and stable advancement, as well as to swiftly consolidate his realm and fortify his magical energy, he prepared the 16 spiritual stones. Sitting cross-legged, Li Qingyuan held a spiritual stone in each hand, circulating the Great Chun technique to absorb the celestial spiritual energy, refining the stones to break through the bottleneck. Chapter 14. The third layer of qi refinement, father and son duel. Several hours later, a resonant hum filled the air as Li Qingyuan emanated a palpable aura. A surge of spiritual energy radiating from within. An intangible barrier dissipated effortlessly, as if the waters had flowed seamlessly. As anticipated, this breakthrough proved remarkably straightforward. Exhaling a deep breath of stale air, Li Qingyuan completed the final cycle of his Great Chun Gong, channeling his energy back to his Dantian. Of the 16 spirit stones, only 4 had been consumed. A faint smile graced his lips, his heart brimming with joy as he declared, "Next, I shall refine all the spirit stones to thoroughly solidify my realm." For the following week, Li Qingyuan consumed spiritual rice daily and refined spirit stones. In just a few days, his cultivation reached the third layer of qi refinement, the spiritual energy within him coalescing, as though he had resided in this realm for months. At the tender age of 10, he had attained the third layer of qi refinement. Li Qingyuan chuckled, "Such a pace of cultivation is indeed rare. Even among the foundational celestial clans, the foundation stage is within reach." Upon concluding his retreat, Li Qingyuan departed from his secluded abode and made his way home. In the courtyard, his father, Li Dingzhou, practiced martial arts, his bare torso revealing sinewy muscles, fierce and formidable. Wielding a long blade, his vital energy surged like mercury. Martial true energy erupting forth. With each flourish of his blade, the air was split as he cleaved through boulders, wooden stakes, and stone tablets, cracking the very ground beneath him. In a flurry of activity, the family training grounds were engulfed in swirling dust and resonant bursts of spiritual energy. Li Qingyuan marveled. A preternatural martial master at the mid-stage of body refinement, truly terrifying. Indeed, for those at the foundational level of qi refinement, the martial arts of mortals held certain merits. Li Qingyuan had often heard his father speak of martial arts. The path of martial cultivation involves 9 transformations of blood. By practicing breathing techniques alongside special elixirs that fortify the body and enhance vitality, one can undergo 9 metamorphoses of vital energy, rendering it as potent as mercury and as strong as an ox. After these 9 transformations, the quality of the vital energy transforms, giving rise to martial true energy and culminating in the innate stage. Innate true energy possesses the capability to strike foes from afar, delivering punches that breach 3 inches of defense, swords that unleash 4 feet of brilliance, and the ability to emit blade energy, sword energy, and fist power. Furthermore, it can be combined with blood refinement techniques to temper artifacts, allowing true energy to command swords and slay adversaries from a distance. In the realm of mortals, one has never lacked for innate martial generals capable of vanquishing foes with 100 paces of flying swords. The combat prowess of a preternatural martial master rivals that of a mid-stage body refinement practitioner. However, without spiritual roots, a mortal martial master is unable to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, rendering them unable to harness it for their own use, thus limiting their advancement. Watching his father practice martial arts stirred a desire within Li Qingyuan, prompting him to say, "Father, could you suppress your cultivation to the third layer of qi refinement and spar with me?" The people of his nation held a fervent obsession with cultivation, yearning not only for flight and supernatural abilities but also for the thrill of combat. Li Dingzhou halted, sheathing his blade, his vital energy blazing, his true energy radiating. In a sonorous voice, he replied, "The third layer of qi refinement? Would that not be unfair to you? I shall directly suppress my cultivation to the second layer." With that he gestured, and the long blade flew back to its sheath with the swiftness of a shooting star. Li Qingyuan chuckled, "Father, I would prefer if you displayed your third layer of qi refinement prowess. For the reason that boom." Li Qingyuan activated the Great Chun Gong. A torrent of spiritual energy surging forth from within, his cultivation realm manifesting. Li Dingzhou's eyes widened in astonishment. The qi refinement stage, the third level? You, my boy, have broken through again? After 2.5 years of cultivation, you have reached the third level of qi refinement. Such a rapid advancement is something I have never witnessed nor heard of in my lifetime. In my youth, possessing the 5 spiritual roots, I received family resources every 3 months, 1 spirit stone and 10 pounds of spiritual rice, free for 3 years. It took me half a year just to enter the first level of qi refinement, and a full 5 years to achieve perfection in that stage, only to reach the second level in the same year. Subsequently, I dedicated myself to serving the family, gradually accumulating spirit stones for further cultivation. And it took me another decade to attain perfection in the second level of qi refinement. After 3 years of stagnation at that level, I finally broke through the shackles and entered the third level, but by then I was already 25 years old. In the years that followed, I spent another 15 years achieving perfection in the third level, yet I remained trapped at this realm, lacking any senior cultivators in my family. My path was fraught with difficulties, relying solely on the early training from my family and my own relentless efforts. However, by the age of 40, I was still unable to break through to the fourth level of qi refinement or to cultivate spiritual awareness. That year, I accepted my fate and chose a gentle and graceful wife from the mortal realm of Yunxia town, Chen Xiuyan, who was then 19. The following year, Li Qingyuan was born. Thus, Li Dingzhou is now 51 years old. Nevertheless, due to my dual cultivation of both qi refinement and body refinement, I remain unscathed by ailments, robust and strong. And my youthful appearance belies my age, making me seem merely 37 or 38. Observing my 10-year-old son, who has already displayed the prowess of the third level of qi refinement, I am overwhelmed with excitement and disbelief. Finally, with pride, Li Dingzhou exclaimed, "Haha, splendid. Though I, Li Dingzhou, have lived a life of mediocrity, my son is an extraordinary genius. You honor, unleash your abilities. Let me see your talent in combat." Li Qingyuan summoned his spiritual energy, slicing through the air with a hand motion, declaring, "Father, be careful." With a swift motion, he executed the qi blade technique, condensing energy into a blade, achieving minor success. With a 3-foot-long qi blade, Li Dingzhou's eyes sparkled with approval. 3 feet of qi blade. Minor success in the qi blade technique, impressive. With a powerful punch, he shattered the 3-foot qi blade with his formidable vitality, demonstrating that he could suppress it without relying on innate true energy, merely utilizing his blood circulation technique. The explosive force of his vitality was remarkable. Li Qingyuan struck again, conjuring a fireball and launching it through the air. Li Dingzhou leaped forward, delivering a punch that transformed his vitality into a fist of light, obliterating the fireball technique, swiftly closing the distance to attack Li Qingyuan's chest. In a flash, Li Qingyuan activated the moonshadow technique, leaving behind an afterimage while his true self evaded the strike. Li Dingzhou praised, "Well done, young lad. The qi blade technique, fireball technique, and moonshadow technique all have reached minor success. However, you still seem a bit inexperienced." With that, Li Dingzhou leapt into action, his speed suddenly surging. Though not employing the moonshadow technique, he managed to catch up to Li Qingyuan with remarkable agility. This was a martial arts technique capable of unleashing a burst of vitality, resulting in a dramatic increase in speed. As he caught up, Li Dingzhou swiftly drew his hands apart, channeling energy into blades that sliced through the air. 2 energy blades, each measuring a full 3 feet, emerged, a manifestation of the qi blade technique. Li Qingyuan's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had no time for further contemplation as he thrust his palms forward, With a hum, his spiritual energy surged into his arms, rendering them as strong as iron. This was a family technique known as the iron arm technique. After solidifying his arms, Li Qingyuan braced himself to absorb the impact of the two energy blades, compressing them within his palms and employing his spiritual energy to form a barrier. Though he was sent hurtling backward, skidding along the ground for 7 or 8 paces, he ultimately succeeded in blocking the attack. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind struck, accompanied by a thunderous sound. Alarmed, Li Qingyuan quickly formed a hand seal, activating the earth armor technique, which cloaked him in a thick layer of earthen armor. With a sharp crack, Li Dingzhou delivered a powerful kick, striking Li Qingyuan in the ribs. The freshly conjured armor shattered upon impact, sending Li Qingyuan flying for several paces. He coughed, his blood surging backward, and pressed his hand against his ribs, his complexion paling. Remarkably, this was indeed his biological father. Had he not swiftly invoked the earth armor technique to mitigate most of the force, several ribs would surely have broken. Even with healing elixirs, recovery would require several days of rest. Li Dingzhou, with a sense of pride, remarked, "Well done, my boy. In your first battle, you adeptly utilized the family technique and maintained your composure in perilous moments, executing the optimal defense. It seems that not only do you possess exceptional cultivation talent, but your combat prowess is commendable as well." With a flourish of his garments, he gestured invitingly, saying, "You honor, let us continue. As cultivators, we may not relish in violence, yet we must be proficient in it." Chapter 15. The Patriarch's Surprise. Li Clan's Celestial Lineage, the Qilin Child. A father-son spar, a battle of wits and skills. Through simulated combat, Li Qingyuan gleaned invaluable insights. The execution of spells, the rhythm of combat, and the strategic arrangements of tactical traps, all these he learned profusely from his father. Although his father, Li Dingzhou, was not a prodigy in cultivation and possessed mediocre spiritual roots, he was rich in combat experience. Having engaged in battles with spirit beasts and fellow cultivators for over 40 years, thus he was well equipped to guide Li Qingyuan. As the evening sun set, his mother, Chun Xiuyun, returned from her labors to prepare dinner. After their meal, Li Dingzhou took Li Qingyuan outside, heading directly to the residence of the clan leader, Li Guangao. In this lineage of the clan, there were a total of 4 cultivators: the clan leader Li Guangao, his nephew Li Dingyan, his niece Li Dingqian, and his grandnephew Li Qilei. Li Dingyan was responsible for the family's Yuan ironstone mine, a fully realized 4th layer of qi refinement and a leading figure among the middle-aged generation at 52, 1 year senior to Li Dingzhou. Li Dingqian managed the family's spirit beast training, also at the 4th layer of qi refinement, and in her 40s, having taken a mortal husband but remaining within the family. Li Qilei, a contemporary of Li Qingyuan, was 15 years old, possessed 4 spiritual roots, and was currently a 2nd layer qi refinement cultivator, distinguished among the clan's promising youths. Clan leader Li Guangao, like his predecessors, resided alone for years in the core area of the spiritual vein, practicing in a small courtyard, drawing talismans, and contemplating the clan's development. "Grandfather, Qingyuan has come to see you." Outside the small house, Li Qingyuan respectfully bowed and greeted. Li Dingzhou added with respect. Disciple Li Dingzhou pays his respects to the clan leader. With a creak, the door opened, and Li Guangao's voice resonated. "Dingzhou, Qingyuan, come in." The father and son entered the room. In the living room, Li Guangao had already brewed tea, using telekinesis to pour 3 cups, smiling, "Come. Taste this spirit tea cultivated by the elder this year." "Thank you, clan leader." "Thank you, grandfather," said the father and son in unison, before savoring the tea. Li Qingyuan inhaled the rich aroma, took a delicate sip, and the flavor lingered delightfully on his palate, the spirit tea refreshing his spirit. Delicious. Truly worthy of being spirit tea. Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled as he finished a cup in one go. Li Guangao stroked his beard with a smile. Raising his cup to drink casually, "Dingzhou, why have you and your son come at this late hour? Is there something on your mind?" Li Dingzhou replied, "Clan leader, Qingyuan has reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement." "Pfft!" Li Guangao exclaimed in shock. "What? The 3rd layer of qi refinement?" Cough, cough. He was caught off guard by the spirit tea, his expression one of astonishment. Li Qingyuan chuckled and said, "Grandfather, please take a look." Boom. Li Qingyuan activated the Great Chuan skill, releasing his 3rd layer qi refinement prowess. Not only had he reached this level, but his spiritual energy was also well contained, suggesting he had stabilized his realm for 2 or 3 months. Only then did Li Guangao regain his composure, exclaiming joyfully, "Excellent, excellent. Not only have you broken through to the 3rd layer, but your spiritual energy is also restrained, and your realm is stable. Qingyuan, when did you make this breakthrough? Li Qingyuan responded, in reply to grandfather, I broke through a week ago. A week's time to stabilize your realm? Li Guan'ao, filled with both astonishment and delight, remarked, truly, you are the prodigy of the Li family, a child of exceptional talent in cultivation. The superior quality of your triple elemental roots is indeed formidable. With an expression of fervent excitement, he scrutinized Li Qingyuan, patting him on the shoulder and saying, well done, my boy. After merely 2.5 years of cultivation, at the tender age of 10, you have attained the 3rd level of qi refinement. At this pace, in 3 years you will undoubtedly reach the 4th level and awaken your spiritual consciousness. With an additional 20 years of rigorous training, breaking through the constraints of the 6th level should pose no challenge. Li Guan'ao's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he mused. A practitioner in the late stage of qi refinement in their 30s would be a rare talent on the entire Liuhou Island. Li Dingzhou also shared in the exhilaration. In a third-rate qi refinement family, the patriarch is typically a cultivator of the 6th level, with the occasional 7th-level practitioner emerging, barely qualifying for the late stage. In a second-rate family, both the patriarch and elders are mostly at the 7th or 8th level, with rare 9th-level cultivators. Throughout Liuhou Island, only the leaders of the 3 top-tier qi refinement families achieve the 10th level of completion, qualifying them for the foundational stage. Li Guan'ao continued, in the future, even if Qingyuan cannot establish a foundation, our Li family still harbors hopes of becoming a first-rate qi refinement family, ensuring our lineage thrives for at least a century. However, upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan felt a weight in his heart. If one only reaches the 7th level in their 30s, how close will they be to 60 by the time they achieve the 10th level? He pondered. 60 marks a critical juncture for attempting the foundational stage, akin to the threshold of advanced maternal age at 35 in the past. Beyond 60, the chances of success dwindle. Should one fail, the backlash of spiritual energy could lead to severe injury or even death. Even if one were to fortuitously succeed in establishing a foundation, their future potential would be limited. Unable to cultivate to the level of forming a core, an urgent thought surged through Li Qingyuan's mind. I need resources. I require spiritual stones. After a moment's reflection, he bowed deeply and said, Grandfather Patriarch, after 3 years of cultivating the family's celestial seedlings, it is customary for us to engage in the family's enterprises and contribute our efforts. Over the past 2 years, I have greatly benefited from the family's generosity and your guidance, allowing me to swiftly reach the 3rd level of qi refinement. Grandfather Patriarch, I wish to repay the family, to lay bricks for its development, and contribute my humble strength. Upon hearing this, Li Guan'ao felt a profound sense of satisfaction, stroking his beard and saying, Good child. Gratitude and reciprocity, I have not doted on you in vain. After a moment of contemplation, he added, Now that you are 10, it is time for you to familiarize yourself with the family enterprises. Furthermore, having reached the 3rd level, it is essential for a young person like you to engage with family members rather than remain secluded. However, Li Guan'ao hesitated. Once you reveal your strength, it will be impossible to conceal it. After all, our family lacks any techniques for concealing one's aura. Li Dingzhou concurred. Indeed, Qingyuan's cultivation must remain undisclosed. At the tender age of 10, possessing the cultivation of the 3rd layer of qi refinement, such a pace of advancement is indeed befitting of one with dual spiritual roots. Once his abilities are revealed to the world, it is inevitable that he will attract considerable attention, drawing the notice of other practitioners from qi refinement families. At that juncture, Qingyuan would find himself in peril. Li Guan'ao pondered for a moment and suggested, Why not accompany the Grand Elder in nurturing spiritual plants? He alone manages the family's medicinal fields. This way, your cultivation will remain undisclosed to others. Li Qingyuan shook his head and, bowing respectfully, replied, Grandfather clan leader, I wish to learn the art of talisman crafting. This declaration momentarily took Li Guan'ao aback. Li Dingzhou immediately rose and reproached, Qingyuan, do not speak so foolishly. The skill of talisman crafting was acquired by the clan leader through personal fortune in his youth. It is not a family inheritance, and you cannot covet it. Li Dingzhou hastily bowed, saying, Clan leader, Qingyuan is still young. Please forgive his impudence. Li Qingyuan was momentarily stunned, regaining his composure. The art of talisman crafting was not part of the family legacy. It was a unique skill obtained by the clan leader through serendipity, his prized expertise, and a means to earn spiritual stones. If it were to be passed on, it would be to disciples of their lineage. Li Qingyuan expressed his apologies, saying, I am sorry, grandfather clan leader. Before he could finish, Li Guangao readily consented, his eyes sparkling with delight. Very well, I agree. Do you truly believe I am like those antiquated old fools outside? Over the years, had it not been for the incompetence of the clan's disciples and the excessive resources required to cultivate a first-tier talisman master, my skills in talisman craft would not be left without successors. With a gleeful countenance, Li Guangao continued, Qing Yuan possesses exceptional comprehension, having mastered all 6 family techniques. And with his current cultivation at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, he is undoubtedly the perfect candidate to learn talisman crafting. Come to me tomorrow morning, and I shall impart to you the art of talisman crafting. Li Qing Yuan's face lit up with joy. Thank you, grandfather clan leader. Chapter 016. The Art of Talismans. Early the next morning, Li Qing Yuan departed with purpose, arriving at the secluded courtyard of the clan leader, Li Guangao. Grandfather clan leader. I have come. Li Qing Yuan called out at the entrance. The aged voice of Li Guangao responded, Come in. Within the dwelling, the elder and the youth prepared to embark on the art of talisman drawing. Li Guangao spoke earnestly, Young Qing Yuan. The craft of talisman drawing demands not only patience and time but also innate talent. Over the years, I have observed your insight and your fervor for the path. If there is anyone in the Li family capable of mastering my talisman techniques, it is undoubtedly you. Li Qing Yuan chuckled modestly, Grandfather clan leader, you flatter me. Now, let us not dwell on pleasantries. Let us begin. Li Guangao gestured to the materials and tools laid out on the table, stating, to draw a talisman, one requires a talisman brush, talisman ink, and talisman paper. Generally, the higher the quality of these materials, the more potent the resulting talisman. With a sense of pride, Li Guangao lifted a talisman brush and introduced it. This is my Wind Spirit Wolf hairbrush, crafted from the bones and fur of the Wind Spirit Wolf. Rated as a mid-grade 1st tier. The talisman brush is, in essence, a magical tool, though it is not forged for combat but for inscribing runes. Understanding dawned on Li Qing Yuan. I see. Grandfather clan leader, how much does this talisman brush cost? He inquired with curiosity. Li Guangao replied. It is valued at 150 spirit stones. I spent years of savings to acquire this brush to enhance my success in talisman drawing. 150 spirit stones? Li Qing Yuan gasped inwardly. That is indeed expensive. Li Guangao smiled and set down the brush, continuing his explanation. Next is the talisman ink. It requires spirit spring water as the primary ingredient, combined with ground vermilion stone, and finally infused with the blood essence of a magical beast. Li Guangao patiently elaborated. The ingredients I use for this talisman ink, when calculated, amount to the consumption of 10 to 20 spirit stones for a pound of ink. Li Qing Yuan reflected. It seems that learning the art of talisman drawing is indeed a resource-intensive endeavor. Lastly, we have the talisman paper, Li Guangao stated. The talisman paper is made from the bark of spirit plants, stalks, and blended with the hides of magical beasts. The price for low-grade 1st-tier talisman paper in the market on Luha Island is 1 spirit stone. Mid-grade 1st-tier paper sells for 3 spirit stones, while high-grade 1st-tier paper requires 5 spirit stones per sheet. Li Qing Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. The talisman paper is so costly? Grandfather clan leader. My father mentioned that low-grade, 1st-tier talisman paper corresponds to the attack power of an early-stage qi refinement practitioner, with market prices ranging from 2 to 4 spirit stones. Mid-grade, 1st-tier paper possesses power comparable to that of a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator, priced at 5 to 6 spirit stones per sheet. Li Guangao nodded in agreement. Indeed, the cost of inscribing a low-grade 1st-tier talisman, factoring in the consumption of the brush, ink, and paper, along with labor, approaches 2 spirit stones per sheet. Selling a low-grade, 1st-tier talisman can yield a profit of 1 spirit stone. If a 1st-tier low-grade talisman paper were to be of exceptional quality, it might yield a profit of 2 spirit stones. Of course, this represents the most ideal scenario. Li Guangao sighed deeply and remarked, when it comes to drawing talismans, failures are inevitable. Even with my extensive experience in this craft, the success rate for producing a 1st-tier low-grade talisman paper is merely 70 to 80%. The success rate for 1st-tier mid-grade talisman paper barely reaches 40%. Li Guangao lamented, after deducting costs, the actual profit amounts to only 3 to 400 spirit stones. A portion of these talisman papers is also utilized to assist family cultivators in battles, for self-defense, and in the hunting of demonic beasts. The true sales of talisman papers throughout the year yield merely 200 spirit stones. Li Qing Yuan had long been aware of the family's earnings, assets, expenditures. and the annual tribute of 600 spirit stones to the Liu family, as disclosed by his father. The present condition of the Li clan is such that every year, they toil relentlessly, serving the Liu family of foundation-building cultivators as if they were mere beasts of burden. Despite their utmost efforts, they can barely sustain the family's operations. In years of poor harvest, the family's expenses exceed their income, necessitating perilous hunts for more demonic beasts and ventures into the sea to catch spiritual fish, which often leads to injuries and fatalities among the family cultivators. Li Qingyuan's expression grew serious as he said, "Grandfather clan leader, please teach me how to draw talismans." He yearned to contribute to the family's welfare. My father mentioned that despite the financial hardships faced by the family over the years, you, along with the eldest and second elders, have been personally funding my cultivation resources. Upon hearing this, Li Guan'ao smiled with gratification. A young man who knows gratitude and is exceptionally wise is always cherished by his elders. Very well, Li Guan'ao chuckled, retrieving a piece of talisman paper. This is a lightness talisman. Yanqi Yuan, affix the talisman paper to your body and channel your spiritual energy to activate it, so you may perceive its mysteries. Li Qingyuan complied, placing the lightness talisman against his chest and infusing it with spiritual energy. Buzzing. The talisman emitted a wave of spiritual energy and was instantly activated. Qingyuan, do not use your spiritual energy. Instead, jump solely with your physical strength, Li Guan'ao instructed once more. Li Qingyuan obeyed, bending his knees and leaping solely with his own power. Whoosh! With a single bound, Li Qingyuan soared through the air, covering several meters in an instant, feeling as though he were flying. Haha, how swift. My body feels so light. As light as a swallow, as delicate as willow fluff, Li Qingyuan bounded joyfully. Each leap spanning several meters, springing to treetops and gliding over mountain ridges, startling flocks of birds in the rear mountains. After a few breaths, the energy of the lightness talisman was expended, and Li Qingyuan landed steadily. The lightness talisman is truly wondrous. His initial encounter with talismans and their usage filled him with curiosity and a desire for exploration. Li Guan'ao explained, the lightness talisman is a first-tier low-grade talisman paper. Once activated, it grants the user the swiftness of a swallow, significantly increasing speed. Today, we shall learn to draw the lightness talisman. Li Qingyuan felt invigorated. They were finally getting to the main topic. At that moment, clan leader Li Guan'ao took out a talisman brush from his storage pouch and said, "Qingyuan, this is the first-tier low-grade talisman brush that I used several years ago. For now, I shall lend it to you, as long as you can produce usable talisman paper, even if it's just a single sheet." Li Guan'ao chuckled, his eyes twinkling like a cunning old fox, deliberately enticing. "This talisman brush, worth 30 spirit stones, I shall gift to you." Li Qingyuan's eyes brightened, and he nodded, saying, "Grandfather clan leader, I will strive to do my best." Li Guan'ao laughed heartily and remarked, "I shall first demonstrate a few lightweight talismans. You may observe closely." With that, Li Guan'ao grasped the wind spirit wolf hair brush, laid out a piece of low-grade talisman paper, dipped the brush tip into the talisman ink, and with a serious expression, focused entirely on his task. It was evident that he had mastered the art of crafting lightweight talismans with ease. The talisman flowed effortlessly from his brush, completed in less than half a minute. For a fleeting moment, Li Qingyuan found himself lost in thought, as if he were witnessing his esteemed uncle wielding a brush, dipping it in vermilion ink, effortlessly completing a Maoshan talisman to ward off evil spirits. The first, the second, the third. Li Qingyuan observed intently, committing each stroke to memory. On the sixth attempt, a sudden loud pop echoed as a minor mistake caused the talisman paper's spiritual energy to become chaotic, resulting in its self-destruction. "Ah," Li Guan'ao remarked. "Crafting talismans not only consumes spiritual power but also requires mental acuity. When errors arise, rest is essential." He gestured towards ordinary paper and ink, advising, "Qingyuan, begin by drawing talismans on regular paper with standard ink, ensuring you memorize every detail of the lightweight talisman. Once you have mastered it, then proceed to use the talisman paper." Li Qingyuan nodded, "Understood, grandfather clan leader." The elder and the youth engaged in a master-student dynamic, one imparting the knowledge of talisman crafting while the other absorbed it. Li Guan'ao meticulously sketched the lightweight talisman on ordinary paper, teaching each stroke with precision and care. His understanding of talisman crafting was solely derived from his own studies, methodical and meticulous. Li Qingyuan emulated his every move, diligently memorizing each stroke, repeating and practicing tirelessly. Li Guan'ao nodded in quiet approval, thinking to himself, This child possesses a tranquil demeanor, neither arrogant nor hasty, with steady hands and precise strokes. His learning speed surpasses my own at that age. After several attempts, Li Qingyuan mused, it seems it is not so difficult after all. However, he remained resolute, suppressing his eagerness to try, and continued to replicate the symbols. Half an hour later, Li Guanao nodded in satisfaction, stating, very well, you have nearly mastered the lightweight talisman. Next, you may attempt to draw using the talisman paper. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan was instantly filled with enthusiasm. All right, grandfather clan leader. Let us commence the official drawing of talismans. Chapter 17, The Genius of Symbolism, the Lightness Talisman, accomplished. The formal inscription begins. 3 materials are required: a low-tier talisman pin, low-tier talisman paper, and low-tier talisman ink. Li Qingyuan grips the pin, taking 3 deep breaths to adjust his mindset. Then dips the pin tip into the deep crimson ink and begins to inscribe. To his surprise, as soon as the pin touches the paper, he feels an unexpected resistance. His brow furrows in bewilderment. Is there truly resistance emanating from the talisman paper? Li Guangyao observes from the side, stroking his beard with a knowing smirk, muttering to himself. Young one, inscribing talismans is not akin to hosting a banquet. It is not mere painting or embroidery. Among the myriad arts of cultivation, formation, alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman crafting, puppetry, beast taming, the path of talisman stands at the forefront, not easily mastered. Li Qingyuan gathers his focus, steadying his pace as he meticulously sketches the runes. Boom. After just a fifth of the talisman is drawn, his spiritual energy falters, causing the talisman paper to self-destruct. His expression tightens in pain as he laments, 1 spirit stone, gone. The low-tier talisman paper is worth a spirit stone. And this does not even account for the ink used. As for the expenditure of human effort, Li Qingyuan feels he has yet to qualify, as he has not even entered the realm of talisman crafting. Li Guangyao inquires, Qingyuan, how does it feel? Li Qingyuan reflects, grandfather clan leader, while inscribing. I sensed a force of resistance from the talisman paper, opposing the talisman pen. Under this opposing force, the inscriber must precisely channel their own spiritual energy to counterbalance it, no more, no less. Li Guangyao, feeling gratified, responds, excellent. To have such insight on your first attempt is remarkable. It seems you possess a natural talent for talisman crafting. Continue, he urges, do not fret over material consumption. Such expenditures are inevitable in the early stages of learning the art of talismans. Li Qingyuan nods, understood. With a fresh talisman paper laid out, he resumes his efforts. This time, having mentally prepared himself, he begins to channel his spiritual energy, slowly attempting to sense the supportive force and counteract the resistance in search of equilibrium. 1/5. 1/4. Boom. Once again, after surpassing a quarter, his spiritual energy falters by a third, leading to a weakened infusion into the pin, thus failing to perfectly counterbalance the support. Consequently, the talisman paper's energy becomes chaotic and self-destructs. Letting out a deep sigh, Li Qingyuan closes his eyes, reflecting on the reasons for his previous failures. After a quarter of an hour, he resumes his third attempt. 1/5, 1/4, 1/3, boom. At 1/3 completion, a lapse in focus causes the talisman paper to be rendered useless. Li Qingyuan sighs softly. Inscribing talismans is far more challenging than I had anticipated. Li Guangyao chuckles. Indeed, talisman crafting is no simple task. Otherwise, would not every member of the Li clan become a talisman master? Over the years, I have nurtured a dozen individuals, yet not a single one has succeeded, resulting in considerable material waste. Nonetheless, you are quite remarkable, Li Guangyao praised. Having drawn the talisman thrice, you have successfully depicted a third of it. You surpass my achievements from years gone by. With a warm smile, Li Guangyao expressed genuine admiration and encouragement, saying, Child, your grandfather, the clan leader, believes that your future accomplishments in talisman arts will undoubtedly exceed mine. Now, take a moment to recuperate, restore your spiritual energy and soul, and we shall strive onward. Li Qingyuan nodded. Very well, grandfather. While Li Guangyao could not be deemed a powerful figure, nor a master of talisman arts, he was undeniably a great mentor, never resorting to scolding or harshness towards Li Qingyuan even in the face of setbacks. Thus, despite several consecutive failures, Li Qingyuan felt minimal psychological pressure. Rather, he was continually encouraged, gradually building his confidence. After a brief period of rest, the talisman drawing resumed. Failure followed failure, yet progress was evident. A third. A little more than a third. Half. A little more than half. Before he realized it, an entire day had passed. Apart from lunch and dinner, In a brief meditation session to restore his cultivation, Li Qingyuan devoted himself entirely to drawing talismans. Buzz. Suddenly, with a decisive stroke of his brush, Li Qingyuan completed the final line of his talisman. The rune sketched, spiritual energy manifested. Ha ha ha, it's done, it's done. Li Qingyuan exclaimed joyfully, Grandfather. I have finally succeeded. I have drawn the lightweight talisman. Li Guangao, who was seated nearby in meditation, refining qi and assimilating spirit stones, had his cultivation stagnated at the 6th level of qi refining for many years, now qualified to challenge the 7th level. Deep in his practice, he was abruptly awakened by Li Qingyuan's laughter. Dispersing his spiritual energy and exiting the meditative state, Li Guangao exclaimed with wide eyes, You did it? Let me see. Using his spiritual power to manipulate objects from a distance, Li Guangao summoned the lightweight talisman into his palm. After scrutinizing it from various angles, a look of incredulity crossed his face as he remarked, You truly succeeded. Qingyuan, you managed to draw the lightweight talisman in just one day? You are not only a genius in cultivation but also in talisman arts. Li Qingyuan humbly smiled and replied, It is all thanks to your adept guidance, Grandfather. Moreover, I consumed 20 sheets of talisman paper and wasted 20 spirit stones to successfully create one talisman. Had it not been for your unwavering support and resources, Qingyuan would never have achieved this. Li Guanao shook his head. No. While resources are indeed important, talent is even rarer. Do you know how many spirit stones I expended before I managed to draw the lightweight talisman? How much time I spent? Li Qingyuan shook his head. I do not know. With a sigh, Li Guangao recounted, In my time, I consumed over 200 spirit stones and spent half a month just to barely draw the lightweight talisman. Had it not been for the previous clan leader being my uncle and my designation as the clan's chosen young leader, receiving the family's full support, it would have been exceedingly difficult for me to become a talisman master. Li Guanao's face was filled with anticipation and hope as he said, Child, your insight is truly unparalleled in my lifetime. Looking across the entire Lioha Island, you are indeed a prodigy. Regrettably, your innate talents and potentials must remain concealed, as must your cultivation level. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly and openly appoint you as the young clan leader, dedicating the full strength of our lineage to your development. Li Guanao remarked, Until you reach the latter stages of qi refinement, both you and your entire family must exercise patience and restraint. Only upon attaining this level will you possess the means of self-preservation, allowing you to reveal your abilities publicly. With profound sincerity, Li Guanao continued, Qingyuan, you must understand that as a family engaged in qi refinement, our Li clan has both allies and adversaries. Particularly, the foundation establishing celestial clan, the Lu family, will never permit the emergence of a second foundation establishing celestial lineage on Luohu Island. Li Qingyuan respectfully replied, Rest assured, esteemed clan leader, I understand. By the way, esteemed clan leader, Li Qingyuan inquired, I wish to continue honing my skills in the lightness talisman, crafting more talisman papers to offset the losses incurred from previous failures. May I take some of the talisman paper materials, brushes, and ink back with me? Li Guangao readily agreed. Certainly. Furthermore, I have stated before that as long as you successfully create a talisman paper, this brush will belong to you. I shall provide you with an additional half a pound of ink and 20 sheets of low-grade talisman paper materials. Upon your return, practice diligently to enhance the probability of your success. Li Qingyuan beamed with joy. Thank you, esteemed clan leader. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Chapter 018. The doubling of rune ink, rune paper, and rune brushes. A profitable venture. Soon, Li Qingyuan hurriedly departed, returning to his secluded abode. He shut the door behind him and entered his chamber, eagerly retrieving all the materials for rune crafting. Half a pound of rune ink, valued at 5 spirit stones. 20 sheets of first-tier inferior rune paper, worth 20 spirit stones. Additionally, there was the first-tier inferior rune brush gifted by the clan leader, valued at 30 spirit stones. Finally, Li Qingyuan produced a successfully inscribed lightweight rune. Holding the lightweight rune, Li Qingyuan silently intoned, Absorb. In the next moment, within the mysterious space, the lightweight rune was absorbed, then perfectly duplicated into 2. Li Qingyuan examined the 2 lightweight runes closely, concluding that the duplication function had worked flawlessly, as the rune patterns were identical. However, his initial craftsmanship was not particularly refined, and thus the replicated lightweight runes also bore a semblance of inexperience. Next, he turned to the first-tier inferior rune brush. Absorb. Instantly, Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. It had been successfully duplicated. Within the mysterious space, 2 identical rune brushes emerged, a perfect copy. Following that, the half-pound of rune ink doubled to a full pound. Finally, the 20 sheets of first-tier inferior rune paper were also duplicated, resulting in a total of 40 sheets. All resources had effectively doubled, culminating in a remarkable profit. Li Qingyuan's breath quickened. His net worth now exceeded 100 spirit stones. This fortune placed him above all but the clan leader, the elder, and the second elder, with the remaining members of the clan scarcely rivaling him. How delightful. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Li Qingyuan prepared for the next phase. Within the mysterious space, the learning commenced. He focused his mind, connecting his spiritual energy to the mysterious space, where he observed a figure meticulously inscribing the lightweight rune on the paper. The process was remarkably detailed and flawless, akin to a textbook example. With the rune brush in hand, Li Qingyuan dipped it into the rune ink, closed his eyes, and allowed his spiritual energy to follow the steps of the mysterious figure in the mysterious space, deftly wielding the brush to inscribe the rune. This time, his execution was even more adept and nimble than during his initial attempt, flowing seamlessly. Buzz. The lightweight rune was completed, resonating with spiritual energy. The rune paper thrummed as the runes coalesced, the spiritual energy contained within, marking a successful inscription. This rune paper could be activated by any cultivator who infused it with their spiritual power. As Li Qingyuan contemplated, he wondered if a lightweight rune crafted from the duplicated rune paper could be replicated once more. Absorb. However, this time, the lightweight rune could not be absorbed into the mysterious space. Duplication was unsuccessful. Li Qingyuan deduced that it appeared the rune paper created from replicated materials could not be duplicated again, indicating a limitation to this infinite recursion. Continuing his work, Li Qingyuan resumed inscribing runes, guided by the teachings within the mysterious space, experiencing an enlightening clarity that significantly advanced his skills. Drawing symbols, restoring one's cultivation. Drawing symbols, restoring one's cultivation. It was not until dusk that Li Qingyuan prepared a humble dinner for himself, feasting on spirit rice, spirit beast meat, and a nourishing herbal soup. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he indulged in a restful slumber to rejuvenate his spirit. At dawn the next day, Li Qingyuan rose early to continue his practice of drawing symbols. Having experienced initial success, he found himself captivated and addicted. After a day's diligent effort, he had managed to create 40 sheets of talisman paper, encountering 8 failures yet achieving 32 successful lightness talismans, resulting in an astonishing success rate of 80%. For a novice, this was nothing short of miraculous, an extraordinarily high success rate. Upon completing the last lightness talisman, Li Qingyuan exhaled a long sigh of relief. Without the guidance of the Shimpan space, my success rate would have barely reached 40%. Yet now, in just one day, I have achieved an impressive 80%. Crafting the lightness talisman poses no challenge for me. Li Qingyuan pondered. Given my original understanding, if I were to calculate based on a 40% success rate, with 20 sheets of talisman paper, I would only succeed in making 8. Therefore, I shall present the 8 lightness talismans to grandfather clan leader. Feigning a success rate of 40%, the remaining 24 will be kept for myself. Li Qingyuan understood that being too extraordinary could invite unnecessary attention. Based on my innate understanding and learning speed, achieving a 40% success rate is already remarkable, and I must conceal my true abilities to some extent. Soon, Li Qingyuan approached clan leader Li Guangao and presented the 8 successful lightness talismans he had crafted. A success rate of 40%? Li Guangao exclaimed in astonishment. With 20 sheets of talisman paper, you've succeeded in creating 8 lightness talismans? Hiss! Li Guangao gasped in disbelief, exclaiming. You've only been learning to draw symbols for a day, and your success rate is exceedingly high. Ha ha ha, truly, you are the pride of the Li clan. Li Guangao chuckled heartily while stroking his beard. In just one day of learning, you have already recouped your investments and even made a profit. Qingyuan, your talent in talisman crafting is no less than your aptitude for cultivation. Li Guangao was filled with excitement. It appears that my talisman heritage will continue with you. Qingyuan, for the next few days, continue to hone your skill in crafting the lightness talisman. Once your success rate reaches 50%, I shall teach you the method for crafting the next type of talisman paper. Li Qingyuan nodded eagerly. Of course, grandfather clan leader. Thus, for the next several days, Li Qingyuan primarily engaged in meditation and cultivation while allocating a small portion of time to produce lightness talismans. The news of his remarkable achievement learning the lightness talisman with a success rate of 40%, reached the ears of the eldest elder, the second elder, and his father, Li Dingzhou. The eldest and second elders were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces as they proclaimed the emergence of a prodigious talent within the family. A month later, having dedicated a small portion of his time each day to crafting talismans, Li Qingyuan feigned a success rate of 50% on a certain day. This accomplishment granted him the opportunity to learn the method for the second type of talisman paper. Clan leader Li Guangao imparted his teachings with great care, offering patient guidance, abundant praise, and encouragement. Li Qingyuan studied earnestly, demonstrating remarkable insight, quickly grasping the fundamentals, and with the one-on-one instruction provided by the Xianpin space. His talisman crafting skills advanced by leaps and bounds. Gradually, Li Qingyuan came to the realization that the first-tier talisman inheritance held by the clan leader, his grandfather, was incomplete and flawed. In his youth, the clan leader fortuitously acquired this talisman heritage, which comprised merely 6 types of inferior first-tier talisman papers, 3 types of medium first-tier talisman papers, and a single superior first-tier talisman paper. Moreover, this sole superior talisman paper was a defective version, significantly diminishing its potency, allowing it to only wield the power of a medium first-tier talisman paper. This was, in essence, a severely castrated version of the first-tier talisman inheritance. A truly complete first-tier talisman heritage should encompass inferior first-tier talisman papers, medium first-tier talisman papers, superior first-tier talisman papers, and even exquisite first-tier talisman papers. The clan leader mentioned that exquisite first-tier talisman papers possess such formidable power that they rival the full-force strike of a cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refinement, being utterly unstoppable below the foundation establishment stage. This clearly illustrates the significant deficiencies in the talisman heritage at the clan leader's disposal. Nonetheless, even this severely flawed first-tier talisman inheritance constituted a vital source of income and an essential combat support mechanism for the Li clan, a third-rate Qi refinement family. Thus, it was imperative for Li Qingyuan to master this craft. His studies continued in earnest, and before long, 6 months had elapsed. In this brief span, Li Qingyuan had amassed hundreds, if not thousands, of talisman papers, accompanied by an increasing sense of worry. Chapter 19. The distress of lacking spirit stones. Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged. Beneath the dwelling lay a fragmented first-tier spirit vein, from which spiritual energy surged forth. The surrounding courtyard became a gathering place for the essence of heaven and earth. In his hands, he held a pair of spirit stones. As he activated the Great Chun technique, he absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy for his own use, circulating it within his body through the great cycle, enveloped in spiritual radiance while inhaling and exhaling this vital essence. With a crack, the 2 spirit stones in Li Qingyuan's grasp lost their spiritual potency, completely consumed and reduced to rubble. He exhaled a breath of stagnant air, completing the final cycle of spiritual energy within him, which then returned to his dantian, merging into his sea of energy. A smile graced Li Qingyuan's face as he reflected. I never imagined that drawing talismans could also aid in cultivation. Over the past 6 months, Li Qingyuan focused primarily on refining his spiritual power while allocating a portion of his time to learning 6 types of first-tier inferior talismans. Throughout the talisman creation process, he continuously expended his spiritual and mental energy. After each session of consumption, he would meditate to restore his magical power. This cycle of expenditure and recovery repeated itself time and again, resulting in a remarkable advancement in his cultivation that rivaled what he had achieved in 7 or 8 months previously. It appeared that drawing talismans was indeed a method of refining spiritual energy and honing mental strength. This was merely the first of his gains. The second was that over the past half-year, Li Qingyuan had successfully learned 6 types of first-tier inferior talismans: the Cleansing Talisman, the Illumination Talisman, the Hemostasis Talisman, the Lightness Talisman, the Iron Armor Talisman, and the Ice Spike Talisman. The first 3 served practical purposes in daily life, while the latter 3 were intended for combat, enhancing his capabilities. At present, the quality of the 6 talismans he had drawn was consistently of standard quality, with instances of exceptional quality arising. First-tier inferior talismans are categorized into 3 quality levels: inferior, standard, and exceptional. For instance, the Ice Spike Talisman of inferior quality barely qualifies as a talisman, with its potency corresponding to the first level of Qi refinement. The standard quality manifests power aligned with the second level, while the exceptional quality corresponds to the third level. The third gain was that with the guidance of the Xianin space, Li Qingyuan had mastered the art of talisman drawing, achieving a success rate of 90. Furthermore, in his pursuit of honing his talisman skills, he opted not to draw talismans and then replicate them. Instead, he decided to double the materials for the talisman paper and ink before inscribing the talismans. The increased frequency of his drawing practice further enhanced his talisman-making abilities. This approach not only refined his spiritual energy and strengthened his spirit, but also improved his talisman drawing skills. Additionally, he conveyed to his grandfather, the clan leader, that after 6 months of study, his success rate in inscribing the 6 types of first-tier inferior talismans had reached 60. However, Li Qingyuan's expression turned somber as he lamented. Alas, how can I exchange these talismans for spirit stones to support my cultivation? Over the past 6 months, Li Qingyuan had secretly amassed several hundred talismans, predominantly consisting of lightness talismans, iron armor talismans, ice spike talismans, and hemostasis talismans, with the cleansing and illumination talismans being the least in number. The standard quality lightness talismans, iron armor talismans, ice spike talismans, and hemostasis talismans were valued at 3 spirit stones each, while those of exceptional quality fetched 4 spirit stones. In contrast, the cleansing and illumination talismans were considerably cheaper due to the inexpensive materials used, each costing approximately half a spirit stone. Thus, the talismans for cleansing and illumination are priced at merely 1 spirit stone, based on the price of talisman paper provided by his grandfather, the clan leader. Li Qingyuan arrived at a preliminary conclusion. Currently, after selling all the talisman papers in his possession, their value would not be less than 1,000 spirit stones. After all, Li Qingyuan had a distinct advantage. The materials for drawing talismans doubled in resources, and his success rate was astonishingly high, reaching a staggering 90%. With a considerable number of high-quality talisman papers produced. Most importantly, the talisman papers he created could not be given to the clan's cultivators nor provided to them. They could only be accumulated for his own use. Furthermore, aside from the labor involved, his talisman papers required virtually no cost. Unlike his grandfather, who, over the course of a year, produced talismans valued at 2,000 spirit stones, incurring costs of several hundred spirit stones in the process. These were provided to the clan's cultivators to aid them in combat, self-defense, and enhancing their strength, as well as to assist in hunting demon beasts, resulting in a total contribution of talismans worth over 1,000 spirit stones to the clan throughout the year. Consequently, at the end of the year, the profit his grandfather could earn amounted to merely 200 or 300 spirit stones. As the clan leader, he was indeed diligent and competent. Needing to sell the talismans to convert them into spirit stones, Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat distressed. At the current pace, to achieve the perfection of the 3rd layer of qi refinement and then to strive for the 4th layer would likely require 3 years. Following that, to complete the 5th and 6th layers of qi refinement would take approximately 7 to 8 years. Li Qingyuan pondered. Within 10 years, when I attain the 7th layer of qi refinement, I will be in my early 20s. In the later stages of qi refinement, advancement becomes increasingly arduous, necessitating more spirit stones, additional resources, and even expensive elixirs to aid in cultivation. The journey through the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th layers would average 4 to 5 years for each realm. I estimate I would be in my 40s by then. Yet, this is merely an ideal scenario. It is exceedingly rare for a 3rd-rate qi refinement clan to produce a master in the later stages of qi refinement, especially at the 10th layer, where the accumulation required surpasses that of the 8th and 9th layers. To advance further and achieve perfection in the 10th layer is even more daunting. Among the first-rate qi refinement clans on Lyoha Island, only 3 exist, and only their clan has achieved the perfection of the 10th layer, making such an accomplishment exceedingly rare and difficult to achieve. Li Qingyuan felt a sense of urgency. Even if I reach the perfection of the 10th layer by the age of 50, I will still need considerable time and tens of thousands of spirit stones to gradually scheme for the foundation building elixir. I fear that before the age of 60, it will be quite challenging to obtain the foundation building elixir and attempt foundation establishment. Even if I miraculously succeed at 60, my potential will have been nearly exhausted, making it exceedingly difficult to form a core. Li Qingyuan shook his head. No, I must become an immortal. I must attain longevity. I must devise a method to sell the talisman papers without exposing my secret, thereby exchanging them for spirit stones to expedite my cultivation. In the afternoon, Li Qingyuan arrived at his grandfather's secluded courtyard. He took out 6 exquisite talisman papers and smiled, saying, "Grandfather, You mentioned that as long as I could produce high-quality talisman papers, you would teach me to inscribe intermediate talismans of the first rank. The first-grade medium-quality talisman paper corresponds to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, specifically to the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of Qi refinement practitioners. The clan leader, Li Guanao, was visibly delighted and remarked, "Indeed, this talisman paper is of exceptional quality. This iron armor talisman is capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Furthermore, you have successfully created exquisite versions of the lightness talisman, ice spike talisman, and blood-stopping talisman. Truly remarkable." He praised Qing Yuan. "Your talent for drawing talismans surpasses mine by 10-fold. No, even 100-fold. With joy, he continued, "Very well. Today I shall teach you how to craft first-grade medium-quality talisman paper. The learning process remains the same as before. First, observe as the clan leader demonstrates the creation of several first-grade medium-quality talismans. Subsequently, Li Qingyuan will follow the clan leader's guidance, using ordinary paper and brush to replicate the runes. Throughout the learning process, the clan leader provided meticulous instruction. There are 3 types of first-grade medium-quality talismans that I have mastered. The diamond talisman, primarily for defense. Once activated, it converts spiritual energy into a protective barrier, impervious to blades, bullets, and flames. The wind blade talisman, primarily for offense. Upon activation, it transforms gusts of wind into lethal blades, capable of striking enemies from afar. Unstoppable and unyielding. Lastly, the explosive fire talisman, also for offense. Once deployed, it unleashes raging flames comparable to a fully mastered fireball technique, potent enough to dominate the mid-stage of Qi refinement. The clan leader chuckled. "Let us begin today with the diamond talisman." Chapter 20. The incomplete first-order medium-grade talismans. It has been demonstrated that first-order medium-grade talismans are indeed of a far superior quality and intricacy compared to their lower-grade counterparts, presenting a somewhat greater challenge in the learning process. However, Li Qingyuan felt that the difficulty was merely slight, nothing more. The materials for crafting a first-order medium-grade talisman are valued at 3 spirit stones. Upon successful completion, a talisman of inferior quality fetches 4 spirit stones, while one of standard quality commands 5 spirit stones. Should one achieve a superior quality, its offensive capability rivals that of a full-force strike from a 6th-level Qi refiner. With a single talisman selling for as much as 6 spirit stones, Li Qingyuan devoted 3 days to memorizing the runes of the diamond talisman, committing them to memory with clarity. Subsequently, he spent a week dedicating 2 hours daily, 4 hours in total, to the art of talisman drawing, utilizing 5 pieces of first-order medium-grade talisman materials each day. On the first day, all 5 materials resulted in failure, incurring a loss of 15 spirit stones. The second day showed slight improvement, yet still resulted in complete failure, costing another 15 spirit stones. By the third day, after 4 failed attempts, he miraculously succeeded on his final try, producing a talisman of inferior quality, thus barely entering the realm of mastery. Once he managed to enter this realm, the guidance function of the Xianpin space was activated, allowing a mysterious figure to provide one-on-one instruction, perfectly demonstrating how to draw the diamond talisman. Following the pointers from the Xianpin space, Li Qingyuan made rapid progress in the ensuing days. On the 4th day, he successfully crafted 2 diamond talismans of inferior quality, comparable to a full-force strike from a 4th-level Qi refiner. By the 5th day, he achieved 3 successful drawings, 2 of inferior quality and 1 of standard quality. After the 6th and 7th days, his success rate soared to 80%, successfully producing 4 out of 5 talisman materials, all of standard quality, akin to a full-force strike from a 5th-level Qi refiner. 10 days later, Li Qingyuan earned the qualification to continue his studies. The clan leader, Li Guangao, imparted the techniques for the wind blade talisman and the explosive fire talisman. The learning process for the wind blade talisman also involved daily practice for 2 hours. Mastery was achieved within a week and proficiency within 10 days. The same applied to the explosive fire talisman, with no exceptions. Thus, within a mere month, Li Qingyuan had essentially mastered the techniques for crafting 3 types of first-order medium-grade talismans, boasting an impressive success rate of 80%. Naturally, he continued to feign a success rate of only 40% at the outset. A month later, before the clan leader, Li Qingyuan pretended that his success rate had improved to 50%. Additionally, after a month of rigorous training, he had consistently produced talismans of standard quality, with a 1 in 10 chance of creating superior grade talismans. if not for his lack of spiritual awareness and his cultivation remaining at the third level of qi refining. Still in its nascent stage, he could have potentially produced even more superior quality talismans. With a sigh of relief, Liqing Yuan set down his wind spirit wolf hairbrush. Gazing contentedly at the table, exclaiming, "Clan leader, look, I have fortuitously succeeded in crafting a superior explosive fire talisman." Clan leader Li Guangao stroked his beard and chuckled, "Excellent. Excellent." In just 2 short months, he had mastered all 3 types of first-order medium-grade talismans with a predominance of standard quality and occasionally even superior-grade talismans. Amidst his joy, Li Guangao could not help but sigh. In merely 8 short months, you have entirely depleted my years of inheritance in the art of talismans. Furthermore, in less than a year, your proficiency in talisman crafting rivals that of my own accumulated knowledge over 2 or 3 decades. Your innate talent for talismans surpasses mine 100-fold. Liqing Yuan mused silently. Grandfather clan leader, the truth is, I have been utilizing a cheat. Moreover, I have concealed the actual success rate and the probability of producing high-quality talisman paper. I apologize, but the matters concerning the Xianpin space must remain undisclosed to you and my parents. Otherwise, the Li clan will be in grave danger. With a faint smile, Liqing Yuan inquired, Grandfather clan leader, do you not possess the final type of talisman? Li Guangao paused in surprise, then asked, are you referring to the flame ice severing talisman? Indeed, Liqing Yuan replied. Grandfather clan leader, I wish to learn it. With a deep sigh, Li Guangao remarked, Qing Yuan. The flame ice severing talisman is, in essence, a superior first-tier talisman. Its lethal power comparable to the full force of a late-stage qi refining expert. Unfortunately, the talisman S inscriptions are incomplete. The difficulty of learning it far exceeds that of a typical mid-tier first-class talisman, and even upon successful creation, its potency would only rival that of a full-force strike from a 5th-layer qi refining practitioner. The time, materials, and effort it consumes are considerable, and its effectiveness pales in comparison to the wind blade talisman and the explosive fire talisman. Thus, I have seldom crafted it over the years, believing that possessing multiple skills is advantageous, and with all other talismans mastered except for the flame ice severing talisman, Liqing Yuan boldly stated, Grandfather clan leader, I wish to learn. Please teach me. Li Guangao regarded Liqing Yuan thoughtfully, then, after a moment's contemplation, he nodded. Very well, since you are eager to learn, I shall impart it to you. In my youth, I invested considerable effort into mastering the flame ice severing talisman. For I harbored a desire, perhaps I could complete its design and unleash its full potential as a superior first-tier talisman. If our clan could possess such a talisman, it might significantly enhance our family as wealth and strength. Alas, Li Guangao sighed deeply. Reality has taught me that such aspirations are unrealistic. Liqing Yuan listened intently. The successful crafting of a superior first-tier talisman would empower the clan to command the battle prowess of late-stage qi refining practitioners, provided there were enough talismans. And with the full capabilities of the clan leader at the 6th layer of qi refining, they could face late-stage qi refining experts without fear. Should the entire hunting team of the clan be equipped with superior first-tier talismans, they would easily dominate against beasts below the late-stage tier. Li Guangao chuckled softly, shaking his head. Why do I share such thoughts with you? Let us begin. I shall now teach you the flame ice severing talisman. The methods and steps to learn remain the tried and true ways. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During this week, Liqing Yuan diligently practiced the talisman inscriptions for 2 hours each day. After a week, under Li Guangao's guidance, he commenced the actual crafting using talisman paper, brushes, and ink. However, this time, Liqing Yuan encountered a slight setback. The Flame Eye Soul Severing Talisman belongs to the category of first-tier superior talismans. Logically, crafting such a talisman requires the preparation of first-tier superior talisman paper, a first-tier superior talisman brush, and high-quality talisman ink. However, the family possesses only first-tier medium talisman paper, and the Wind Spirit Wolf hairbrush, valued at 150 spirit stones, is merely a first-tier medium brush. Furthermore, the Flame Eye Soul Severing Talisman is incomplete and fragmented, necessitating extra caution in its creation. Any slight misstep could render all efforts futile. This arduous learning process spanned an entire month. The consumption of materials during this period was enough to make even Liqing Yuan's grandfather, the clan leader Li Guangao, tremble with anxiety. Alas, my child, if it proves too difficult, perhaps it is best to abandon this endeavor, Li Guangao lamented, observing the substantial depletion of talisman materials, his heart aching. In my day, It took me several arduous years and the expenditure of hundreds of spirit stones just to manage a few sketches. Even if I master the flame eye soul-severing talisman, the returns may not justify the costs. Li Qingyuan gazed at the heap of discarded materials, took a deep breath, and declared, "Grandfather clan leader, I wish to try once more. If it fails again, I shall relinquish my pursuit." With that, Li Qingyuan grasped the wind spirit wolf hairbrush, dipped it in talisman ink, and began to draw. Each stroke and curve brought forth the arcane runes, leaping vividly onto the paper. Buzz. As the brush touched the surface, the runes hummed, gathering spiritual energy and sealing it within. Success! Li Qingyuan exclaimed joyfully. Li Guangao let out a long sigh of relief, silently thinking, at last. It is accomplished, my precious talisman materials. Suddenly, Li Qingyuan froze in astonishment. Buzz. From the mysterious realm of Xianin, a shadowy figure reemerged, guiding Li Qingyuan in the art of talisman crafting. Within this ethereal space, the flame eye soul severing talisman was swiftly completed. To Li Qingyuan's utter astonishment, this talisman was not merely a draft, it was a fully realized first-tier superior talisman. A surge of elation coursed through Li Qingyuan's heart. Is this the complete version of the flame eye soul severing talisman? Chapter 021. The mysterious space of Xianpin, the third function, completing all techniques. Li Qingyuan was overwhelmed with joy, his heart racing with excitement. I never anticipated that the third function of the Xianpin space could actually complete incomplete talismans. Is it limited to merely completing flawed runes, or can it also include spells, alchemy, and artifact forging? There is much to explore in the future. Hey child, focus. Li Guangao waved his hand in front of Li Qingyuan. Is your elation truly warranted? The clan leader, Li Guangao, sighed and shook his head. This flame eye soul severing talisman is not only incomplete but was barely successful, possessing minimal power. Furthermore, the materials for the talisman paper, talisman brush, and ink are all of low-grade quality. Even if one were to fortuitously succeed in crafting a single talisman, its might would likely equate to a full-force strike from a cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement, falling short of even a 5th-level cultivator. Li Guangao stroked his beard and continued shaking his head. Let it go, Qingyuan. Even if you master the drawing of the flame eye soul severing talisman, due to its incomplete runes, its potency would amount to that of a 5th or 6th level Qi refinement cultivator. Li Qingyuan did not argue but nodded in agreement. Understood. Clan leader Grandpa, I shall heed your guidance. Oh, by the way, here are the talisman papers you requested me to inscribe this month. Li Qingyuan produced dozens of talisman papers, 6 types of low-grade talisman papers, each no fewer than 10 sheets, and 3 types of mid-grade talisman papers, each no fewer than 5 sheets. Clan leader Li Guangao accepted the talisman papers, nodding with satisfaction. Each low-grade talisman paper is of genuine quality, and there are even no less than 15 sheets of premium quality. The 3 types of mid-grade talisman papers also meet the standard of genuine quality, their power not falling short of a full-force strike from a 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Remarkably, there is even one premium quality mid-grade talisman paper. Once activated, even I, at the pinnacle of the 6th level of Qi refinement, would need to exert all my strength to counter it. Li Guangao gratefully accepted all the talisman papers, then produced 7 spirit stones to present to Li Qingyuan. He smiled. Qingyuan, from this month onward, the task of drawing talismans for the family shall be entrusted to you. My monthly remuneration for the family's talisman work is a mere 7 spirit stones. Li Guangao added, starting this month, I shall provide you with 7 spirit stones as cultivation resources. This also serves as your compensation for the hard work of inscribing talismans for the family. Henceforth, all your monthly cultivation resources will be allocated accordingly. Li Qingyuan responded with a smile. Thank you, clan leader Grandpa, for your nurturing. His talent as a talisman maker was exceptional. What originally required 5 years of free resources from the family, he could now turn into a lucrative endeavor, earning a monthly salary of 7 spirit stones. Over the course of a year, this amounted to 84 spirit stones, a significant sum for any mid-level Qi refinement cultivator in the family. Indeed, apart from the clan leader, the elder, and the second elder, none of the family's mid-level Qi refinement cultivators could amass such wealth in 1 or 2 years. Li Dingzhou, serving in the family hunting team, was at the 4th level of Qi refinement and the 4th level of body refinement, capable of engaging with 5th-level cultivators, his strength second only to the second elder. Under favorable circumstances, his annual earnings, after relinquishing the family portion, amount to merely a mere 20 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan picked up the Wind Spirit Wolf hairbrush, along with a stack of talisman paper and a small bucket of talisman ink, and declared, "Grandfather clan leader, from this moment forth, I shall undertake the task of drawing talismans for our family. You may devote your efforts entirely to preparing for the breakthrough to the later stages of qi refinement." Li Qingyuan understood that the clan leader's aspiration to reach the 7th level of qi refinement and enhance the family's prestige and strength had long been his pursuit. "Grandfather, my father mentioned that if it weren't for the years spent nurturing me and depleting your private stash of spirit stones, perhaps you would have already begun your endeavor to reach the 7th level of qi refinement." Li Guangao, puffing his cheeks, retorted, "Do not heed your father's nonsense. The path to the later stages of qi refinement is not an easy one. The required spirit stones and elixirs amount to at least 200 to 300 spirit stones. Our family can only maintain normal operations while still providing 600 spirit stones to the foundation-building celestial clan, the Lu family." However, Li Guangao smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Now, I can rest assured to leave the talisman drawing to you. Moving forward, I shall further hone my cultivation, adjust my state, and prepare for the breakthrough to the 7th level of qi refinement." Glancing at the talisman brush, he continued, "I shall temporarily lend you this Wind Spirit Wolf hairbrush. Remember to take good care of it and avoid damaging it. It is the most precious possession I own." Li Qingyuan replied with a smile, "Rest assured, grandfather." After bidding farewell, Li Qingyuan returned to his secluded courtyard for solitary cultivation. Spirit stones, gather. 7 spirit stones multiplied to 14. Next, the talisman paper and ink followed suit. Doubling in quantity, he decided to attempt once more with the talisman brush. Silently, Li Qingyuan chanted, "Gather." Unfortunately, the first-grade medium-grade talisman brush, the Wind Spirit Wolf hair brush, remained uncollectible and could not be duplicated. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that the Wind Spirit Wolf hair brush does not belong to me, the master of this space, and thus cannot be copied? Never mind. If it cannot be copied, so be it." He proceeded to draw the authentic flame ice severing talisman. Li Qingyuan focused his mind, channeling his mental energy to observe and learn the complete drawing steps of the flame ice severing talisman, guided by the mysterious figure of the Xianpin space. The first attempt failed. The second attempt also failed. On the third attempt, he finally succeeded, albeit barely, producing a talisman of inferior quality. Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow. Logically speaking, a complete first-grade superior talisman paper, even of inferior quality, should possess the power of the 7th level of qi refinement. However, due to the inadequacy of the talisman paper, brush, and ink levels, all 3 materials fall short of first-grade superiority. Thus, this inferior quality first-grade superior talisman paper lacks the power of the 7th level of qi refinement, resting at best between the 6th and 7th levels. He continued to draw, honing his skills. With practiced technique, once superior materials become available, he could swiftly produce first-grade superior talisman paper. Furthermore, creating first-grade superior talisman paper demands a higher level of control over mental and spiritual energy, refining his own spiritual power and mental acuity, greatly aiding his cultivation. A few days later, Li Qingyuan's success rate in drawing the flame ice soul-slaying talisman steadily increased. However, this time, no matter how hard he tried, the success rate remained a disheartening 30% at best. This was not due to a lack of skill on his part, but rather because the materials were exceedingly subpar. The inferior quality of the materials significantly diminished the success rate. On this day, Li Qingyuan continued his efforts in inscribing talisman paper. Thus, a flame ice soul-slaying talisman was successfully drawn, with spiritual energy converging and infusing within it, absorbing and storing the essence of heaven and earth, awaiting activation. Yet, with a resounding bang, the talisman paper shattered once more. Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow and murmured, "Another failure. My skills have reached a level where I can draw authentic flame, ice, soul-slaying talismans. However, due to the excessively low grade of the talisman paper, it cannot withstand the runic spirituality of a first-tier superior talisman, often resulting in spontaneous detonation. Ironically, the inferior quality flame, ice, soul-slaying talismans, with slightly weaker runic spirituality, managed to succeed. I refused to yield." Li Qingyuan, undeterred, pressed on with his drawing. Finally, after 3 more failures, a resounding buzz filled the air. This time, the flame ice soul-slaying talisman was successfully inscribed, its spirituality contained and of authentic quality. "Aha, an authentic one. At last, I have produced a genuine flame ice soul-slaying talisman." Li Qingyuan, pleased, remarked, even constrained by the low material grade. This talisman possesses the might of a 7th layer of chi refinement. Wiping the fine sweat from his forehead, he added, "This is quite exhausting. It is fortunate that I possess a naturally powerful spirit and remarkable mental fortitude, coupled with the textbook guidance of the shimp in space, otherwise. For one at merely the 3rd layer of chi refinement, inscribing a 1st-tier superior talisman would be akin to a dreamer's folly." Li Qingyuan then seated himself in meditation, refining spirit stones to restore his spiritual and mental energy. Once his cultivation was restored, he stood and mused, considering the time. My father and the others are likely preparing to hunt demon beast again. I have heard that Liuhua Island has been rather unsettled lately. I must prepare a few more talismans for my father's protection. Chapter 22. The Abduction of Cultivators. Father, I heard from Qingqing and Qinbao that cultivators on Liuhua Island have been mysteriously disappearing. Is that true? Upon returning home, Li Qingyuan posed this inquiry as his first question. In recent years, although he had been engrossed in his cultivation and talisman crafting, he understood the importance of maintaining a balanced and relaxed mindset in the pursuit of cultivation. Thus, every couple of months, he would grant himself a day of respite to unwind and recalibrate his thoughts. On this particular holiday, he refrained from practicing or drawing talismans, opting instead to wander the scenic Yuxiao Mountain and frolic with young companions like Qingqing and Qibao. Each child endowed with spiritual roots was regarded as a prodigy of their family, most of whom had elders engaged in cultivation, naturally making them privy to various tidbits and rumors. Li Dingzhou sighed and confirmed, "It is indeed true. Last month, while we were in the market selling materials from beasts, we heard quite a bit about the abductions by malevolent cultivators." Li Qingyuan was taken aback. Abductions by malevolent cultivators? Could it be human trafficking? Li Dingzhou shook his head. It is likely not human trafficking. Those who have gone missing are not prodigies. It is said that these malevolent cultivators specifically target those at the 4th level of chi refinement and above, only preying upon those in the mid to late stages of chi refinement. Reports suggest that dozens, if not hundreds, of mid-stage chi refinement cultivators have been abducted on Liuhua Island, with even a few late-stage experts falling victim. Ah? Li Qingyuan gasped in shock. Even late-stage experts have been affected? He thought to himself, is the outside world truly this perilous? I had intended to seek an opportunity to venture out and see if I could exchange talisman paper for spirit stones. It would be best to procure materials for crafting 1st-tier superior talismans to fortify myself. Li Dingzhou reassured him, "Do not worry. This matter has been reported by several chi refinement families to the Foundational Celestial Clan. The Lu family of the Foundational Celestial Clan, which receives annual tributes from the major chi refinement families, naturally bears the responsibility of protecting these families and maintaining order on Liuhua Island." He added, "If everyone lives in fear and hesitates to venture outside, the markets under the Lu family's jurisdiction will struggle to thrive." Li Qingyuan remarked, "I hope the Lu family resolves the issue of these malevolent cultivators swiftly." Li Dingzhou rose, stating, "I must take my leave now to meet with the 2nd elder." Li Qingyuan hurriedly interjected, "Father, please wait a moment. Allow me to give you a few talismans for your protection." As he spoke, Li Qingyuan produced a stack of talisman papers. Li Dingzhou accepted them graciously, fully aware that his son, Li Qingyuan, was not only a prodigy in cultivation but also a genius in the art of talismans, having recently managed to draw even mid-tier talismans. Gazing at the talisman papers, Li Dingzhou expressed his delight. Mid-tier talismans of excellent quality, capable of matching the full strength of a 5th-level chi refinement cultivator. You have even included 3 exquisite quality talismans: the Diamond Talisman, Wind Blade Talisman, and Explosive Fire Talisman, with 4 of each type. Each type consists of 3 talismans of excellent quality and 1 of exquisite quality. Currently, with my cultivation at the 4th level of chi refinement, low-tier talismans offer little assistance. These mid-tier talismans are precisely what I require. Under mysterious circumstances, Li Qingyuan produced the sole authentic Yanbing Zhampa talisman, stating, "Father, please accept this talisman. It must not be used unless in dire necessity. Remember this." Li Qingyuan's expression was grave. Li Dingzhou carefully stowed the Yanbing Zhampa talisman and, upon scanning it with his spiritual awareness, was taken aback. This talisman exudes a formidable spiritual pressure. Could it be a high-grade 1st tier? Li Qingyuan gestured for silence. "Shoo. Father, just heed my words." Li Dingzhou swallowed hard, regaining his composure, and replied, "Rest assured, my son, I shall not employ this talisman unless absolutely necessary. Father is leaving now." Li Dingzhou gathered his belongings and slowly departed, remarking, "Be sure to inform your mother that I have gone hunting." "Understood, father," Li Qingyuan replied. Watching his father recede into the distance, Li Qingyuan silently mused, "I hope the Yanbing Zhampa talisman remains in use. Alas, my strength is still too feeble. Even stepping outside poses a challenge." Once outside, Li Qingyuan returned to his solitary courtyard and resumed his cultivation, absorbing spiritual energy and refining spirit stones. Time swiftly passed, and half a month elapsed. In a certain forest marshland, the Li clan's hunting party traversed the deep mountains, with Li Dingzhou among them, positioned just behind the second elder. The second elder, Li Guangzong, chuckled, "I never expected this hunting expedition to proceed so smoothly. In just half a month, my storage bag is filled to capacity. Indeed, some of you will need to shoulder the burden of transporting the materials from the beast." Li Dingzhou held aloft the head of a beast in his left hand, while his back bore a layer of hides. These materials from spirit beasts could be utilized for weapon forging, array crafting, or transformed into talisman-making paper, all fetching a handsome price. He added with a smile, "It is all thanks to the second elder's astute guidance. You are the most experienced hunter in our family. Having an elder at home is like possessing a treasure. With your wise direction and the concerted efforts of our brothers and sisters, our hunting party invariably returns laden with spoils." The second elder, Li Guangzong, laughed heartily. "Nephew Dingzhou, I did not expect you, with your prominent brows and righteous demeanor, to be so adept at flattery, haha." The family members joined in laughter, the atmosphere lively. 1,000 meters away, within a dense thicket, several cloaked figures lurked in the shadows. The leader spoke. They have finally arrived. The Li clan's celestial hunting party has kept me waiting." A masked woman inquired, "Brother, should we launch a surprise attack, deliberately retreat, separate them, and then pick them off one by one?" The man replied calmly, "We have thoroughly investigated the Li clan's hunting party. Their leader has only reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement, with 3 members at the 4th layer. The remaining 7 are mere 3rd-layer ants, easily extinguished with a flick of the finger." He paused for emphasis, adding, "Moreover, we possess a mid-grade 1st-tier magical artifact, the Binding Spirit Net. Even those at the 6th layer of Qi refinement can be ensnared. They will have no means of resistance." He commanded, "When I give the signal, we shall charge forth en masse. Eliminate all those in the early stage of Qi refinement, but capture 4 mid-stage Qi refiners alive to bring back to the clan." The masked woman, along with 2 other cultivators, bowed respectfully and acknowledged, "Yes, the leading man." His spiritual sense guiding a storage bag, summoned a flying sword that hovered in the air, unmistakably revealing his 6th level of Qi refinement. He infused spiritual energy into the long sword, patiently awaiting the moment. Meanwhile, the Li clan members chatted and laughed as they journeyed along. Suddenly, an ominous aura of murder permeated the air. Li Dingzhou's expression shifted, as a practitioner who had achieved the innate martial master level. His sensitivity to murderous intent surpassed that of ordinary mid-level Qi refinement cultivators. With his blade in hand, Li Dingzhou warned, "Everyone be cautious. Stay alert." At his words, the group fell silent, instinctively adhering to his caution. Li Dingzhou's keen awareness of danger had aided them on numerous occasions, prompting them to trust him without hesitation and remain vigilant. In an instant, a streak of sword light shot forth, swift as lightning and devastatingly powerful. With a swift strike, the sword light pierced through 3 individuals, 3 Qi refinement 3rd-level cultivators from the Li clan, who were caught off guard and slain in a heartbeat. The second elder, furious, exclaimed, "You vile thief, how dare you kill my kin? Go." He summoned his spirit stones and infused his magical artifact with spiritual energy, launching his sword towards the target. The assailant, deftly maneuvering his artifact, easily deflected the second elder's flying sword and scoffed, "An old fool unaware of his limitations. Not only is your cultivation weak, but your artifact is also a mere inferior quality, tier 1 relic." The second elder's face turned pale with shock. 6th level of Qi refinement? Simultaneously, after the masked man made his move, a woman and 2 men sprang into action, all at the 5th level of Qi refinement, each wielding their magical artifacts to attack. Li Dingzhou's expression turned grave, 1 at the 6th level of Qi refinement and 3 at the 5th level. Could they be sinister abductors? Chapter 23, The Power of the Flame and Eye-Severing Talisman. Capturing the evil cultivator? The Li clan's hunting team was engulfed in trepidation, their faces reflecting sheer horror. The second elder soared into the fray on a sword, declaring, "Dingzhou, lead them to safety. I shall hold them off." The masked man scoffed, "Old fool, none of you shall escape." With a swift motion, the man wielded his sword, infusing his 6th-level Qi cultivation into a mid-tier magical artifact, propelling the flying sword with astonishing speed, overwhelming the second elder. The elder, Li Guangzong, waved his left hand, sending forth a wind blade talisman, which surged toward the man. The masked figure effortlessly parried the attack with his sword, mocking, "What can a mere mid-tier talisman do against me?" With a rapid strike, the flying sword pierced the air, relentlessly assaulting the second elder. In response, the elder activated his diamond talisman for defense, while employing the wind blade talisman to strike back and the explosive fire talisman to counterattack. For a brief moment, he managed to hold his ground against the relentless onslaught. "Do you think you alone possess talismans?" The masked man sneered, flicking his fingers to release 3 mid-tier talismans, which detonated in a series of explosive bursts. With 3 thunderous booms, the second elder was sent flying several yards, wounded. Had it not been for the protection of the diamond talisman, he would have sustained grave injuries. "Go," commanded the man, advancing on his sword, which dislodged the elder's artifact with a single strike, then swiftly pierced through the elder's thigh, blood gushing forth. "Ah!" The second elder cried out in agony. The masked man then swiftly cast a binding spirit net, enveloping the elder and restraining him, rendering him incapable of retaliation. Witnessing this, Dingzhou and the others changed their expressions. The second elder, "Damn it, I will fight them," Dingzhou exclaimed, diving into the fray. "You hold off the others. I will rescue the second elder." Shadow of the Moon. With a flicker, Dingzhou's figure became a blur, leaving behind afterimages as he charged toward the masked man. The masked woman, sneering, remarked, "A mere 4th-level Qi cultivator, utterly deluded." With a swift motion, she attacked Dingzhou's thigh, aiming to incapacitate him. Dingzhou contemplated. "Only by striking when they least expect it can I achieve a swift victory. I must eliminate this woman before the 6th-level man can react, to preserve our family's strength. Your Honor, I am grateful for your presence." As he plunged forward, Dingzhou quickly retrieved a talisman, placing a diamond talisman upon himself, activating it instantaneously. He then unleashed the wind blade talisman and the explosive fire talisman, deploying 3 talismans in one swift motion. Among these, the diamond talisman was a premium quality mid-tier talisman, capable of withstanding attacks from 6th-level cultivators. The wind blade and explosive fire talismans he unleashed were also of exceptional quality, their destructive power comparable to a full-force strike from a 6th-level cultivator. Clang! The wind blade talisman surged forth, deflecting the woman's flying sword, its residual force maintaining its lethal trajectory toward the masked woman. She gasped in astonishment. "A premium quality mid-tier talisman? Diamond talisman." Her expression shifted, and she immediately activated her own diamond talisman for defense, capable of fending off 5th-level attacks. Clang! The wind blade struck her chest, the majority of its force absorbed by the diamond talisman. She was sent hurtling back several yards, sustaining only minor injuries. She bellowed furiously, "You seek death." However, before her words could fully escape her lips, a torrent of explosive fire talismans surged forth, akin to a full-force strike from a 6th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. The woman was struck with horror, and without a moment's hesitation, she grasped her magical artifact to defend herself. Her artifact was also of mid-grade, 1st-tier quality. Clang! The artifact was sent flying from her hands, and her body was propelled backwards several zhang. Observing the gaping vulnerability of his opponent, Li Dingzhou swiftly employed the moon shadow technique, brandishing his long knife as he roared, "Bloodblade, 8 strikes. You dare!" The masked man erupted in fury, summoning his flying sword with a fierce shout, "Do not harm my sister." Whoosh! His sword shot forth with the swiftness of light, aimed directly at Li Dingzhou's back. Undeterred, Li Dingzhou swung his long knife, unleashing a torrential wave of blade energy. In an instant, he executed 8 strikes, the blade energies intertwining and piercing through the masked woman. Slicing sounds echoed as her flesh was shredded, blood splattering forth as she let out a harrowing scream. Simultaneously, with a clang, the flying sword conjured by the masked man struck Li Dingzhou's back, colliding with the protective golden light of the diamond talisman, producing a piercing sound. Li Dingzhou braced himself against the assault of a mid-grade 1st-tier artifact wielded by a 6th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Even with the quality talisman shielding him, he was still knocked back several zhang, his vital energy surging violently. As he landed, Li Dingzhou deftly rolled to his feet. "Sister!" The masked man beheld the gruesome fate of his sister, her body torn asunder, her breath extinguished, and fury ignited within him. "I will have your life." He commanded his flying sword, a palpable aura of killing intent enveloping him, the sword light flashing with alacrity. "Wind blade talismans, go." Li Dingzhou casually waved his hand, unleashing 3 wind blade talismans. While not of exquisite quality, they were nonetheless genuine, comparable to the might of a 5th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 wind blade talismans not only intercepted the man's assault, but also sent a few sharp blades slicing toward him. The man swept his sword, effortlessly dispelling the attack. Li Dingzhou's hands moved swiftly as he released numerous talisman papers, all gifts from Li Qingyuan for his protection. Among the 2 or 3 dozen low-grade first-tier talismans, a few mid-grade first-tier talismans mixed and forced the masked man into a defensive stance. The masked man was incensed. How does a mere 4th-layer Qi refinement practitioner from a 3rd-rate family possess such an abundance of talismans? At a certain moment, amidst the multitude of low-grade talismans and several mid-grade ones, one talisman emitted a powerful spiritual pressure, an overwhelming chill radiating from it. Li Dingzhou formed a seal and commanded, "Explode." Bang. The flame ice-severing talisman, concealed among the other talismans, was suddenly activated, exploding instantaneously. The spiritual energy transformed into an ice-blue flame blade, slicing through the air and descending upon the target. The masked man's eyes widened in terror, a high-grade first-tier talisman. With a slicing sound, the over 1 zhang long ice-blue flame blade descended, piercing through him and cleaving the 6th-layer Qi refinement practitioner in 2. Blood mist sprang forth, with a tremendous crash. After severing the masked man, the ice-blue flame blade collided with a large tree several meters away, splitting it apart and sending wood chips flying. Gulp. The 2 masked 5th-layer Qi refinement practitioners stood in shock. "Our clan brother is dead." To his astonishment, it was indeed a 1st-grade superior talisman paper. Li Dingzhou brandished a talisman, exclaiming fiercely, "You 2 shall not escape." Startled by his words, the 2 individuals immediately regained their senses and fled in terror, shouting, "Run." Split up. In the blink of an eye, the 2 cultivators at the 5th level of Qi refinement soared into the air on their swords, disregarding their energy expenditures as they desperately sought to escape. With a heavy exhale, Li Dingzhou leaned against a grand tree, utterly spent and gasping for breath. The previous battle was a tale long to recount. In truth, from the moment he unleashed the moon shadow technique, activated the talisman paper, swiftly closed in to slay the woman, and subsequently counterattacked the masked man with a plethora of talismans, merely a span of 10 breaths had elapsed. Besides the significant depletion of his spiritual energy, there remained but a few 1st-grade superior talismans. And without the confidence to vanquish the 2 cultivators at the 5th level of Qi refinement, he opted to intimidate them into retreat. After a brief respite, Li Dingzhou hastened forward to unfasten the spirit-binding net, liberating the 2nd elder. "Elder, are you unharmed?" he inquired with genuine concern. The 2nd elder, Li Guangzong, pressed a bleeding-stopping talisman against his thigh to stem the incessant flow of blood, his face contorting with pain as he replied, "It's merely some strained muscles and broken bones. I shall survive." As they cast their gaze towards the family hunting team, sorrow etched across their faces. The family's cultivators at the 3rd level of Qi refinement had suffered grievously, with 3 falling victim to the masked man's assault at the outset. Subsequently, they united to confront the other 2 malevolent cultivators at the 5th level of Qi refinement, resulting in 1 death, 2 severely injured, and 3 lightly wounded. With nearly everyone sustaining injuries, Li Dingxue and Li Dingming, both at the 4th level of Qi refinement, served as the main force against the 2 5th-level opponents. Yet they bore severe wounds. Particularly, Li Dingxue had lost an arm and lay gravely injured and unconscious. His path of cultivation was likely at an end. Gazing upon the grievously wounded kin, tears welled in Li Dingzhou's fierce eyes as he cursed bandits. The 2nd elder, too, shed tears. Yet he recognized that this was not the time for sorrow. Steeling himself, he commanded, "Dingzhou, retrieve the storage bag of the malevolent cultivator, the magical artifacts, and the spirit-binding net. Then, take the family disciples and make a swift retreat." Li Dingzhou nodded. Understood. Chapter 024. The Storage Bag. First Order Magical Artifact. Distribution in hand. As Li Qingyuan hurried to the ancestral hall, he found it already bustling with over 100 people. Among this gathering, a small number were cultivators, while the majority were their direct relatives, ordinary folk residing on Yunxia Mountain. The air was thick with cries and lamentations, enveloped in somber white. The atmosphere within the hall was heavy and oppressive. Upon seeing that his father was relatively unharmed, Li Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. However, the sight of 4 deceased clan members and the injuries borne by the others filled him with sorrow. The Grand Elder had arrived, attending to the injuries of the 2nd elder, Li Dingming, and others, cleaning wounds and applying dressings. Among the family hunting team, only Li Dingzhou had emerged unscathed. The clan leader spoke in a grave tone. Guangzong, what transpired? Did you encounter a late-stage qi refinement spirit beast? Did you venture deep into the mountains? Second elderly Guangzong replied, Clan leader, we were ambushed by heretics. What? Heretics? The clan leader and the grand elder, along with the gathered clan members, were taken aback. Li Qingyuan turned to his father and asked, Father, did you encounter those notorious heretics who specialize in abducting cultivators? Li Dingzhou nodded. Indeed. This time, we nearly faced total annihilation, had it not been for you. He paused, refraining from mentioning the talismans Li Qingyuan had gifted him. At that moment, the second elder continued. There were 4 adversaries, 1 at the 6th level of qi refinement and 3 at the 5th level. The grand elder's expression shifted. 1 at the 6th level and 3 at the 5th. Such power could rival that of a third-rate qi refinement family. The forces behind these heretics are undoubtedly formidable. The clan leader inquired, Guangzong, Dingzhou, how did you escape this peril? Li Guangzong explained, had it not been for Dingzhou, we would have certainly perished. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. Soon, second elder Li Guangzong recounted the ambush, the injuries sustained, and how Li Dingzhou had retaliated against the heretical siblings by unleashing a volley of talismans. The clan leader, grand elder, and the assembled clan members listened in astonishment. The clan leader exclaimed, for each of the diamond talisman, wind blade talisman, and explosive fire talisman, with each type featuring 1 premium talisman, and even a remarkably potent first-order superior talisman. He then asked, Dingzhou, from where did you acquire this first-order superior talisman? Regarding this superior talisman, the clan leader held no suspicion towards Li Qingyuan. Was it conceivable that materials for a mid-grade first-order talisman, a flawed superior talisman script, mid-grade talisman ink, and brush could yield an authentic superior talisman? No matter how one contemplated it, it seemed utterly absurd. Li Dingzhou scratched his head, feeling somewhat sheepish. Clan leader, you know me well. I've always had a penchant for gambling on blind boxes. I never expected my luck to shine so brightly, allowing me to draw a first-order superior talisman. The second elder remarked, this lad truly enjoys gambling on blind boxes. Every time we visit the market to sell beast materials, he insists on placing a bet. The clan leader was momentarily at a loss for words. Through a stroke of fortuitous gambling, Li Dingzhou had astonishingly saved the family hunting team. The family hunting team was salvaged, at least preserving 1/3 of the family's strength. Should we truly suffer the loss of 1/3 of our power, the Li clan would be gravely weakened, and our assets would undoubtedly attract the attention of other qi-refining families and rogue cultivators. The clan leader, Li Guanao, patted Li Dingzhou on the back, saying, You have done exceptionally well, Dingzhou. The remaining tasks now fall to me. The names of the deceased family cultivators would be inscribed in the ancestral records, honored in the ancestral hall with spirit tablets. Then it was essential to comfort the bereaved families and reassure the clan members. For those among the families who were cultivators, spirit stone subsidies would be distributed. As for those without cultivators, they would receive compensation, granted a lifetime of prosperity, fertile land. And future generations would still enjoy 3 years of resources from the clan when they produce seedlings. When Li Qingyuan returned home, it was already deep into the night. His mother, Chen Xiuyun, was still trembling with fear, saying, Dingzhou, you nearly gave me a heart attack while I was fertilizing the spirit fields with the others. Someone rushed in to say the family hunting team had returned with heavy casualties, and I was so scared my legs went weak. When I arrived at the ancestral hall, seeing 4 bodies covered with white cloth nearly made me faint. Thank heavens you are unharmed. Otherwise, what would become of me and you honor? Li Dingzhou tightly grasped Chen Shiyun's hand, drawing her into an embrace, and reassured her, Sister Yun, do not worry. For you, and for you honor, I will ensure my safety. Li Qingyuan expressed his relief. This time was extraordinarily perilous. Thankfully, his mother, Chen Xiuyun, inquired, Thankfully what? Li Qingyuan replied, Thankfully. My father is blessed with great fortune, and by sheer luck, he opened a first-tier high-grade talisman from a blind box, slaying a formidable foe. Chen Xiuyun nodded. Indeed. We are fortunate. It must be the blessings of our ancestors. Li Dingzhou commanded, Sister Yin, I am hungry. Please prepare a bowl of noodles for me. Mother, I am also hungry. Could you make me a bowl of noodles as well? Li Qingyuan added, and include a fried egg, cooked in the lard of the black-toothed fragrant pig. Chen Xiuyun smiled gently, synchronizing with her son's words. Do not worry. I will fry the egg in the lard of the black-toothed fragrant pig. Li Qingyuan beamed with joy. In this life, His father stands as the pillar of the family, embodying paternal love as steadfast as a mountain. His mother is a gentle and elegant wife and mother, her love as nurturing as water. Amidst the mountains and waters, he flourishes under the sun. Li Dingzhou chuckled. Sister Yin, prepare one for me as well. Chun Xiuyin replied, of course, everyone will have their share. She then rose to busily attend to the kitchen, leaving only the father and son in the hall. Li Qingyuan, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, Father, did the clan leader summon you for a private meeting? Did he bestow upon you many valuable items? You little rascal, you are indeed perceptive. Li Dingzhou chuckled as he performed a hand gesture, causing another storage bag and 2 magical tools to emerge from his waist pouch. Wow, a storage bag and magical tools? Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is worth noting that the Li clan possesses only 3 storage bags, one each belonging to the clan leader, the elder, and the second elder. The clan leader's storage bag is the most advanced, reaching the 2nd tier, a legacy passed down from the previous clan head. The storage bags are quite expensive, regarded as special artifacts imbued with spatial restrictions and cultivation techniques. Even a mere low-grade 1st-tier storage bag commands a price exceeding 100 spirit stones. Li Dingzhou chuckled, recalling that in the past, both the Grand Elder and the 2nd Elder had to endure considerable pain in their pockets to acquire a low-grade 1st-tier storage bag, having prepared for 3 to 5 years. Now, here we are, as father and son, each possessing one. However, Li Dingzhou continued, the storage bags we have seized are all middle-grade 1st-tier ones. I have decided to relinquish them to the Grand Elder and the 2nd Elder. Firstly, our strength is rather meager. Wielding middle-grade 1st-tier storage bags would draw undue attention and could easily provoke bandits. A middle-grade 1st-tier storage bag is valued at several hundred spirit stones, sufficient to procure some high-grade 1st-tier artifacts. For someone lacking in strength, possessing such a bag is akin to a child brandishing gold in a bustling market, inviting disaster. Secondly, aside from being able to exchange for 2 low-grade 1st-tier storage bags, both the Grand Elder and the 2nd Elder have generously compensated us with 50 spirit stones each. Furthermore, the family has agreed that the 2 middle-grade 1st-tier artifacts we acquired will belong to you and me. Li Qingyuan remarked, our family is indeed fair and just. This distribution is advantageous for us. Yet, it is also what Li Dingzhou rightfully deserves. Had it not been for his efforts, the entire hunting team would have faced annihilation, severely undermining the family's strength and rendering them vulnerable to other factions and rogue cultivators, leading to even greater losses. Li Dingzhou smiled as the father and son began to divide the spoils. 1 low-grade 1st-tier storage bag for me, and 1 for you. 1 middle-grade 1st-tier artifact for me, and 1 for you. 100 spirit stones, 50 for me, and 50 for you. Li Qingyuan beamed, saying, thank you, father. Chapter 025, Striking it Rich, Doubling Again. A few days later, the deceased clan cultivators were finally laid to rest. Those severely injured were still recuperating, while the lightly wounded had mostly recovered. Shortly thereafter, the clan leader, Li Guangao, convened a family meeting attended by all cultivators at or above the 4th level of Qi refinement. Notably absent was Li Dingxue, a 4th-level cultivator who had lost an arm in battle and was still unconscious from blood loss. The specific details of the meeting remained unknown to Li Qingyuan. Rather than the contents of the family meeting, Li Qingyuan found himself more captivated by the resources at his disposal. He retreated to his secluded courtyard, entering a state of closed-door cultivation. With a mere thought, he summoned a low-grade 1st-tier storage bag into the Shinin space. After a flawless replication, 2 identical storage bags materialized in his hands. In his palms lay 2 indistinguishable storage bags, complete with minor signs of wear and an aged appearance, precisely mirroring each other. His father had once mentioned that a brand-new low-grade 1st-tier storage bag was valued at approximately 100 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan pondered, considering his own bags, which had seen years of use. They were likely worth only 70 or 80 spirit stones. Subsequently, wielding a flying sword, he flicked his fingers, producing a clear, resonant sound as the 3-foot blade hummed melodiously. The sword was slender, its edge razor-sharp, glimmering in shades of green, adorned with spiritual patterns. Li Qingyuan exclaimed joyfully, this is indeed a mid-grade 1st-tier flying sword. According to his father's words, such a sword would fetch no less than 100 spirit stones in the market, sufficient to sustain his cultivation through to the 6th level of Qi refinement. He chuckled, realizing the advantages of being backed by a family, even one of modest standing. The resources accessible during the initial stages of cultivation far surpass those available to unanchored rogue cultivators. Collect. Duplicate. Soon, 2 flying swords soared from the shining space. These mid-grade first-tier flying swords, crafted primarily from green bamboo with supplementary first-tier materials, were aptly named Green Bamboo Flying Swords. Li Qingyuan grinned widely, estimating the value of the 2 swords to be around 300 spirit stones. After the duplication, he would possess a total of 100 spirit stones. 100 spirit stones will sustain my cultivation for a while, he mused. In a few days, his father and others would venture to the market to sell spiritual herbs and beast materials. He could discreetly request them to procure materials for crafting high-grade first-tier talismans. In the perilous realm of Lyoha Island, only by mastering the combat capabilities of late-stage chi refinement could he find any semblance of security. Since his arrival in the world of cultivation, an ever-present sense of vulnerability loomed over Li Qingyuan, rooted in his own inadequacies. He understood that all fear stemmed from insufficient strength. To bolster his power, he resolved to create numerous flame-eye-severing talismans. Yet, before entering seclusion, there remained one pressing matter. With a furrowed brow, he murmured, "Alas, how shall I explain this to grandfather the clan leader?" It seemed he would have to employ a bit of strategy. The following morning, Li Qingyuan shed his outer garments, bearing his shame, and approached the clan leader's solitary courtyard. Kneeling before the entrance, he proclaimed, "Grandson Li Qingyuan has come to seek forgiveness. I humbly beseech the esteemed patriarch to impose punishment upon me." With a creak, the door swung open, revealing not only the patriarch but also the grand elder. Li Qingyuan bowed respectfully and greeted, "Greetings, esteemed patriarch and grand elder." The grand elder, with a curious expression, inquired, "Little Qingyuan, what is it that you are doing? Have you committed a mistake?" Li Qingyuan lowered his head in silence. The patriarch asked, "Speak. What is the success rate for the first-tier low-grade talisman? And what about the first-tier mid-grade talisman?" Li Qingyuan glanced at the patriarch, noting his solemn demeanor, and replied in a subdued voice, 70%. 70%? The patriarch, Li Guangao, was taken aback and pressed further, 70%? Is it for the first-tier low-grade talisman or the first-tier mid-grade talisman? Li Qingyuan responded, "To me, they are all the same." The patriarch, Li Guangao, twitched his lips in response. Indeed, this little rascal possesses an extraordinary talent for talisman crafting. Perhaps the difficulty of both the first-tier low-grade and mid-grade talismans is equally trivial for him. Li Guangao then inquired, "What about the probability of producing a fine quality?" Seeing that the patriarch was not angry, Li Qingyuan continued, "For the first-tier low-grade talisman, the probability of fine quality is nearly 20%. For the first-tier mid-grade talisman, it is close to 10%. "You rascal," Li Guangao exclaimed, his tone growing more intense as he extended his hand toward Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan hurriedly interjected, "Esteemed patriarch, please allow me to explain. I did not intend to conceal the success rate of my talisman crafting. I merely wish to save some talismans for my father as protection. Every time he ventures out hunting, it is fraught with peril, and my mother is perpetually anxious, unable to sleep soundly, often rising at midnight to pray for his safety. As a son, I too worry for my father's well-being, which is why I deliberately concealed this from you, to save more talismans for his safeguard." Li Guangao placed a hand on Li Qingyuan's shoulder and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Well done, my boy." "Huh." Li Qingyuan was taken aback, looking utterly bewildered. Li Guangao continued, "Firstly, you have once again demonstrated that your talent for talisman crafting is indeed remarkable, surpassing even my understanding. Secondly, you are a dutiful child, despite your youth. You have already grasped how to wield your abilities to protect your parents and loved ones. Thirdly, you are capable of recognizing your mistakes and have the courage to admit them." Li Qingyuan was momentarily stunned, pondering, do I possess so many virtues? Finally, Li Guangao remarked, "The last point is the most crucial. Do you know what it is?" Li Qingyuan respectfully replied, "The clan descendant does not know." I humbly asked the patriarch for guidance. Li Guangao stroked his beard and said, "In the realm of cultivation, there are many deceitful individuals, and instances of murder for treasure are not uncommon. Moreover, the closer one is to a person, the better they understand you. Betrayal among friends and family is often the most fatal." With a deep sigh, Li Guangao continued in a somber tone, "If I had understood this principle in my youth, your grandmother would not have perished while trying to save me." He looked intently at Li Qingyuan and solemnly advised, "Qingyuan, remember, once you leave the clan and step into the outside world, regardless of whom you befriend, always ensure to keep a trump card hidden for yourself. Even among the closest of kin, my own clan, I hope you can embrace this wisdom. Li Qingyuan gazed at him in astonishment. Grandfather clan leader. Li Guangao interjected. You must remember, as cultivators, if we wish to ascend to greater heights and venture farther, we must remain vigilant against the treachery of others. Indeed. Li Qingyuan responded earnestly, I shall remember, Grandfather clan leader. He silently reflected, I have already begun to heed your counsel, Grandfather clan leader. Presently, my success rate with first-tier inferior talismans stands at 90%, with a 30% quality of exquisite craftsmanship. The remainder are of standard quality. For first-tier medium talismans, the success rate is 80%, with a quality of exquisite craftsmanship at 20%, and the majority being of standard quality, while inferior quality is surprisingly rare. In my hands, as long as the materials for the talismans are not subpar, the notion of inferior talismans is virtually non-existent. Li Guangao patted Li Qingyuan on the shoulder. Chuckling, very well, return to your cultivation. Strive to ascend to the fourth layer of qi refinement and progress to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Upon reaching the mid-stage, once you cultivate your spiritual awareness, it will greatly aid your mastery of talisman crafting. Li Qingyuan nodded with a smile. Yes, Grandfather clan leader, Grand Elder. I take my leave. He clasped his fists in a respectful gesture and turned to depart. The Grand Elder jested. This rascal has more cunning than his father. Li Guangao stroked his beard, responding, having a keen mind is indeed advantageous. The Li clan of the immortal race requires not only talented cultivators, but also a leader with shrewdness and depth. Chapter 26. Upgrading the spiritual vein, planning the foundation. The undulating mountains, with peaks resembling waves, are aptly named the Fubo mountain range. Deep within this range lies a forbidden zone, where dozens of cultivators in the qi refinement stage are firmly impaled by blood-red iron nails of varying sizes, their blood and spiritual energy being siphoned away. Once extracted, their essence converges into a peculiar formation at the center, where it undergoes transformation and is infused into the depths of the earth. Countless streams of spiritual energy nourish a first-tier spiritual vein below, causing it to shimmer with brilliance and gradually enhance its sentience. This vein appears to be undergoing a metamorphosis towards a specific direction. The radius of 100 feet is strictly off-limits, surrounded by an illusory array designed to block spiritual perception and hinder any cultivator's intrusion. Outside this illusory array, a venerable man in a brocade robe, tall and imposing, exudes an overwhelming spiritual pressure, embodying the authority of a higher being. A young man in his 30s approaches respectfully and reports, Father, of the several teams we dispatched last time, 3 have met with failure. One team, composed of late-stage qi refiners, encountered the Black Mountain Bandits and was completely annihilated. The other 2 teams, comprised of mid-stage qi refiners, also faced setbacks. The young man continues. One of them was discovered by the patriarch of the Zhang family from Qifeng Mountain and had to retreat in failure. The other was slain by the Li family from Yunxia Mountain, with siblings Zhou Yun and Zhou Lan killed on the spot. With a thunderous presence, the old man unleashes his spiritual pressure, a powerful vortex sweeping across the area as he coldly remarks, a bunch of useless fools. Encountering the Black Mountain Bandits is one thing, seasoned marauders led by a master of the 10th level of qi refinement. However, the Zhang and Li families are mere third-rate qi families, their strongest members no more than 6th level cultivators. Not only did Zhou Yun and Zhou Lan fail, but they were also killed. The young man, visibly intimidated, explains, Father, please calm your anger. The 2 who returned reported that Zhou Yun and Zhou Lan were slain by a 4th level cultivator wielding a superior first-tier talisman. A superior first-tier talisman? The venerable man, momentarily taken aback, questions, how could a mere third-rate qi family possess such a talisman? Did they perhaps spend a fortune to acquire it for self-defense? The young man replies softly, perhaps. While superior first-tier talismans are costly, with enough spirit stones, third-rate qi families and some wandering cultivators can still afford a few. The old man ponders deeply. The young man adds, Father, our continuous actions over the past few months have instilled fear in all the major qi families and independent cultivator factions. Moreover, this matter has already been reported to the Liu family of the Foundation Establishment sect. They have dispatched teams to patrol an area of over 3,000 miles around Liuha Island, monitoring the surroundings. He continues quietly, if we persist, we are likely to expose ourselves. After a moment of contemplation, the old man instructs, Lear, you shall personally lead a team, selecting half of the family's elite. Depart from Liuha Island and make your way to the other 4 islands to capture mid- and late-stage chi refiners. Your second uncle will assist you in secret. Upon hearing this, Jolie bows respectfully and responds, "Understood, father." The old man turned around, patting his son's shoulder with a grave expression, and said, at this juncture, "Our Zhou clan has no path of retreat. We must either supplant the Liu family or witness rivers of blood." Zhou Li's shoulders trembled slightly as he steadied himself and replied, "But father, I believe these outsiders are far from benevolent. Allying with them is akin to seeking shelter with a tiger." The patriarch of the Zhou clan sighed deeply. Can a father be unaware? However, compared to the Liu family, at least they provide a glimmer of hope for foundation establishment. Lear, do not forget how your grandfather met his demise. Hearing this, hatred flickered in Zhou Li's eyes. His grandfather, born with dual spiritual roots, embodied the hope of the Zhou clan. By the age of 40, he had achieved the pinnacle of chi refinement, dedicating a decade to procure the foundation establishment pill, with the family accumulating tens of thousands of spiritual stones. At 50, he departed Luhia Island with a fortune of spiritual stones, intent on purchasing the foundation establishment pill from islands inhabited by other foundation establishment clans. Yet, for reasons unknown, he was targeted by bandits as soon as he left Luhia Island. 3 bandits, well prepared, attacked in unison, and despite his desperate struggle, his grandfather managed to slay 1 and severely injure 2 before barely escaping home. Zhou Li and his father witnessed the demise of their most promising ancestor, the one destined to lead the Zhou clan into becoming a foundation establishment clan, as he passed away before their eyes. At that time, Zhou Li was merely 7, forever losing the love of his grandfather. The patriarch's eyes glinted with hatred as he coldly stated, "It was not only your grandfather. 300 years ago, our Zhou clan also had a prodigy with dual spiritual roots. On his first venture out, he was targeted by bandits and met a tragic end. Among the 3 major chi refinement families, aside from our Zhou clan, the other 2 have seen all likely candidates for foundation establishment perish under mysterious circumstances." Zhou Li replied with calmness, looking across Luha Island. "The only one capable and motivated to do so is the singular foundation establishment clan, the Liu family." The patriarch declared, "Thus, if we do not fight back, our Zhou clan shall forever be servants to the Liu family, never to rise as a foundation establishment clan." "I understand, father." Zhou Li nodded respectfully. "I shall select the family's elite and covertly venture to the other 4 islands and overseas to capture practitioners." Zhou Li waved his hand, saying, "Bring them forth." Soon, several late-stage chi refinement practitioners in black attire escorted dozens of severely injured cultivators to their presence, most being mid-stage chi refinement, with 7 or 8 late-stage. Among them was even one at the 9th level of chi refinement. The elder at the 9th level widened his eyes, staring blankly at the patriarch, struggling to articulate, "Zhou Kuei, is it you? What does your Zhou family intend?" Patriarch Zhou Kuei looked at the elder and chuckled. "Ah, Brother Wang, I did not expect to see you here." Wang Laoer, a somewhat renowned rogue on Luhia Island due to his 9th level chi refinement prowess, now found himself sealed of spiritual power, battered and injured. Gazing fearfully at Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li, Zhou Kuei smiled kindly. "Rest assured, Brother Wang, I shall remember your contributions to our Zhou clan." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Zhou Kuei's voice fell, he waved his hands, and a series of blood-red iron nails, infused with magical energy, shot forth, piercing the hearts and limbs of the dozens of individuals led by Wang Laoer, penetrating their bodies and causing blood to flow profusely. Enter. Zhou Kuei unleashed the full force of his 10th level of chi refinement, and with a sweeping motion of his long sleeves, a gust of wind arose, carrying the multitude into the illusory formation. Within the depths of the illusion, as Wang Laoer and his followers descended, a mysterious figure clad in black robes suddenly emerged. With a wave of his hand, he caught the fallen and dispersed them into separate corners. The cries of agony and despair echoed as they writhed in pain. Wang Laoer, filled with terror, exclaimed, "My blood, my spiritual energy is draining away. Zhou Kuei, you demon, what have you done to us?" Zhou Kuei waved his hand once more, and a flurry of talismans flew out, sealing the mouths of Wang Laoer and his companions, plunging them into an immediate silence. Having accomplished this, Zhou Kuei turned his gaze towards the black-robed man at the center of the formation, inquiring, "Mr. Mo, how long will it be before I can break through to the foundation establishment stage?" Mr. Mo replied in a calm tone. "The Zhou clan's spiritual vein has already ascended to the 1st grade high quality, soon to become a quasi-2nd grade spiritual vein. In 10 years, gather over 10,000 spirit stones. Alongside 500 Qi refinement mid-stage practitioners and 100 Qi refinement late-stage practitioners, and you will undoubtedly advance to a second-grade spiritual vein. When your spiritual vein reaches the second grade, combined with the foundation establishment pill bestowed upon you by the Qin clan, your success rate, given your qualifications as the head of the Zhou family, will be nearly 50%. Zhou Kuei's expression grew grave. 10,000 spirit stones, 500 mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners, and 100 late-stage Qi refinement practitioners. Any one of these requirements would be a formidable challenge. However, he understood the necessity of achieving this, and he was determined to succeed. Only by upgrading the family's spiritual vein to the second grade could he obtain the promised foundation establishment pill, thereby utilizing the efficacy of the second-grade spiritual vein and the pill to break through to foundation establishment and ascend as a foundation establishment practitioner. With resolute determination, Zhou Kuei declared, "Very well, grant me 10 years, and I shall undoubtedly accomplish this." Chapter 27. Genuine Flame Ice Talismans, Completion of Qi Refinement at the Third Layer. Half a month later, the area surrounding Luwa Island, spanning 3,000 miles, returned to tranquility. Not only had the nefarious cultivators ceased their abductions, but even the robbers had adopted a more subdued demeanor. Consequently, Luwa Island regained its former order, and the various markets reopened. The Li clan also required the sale of spiritual plants, talisman paper, spirit beasts, and primordial iron, converting these into spirit stones, materials for talismans, elixirs, and other resources for cultivation. To ensure a smooth operation, the clan leader personally led the expedition, accompanied by the second elder and heads of various family enterprises. The grand elder remained to oversee the clan, while 2 fourth-layer Qi refinement cultivators assisted, leaving around 10 third-layer cultivators behind. Li Qingyuan continued his training as usual. Several days later, the clan leader and his entourage returned, laden with goods. That evening, after the family had finished dinner, Li Dingzhou and his son Li Qingyuan closed the door for a private conversation. Li Dingzhou retrieved several items from his storage bag. A pained expression on his face. First-tier high-grade talisman paper materials cost 5 spirit stones each, and this first-tier high-grade talisman ink, weighing only 2 taels, cost 10 spirit stones. His heart bled as he continued, "I purchased 8 sheets of first-tier high-grade talisman paper and 2 taels of talisman ink, totaling 50 spirit stones." Li Qingyuan produced 50 spirit stones, saying, "Father, you too must cultivate. Allow me to cover this 50 spirit stones." Recently, the father and son had shared their cultivation resources equally, each receiving 50 spirit stones. With his doubled resources, Li Qingyuan now possessed over 100 spirit stones, and his talisman crafting yielded 7 spirit stones monthly, which had now increased to 14. Li Dingzhou waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No need. I shall remain at the mid-Qi refinement stage for my lifetime. But you Yuan possess the potential for foundation establishment and require spirit stones far more than I." Li Qingyuan insisted, "How about this? Let us divide it evenly, 25 spirit stones each." After much hesitation, Li Dingzhou ultimately accepted 20 spirit stones for his cultivation. Once Li Qingyuan obtained the talisman paper and ink, he retreated to his secluded chamber to begin crafting talismans. The first-tier high-grade talisman brush was excessively expensive, so he resolved to make do with a wind spirit wolf hair brush. As he spoke, he took out 2 taels of talisman ink and 8 sheets of talisman paper. Taking a deep breath to clear his mind, he focused intently. Moments later, he lifted his brush and began to draw talismans, immersing himself in the task without a flicker of distraction. After a quarter of an hour, the first flame ice severing talisman was successfully completed. Li Qingyuan exclaimed with joy, "The quality is genuine, and its power rivals that of a fully unleashed 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivator." He pressed on. The second and third talismans. All 3 turned out to be of genuine quality, with everything proceeding smoothly. After crafting 3 talismans in succession, Li Qingyuan paused to meditate, replenishing his spiritual energy and spirit, preparing to commence the second round of crafting in peak condition. The materials were precious and could not be wasted, compelling Li Qingyuan to proceed with utmost caution. With guidance from the Xianpin space, combined with his innate talent, and maintaining the best mindset during each crafting session, calm and unhurried, he astonishingly succeeded in producing all 8 talismans of genuine quality. With a sigh of relief, Li Qingyuan Longsong expressed his regret. "I never anticipated that my state of talisman drawing would be so exceptional this time. Alas, If only I possessed the cultivation of the mid-stage chi refinement, developed spiritual awareness, and wielded a first-grade superior talisman brush, I could potentially create high-quality Inferno Ice soul-vanquishing talismans. Such talismans, of premium quality, would be comparable to a full-force strike from a 9th-layer chi refinement practitioner, capable of suppressing or even injuring an 8th-layer cultivator. Furthermore, with a sufficient number of talismans under concentrated firepower, I could potentially annihilate an 8th-layer practitioner. Gazing at the 8 talisman papers, Liqing Yuan chuckled. 8 quality authentic Inferno Ice soul-vanquishing talismans, if utilized appropriately, should be sufficient to slay a 7th-layer expert. At last, I possess a modicum of self-defense. Suddenly, he noticed a flaw in his wind spirit wolf hairbrush. A minuscule crack had appeared on the brush handle. Though slight, it was nonetheless present. With a frown, Liqing Yuan lamented, indeed. A mid-grade first-grade brush forced to inscribe on a superior first-grade talisman paper sustains damage during the process of infusing spiritual energy and countering the talisman script. To draw on first-grade superior paper, I must possess a first-grade superior brush for prolonged use. He decided, never mind, I shall first elevate my cultivation. Contemplating, he resolved to swiftly ascend to the 4th layer of chi refinement and cultivate spiritual awareness. Once his soul transformed into spiritual awareness, he could wield a sword to vanquish foes, overpowering those at the 3rd layer. Additionally, utilizing spiritual awareness to command talismans would allow for swifter and more precise attacks. With the Inferno Eye soul-vanquishing talismans at my side, I should be able to contend with late-stage chi refinement practitioners to some extent. Having said that, Liqing Yuan carefully stored away the 8 talisman papers and commenced his training. In the days that followed, he returned to his rigorous daily practice, devising a scientifically sound and reasonable training regimen based on his previous life's knowledge. He engaged in seated meditation for chi refinement, practiced first-grade spells, drew talismans, and honed his fundamental swordplay and martial arts, alongside simulations with his father and sparring with the Grand Elder and Second Elder. His cultivation, spells, swordsmanship, combat experience, and talisman drawing skills were all steadily advancing. Now, Liqing Yuan had access to more training resources than before. The profits from talisman drawing brought in 7 spirit stones per month, doubling to 14. Besides meditating for chi refinement, he could refine 1 spirit stone a day. Furthermore, he consumed spirit rice daily. His training location remained the core area of the family's first-grade flawed spirit vein, a privilege reserved for the clan leader, Grand Elder, and Second Elder alone. As time flowed by, his cultivation progressed steadily. 1 month, 3 months, half a year. With the changing seasons, a year had swiftly passed. At the age of 12, Liqing Yuan sat cross-legged in his dwelling. The young lad, now standing at 1.60 meters, donned a blue robe. His youthful features bore a hint of maturity, while his eyes sparkled with extraordinary vitality. Thus, as Liqing Yuan meditated, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged, transforming into his own strength, and the spiritual pressure within him radiated outward, signifying his full mastery of the 3rd layer of chi refinement. Exhaling deeply, he released the stagnant energy from his hands. With a satisfied smile, Liqing Yuan reflected, at 12 years old, I have achieved complete mastery of the 3rd layer of chi refinement. In a span of 6 months to a year, I shall undoubtedly reach the 4th layer and cultivate spiritual awareness. Grandfather, the patriarch, proclaimed that my innate divine soul is exceptionally powerful, rendering me more adept than the average individual at cultivating spiritual awareness. Coupled with my superior quality of 3 spiritual roots, I encounter virtually no obstacles during the chi refinement stage. Liqing Yuan remarked, thus, I am unlike my father and others. I do not require the use of minor spirit-enhancing pills to advance. Such elixirs should be consumed sparingly, unless absolutely necessary or if one possesses high-quality pills. In a modest locale like Lio Island, the chi refinement pills are often overly complex in their medicinal properties, and many can only manage to become first-tier alchemists, producing pills of impure potency. Consumption of these may adversely affect the quality of one's spiritual energy and foundational roots. Of course, high-grade pills crafted by advanced alchemists from established sects, such as those of the core formation or nascent soul stages, can indeed be taken in moderation to help overcome cultivation bottlenecks. Liqing Yuan was acutely aware that, at this juncture in his chi refinement phase, he need not concern himself with ingesting pills. He sought to meticulously hone each minor realm, allowing his progress to unfold naturally. Next, he aimed to break through to the mid-chi refinement stage. Chapter 28. The fourth level of Qi refinement, mastering the sword with spirit perception. To his astonishment, Li Qingyuan's advancement to the mid-stage of Qi refinement was even more seamless than he had anticipated. Perhaps it was due to his exceptionally strong innate soul, his solid foundation, or his remarkable aptitude. In any case, merely 6 months later, Li Qingyuan experienced a breakthrough. On this day, sensing the opportunity for advancement, he promptly retrieved 10 spirit stones and arranged them around himself, channeling the great Chang'an to absorb the ethereal energy of heaven and earth, as well as the spirit stones, striving vigorously to shatter his bottleneck. Boom. After 2 full hours of this relentless assault on his limits, Li Qingyuan's body trembled, and a thunderous roar of spiritual energy erupted within him, effortlessly breaking through the pinnacle of the third level of Qi refinement. Buzz. In that instant of breakthrough, his mental faculties became remarkably alert, and the power of his soul underwent a transformation, evolving into an enigmatic and profound energy. A unique spirit perception was born. This perception was wondrous, not belonging to the 5 senses nor the 6 cognitions. It stemmed from the soul and the mental power, yet transcended both. Li Qingyuan recognized that this was the essence of spirit perception. He had reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. The power of spirit perception was now his. Filled with joy, Li Qingyuan immediately took out a first-grade mid-tier magical artifact, the green bamboo flying sword. Infusing it with his spirit perception and also channeling his own spiritual energy into the sword. Go. The spiritual energy provided propulsion, while the spirit perception guided its trajectory. Whoosh! The green bamboo flying sword burst through the window, traversing 10 zhang in the air, transforming into a streak of lightning, sharp and swift, directly piercing through a large tree. Bang! The tree, as thick as a barrel, bore a sword-sized hole, its surroundings charred black. Return! Li Qingyuan returned to the courtyard, forming a hand seal, and the flying sword automatically soared back into his grasp from 10 zhang away. Indeed, the 4th level of Qi refinement was formidable. Not only had he cultivated spirit perception, but he could also command the sword from afar to vanquish foes. Li Qingyuan joyfully exclaimed, "No wonder, in the eyes of mortals, those who have reached the 4th level of Qi refinement can fly with swords and slay enemies. They are truly the celestial masters." It is no surprise that among mortal martial artists, those who have not reached the innate level and cultivated innate true energy stand no chance against cultivators. In the realm of mortals, only innate martial artists have recorded feats of slaying early-stage Qi refinement practitioners. Li Qingyuan flicked his fingers, and the green bamboo flying sword hummed in response. Truly, this is a sharp sword, worthy of being a first-grade mid-tier magical artifact. In the realm of martial arts, it could be considered a rare divine weapon. He chuckled, having reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, coupled with 8 first-grade upper-tier talismans. I now possess a measure of self-protection. I should seek an opportunity to visit the marketplace and broaden my horizons. He possessed hundreds of talismans, first-grade lower-tier, first-grade mid-tier, abundant in quantity, sufficient to be exchanged for over 1,000 spirit stones. Naturally, such replicated talismans, when sold, would likely not yield unlimited returns, nor would they double the spirit stones. However, having over 1,000 spirit stones was ample for his cultivation needs. With his cultivation breakthrough, he decided to inform the Grand Elder and the others. Li Qingyuan leaped gracefully, employing the moon shadow technique, moving as lightly as a swallow and swiftly as a streak of light, racing atop the treetops, effortlessly catching up to the birds. After dashing over 100 zhang, Li Qingyuan paused. "Ha ha ha, I have succeeded." The Grand Elder boisterously laughed, stepping out through the door, his laughter resounding brightly. "I have succeeded." Li Qingyuan inquired with curiosity, "Grand Elder, have you once again cultivated a first-tier premium spirit plant?" A first-tier premium spirit plant can be utilized in the refinement of first-tier premium elixirs, with even the most ordinary specimens valued at several dozen spirit stones, most approaching 100. Li Qingyuan had heard that in recent years, the Grand Elder had only successfully nurtured a single first-tier premium spirit plant, which sold for 60 spirit stones. The worth of that spirit plant far exceeded that of the minor Yun spirit elixir. The Grand Elder laughed heartily, releasing a wave of spiritual pressure, and replied, "No, no, no. This is far more delightful than merely cultivating a first-tier premium spirit plant, for I have achieved a breakthrough." Li Qingyuan, sensing the spiritual pressure emanating from the Elder, exclaimed in surprise, "Grand Elder, have you ascended to the 6th layer of Qi refinement? You are now at the same level as the Patriarch." The Grand Elder stroked his beard, his spirit lifted by the joyous occasion, though his smile was broad. He feigned humility, waving his hand. "Oh, Not at all. I cannot compare to the Patriarch. I have merely just entered the 6th layer of Qi refinement, while the Patriarch has already perfected it. Despite his modest words, his smile was undeniable, betraying his pride. Ultimately, the difference between the perfect 6th layer and the newly entered 6th layer was negligible, with only a slight disparity in spiritual power. Ah, by the way, you rushed here in such haste. Is there something urgent? The Grand Elder, Li Guangyao, produced a flying sword, wielding it with ease as it sliced through the air, deftly severing bamboo stalks. With a flick of his fingers, he commanded the sword with grace, embodying the demeanor of a master. Li Qingyuan remarked, "Oh, how did you know I have reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement?" The Grand Elder, momentarily taken aback, faltered as his spiritual awareness wavered and his spiritual power dissipated, causing the flying sword to fall. He stared at Li Qingyuan and asked, "What did you say? You have reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement?" Li Qingyuan smiled subtly, activating his Dazhuan Gong, revealing his 4th layer cultivation without a doubt. "You rascal!" The Grand Elder, Li Guangyao, was momentarily stunned, exclaiming with a sigh, "You truly are a prodigy." Attaining the 4th layer of Qi refinement before the age of 13. The Grand Elder inhaled sharply, incredulous. Such a pace of cultivation, within the realm of Lehigh Island, can only be rivaled by the foundational seeds of the foundational immortal clans. The resources of the foundational immortal clans were incomparable to those of the Li clan. Their foundational seeds received the finest nurturing from a young age, abundant spirit stones, superior elixirs, and various magical tools and talismans. It was precisely for this reason that the Grand Elder was repeatedly astonished by Li Qingyuan's extraordinary talent. In comparison to the true disciples of the foundational immortal clans, Li Qingyuan was not merely equal, but perhaps even surpassed them. Ha! Come, let us seek out the Patriarch. The Grand Elder soared into the air on his sword, lifting Li Qingyuan with him, and chuckled, "Little Qingyuan, your cultivation must remain a secret for now. I shall carry you." Whoosh! The Grand Elder flew through the air, traversing 2 or 3 miles directly towards the small courtyard of the Patriarch. A quarter of an hour later, in the Patriarch's courtyard, the Patriarch, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, Li Dingzhou, and Li Qingyuan gathered. Upon witnessing Li Qingyuan's revealed cultivation, the 4 of them displayed expressions of astonishment. The clan leader rose with vigor, laughing heartily, "Ha ha, splendid. Congratulations on the Great Elder's ascension to the 6th level of Qi refinement. It is indeed a momentous occasion." Little Qingyuan, who advanced to the 4th level of Qi refinement and developed spiritual awareness before turning 13, is a rare talent, unparalleled within a 3,000-mile radius of Lioha Island for a century. Today, we are doubly blessed. Truly, heaven favors the Li family. The Second Elder exclaimed. Qingyuan's cultivation talent is now on par with Lu Changfeng, the foundational seed of the Lu clan. Lu Changfeng, you may recall, possessed dual spiritual roots and also achieved the 4th level of Qi refinement before his 13th year. Li Dingzhou, filled with renewed spirit, remarked, "It is said that Lu Changfeng is now in his 30s and has reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. The Lu family is already planning for his foundational establishment. The potential for Yuan to establish his foundation is quite significant, as his talent is not in the slightest inferior to Lu Changfeng." The clan leader nodded, adding, "Lu Changfeng aims to establish his foundation before the age of 40, with the Lu family possessing a second-tier spiritual vein and foundational spiritual artifacts to assist him. His success rate is as high as 60 to 70%. Once he successfully establishes his foundation, the Lu family will boast 2 foundational cultivators, and their status on Lioha Island will soar." With a grave expression, the clan leader warned, "Regarding Yuan's spiritual roots and cultivation talent, it must remain a closely guarded secret. Otherwise, our Li clan will face dire consequences." Li Dingzhou, furrowing his brow, lamented, "However, our Yuan cannot remain secluded within the family, confined to solitary cultivation forever, never engaging in combat, nor can he avoid exchanging techniques with the clan's disciples indefinitely. Must he remain indoors until he establishes his foundation?" The 3 elders, upon hearing this, also wore troubled expressions. The Second Elder furrowed his brow, stating, "A thoroughbred horse cannot run free in a confined courtyard, nor can a towering tree grow from a mere potted plant. As cultivators, we cannot solely rely on secluded cultivation. We must engage in battles, hunt ferocious beasts, deepen our understanding, and refine our mental fortitude. While this may suffice in the early stages of Qi refinement, it becomes increasingly complex in the later stages." The Great Elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, little Qingyuan cannot remain in isolation for decades without interacting with his fellow disciples. Otherwise, how will he earn their respect or lead the clan in the future? After pondering for a moment, the clan leader suggested, in a few days, the annual auction of Qi refinement families will take place. I shall attend to see if there is an opportunity to acquire a special technique that can conceal one's aura and hide one's cultivation level. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan's eyes brightened. A technique to conceal one's cultivation? The clan leader shook his head. Qingyuan, such techniques are exceedingly rare, so do not harbor excessive hopes. At that moment, Li Qingyuan spoke up. Grandfather clan leader, I too wish to attend the auction. Chapter 29, Outing in Women's Attire, Chu Mountain Market. Grandfather Patriarch. I too wish to witness the auction and broaden my horizons, Li Qingyuan expressed earnestly. The Patriarch, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and Li Dingzhou responded without hesitation. No. Undeterred, Li Qingyuan continued. I could disguise myself or don a mask to conceal my true age. Grandfather Patriarch, I have been cultivating for 6 years now, never having left Yunxia Mountain, nor have I set foot on the outside world of Luhua Island. This feeling of being confined to a single corner has led my heart to experience a sense of imprisonment and discomfort. I truly long to see the world beyond. Upon hearing these words, the elders fell silent. Indeed, this child, Qingyuan, had dedicated 6 years to his cultivation without ever stepping outside, not even visiting the town of Yunxia. In the entire clan, who among the young talents could claim such dedication? Seizing the moment, Li Qingyuan asserted, I have now reached the 4th level of Qi refinement and have developed my spiritual awareness. Furthermore, I possess various talismans, Vajra talisman, Wind Blade talisman, and Explosive Fire talisman that can contend with those at the 6th level of Qi refinement. As long as I do not provoke the advanced practitioners, I can ensure my own safety. The Grand Elder and Second Elder glanced at the Patriarch and inquired, What say you, Patriarch? Li Guangao turned to Li Dingzhou and asked, Dingzhou, as Qingyuan's father, what is your opinion? Li Dingzhou replied, Patriarch, in my youth, I traversed the martial world and fortuitously acquired a human skin mask crafted by a master adept in disguise. Once worn, unless examined by a foundational practitioner with spiritual awareness, even those at the 10th level of Qi refinement cannot discern the true visage. The only drawback is that this mask can only be used once. At that moment, the Patriarch, Li Guanao, smiled benevolently and said, Very well, it is rare for young Qingyuan to make such a request. If I were to refuse, it would be rather unkind of me. However, as you have heard your father's words, this mask can only serve its purpose once. Therefore, this descent from the mountain shall be a singular occasion. Really? I can descend the mountain? Li Qingyuan exclaimed joyfully, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Grandfather Patriarch. And my thanks to the 2 esteemed elders. With a final chuckle, he added, Thank you, Father, He. Li Guanao commanded. I shall personally lead the expedition to the auction. Second Elder, Dingzhou, you 2 will accompany me and must ensure Qingyuan's safety. The 2 nodded in agreement. We will comply. The Patriarch concluded, Well then, there remains some time before the auction begins. Let us all prepare accordingly. The assembly clasped their fists in salute. We take our leave. Half a month later, the Li clan set forth to the market for the annual auction. Go. For steeds of mystical origin, the fire-maned unicorn zebras, with manes like flames dancing in the wind, boasted crimson horns atop their heads, standing 8 feet tall and over 10 feet in length, robust and well-fed. These 4 unicorn zebras were all first-tier early-stage mystical beasts, equivalent to human practitioners at the initial level of Qi refinement. Led by the Patriarch Li Guangao, accompanied by the Second Elder Li Guangzong, the Qi refining stage 4 practitioner Li Dingzhou, and the transformed Li Qingyuan, the quartet embarked on their journey, mounted on a horse. Li Qingyuan, with an awkward expression, lamented, Father, why is this human skin mask that of a woman? A woman in her 20s, no less? Indeed. Li Qingyuan was disguised as a woman, clad in a flowing blue dress, with long hair elegantly pinned up, willow-shaped eyebrows, a delicate face, and almond-shaped eyes. He resembled a young lady in her 20s. Standing at a height of 1.60 meters, he appeared quite charming rather than out of place. Li Dingzhou, suppressing his laughter, remarked, You rascal, who in their right mind would craft a human skin mask? Li Qingyuan responded with silence. Li Dingzhou continued. It is said that the master who created this mask was an innate martial artist and a notorious seducer, adept at masquerading as a confidant to deceive young maidens. If it truly troubles you so much, you may return home. Li Qingyuan firmly refused, gritting his teeth and declaring, Since I have come this far, I shall not turn back. Hilarity erupted among the Patriarch, the Second Elder, and Li Dingzhou as they observed Li Qingyuan's flustered demeanor. For days later, the four weary travelers, having traversed over 1,000 miles, finally arrived at their destination, Chu Mountain Market. Lioha Island spans an area of over 3,000 miles. What does it mean to have a radius of over 3,000 miles? The entire island is centered around a point, with a circle drawn using that distance as its radius. Thus, the linear distance across Lioha Island is approximately 6,000 to 7,000 miles, making it quite expansive. Chu Mountain Market, situated 1,200 miles from the Li clan, serves as the primary sales hub for the family S enterprises. This market was established under the auspices of the esteemed Wang family, a first-tier Qi refining clan, along with 2 second-tier families, 3 third-tier families, and numerous independent cultivators and mercenary groups hunting demon beasts. In the grand scope of Lioha Island, Chu Mountain Market stands as a significant site for Qi refining practitioners to trade and sell their goods. Upon arriving at an inn, the four dismounted. Patriarch Li Guan'ao remarked, "Qingqing, this inn has maintained a long-standing relationship with the Li family. In the past, our clan's cultivators often rested here when entering Chu Mountain Market." Li Qingyuan was the name assumed by Li Qingyuan. Li Guan'ao instructed, "Let us settle in first. Before the auction begins, we must sell our family goods to exchange for spirit stones." Upon entering the inn, they were met with warm greetings from the innkeeper and staff, all of whom recognized the patriarch, the second elder, and Li Dingzhou. Their unicorn zebra was also accommodated, receiving its customary feed. That evening, Li Qingyuan accompanied his elders as they traversed various shops and streets within the market, selling accumulated materials from demon beasts, finished talismans, spirit rice, spiritual herbs, and the primordial ironstones stored within their spatial bags. Except for the finished talismans, the other goods had already established mature sales channels and networks, leading to swift transactions. Spirit rice was sold to rice shops, spiritual herbs to alchemists or alchemy guilds, and primordial ironstones to refiners or refining associations. The materials from the hunting of demonic beasts are also acquired by specialized shops. The clan leader declared, "Starting tomorrow, Qingqing, you shall accompany me to set up a stall to sell talismans." The talisman specialty shop purchases talismans at only 80% of the market price. Although selling talismans from a street stall requires a bit more time, the returns are significantly higher. Li Qingyuan nodded in agreement. He mused to himself, "Who would have thought that even in the realm of cultivation, I would still be engaged in street vending?" In his previous life, having been born in an orphanage, he faced financial hardships despite social and governmental support, and he often resorted to selling goods on the streets. At dawn the following day, the morning market commenced, and Li Guan'ao, along with his grandson Li Qingyuan, began to set up their stall, laying out various talismans. They had 6 types of low-grade, first-tier talismans and 3 types of medium-grade, first-tier talismans, totaling nearly 200 pieces. However, the clan leader only displayed around 50 to 60 of them. With a composed demeanor, he remarked, "We must not reveal too much inventory at once, lest we compromise our bargaining position." Li Qingyuan nodded lightly in agreement. Before long, their regular customers began to arrive. "Ah, Taoist Li, I see you have talismans for sale again," greeted an elderly man with a smile. "As per our usual arrangement, I would like 2 of each low-grade first-tier talisman and 3 of each medium-grade first-tier talisman." Li Guan'ao chuckled, "Grandson, it has been a while." As he prepared the talismans, he reiterated, "As per the usual terms, at the old prices." The elderly man produced 80 spirit stones, saying, "Taoist Li, I have always supported you and have been a loyal customer for many years. May I exchange for a high-quality diamond talisman and a high-quality explosive fire talisman, if you please?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Guan'ao replied, "Very well, you have indeed been a long-time patron, but this is the last time." With the 2 elderly gentlemen reaching an agreeable transaction, both departed in high spirits. Shortly thereafter, other wandering cultivators and members of different families arrived. Some transactions fell through while others succeeded, with some making substantial profits while others barely scraped by with a modest gain after much haggling. Overall, due to the favorable reputation of clan leader Li Guan'ao and the superior quality of their talismans, which were somewhat renowned for their first-tier classification in the area, business was relatively good. By the end of the day, more than half of the talismans had been sold. At this rate, they would be entirely sold out by tomorrow. Unbeknownst to them, as the sun began to set in the west, a voice laced with sarcasm rang out, "Isn't that the clan leader of the Li family? The great talisman master has come to sell his wares once more." Chapter 030, Selling Talismans Steadily, Reaping 2,000 Spirit Stones. Has the great talismancer returned to sell talisman papers once more? An elderly man, approximately in his 70s, with hair and beard as white as snow, fixed his gaze upon Li Guangao, his words dripping with sarcasm. Li Qingyuan looked towards the newcomer, his expression one of confusion. He turned his gaze to the clan leader, Grandpa Li Guangao, his eyes brimming with inquiry. Li Guangao regarded the visitor with a cold snort, retorting, "What? Is this marketplace owned by your family? I come and go as I please. It is none of your concern." With a pointed jab, Li Guangao continued in the same sardonic tone, "Oh, great alchemist. When will you concoct a truly superior first-grade pill?" The old man scoffed, "Rest assured, it will be before you produce a first-grade superior talisman paper." The two exchanged glances, each dismissively flicking their sleeves, huffing in mutual disdain. Behind the old man, a young man of around 20 bore a look of helplessness, then stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Uncle, it has been a long time." Li Guangao smiled warmly at the young man, saying, "Xiao Luo has come as well. Here, let your uncle gift you a few talisman papers." As he spoke, Li Guangao produced 6 sheets of talisman paper comprising first-grade mid-tier talismans, the Diamond Talisman, Windblade Talisman, and Explosive Fire Talisman, with each possessing a piece of exquisite craftsmanship. The young man exclaimed in astonishment, "Uncle, these are first-grade mid-tier talisman papers of exquisite quality?" Li Guangao, casting a sidelong glance at the old man, beamed with pride as he stroked his beard. "Indeed, they are crafted by yours truly." The old man replied with a dismissive scoff, "Pa, merely first-grade mid-tier talisman papers of exquisite quality, who has seen such things?" Though surprise flickered in the old man's eyes, he feigned mockery. Li Guangao countered, "Oh, have you managed to concoct a first-grade mid-tier pill of exquisite quality?" The old man faltered momentarily, then waved his sleeve, saying, "Luoer, let us depart. We must not impede the great talismancer's business." The young man smiled apologetically, saying, "Uncle, and to this lady as well, I bid you farewell." With that, he turned to follow the old man. Li Guangao called out, "Hey, the talisman papers." The talisman papers remain unclaimed. Yet, the duo had already walked far off. Li Qingyuan murmured, "Grandpa clan leader, do you know them? Why does that young man address you as uncle?" Li Guangao sighed, "Let us return to the inn. We shall come back tomorrow." Noticing that the clan leader was unwilling to elaborate, Li Qingyuan wisely chose to remain silent. Upon returning to the inn, the four dined together. After their meal, Li Qingyuan said, "Grandpa clan leader, Grandpa elder, I wish to take my father out for a stroll, to explore the marketplace. The annual auction at Chu Mountain Marketplace is approaching, and many shops have been operating around the clock recently." The clan leader, distracted, replied, "Go ahead. Just do not venture outside the marketplace." In Chu Mountain Marketplace, the gathering of chi-refining families and solitary experts is significant. Even robbers must disguise themselves, wary of revealing their true identities or resorting to violence. As long as one remains within the marketplace, safety is generally assured. Li Dingzhou reassured, "Do not worry, clan leader. I will take good care of you, honor." Soon, the father and son set out. Li Qingyuan remarked, "Father, do you not enjoy the thrill of guessing and gambling on blind boxes? I too wish to partake in this adventure." Upon hearing this, Li Dingzhou, filled with eagerness, replied, "Is that truly wise? I fear I may lead you astray. We shall only gamble once, and then we shall depart," he added. Li Dingzhou nodded in agreement. "Very well. Just once." As they approached the gambling house, the cacophony of sounds wafted through the air, even from beyond the towering doors and along the lengthy street. "Open, open, open. Thank you for your patronage. Alas, my spirit coins. Ha! I've won. One more box, quickly, another for me. A pound of spirit rice, what a loss." The father and son entered the main hall, where Li Dingzhou began his explanation. The guessing blind box costs 10 spirit coins. These boxes are crafted from a unique material that can shield one's spirit perception. Unless one has attained the foundation establishment stage, no one can pry into them. There is but one person at Liuha Island who has reached that level. Once one attains such a realm, they would find no interest in such trivial games. Li Dingzhou pulled out 20 spirit coins and said, "I would like 2, please." A piece of spirit stone is worth 100 spirit coins, with the stones being the size of mahjong tiles, while spirit coins are akin to the size of a coin, thin as a cicada's wing and translucent. Li Qingyuan understood his father's inclinations. Every man has his passions. Some are fond of beauty, wine, chess. Others appreciate art, gambling, jade, or fishing. Li Dingzhou had a penchant for guessing blind boxes, yet due to his modest means and commendable self-discipline, he would only indulge in 4 or 5 rounds at a time. spending at most half a piece of spirit stone. With wins and losses, a small gamble brings joy. Here you go, Yuan. Ching ching. Li Dingzhou handed a blind box to Li Qingyuan. Upon opening it, Li Qingyuan discovered a pound of spirit rice. What a misfortune! He had lost 5 spirit coins. In the marketplace, a pound of spirit rice costs 5 spirit coins. Li Dingzhou approached the blind box with a sense of ceremony. He rubbed his hands together, slowly pried it open, and as soon as a glimpse appeared, he promptly covered it, gradually releasing his grip while keeping his eyes keenly focused. What should have been a mere second of revealing the box turned into a painstaking half-minute. Ah, thank you for your patronage. Li Dingzhou produced 10 spirit coins and said, "Let us have another." Li Qingyuan whispered, "Father, I wish to explore on my own. You may continue to play." Li Dingzhou, engrossed in his blind box, waved his hand. "Very well, I understand, but do not wander too far." Li Qingyuan turned and exited the gambling house. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived at a store specializing in talisman paper. Standing outside, he felt a surge of caution, though the talisman papers I possess may not be of high quality. Their quantity is considerable, certainly no less than 2,000 spirit stones. I must sell them in batches and visit multiple shops. With a plan in mind, Li Qingyuan stepped into the talisman paper store. In this first shop, he offered them the most common and basic talismans, illumination talismans, cleansing talismans, and hemostatic talismans. The materials required for these 3 types of talismans do not even necessitate first-tier low-grade materials. Their cost price is merely 10 spirit coins, a tenth of a spirit stone. The market price is 1 spirit stone per talisman. Simultaneously, the illumination, cleansing, and hemostatic talismans are the ones Li Qingyuan possesses in the greatest quantity. The collection consisted of a total of 500 talismans, the illumination talisman, the cleansing talisman, and the hemostatic talisman, which collectively commanded a market price of 500 spirit stones. The shop's buyback price was set at 80 of the market value, yielding a total of 400 spirit stones. Half an hour later, Li Qingyuan departed from the premises, meandering through the streets under the guise of casual shopping, before arriving at a second talisman specialty store. This time, he acquired a selection of first-tier inferior talismans, the lightness talisman, the iron armor talisman, and the ice spike talisman, totaling 340 pieces. The market price was 2 spirit stones per talisman, summing to 680 spirit stones, which, after applying the 20 discount, amounted to 544 spirit stones. At the third establishment, Li Qingyuan donned a black cloak and hood to obscure his features, as he sought first-tier middle-grade talismans of inferior quality, the Golden Shield Talisman, the Wind Blade Talisman, and the Explosive Fire Talisman. Each of the 72 pieces commanded a market price of 4 spirit stones, totaling 288 spirit stones, and after the discount, the final total was 230. For spirit stones, rounded to 231 by the seller. This was the final stop. Li Qingyuan arrived at the entrance of a talisman tower. The shop spanned 2 spacious levels. A young girl approached him, smiling, and inquired, "Esteemed friend, are you looking to purchase talismans?" Li Qingyuan produced a high-quality diamond talisman and asked, "Does your shopkeeper buy talismans?" The girl's eyes brightened. "Is this a high-quality first-tier middle-grade diamond talisman? May I inquire how many you possess?" Li Qingyuan chuckled softly and replied, "Might I meet your shopkeeper?" The girl pondered briefly before responding, "Please wait a moment. I shall report this." After a quarter of an hour, the girl returned from the second floor, courteously saying, "Esteemed friend, this way, please." Li Qingyuan followed her upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, he was greeted by a young woman adorned in a flowing purple gown, standing gracefully, her form enchanting, with a sheer veil obscuring her face. Her eyes twinkled like stars, and her brows and almond-shaped eyes resembled those of a celestial being stepped out from a painting. What a marvel! Li Qingyuan mused. How could there exist such exquisite beauty, unparalleled and fragrant, from Liuha Island? The woman in the purple dress regarded Li Qingyuan with a gentle smile and inquired, "Esteemed friend, are you here to sell talismans to our talisman tower? How many do you possess, and how many are of superior quality?" With a wave of his hand, Li Qingyuan released the final talismans from his storage pouch, all first-tier middle-grade talismans, the Diamond Talisman, the Wind Blade Talisman, and the Explosive Fire Talisman. Although the quantity was limited, it was still considerable. He presented 288 pieces of first-tier middle-grade talismans, comprising 216 of standard quality and 72 of premium quality, enough proficiency in talisman crafting to aspire towards becoming a first-tier superior talisman master. The girl in the purple dress was momentarily taken aback. her beautiful eyes reflecting surprise. "Your skills are commendable," she remarked, her interest piqued as she gazed at Li Qingyuan. He then suggested, "Please provide an estimation of their worth." The girl contemplated for a second before responding, "Your talismans are of good quality. However, according to custom, our talisman tower can only offer 80 of the market price." Li Qingyuan pondered briefly and nodded. "That is acceptable." This price aligned with his expectations and the customary market practices. The girl began to count the talismans and calculate the total value. The market price for standard quality first-tier middle-grade talismans was 5 spirit stones each, while premium quality talismans were valued at 6 spirit stones each. 216 high-quality items were priced at 1,080 spirit stones, while 72 exquisite items were offered for 432 spirit stones. Adding these amounts together and applying a 20% discount results in a total of 1,209.6 spirit stones. The prospect of earning over 1,000 spirit stones caused a glimmer of excitement in Li Qingyuan's eyes as he remarked, "This is negotiable." The girl in the purple dress smiled faintly, and with a graceful motion, a first-tier superior storage bag flew from her waist, releasing 1,210 spirit stones towards Li Qingyuan. She said, "Allow me to contribute to your endeavors." Li Qingyuan accepted the spirit stones and stored them in his own waist pouch, replying, "May your business thrive." He then performed a respectful bow, stating, "I take my leave." Being relatively young and intentionally altering his voice, his tone lacked a distinctly masculine quality, giving off an androgynous aura that concealed the fact that he was disguised in women's attire. The girl in the purple dress inquired with a smile, "May I ask how you are addressed?" Li Qingyuan pondered for a moment before responding, "My surname is Li." In the archipelago, there were at least 70 to 80,000 cultivators with the surname Li, and the number of mortals reached several million, making it the most common surname in the region. "Ah, so you are fellow Taoist Li." "My surname is Qin," the girl in the purple dress replied with a smile. "Might I inquire if you are able to create first-tier superior talisman paper?" After a brief pause, Li Qingyuan replied, "I possess limited abilities, being merely a first-tier loose cultivator without proper inheritance. Thus I am unable to produce first-tier superior talisman paper." Hearing this, the girl in the purple dress expressed her regret. "What a pity. Fellow Taoist Li, you possess remarkable talent in talismans. If you had a complete inheritance of first-tier talisman arts, you would undoubtedly become a top-tier talisman master in the future." Li Qingyuan echoed her sentiment, his expression tinged with regret. "Indeed, it is quite challenging for us loose cultivators. If there are no pressing matters, I shall take my leave," he said, bowing again. The girl in the purple dress smiled charmingly and instructed, "Xiaolon, please escort fellow Taoist Li." The maid nodded and respectfully accompanied Li Qingyuan down the stairs. Upon exiting the spirit talisman tower, Li Qingyuan felt elated. He had finally exchanged all the talisman paper that had accumulated over several years for spirit stones. The total amounted to 385 spirit stones from the calculations of 400, 544, 231, and 210. After navigating through the bustling market, he arrived at a secluded alley. Li Qingyuan tested the waters and found that close to 400 spirit stones could indeed not be stored in the Xianpin space, as replication was impossible. It was as he suspected. Spirit stones obtained from the sale of replicated talismans could not be duplicated, as the Xianpin space prohibited infinite recursion. With nearly 400 spirit stones at his disposal, he realized he would not lack for resources in his cultivation for quite some time. Given this surplus, he resolved to purchase additional materials for the creation of the flame, ice, severing talisman. Alas, his fear of insufficient firepower had resurfaced. Chapter 031. Observations at the Auction House. After leaving the Spirit Rune Tower, Li Qingyuan feigned nonchalance while meandering through the streets, ultimately discovering a shop dedicated to the sale of rune-drawing materials after several twists and turns. Due to his phobia of inadequate power, Li Qingyuan decided to purchase 120 pieces of first-tier premium rune-drawing materials and 30 gene of first-tier premium rune ink. Each first-tier premium rune-drawing material cost 5 spirit stones, totaling 600 stones. The 30 gene of rune ink comprised first-tier inferior, medium, and superior grades, amounting to exactly 100 spirit stones. Having recently acquired a substantial sum of spirit stones, Li Qingyuan promptly spent 700 stones, leaving him with over 600. As for the first-tier premium rune brush, after inquiring about prices from several shops, he chose to forego the purchase for the time being. A first-tier premium rune brush was worth several hundred spirit stones, which Li Qingyuan hesitated to part with. After all, at this stage, a first-tier medium-grade wind spirit wolf hairbrush was still adequate for his needs. His proficiency in rune crafting allowed him to easily draw authentic quality flame eye-severing runes, which posed a threat even to those at the 8th level of chi refinement, provided he had a sufficient quantity of rune paper for self-defense. Currently, what he lacked most were spirit stones to enhance his cultivation. The pursuit of refining spiritual energy was always his foremost goal. In Li Qingyuan's mind, the first rule of cultivation was to prioritize the elevation of one's spiritual energy realm. With the remaining several hundred spirit stones, he planned to invest them all in his cultivation. Yuan, Qingqing, where have you been? Li Dingzhou approached, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, I was worried sick. If I had lost you, your grandfather would have skinned me alive. Naturally, Li Dingzhou was quite concerned for his son, as this was the first time Li Qingyuan had visited the Chu Mountain Market. It's nothing, Li Qingyuan replied. I just wanted to see you enjoying yourself. So I wandered around a bit. Let us head back to the inn, he added, and the father and son made their way back. The following morning, the auction officially commenced. This time, the 4 members of the Li family attended together: clan leader Li Guanao, second elder Li Guangzong, the Ding generation Li Dingzhou, and the Qing generation Li Qingyuan, all heading to the annual Chu Mountain auction. The Chu Mountain Market was particularly lively that day, bustling with thousands of cultivators. Do all these thousands of cultivators intend to attend the auction? Li Qingyuan inquired curiously. Will there be enough space at the auction venue? Clan leader Li Guanao explained. The auction stipulates that participants must possess a cultivation level of at least the 4th layer of chi refinement. Not everyone is eligible to partake. Now it made sense, Li Qingyuan thought. Li Guanao continued, moreover, this auction is traditionally hosted by the esteemed Wang clan of chi refinement families, and it is of considerable significance. The Wang clan. Li Qingyuan mused. I heard that the Wang clan has a first-tier premium alchemist capable of concocting first-tier premium elixirs. Li Guanao nodded, stroking his beard. Indeed. The alchemical products auctioned by the Wang clan are the highlight of the event each year, attracting fervent bidding from numerous loose cultivators and chi refinement families. Upon arrival, the 4 reached the entrance, where Li Guanao produced a token. The guard respectfully stated, it is the Li clan. Please, you may enter. Thus, Li Qingyuan and the others successfully gained entry. Li Qingyuan turned around and noticed that each of the other wandering cultivators entering was required to pay a spirit stone. Li Guangao explained, the Chu Mountain Market is spearheaded by the Wang clan, in collaboration with 2nd and 3rd tier alchemical families, and has flourished for several centuries. The establishment of this market and the existence of the auction have also seen some contribution from the Li clan. Hence our participation in the auction does not necessitate the payment of spirit stones. Li Qingyuan understood. I see. Soon, everyone took their seats. The auction hall was filled with 300 to 400 individuals, all of whom were cultivators at the 4th level of chi refinement or above. The auction stage stood at the center, surrounded by a circular seating arrangement, with hundreds of spectators encircling it. There were entrances on either side of the auction platform, along with a door leading to the backstage area. An hour later, the auction hall was nearly full. Ding! The copper bell tolled, signaling the commencement of the auction. The backstage door opened, and a beautiful woman in her 30s gracefully walked out. She had a fair and voluptuous figure, adorned in a strapless gown, and her face radiated serenity. As she approached, a young girl followed closely behind her. I am Wang Lingyu, pleased to meet all fellow cultivators. The middle-aged beauty said with poise, her enchanting voice resonating. Welcome to the annual Chu Mountain Market auction. This year, I shall once again host the event. A male cultivator called out, Sister Lingyu, you have become even more captivating in this past year. He laughed heartily. I attend this auction not for the items, but simply to see you, Sister Lingyu. Another added, Wang Dao friend, it has been several years since you lost your husband. Have you considered taking a partner in the Dao? Wang Lingyu's charm was indeed irresistible to many men. Li Guangao whispered. Wang Lingyu is the legitimate daughter of the Wang clan's patriarch. Years ago, she already possessed a cultivation level of the 7th layer of chi refinement, far surpassing my own. The second elder, Li Guangzong, sighed. The foundation of a first-tier alchemical family is beyond what our Li clan can compare to. A first-tier family has hundreds of cultivators, while our clan barely has 60. On the auction stage, Wang Lingyu, with her voluptuous figure, bowed gracefully, smiling. Thank you all for your support. Now, let us begin the auction. Please welcome the first item. As her voice fell, the girl beside her opened a jade box, revealing 3 pills. Li Dingzhou recognized them immediately and exclaimed, I didn't expect the first item to be the quite rare Xiaoyunling Dan in the market. It appears to be a whole furnace. Li Guangao added. Li Qingyuan was no novice. He was well aware of the effects and value of the Xiaoyunling Dan. Among the hundreds present, many were intrigued and eager to bid. A significant number were in the mid-stage of qi refinement, with their juniors and friends also at the perfected third layer of qi refinement. This Xiaoyunling Dan could assist them in breaking through their constraints and advancing to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Throughout the qi refinement period, Xiaoyunling Dan had always been a sought-after commodity. With a gaze like autumn waves, Wang Lingyu's alluring voice captivated the hearts of many as she smiled. This is a furnace of Xiaoyunling Dan, comprising 3 pills, 2 of superior quality and 1 of inferior quality. According to the market price, a genuine quality spirit-infusing pill is priced at 30 spirit stones. Today, this batch of elixirs has an opening bid of 70 spirit stones. Wang Lingyu chuckled and announced, "Esteemed friends, the auction commences. I bid 75 spirit stones." No sooner had Wang Lingyu's words left her lips than someone countered, 80 spirit stones. I bid 81. 82 spirit stones. I bid 85 spirit stones. After the bid of 85 spirit stones was called out, the others pondered briefly before conceding defeat. At this juncture, the price had escalated to a considerable amount. Continuing to increase the bid would not be worthwhile, especially since one of the pills was of inferior quality, rather than genuine. Wang Lingyu declared, 85 spirit stones once, 85 spirit stones twice, 85 spirit stones thrice. Congratulations to this esteemed friend. This batch of spirit-infusing pills is yours. Now, let us proceed to the second item up for auction, a first-tier medium-grade magical artifact of genuine quality, with an opening bid of 150 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan watched with great interest as item after item emerged, with continuous bidding and fierce competition, creating a lively atmosphere. Soon enough, when the 9th item was introduced, many present, particularly those at the 5th and 6th levels of qi refining, momentarily held their breath. Li Qingyuan inquired in confusion, "Grandfather, what is this?" Li Guangao paused, then replied, "This is a first-tier upper-grade elixir, the spirit-infusing pill. It can enable a fully realized 6th-level qi refining practitioner to break through the bottleneck and ascend to the 7th level." In the next moment, the surrounding practitioners erupted in excitement. "Is it truly the spirit-infusing pill? Excellent, it must be mine." Wang Lingyu observed the fervent crowd and recognized that the atmosphere she desired had finally arrived. She proclaimed, "Esteemed friends, this is a genuine quality spirit-infusing pill, which can enhance a 6th-level qi refining practitioner's chances of advancing to the 7th level by 30 to 50%. With such odds, combined with one's own refined spiritual energy and a few more spirit stones for preparation, the success rate would surely soar to 70 or 80%, essentially guaranteed." Wang Lingyu clapped her jade hands together and announced, "Esteemed friends, the opening bid is 300 spirit stones. Please place your bids." Chapter 032, The Incomplete Breathing Technique, acquired. 310 spirit stones. I bid 320. 330. Li Guangao gazed longingly at the spirit-nurturing pill, filled with desire, yet helpless. Li Qingyuan whispered, "Grandfather, why not join the bidding? Our Li family greatly needs a late-stage qi refinement expert to stand guard." The second elder nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. Elder brother, I will lend you all the spirit stones I possess." Li Dingzhou added, "Clan leader, although my supply of spirit stones is meager, I can still contribute my modest share." Li Guanao opened his mouth, releasing a deep sigh. In recent years, it's been a struggle to gather 300 spirit stones for the training of Qingyuan and our family as promising talents. After all, we cannot reduce the offerings to the Liu clan. Li Guangao concluded, "Let it be. The current bidding has surpassed 350 spirit stones. We cannot compete. I shall wait a while longer. Perhaps, in due time, some lower-quality spirit-nurturing pills will circulate in the market." Li Qingyuan hesitated. Knowing the origins of the spirit stones must remain confidential, and the secrets of the Xianpin space must be safeguarded. Soon, the auction results were announced. Wang Lingyu, a charming middle-aged matron with a fair and voluptuous beauty, smiled radiantly and declared, 380 spirit stones, sold. Congratulations to the head of the Zhang family. Upon hearing this name, Li Guangao looked up and remarked, "It appears he has come to this auction solely for the spirit-nurturing pill. He has wagered all of the Zhang family's savings for a chance to advance to the 7th level of qi refinement." The second elder commented, "So it is this old fellow who has secured the spirit-nurturing pill. In the auction hall, apart from the 8 exclusive VIP rooms, the faces of the hundreds present were clearly visible. Wang Lingyu announced, "Esteemed friends, the next item up for bid is the grand finale of our auction this year. Please take a look." With a graceful wave of her hand, she unveiled the prize, revealing a translucent spherical artifact the size of a basketball, within which a dark red, elongated creature writhed and spun, emanating waves of spiritual pressure. "What is this?" Li Guangao exclaimed in astonishment. "Is this a larva of the bloodthirsty centipede?" In the next moment, gasps of surprise echoed throughout the auction hall. It was indeed the larva of a second-tier demon, the bloodthirsty centipede. Once matured, this creature would voraciously consume other spirit beasts, undoubtedly elevating itself to a second-tier demon, comparable in combat strength to a Foundation establishment expert. How could the Wang clan possess the capability to procure a bloodthirsty centipede larva? Within one of the 8 VIP rooms, a girl in a purple dress lifted her teacup, exhaled gently, and calmly sipped her tea, remarking, "This larva is inherently deficient. It is weaker than a typical bloodthirsty centipede larva, making its growth to the second tier unlikely." Indeed, as her words fell, Wang Lingyu responded, "Esteemed friends, this bloodthirsty centipede larva is inherently flawed. It was nearly lost to a beast's jaws when discovered by my Wang family's hunting team. Aspiring to become a second-tier demon is nearly an impossibility. However, with proper nurturing, one could eventually advance to the 9th or even 10th level of Qi refinement, making it quite advantageous to have an in-stage demon beast for protection." At that moment, a piercing shriek erupted from the spherical artifact containing the bloodthirsty centipede larva, causing minor cracks to appear on its surface, sending sharp pangs through the eardrums. Li Qingyuan covered his ears, exclaiming, "Truly deserving of being a potential second-tier demon. This little creature emits an astonishingly shrill sound." In the VIP room, the girl in the purple dress paused mid-sip of her tea, her exquisite face hidden beneath a veil, revealing a look of surprise. "Did I mishear that?" After a brief contemplation, she instructed her maid, Xiaolan, capture an image of this demon beast larva. Although the maid, Xiaolan, was perplexed, she nodded obediently. "Yes, Mississippi." Soon, the auction commenced. Despite the bloodthirsty centipede's inherent limitations preventing it from ascending to a second-tier demon, as Wang Lingyu rightly stated, with proper cultivation, it could very well evolve into an end-stage first-tier demon beast. The allure of having a guardian beast at the 9th or even 10th level of Qi refinement is indeed tempting. However, only late-stage Qi refinement lose cultivators. Practitioners from second-tier families and shop owners from the Chu Mountain marketplace were eligible to bid on such a prized possession. The Li clan, being a mere third-tier family, lacked the qualifications to participate in the auction. Ultimately, the girl in the purple dress secured the bloodthirsty centipede larva for 500 spirit stones. Upon acquiring it, she scrutinized the larva for a moment, her eyes sparkling with delight. It cannot be mistaken, it bears a delicate tricolor pattern on its forehead. "Let us return to the spirit rune tower," Xiaolan, and swiftly inform my second uncle. The two hurriedly departed. Wang Lingyu proclaimed, "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed friends for attending the Chu Mountain auction. I hereby declare this auction a resounding success. Please take your leave at your leisure." Hundreds of cultivators dispersed. Li Dingzhou lamented, "The cultivation method Yuan requires was not auctioned." The second elder responded, "Such methods are rare and difficult to find." The clan leader reassured, "Fear not, we have another trading event ahead." "A trading event?" Li Qingyuan was taken aback. The clan leader smiled, "Follow me." Soon, in a secluded courtyard, 2 or 3 dozen cultivators gathered. Li Qingyuan also spotted the Zhang clan leader, who had successfully acquired the spirit-nourishing pill. It quickly became clear to Li Qingyuan that this was a clandestine trading event exclusive to several Qi refinement families. 2 second-tier families and 3 third-tier families were engaged in private transactions. The trading commenced, starting with the third-tier families as per the established rules. Li Guangao announced, "I possess a set of high-quality talisman papers, 6 types of low-grade first-tier talisman papers and 3 types of mid-grade first-tier talisman papers, all of exceptional quality." The crowd gasped in surprise. All of them are of exceptional quality? As Li Guangao revealed them, it was indeed evident that they were of superior craftsmanship. "May I ask which of the esteemed heads possesses a method for concealing one's presence in aura?" Li Guangao remarked. "I am willing to exchange this exquisite set of talisman paper along with 100 spirit stones for the technique of concealing one's presence." A patriarch responded, "What a coincidence. My dear brother Li, I happen to possess a manual on the art of concealment. Li Guanao's expression brightened. Is that true? The patriarch continued. Alas, it is merely a fragment. This incomplete manual can only conceal the presence of cultivators below the 6th level of qi refining. Furthermore, its stealth capabilities are weak, incapable of obstructing the perception of even a 7th level qi refining practitioner. How unfortunate it would be if it were complete, lamented the patriarch. A complete manual would allow the spiritual awareness of any master beneath the foundation establishment stage, up to the 10th level of qi refining, to remain undetected. The elder patriarch inquired, Li, do you still wish to proceed with the exchange? Li Guanao hesitated. Behind him, Li Qingyuan whispered, Grandfather, do it. After a moment of contemplation, Li Guanao stated, Brother Zhao, your incomplete technique is tasteless to consume yet too valuable to discard. I shall trade it for a set of exquisite talisman paper. What do you say? Patriarch Zhao replied, That will not suffice. Add 50 spirit stones. At most 10, Li Guanao countered. 30, came the response. No. I shall not exceed 20. It is 20, or we shall not trade. Li Guanao feigned indifference. After some thought, Patriarch Zhao relented. Very well, let us exchange. The two elderly gentlemen concluded their transaction. The trading continued as each party presented spirit plants, spirit ores, spirit beast materials, techniques, elixirs, and more, exchanging for what they required. Naturally, there were also failures in trading, as some items went unclaimed. An hour later, several families concluded their private transactions and departed. Li Guanao stepped forward. The proud elder huffed, It has been years since I last saw Luor. I wish to converse with her along the way and escort you a bit. Zhang Xiantong coldly retorted, There is no need for your escort. We can manage on our own. The young Zhang Yuanlu let out a resigned sigh, advising, Grandfather, Uncle is only acting with good intentions. Why must you refuse? Li Guanao replied icily, Zhang Xiantong, I shall go where I please. Do you have any say in the matter? Come, Luor, Uncle shall see you home. Zhang Xiantong and Li Guanao exchanged glances, both huffing in disdain. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, Indeed. The spirit nourishing pill is worth 300 to 400 spirit stones and can assist a 6th level qi refining practitioner in breaking through to the later stages of qi refining. Wealth can stir the heart. Once we leave Chu Mountain's market, there is always the risk of being targeted by bandits. It seems the relationship between Grandfather Zhang and our patriarch is not as simple as it appears. Grandfather is concerned for their safety. Chapter 33, The First Encounter with the Robber Cultivator. Thus, the 4 members of the Li clan accompanied the grandfather and grandson of the Zhang clan on their journey. Li Qingyuan, riding a unique horned zebra, leaned towards his father and inquired, Father, why does Grandfather Zhang not attempt to break through in the Tushan market? After all, carrying the spirit-nourishing pill on such a long journey inevitably poses the risk of being targeted by robber cultivators. Li Dingzhou replied softly, Do you think everyone is like you? For many, breaking through to a higher realm is not as effortless as it seems. For those of us with 5 or 4 spirit roots, many practitioners struggle throughout their lives to advance to the late stage of qi refining. This represents a significant bottleneck. Given his age, it is quite challenging for Grandfather Zhang to successfully reach the 7th layer of qi refining. Not only does he require the spirit-nourishing pill, but he also needs the assistance of the family's spiritual veins. Moreover, prior to attempting the breakthrough, he must consume various pills to nourish his meridians and accumulate spiritual power, culminating in the intake of the spirit-nourishing pill to facilitate the breakthrough. Li Qingyuan nodded in understanding. I see now. The heads of third-rate qi refining families typically only qualify to attempt the late stage of qi refining in their 50s or 60s, when their potential is nearly exhausted. Their endeavor to reach the late stage of qi refining is akin to a 70-year-old at the peak of the 10th layer attempting to establish a foundation, which not only requires medicinal support but also the aid of spiritual veins. Additionally, prior to confronting such a bottleneck, one must invest time in refining their own spiritual power and mental fortitude. Li Qingyuan mused, Fortunately, I am of superior quality among the 3 spirit roots. As long as I have sufficient resources and spirit stones, I shall encounter no bottlenecks during the qi refining phase, and the establishment of my foundation will be imminent. How should I address your sister from the Li family? Zhang Yuanlu approached on horseback, riding a first-tier initial stage beast, appearing to be around 24 or 25. He donned white garments, possessing well-defined features. While not conventionally handsome, he exuded a sunny charm that many young ladies admired. Li Qingyuan, currently disguised as a woman, continued the charade, I am Li Qingqing. Zhang Yuanlu assessed Li Qingqing and thought to himself, This sister from the Li family possesses delicate features, an elegant demeanor, and a gentle disposition. Seeking to strike up a conversation, Zhang Yuanlu remarked, "Grandfather, your companionship with Sister Qingqing suggests that you hold her in high regard due to her remarkable intelligence and exceptional cultivation aptitude." Li Qingyuan felt a tinge of embarrassment and thought, this man is rather peculiar. Clearing his throat, he replied, "Brother Zhang, you jest. My talents are rather ordinary, far inferior to yours." Meanwhile, Li Dingzhou struggled to suppress his laughter, nearly causing his face to cramp. The group galloped swiftly, covering 300 miles a day. Whenever they encountered small towns or villages, they would pause to rest and spend a little coin. Thus, the journey continued smoothly for 2 days. On the third morning, the 6 travelers set out once more. Zhang Yuanlu pointed ahead and explained, "Sister Qingqing, after passing through the stone forest and traveling another 100 miles, we shall reach the Zhang family at Qifeng Mountain." Li Qingyuan replied nonchalantly, "Oh." Suddenly, from within the stone forest, 3 beams of light surged forth with alarming speed. Li Guangyao and Zhang Xianong, both at the peak of the 6th layer of qi refining, exclaimed in shock and ambush, "Quick, take cover." As the voice fell, Li Guangyao, Zhang Xiantong, and the second elderly Guangzong immediately formed seals and channeled their spiritual energy, instinctively invoking a first-tier spell to defend themselves. As they had no time to activate their magical artifacts, 3 magical artifacts surged towards the 3 individuals with the highest cultivation levels. Earth Armor Technique. Li Guangyao and Li Guangzong instantly cast the Earth Armor Technique for defense, the Earth Element Spiritual Energy Shield barely blocking the assault from the opposing magical artifacts, buying them a moment of respite. A fleeting moment was sufficient. Diamond Talisman. The 2 produced diamond talismans, swiftly activating their protective aura, successfully fending off the sudden strike from their adversary. However, the Zhang family head, Zhang Xiantong, was not so fortunate. His assailant was at the 7th level of qi refinement, already stepping into the latter stage of the qi refinement realm. The opponent's full-force strike was difficult for Zhang Xiantong to counteract in his haste, although he possessed defensive talismans. They were merely of mid-grade first-tier quality. Yet, even upon activation, the talisman could not withstand the onslaught of the spinning wheel artifact, with its sharp gears slicing through. The spinning wheel severed Zhang Xuantong's right arm. Zhang Xiantong let out a piercing scream. Had he not managed to evade at the last moment, the spinning wheel would have struck his vital point, leading to his demise. Severely wounded, Zhang Xiantong gazed in terror, exclaiming, "7th level of qi refinement? A first-tier superior artifact?" Zhang Yuanluo hurriedly approached, expressing concern. "Grandfather, your arm?" Li Guangyao, with worry etched on his face, asked the old man, "Can you endure?" The group huddled together, backs pressed against one another, vigilant of their surroundings. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "This is absurd. My first outing ends up facing bandits. How could I be so unfortunate?" The law and order in the immortal cultivation world is non-existent, to say the least. "Ha ha ha, Zhang family head. My second sister requires your spirit-nourishing pills. I wonder if you would be so generous?" A burly middle-aged man slowly emerged from the stone forest, towering over 8 feet. With a broad back and a face marred by a grotesque scar that stretched from the corner of his idea's chin, rendering him quite hideous. Accompanying this man were a scantily clad female cultivator, heavily made up, and a diminutive, gaunt, monkey-like male cultivator. Zhang Xuantong's expression shifted. "It's you, the blood wheel of destruction." Li Guangyao's face darkened. "Damn it, how did this scoundrel fixate on us?" Li Qingyuan sighed. "The 7th level of qi refinement is not easy to contend with." The second elder remarked, "Not just difficult. It's uncertain whether any of us will survive today." The blood wheel of destruction was originally a rogue cultivator who, through fortunate circumstances, had recently entered the latter stage of qi refinement, becoming a notorious bandit. It was said that not long ago, the trio of the destruction siblings fought to a standstill against a cultivator at the 8th level of qi refinement, gaining considerable notoriety. Li Guangyao stated, "The artifact in the hands of destruction is a superior first tier, incredibly sharp. This is why he can contend with cultivators at the 8th level of qi refinement." Li Qingyuan understood that superior first-tier artifacts were exceedingly expensive. Not to mention common rogue cultivators, even practitioners from second-rate qi refinement families in the latter stage were not guaranteed to possess one. Numerous cultivators at the 7th and 8th levels of qi refinement, having recently broken through their realms, have exhausted their resources in spirit stones, necessitating a lengthy period to accumulate enough wealth to procure a superior-grade magic weapon. Li Dingzhou inquired, "Patriarch, what shall we do now?" Zhang Xianong immediately reassured, "Do not worry. I shall not implicate you." Following this, Zhang Xianong declared in a booming voice, "Mia, these 5 individuals are from our clan, merely invited to be guests at my Zhang family." Grandfather Zhang Yuanluo began, but was abruptly silenced by Zhang Xuantong's stern gaze. Zhang Xiandong continued, "I can relinquish the spirit-nourishing pill, but you must release them. This matter does not concern them." Mia chuckled derisively, "Do you take me for a fool? If I release them, they will surely report to the Lu clan and have us 3 siblings hunted across the island." Li Guanao interjected, "I implore you, Tu Daoyu. I will not report anything." Mia laughed, "I have always maintained that only the dead can keep secrets." Zhang Xiantong produced the spirit-nourishing pill, holding it in his palm as he infused it with spiritual power, causing cracks to appear on the elixir's surface. Wait. The 3 siblings of Mia became anxious upon witnessing this, and he quickly added, "Patriarch Zhang, let us discuss this calmly." A heavily adorned woman stepped forward, nestling in Mia's embrace, sweetly imploring, "Elder brother, this spirit-nourishing pill is crucial for our younger sister's advancement to the later stage of qi refinement and our future after aligning with the Black Mountain Bandits. What do you think? Should we agree to Patriarch Zhang's terms?" Upon hearing this, Mia's expression turned contemplative, pondering, "If I alone ascend to the later stage of qi refinement, my strength may not suffice to lead the Black Mountain Bandits. However, if my younger sister also breaks through, we will surely be of significant value. In the later stage of qi refinement, one is considered quite formidable across Luhia Island." "Very well," Mia conceded, "I accept Patriarch Zhang's request." Zhang Xuantong's face reflected a glimmer of hope as he said, "Guanao, I entrust you with Luor." Zhang Yuanluo wailed, "No, I want to leave. Grandfather, I want to go. I would rather fight them." Zhang Xianong admonished, "Foolish child. You are the future patriarch of the Zhang clan. The family cannot be without you. Guanao, you must leave quickly." Zhang Xianong pressed urgently. Li Guanao sighed deeply, expressing his remorse. "Forgive me, elder brother, but for the sake of my Li clan, I have no choice but to depart." "We must go," Li Guanao declared, lifting Zhang Yuanluo and affixing 2 weightless talismans before swiftly departing on his sword. Li Guangzong, Li Dingzhou, and Li Qingyuan also applied their talismans, channeling their spiritual energy to flee at an astonishing speed, vanishing into the depths of the stone forest. As for the beast of burden, its speed was too slow. When survival is at stake, certain things must be sacrificed. After exchanging glances, Mia's younger sister and younger brother took to their magic tools to pursue. Zhang Xuantong's expression darkened as he confronted Mia. "You are not trustworthy, are you? Believe me, I will shatter this pill immediately, leaving you empty-handed." Mia chuckled. "If you destroy that pill now, I will pursue them without hesitation and slaughter every last one of them. Among them is your direct grandson, is it not? Furthermore, do not attempt to deceive me, otherwise, the threat of annihilation looms. I shall eradicate the entire Zhang clan of Qifeng Mountain." You, Zhang Xiandong, in his fury, spat blood. Chapter 034, A Beautiful Counterattack. "How dare you?" Zhang Xiantong, enraged to the point of spitting blood, gritted his teeth and declared, "Mia, my Zhang clan of Qingfeng Mountain has served the Lu Celestial clan for 3 centuries. Should you annihilate my family, the Lu clan will undoubtedly issue a pursuit order, and it will be a fight to the death. At that time, not only will you find no refuge on Liu Island, but you shall also be without sanctuary across the entire overseas 5 islands." Upon hearing this, Mia's eyes narrowed. Zhang Xuantong's words were indeed factual. Decades prior, a rogue cultivator, emboldened by his 9th-level qi refinement prowess, wreaked havoc and even led his followers to obliterate a second-rate qi refinement family on Liu Island. Apart from scattered cultivators and various commercial factions, the major qi refinement families are subservient to the Lu Celestial clan, paying substantial tributes of spirit stones yearly. Thus, the actions of that 9th-level rogue cultivator incited widespread outrage among the qi refinement families, as it not only challenged the Lu clan's dominance, but also insulted their prestige and undermined their interests. Consequently, the Lu clan issued a pursuit order and dispatched a 10th-level expert to lead the hunt, scouring the islands of Liuha and beyond day and night. In the end, that 9th-level rogue met his demise, and all of his followers were likewise slain, their heads displayed publicly to pacify the populace. For this reason, as long as Zhang Xiantong could return to his clan, he could prepare for his breakthrough with peace of mind. Untroubled by the fear of being attacked by rogue cultivators seeking to plunder his family's resources, The backing of a foundation-establishing celestial clan indeed provided a formidable deterrent. Tu Mie replied coldly, Old man, do not think to intimidate me with the name of the Lu celestial clan. Anger me, and I shall slaughter your entire lineage and join the Black Mountain bandits. Do you truly believe that the lofty foundation-establishing beings would risk everything to pursue your insignificant Zhang family? Zhang Xuantong's expression faltered. The leader of the Black Mountain bandits was a fully realized 10th-level qi refiner, renowned for his ferocity and hailed as the foremost figure below the foundation-establishing realm. The second-in-command was also a formidable 10th-level expert, not to be trifled with. Tu Mie continued coldly, I will count to 10. If you do not surrender the spirit elixirs, I will eradicate your entire family. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Xiantong, having lost an arm and pale from excessive blood loss, was drenched in cold sweat. I was wrong. I should not have gambled everything my family possessed for the sake of advancing to the later stages of qi refinement. I was naive. Overlooking the risks posed by the spirit elixir, Tu Mie calmly stated, 7, 8, 9. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiantong bowed and said, I, the aged Zhang Xiantong, am willing to offer the spirit elixirs. Furthermore, I am gravely injured, and my family's younger generation is incapable of shouldering the responsibilities of our estate. I implore you, fellow Taoist Tu Mie, to join my Zhang family as a guest elder. Tu Mie was taken aback, his heart swelling with joy, and he laughed heartily. Aha! The head of the Zhang family truly knows the times. This proposal greatly entices me. Very well, I accept your offer. Zhang Xiantong slowly advanced, his palm open, presenting a spirit pill. Tu Mie, this is the spirit-nourishing pill. Tu Mie swaggered forward, reaching out for the pill. In the next moment, Zhang Xuantong's internal spiritual energy erupted, seizing Tu Mie's hand. His spiritual power surged violently, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, as crimson energy erupted from his mouth and nose. Tu Mie, let us perish together. Zhang Xiantong bellowed. Explosive spirit technique. The explosive spirit technique was a secret transmission of the Zhang clan, a technique of mutual destruction. It ignited all of one's spiritual energy and essence, unleashing a force exceeding tenfold of one's own strength in a single, lethal strike against a formidable foe. You seek death, old fool. Tu Mie's expression shifted, and he hastily retrieved a defensive talisman, activating it. Golden Bell Talisman. With a resounding boom, a golden bell manifested, perfectly encasing Tu Mie's form. Boom. The moment the heavy golden bell appeared, Zhang Xuantong's explosive spirit technique reached its peak, and the human bomb detonated instantaneously, unleashing a powerful shockwave of spiritual energy that swept in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Within a radius of 10 meters, the stone forest erupted, stone pillars shattering and breaking in half. Amidst the swirling dust, Tu Mie emerged slowly, seething with rage. Damn it, to kill merely a 6-layer qi refinement cultivator. I wasted a top-tier talisman. This talisman was a life-saving artifact of high quality, capable of withstanding the full force of an 8th-layer qi refinement cultivator's attack. Truly cursed. This explosive spirit technique even destroyed my storage pouch and magical artifacts. Tu Mie's right hand was torn, his skin cracked at the tiger's mouth, blood trickling down. Yet in the palm of his hand lay the coveted spirit-nourishing pill. At least I have secured the pill. Whoosh. Tu Mie commanded his flying will artifact, pursuing relentlessly. Everyone must die. Grandfather, let us separate. Li Qingyuan exclaimed, you and the second elder can surely slay one of them. The remaining one, my father and I will restrain. Buying you time. Li Guangyao, the clan leader, decisively responded, very well. Now that Tu Mie is occupied with Zhang Xiantong, we can take this opportunity to split these two and eliminate them one by one. Otherwise, once they entangle us, we will be unable to escape. And with Tu Mie in pursuit, given his 7th-layer qi refinement cultivation, we shall all perish. Whoosh whoosh. Li Dingzhou and his son Li Qingyuan instinctively flew away from the group, retreating into the depths of the stone forest. Weaving between the massive stones while occasionally tossing low-tier talismans to create distractions, the lean monkey chuckled, chasing after them. My dear lady, do not rush away. Sister, I'll handle this side. With that, the lecherous man flew out on his sword, pursuing with all his might. A heavily made-up woman soared forth on her sword, targeting Li Guangyao and Li Guangzhou. Suddenly, both Li Guangyao and Li Guangzhou turned simultaneously, unleashing their talismans and magical artifacts against the female cultivator. The brothers joined forces, overpowering the woman, and as long as time permitted, they would surely be able to slay her. In the depths of the stone forest, Li Qingyuan whispered, Father, it's ready. Let the counterattack commence. At this moment, a scrawny, lecherous man resembling a thin monkey leered and said, "My dear, why not join me for some pleasure?" Li Qingyan turned around, abandoning his disguise, and with a swift motion of both hands, 10 talisman papers soared forth as he retorted, "Get lost." The thin monkey was taken aback for a moment, exclaiming, "You're a man? A first-tier mid-grade talisman?" Startled, he immediately channeled his spiritual energy to activate his magical artifact to counter the talismans. Boom, boom, boom. The talismans detonated one after another, each possessing power comparable to a practitioner at the 5th level of Qi refinement, unleashing a barrage that left him in a fluster. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingyuan brandished 5 exquisite talismans, the Wind Blade Talisman and the Explosive Fire Talisman. Their combined might akin to 5 practitioners at the 6th level of Qi refinement attacking simultaneously. The sheer power of this assault left the thin monkey aghast, as the talismans exploded before him, sending him hurtling backward. The simultaneous detonations shattered his defensive spells, severely wounding him and causing him to spit blood. Concurrently, Li Dingzhou had already affixed a premium diamond talisman for defense and, utilizing the lightweight talisman in conjunction with the family's first-tier spell, Moon Shadow Technique, he closed the distance and unleashed a slash with his long knife. The blood blade's 8 strikes. Clash, clash, clash. 8 streams of blade energy erupted instantaneously, weaving into a net that sliced through, cleaving the target into 8 pieces. Ah! The thin monkey screamed, his blood and flesh splattering, reduced to a puddle of mush. Li Qingyuan raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Father, that was truly impressive." Even though a single strike could have been lethal, to ensure absolute safety and avoid injury, his father instinctively applied the diamond talisman for protection. It was still of premium quality, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a practitioner at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Li Dingzhou urged, "You honor, come, quickly assist your clan leader and the others." Li Qingyuan shook his head and replied, "No, father, let us change our target." Chapter 35, Concentrated Firepower, Annihilation. Li Qingyuan picked up the storage bag and magical artifacts lying on the ground and placed them into his own storage bag. Subsequently, with a flick of his finger, he unleashed the fireball technique, reducing the emaciated monkey-like male cultivator to ashes. After accomplishing this, Li Qingyuan remarked, "Father, the clan leader and the second elder have joined forces and possess several first-tier mid-grade talismans. Slaying that female cultivator will be a trivial matter. The true challenge lies in annihilating Tumye." Li Qingyuan declared, "Let us proceed to ambush Tumye." Whoosh! Li Qingyuan soared into the air on his sword, employing a series of lightness talismans to minimize spiritual energy consumption. Li Dingzhou caught up, exclaiming, "You honor, do not act impulsively. Tumye is a master at the 7th level of Qi refinement. We cannot contend with him. Wait for me." Moments later, Li Qingyuan and Li Dingzhou concealed themselves within a rocky forest. Whoosh! A streak of light zipped past, propelled by a flying wheel artifact. It was Tumye. He scanned the surroundings and sniffed the air, declaring, "There are traces of the second sister as fragrant powder here. They are not far ahead." Simultaneously, within the rocky forest, Li Qingyuan thought, he has arrived. On his palm, 5 ice flame soul-severing talismans glimmered as he slowly infused them with spiritual energy, emanating a faint spiritual pressure. Whoosh! Tumye traversed the rocky forest, soaring through the sky. In the next moment, Li Qingyuan waved his hands, channeling his spiritual energy into the talismans, which then flew out like playing cards, accurately targeting Tumye and detonating in rapid succession. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Tumye felt his scalp tingle. First-tier upper-grade talismans, 5 of them? The genuine quality of these talismans possessed power comparable to a full-force strike from an 8th-level Qi refinement cultivator, worth 15 spirit stones each in the marketplace. In other words, the opponent had expended a staggering 75 spirit stones to attempt to kill him. Truly extravagant. Boom, boom, boom. The talismans exploded before him, transforming into 5 ice blue energy blades that slashed forth. Tumye, filled with dread, immediately performed a defensive spell. Simultaneously, he fiercely stomped on the flying wheel artifact, using the momentum to propel himself backward through the air. However, the talisman attack was too sudden and overwhelmingly powerful. The 5 energy blades shattered Tumye's defenses and struck his body. Ah! Tumye screamed in agony, blood splattering as he plummeted from the sky. During his fall, Li Dingzhou emerged from the rocky forest, launching a surprise attack with 2 activated ice flame soul-severing talismans aimed at Tumye. Severely wounded and coughing blood, Tu Mia's balance faltered, his mind thrown into disarray, and his spiritual consciousness injured. He had no time to react or to wield his artifact in counterattack. Swoosh, swoosh. Two ice-blue light blades flashed past, directly piercing Tu Mia's brow, slicing vertically along his forehead, nasal bridge, chest, and abdomen, cleaving him in two. With a resounding crash, a torrential rain of blood erupted, and two mangled halves fell to the ground. 7th level Qi refinement. The tribulation cultivator Tu Mia is dead. Li Dingzhou exhaled deeply. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, we actually killed him. Li Qingyuan remarked, with a total of 7 genuine first-tier upper-grade talismans. And the fact that he never anticipated our ambush mid-journey, combined with our father-son teamwork and flanking strategy, it was indeed not difficult to slay him. As he spoke, Li Qingyuan deftly picked up the storage bag and the flying wheel artifact, placing them into his own storage bag. With a casual incantation, he unleashed a fireball to incinerate the corpses, erasing all traces of the encounter. Li Dingzhou was profoundly astonished and exclaimed, "Yuan, is this truly your first descent from the mountain?" "Ah, indeed," Li Qingyuan retorted. "Am I not your son? How could you not know?" But, Li Dingzhou interjected, "Your strategies for dividing and annihilating the enemy, ambushing them midway, they seem second nature to you. The manner in which you collected the storage bags and artifacts appears remarkably practiced. You were even self-taught in the art of obliterating evidence. Your methods surpass those of seasoned bandits." Li Dingzhou murmured, "Could it be that you are one of those prodigious individuals, skilled in every endeavor?" Scratching his head, Li Qingyuan replied, "Isn't it standard procedure to kill, seize artifacts, acquire storage bags, and destroy the evidence?" "That may be so. But it is still your first time descending from the mountain," Li Dingzhou insisted. "Enough, father," Li Qingyuan said. "Grandfather, the clan leader, and the others are likely finished. Let us depart. However, regarding today's events," Li Dingzhou chuckled, "fear not, I shall keep it confidential." Before long, the group reassembled. "Grandfather, the clan leader, you were injured?" Li Qingyuan hurriedly approached and inquired, "What transpired?" Li Guanao pointed to the corpse of the female cultivator and explained, "This woman possessed high-grade talismans. Fortunately, only 2, one for defense and another for offense. Thankfully, both were of inferior quality. Otherwise, even if I had joined forces with you and the second elder, it would have been difficult to slay her." Li Guanao then asked, "Have you two already vanquished that bandit?" Li Dingzhou nodded. "Indeed, clan leader. Yuan and I collaborated, unleashing a significant number of mid-grade talismans to deplete the enemy's spiritual energy. Ultimately, I leveraged the innate martial prowess of a preeminent warrior to engage in a fierce battle. And at last, we succeeded in slaying him." Suddenly, Li Guanao exclaimed, "This is dire. The bandit remains at large. We must depart swiftly." Li Guanao waved his hand, collecting the female cultivator's storage bag and artifacts, then cast another fireball to obliterate the evidence. He then lifted the dazed Zhang Yuanlu and took to the skies on his sword. Observing the clan leader's adeptness in this procedure, Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "This is indeed the craftsmanship of the Li family." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group soared through the skies, flying low due to their insufficient cultivation, barely managing to travel a dozen miles. After flying for several miles, Li Qingyuan and Li Dingzhou were the first to exhaust their spiritual energy, with Li Guanao and Li Guangzong following suit. After their arduous battle, their spiritual reserves were nearly depleted. Consequently, the group resumed their journey on foot. After 3 grueling days, they finally arrived at Yanqi town. Upon reaching Yanqi town, a look of relief finally graced Li Guanao's face. Noticing Zhang Yuanlu's sorrowful expression, he said, "Luor, the bandit remains at large beyond these borders. You should stay in Yanqi mountain for a while. Once the situation stabilizes, I shall send someone to escort you home." With his head bowed and an expression of profound sadness, Zhang Yuanlu instinctively replied, "I will leave it to you, uncle." Sigh. With a deep sigh, Li Guangao lamented, tears streaming down his aged face. "My elder brother, alas, it seems." Taking a moment to compose himself, he declared, "Let us ascend the mountain and return home." That very night, Li Qingyuan removed the mask of human skin, reverting to his true appearance and attire. In the secluded courtyard, he meticulously assessed his gains, murmuring to himself, "I wonder if the resources acquired through murder and plunder now rightfully belong to me. Can I utilize the Shenpin space to replicate and multiply them?" Li Qingyuan possessed 2 storage bags in total, one belonging to a lecherous man resembling a thin monkey, and the other belonging to a slayer of the 7th layer of Qi refining. "I shall reserve the valuable items for later." As he spoke, He opened one of the storage bags, muttering, "Let us first examine the storage bag of the lecherous man. This fellow has an unmistakably sordid demeanor, with shifty eyes. He must have engaged in considerable thievery, amassing a fair fortune, I presume." Chapter 36. A Surge in Wealth. Upon opening the storage pouch, Li Qingyuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Inside, he discovered 120 spirit stones and a mid-grade first-tier magical artifact, the Crimson Iron Sword, valued at no less than 100 spirit stones. To his astonishment, he also found a low-grade first-tier superior talisman, a defensive type capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 7th-level Qi refinement practitioner. Fortunately, his decisive action in launching a concentrated assault with numerous talismans had left their opponent severely weakened, allowing his father to deliver the final blow. Li Qingyuan marveled, "Oh, there are even medicinal pills." A label affixed to the vial bore the names of the contents: 2 recovery pills, used to replenish spiritual energy during battles among Qi refinement practitioners, and 3 hemostasis pills, known for their remarkable efficacy in treating external injuries by promoting tissue regeneration and stopping bleeding. He pondered, "Tomorrow, I shall seek out a few small poultry spirit beasts to test these pills for toxicity." Both the recovery and hemostasis pills were auxiliary in nature, invaluable during combat. While classified as first-tier pills, they lacked a specific division into low, mid, or high grades, making them suitable for the entire Qi refinement stage. Typically, a batch of pills would be contained in a single vial, usually comprising 3 pieces. Each vial of recovery pills and hemostasis pills generally cost a dozen spirit stones, averaging 5 or 6 spirit stones per pill. This is a piece of red gold stone, quite sizable, at least 10 pounds. Li Qingyuan exclaimed with a smile. This was a high-grade first-tier, or essential for crafting superior first-tier magical artifacts. It appeared that this individual had begun preparations to forge their own high-grade artifact. After thoroughly examining the storage pouch, Li Qingyuan felt immensely satisfied. The contents included 120 spirit stones, a mid-grade first-tier artifact, the Crimson Iron Sword, a low-grade defensive talisman, 2 recovery pills, 3 hemostasis pills, and 10 pounds of high-grade red gold stone. Additionally, the storage pouch itself was a mid-grade first-tier item, superior in quality and capacity to the one currently in use, and equally valuable. With a silent incantation, Li Qingyuan declared, "Gather." Under the influence of the spatial laws, all resources were absorbed into the Xianpin space, duplicating their quantity. Now he possessed 240 spirit stones, 2 crimson iron swords, 2 talismans capable of withstanding attacks from 7th-level Qi refinement practitioners, 4 recovery pills, 6 hemostasis pills, and 20 pounds of high-grade red gold stone, along with 2 mid-grade first-tier storage pouches. Struck it rich, indeed. Li Qingyuan exclaimed with joy, promptly exchanging for a mid-grade first-tier storage pouch to consolidate all his resources. He anticipated that the treasures within the storage pouch of the 7th-level Qi refinement practitioner he was to face next would be even more abundant. Shaking the storage pouch, radiant spiritual light burst forth, transforming into a plethora of resources. The mid-grade first-tier storage pouch revealed a substantial quantity of spirit stones, 280 in total, surpassing even the personal wealth of the clan's elder. Among the newfound treasures was a high-grade first-tier artifact, the spirit-breaking blood wheel. This magical artifact, valued at no less than 300 to 500 spirit stones, is exceptionally sharp and suitable for late-stage Qi refining. Truly a remarkable treasure. The materials for refining, including mid-grade and low-grade first-tier spiritual plants, would fetch several dozen spirit stones based on market prices. 2 bottles each of Qi recovery pills and hemostasis pills, containing 6 pills each. A furnace of Qi nourishing pills, which, when consumed during the Qi refining stage, can enhance cultivation speed. What is this? Li Qingyuan gasped in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. Is this a furnace of minor essence pills? Upon inspection, Li Qingyuan exclaimed with astonishment, 2 pills of premium quality and 1 of inferior quality. Incredible! This is an auction item from the Chu Mountain market. Li Qingyuan recalled that this furnace of minor essence pills had been successfully bid for by a certain cultivator at 85 spirit stones. It seems the massacre not only targeted them but also 2 or 3 other groups, of which they were merely one. Li Qingyuan chuckled. Now, all these treasures belong to me. Lastly, he gazed upon the most valuable essence pill. It was of premium quality, exuding a rich fragrance and perfectly rounded. This essence pill had been auctioned for an astonishing price of 300 to 400 spirit stones, with the market's lowest price being 300 spirit stones. yet exceedingly difficult to acquire. Li Qingyuan waved his hand. Collect. The space was filled, doubling the yield. 2 essence pills, 2 mid-grade first-tier storage bags, 560 spirit stones. 2 superior-grade first-tier magical artifacts, blood-breaking wheel, several dozen spirit stones worth of refining scraps, and ordinary first-tier spiritual plants, which, when doubled, would be valued at no less than 100 spirit stones. 4 bottles each of chi recovery pills and hemostasis pills, containing 12 pills each. 2 furnaces of chi nourishing pills, totaling 6 pills, with 4 being of premium quality and 2 of inferior quality. In the dead of night, in a secluded courtyard, Li Qingyuan lit a luminous talisman, the fire casting a glow on his face as he grinned. Ha ha ha, I've struck it rich. Indeed, the allure of wealth often leads one down a treacherous path. Li Qingyuan mused. No wonder there have always been those in the cultivation world who cannot resist the temptation of becoming bandits. A direct heist could sustain one for 3 years. Li Qingyuan shook his head vigorously. No, I cannot think this way. I must pursue a steady path of cultivation, seeking eternal life. Those who kill are often killed in return. While banditry may seem appealing, it easily leads to being ensnared by others' traps and meeting one's demise at their hands. Li Qingyuan carefully stored all resources and lay down in bed, smiling broadly. Now, my wealth amounts to thousands of spirit stones, comparable to the profits of my family's business over 3 to 5 years. I shall retain the valuable resources and exchange the useless ones for spirit stones, dedicating all to my cultivation. As for the essence pills and minor essence pills, I can return half to benefit my family, keeping the remaining half to exchange for spirit stones and other resources. The following morning, Li Qingyuan sought a private audience with his grandfather, the clan leader. Li Guangao appeared dejected and morose, inquiring, Qingyuan, is there something you need? He knew that his longtime friend, Zhang Xiantong, had likely passed away. Li Qingyuan said, Grandfather clan leader, I have acquired a furnace of minor spirit pills and a spirit pill from that male cultivator. What? Li Guangao exclaimed, astonished. Li Qingyuan exerted his spiritual energy and presented the pills. Li Guangao took a glance and exclaimed, This furnace of minor spirit pills contains 2 genuine quality pills and 1 inferior one. Could it be from the auction house? I believe so, Li Qingyuan replied. Moreover, this individual has reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of chi refinement and secretly possesses a genuine quality spirit pill, likely deceiving both the slaughterer and that female cultivator. Li Guangao remarked, That seems probable. It appears this person has been secretly preparing for a breakthrough to the 7th layer of chi refinement for quite some time. Holding the pills, Li Guangao's expression softened as he asked, Child, are you truly willing to offer these pills to the family? Li Qingyuan smiled and responded, Grandfather clan leader. Without the clan, there would be no today for me. Now that I have matured, I can also give back to the family. Li Guangao was moved to tears, filled with immense pride. Good child, good child. However, the clan cannot simply take your generosity without offering something in return. Once I confer with the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, we shall at least provide you with 200 spirit stones as compensation. Li Qingyuan bowed respectfully, saying, I defer to your arrangements, Grandfather clan leader. After offering his respects, Li Qingyuan turned to depart. Upon returning home, Li Qingyuan began to distribute the spoils with his father. He presented his father, Li Dingzhou, with 200 spirit stones, a vitality recovery pill, a hemostasis pill, and 2 furnaces of chi nourishing pills. The chi nourishing pills, in particular, were immensely beneficial for cultivating during the chi refinement stage. He resolved to refrain from using pills to enhance his cultivation during this period, aiming to reach the 10th layer of chi refinement solely through his own efforts, thereby establishing a solid foundation. Additionally, he gifted his father a first-tier mid-quality weapon, the Crimson Iron Sword, along with a first-tier mid-quality storage bag. In the end, Li Dingzhou, who had never experienced such prosperity, looked at the resources in his hands and sighed with emotion. It seems that having a good son can truly defy fate. Chapter 037, The Patriarch's Breakthrough. Ascending to the 7th layer of chi refinement, at dawn the following day, the venerable patriarch presented 200 spirit stones. This time, Li Qingyuan attempted to replicate them, but to no avail, likely due to the fact that these spirit stones were rewards for providing the family with nourishing spirit pills and lesser spirit pills. Furthermore, these medicinal resources had already been subject to replication. In addition, the substantial sum of over 1,000 spirit stones he sold to the purple-clad woman at the Spirit Talisman Pavilion could not be duplicated either. as they too originated from resources previously replicated in the ship in space. Currently, the ship in space possesses three primary functions. The first function is resource duplication. The conditions for this are as follows. First, the items must belong to Li Qingyuan. Second, the spirit stones and other resources obtained from the duplicated items cannot be endlessly multiplied. Lastly, the items for duplication cannot include demonic beasts or any living creatures. The second function is to provide guidance and cultivation. It instructs him in practicing the Dechun Gong, first-tier spells, and the art of talisman drawing. The third function is to complete incomplete cultivation techniques and runes, enabling Li Qingyuan to create a truly complete Yin Bing Zhan talisman. It can also rectify incomplete techniques. Regarding this, Li Qingyuan personally verified the process. He dedicated 3 days to studying the incomplete text of the Yanqi Ju, and after this period, he successfully grasped the fundamentals of this technique, which allows one to conceal their cultivation level and block external probing. Upon initiation, a mysterious figure appeared within the Xianpin space. Shrouded in darkness, with luminous veins illuminating its form, presenting a complete operational diagram of the Yanqi Ju. Once perfected through the enhancements of the Xianpin space, the Yanqi Ju enables one to obscure their aura and disguise their cultivation level, rendering them undetectable below the foundation establishment stage. Even during confrontations, the Yanqi Ju can remain active, allowing the practitioner to conceal their true power unless they intentionally unleash their full strength. Thus, even when Li Qingyuan engages in combat, he can mask his spiritual energy and cultivation level, ensuring his true abilities remain undisclosed. Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, channeling his qi at the fourth layer of refinement. As he operated the Yanqi Ju, his qi cultivation began to diminish, causing his realm to decline, from the fourth layer to the third, then to the second layer. At the second layer of qi refinement, he matched the cultivation speed of the family's 4 spirit root seedlings. Li Qingyuan expressed his satisfaction, stating, from this day forth, I shall present myself at the second layer of qi refinement. In the same year, Li Qingqing, possessing 4 spirit roots, has now reached the second layer of qi refinement, thanks to the resources provided by the family. Conversely, Li Qibao, with 5 spirit roots, has only achieved the perfected first layer. Now, with an ample supply of spirit stones, Li Qingyuan anticipated a long period of worry-free cultivation. Li Qingyuan pondered, during my first outing, I encountered a rogue cultivator, a master at the late stage of qi refinement. The outside world is perilously dangerous. Had it not been for the Yin Bing Zhan talisman at my side, both the Zhang clan and the Li clan would have suffered grievous losses. Indeed, we all might have perished at the hands of the 3 siblings. Li Qingyuan contemplated. The pressing concern remains the enhancement of my cultivation. Thus, he resolved to enter seclusion and devote himself to rigorous practice. He possesses a total of 800 spirit stones, excluding the 200 that he has already given to his father. He indulges himself extravagantly, utilizing 3 spirit stones daily to assist in his cultivation. Not only does he feast daily on spirit rice, but he also occasionally enjoys the meat of a first-tier beast, the black-toothed fragrant pig, which his family has domesticated, along with various stews made from beast and poultry. Furthermore, he has gathered 120 sheets of first-tier high-grade talisman paper, along with 2 pounds of first-tier high-grade talisman ink, using a wind spirit wolf hairbrush to create multiple flame eye soul-severing talismans. Thus, he spends his days in meditation to refine his qi, absorbing spirit stones. He carves out time to draw talismans, expending his spiritual energy before meditating to recover, repeating this cycle to consolidate his magical power. Daily, he fills his stomach with spirit rice, occasionally enhancing his meals with first-tier beast meat, and cooking porridge or medicinal dishes from first-tier spiritual herbs he has foraged. Li Qingyuan feels that nearly every day, his cultivation progresses, and his spiritual energy incrementally strengthens. After half a month, the clan leader, Grandfather Li Guangao, personally escorts Zhang Yuanlu back to the Zhang family at Qingfeng Mountain, ensuring safety by bringing along members of the hunting team. Upon safely returning Zhang Yuanlu to the Zhang family, Grandfather Li Guangao prepares for a period of seclusion. For this retreat, he has set aside 200 spirit stones, procured 3 first-tier mid-grade spiritual herbs, and several bottles of qi-nourishing pills, planning to enter a first-tier incomplete spiritual vein cave for 3 months to hone his spiritual energy. 3 months later, after the qi-nourishing pills are consumed, the first-tier mid-grade spiritual herbs are refined, and over half of the 200 spirit stones absorbed. His spiritual energy accumulates to its zenith. After a thorough 3-month retreat, having maximized his 6th layer of qi refinement. Grandfather Li Guang'e finally deems it appropriate to consume the spirit-nourishing pill, leveraging the breakthrough effect of this first-tier high-grade elixir to strive for the later stage of qi refinement. On this day, in the heart of Yanqi Mountain, the atmosphere above becomes vibrant with the gathering of spiritual energy, releasing a powerful pressure that stirs the air. The Grand Elder, Second Elder, Li Dingzhou, Li Dingyan, and Li Qingyuan, along with the family cultivators, gaze towards the mountain peak, collectively exhilarated and displaying sheer joy. Ha ha ha, after a century, our Li clan has finally produced another cultivator at the late stage of qi refinement. The Grand Elder and Second Elder, with tears of joy streaming down their faces, express their elation. Li Dingyan exclaims in delight, "Haha, my uncle has reached the 7th layer of qi refinement. Our Li Celestial clan now boasts a cultivator at the late stage of qi refinement." On this day, the Li Celestial clan celebrates as one, with not only the cultivators and their families on Yanqi Mountain rejoicing, but also the 3,000 mortal families in Yanqi Town sharing in the excitement. The Li Celestial clan revels in a 3-day grand celebration, uplifting spirits and enhancing familial cohesion. Generally speaking, it is exceedingly rare for a third-rate qi refinement family to produce a cultivator at the late stage. The last occurrence in the Li clan was over a century ago. Therefore, the emergence of a cultivator at the 7th layer of qi refinement holds immense significance for the family. It signifies that the Li Celestial clan is not only a leader among third-rate qi refinement families, but also possesses the potential to ascend to a second-rate status. A second-rate qi refinement family is characterized by having experts at the 8th or 9th layer of qi refinement within its ranks, with a minimum of 3 cultivators above the 7th layer. Only then can they attain the threshold of a second-rate qi refinement family. Currently, a member of the Li clan has reached the late stage of qi refinement, igniting hope for the family's ascension and status. At the banquet, the patriarch, Li Guang'e, assigned Li Qingyuan a significant task to guide the young cultivators of the clan, aged between 10 and 20, in their practice of spells. Naturally, some voiced their discontent. However, Li Qingyuan boldly demonstrated his perfected cultivation at the 2nd layer of qi refinement, being on the verge of advancing to the 3rd layer, establishing himself as a paragon among the younger generation of the family. Subsequently, he single-handedly faced 10 opponents, effortlessly employing a first-tier family spell to triumph over them with overwhelming ease, thereby earning the title of the foremost among his peers. Aware that his grandfather, the patriarch, was creating a favorable impression for him, he accepted this role with grace and collaborated earnestly. From that point onward, Li Qingyuan dedicated one day every half-month to engage with his fellow clan members, thereby solidifying his authority. As time passed, over the course of a year, Li Qingyuan refined his cultivation to the utmost at the 4th layer of qi refinement, approaching a momentous breakthrough. Chapter 38, the 5th level of qi refinement. Father and son in the same realm. As the qi settles in the dantian, it draws in the spiritual breath, with a heart as vast as the great cedar embracing the universe, breathing in and out like the tide following the meridians. The spiritual essence converges and resides within the purple palace. Li Qingyuan silently recited the mantra of the great cedar technique, allowing the celestial energy to coalesce around him. The dozens of spiritual stones surrounding him radiated a luminous aura, and the spiritual energy was absorbed into his meridians, transforming it for his own use. This retreat lasted for a full 3 days. After 3 days, at a certain moment, a tremendous force of accumulated spiritual power erupted within Li Qingyuan, akin to a river bursting through a dam, coursing through all his meridians and shattering the shackles of the 4th level of qi refinement. The spiritual energy surged relentlessly within him, overflowing from his body's orifices and creating a formidable pressure that stirred the air around him. After 100 breaths, Li Qingyuan stabilized the spiritual energy, returning it to his dantian and concluding his breakthrough, with a long exhale of turbid air following the final circulation of the great cycle. He opened his eyes, which glimmered with a hint of brilliance. He had attained the 5th level of qi refinement at the tender age of 14. His pace of cultivation had not only remained unimpeded, but had accelerated. With a smile gracing his lips, Li Qingyuan remarked, "Indeed, under conditions abundant with resources and spiritual stones, my cultivation speed can soar even higher." In just a year and a half, he had progressed from the initial stage of the 4th level of qi refinement to its consummation, and now to the 5th level. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he formed hand seals and continued his meditation. Having just broken through, his spiritual power was still too unruly, and his foundation was not sufficiently solid. He needed to further refine his spiritual energy. Moreover, an unstable realm and inadequate control over his spiritual power could potentially hinder the effectiveness of the breath concealment technique, with a slight chance of being detected by late-stage qi refinement experts. Even the slightest possibility was one Li Qingyuan sought to eliminate. Additionally, he had grown accustomed to patiently honing his spiritual energy and solidifying his realm after every breakthrough. 10 days later, Li Qingyuan finally emerged from his seclusion. His aura shifted from the 5th level of qi refinement back to the complete 2nd level. His focus was on stability. Upon leaving his retreat, he returned home. As he entered the courtyard, the hearty laughter of his father resonated. What a fine wine. Haha, delightful, truly delightful. You may prepare me a couple of dishes to accompany my drink. I shall call Yuan back for dinner shortly, so he can join me for a few cups. His mother, Chen Shouyun, responded, understood, but do drink in moderation. Li Qingyuan pushed open the door and smiled. Father, what brings you such joy? Li Dingzhou, cradling a wine jar, joyfully exclaimed, Haha, Yuan, your father has broken through to the 5th level of qi refinement. Tell me, is this not a cause for celebration? Really? Li Qingyuan was overjoyed at the news, hastening forward to say, Congratulations, father, on your remarkable advancement, moving one step closer to the late stage of qi refinement. Come, Yuan, let us drink together. Li Dingzhou produced another jar of wine, chuckling, Tonight, we shall drink to our heart's content. Clang. Influenced by his father since childhood, Li Qingyuan had developed a spirited and generous personality, possessing both depth and high emotional intelligence, making him equally boisterous in revelry. The father and son clinked their jars and drank heartily together. Li Dingzhou took a hearty sip of wine, gazing at the setting sun and the colorful remnants of the twilight sky, then smiled broadly and said, Yuan, ever since your arrival, it seems our family has been flourishing. Your grandfather, the clan leader, has surpassed 70 yet still managed to break through his bottleneck, advancing to the 7th level of qi refinement. The eldest elder also ascended to the 6th level in recent years. Furthermore, our clan brother Li Dingyan reached the 5th level just a year ago. Recently, 3 practitioners who had stagnated at the 3rd level have finally stepped into the 4th, cultivating their spiritual awareness. Over the years, the casualties among our clan's practitioners have diminished compared to previous years, and the seedlings are thriving. Our clan now boasts over 70 practitioners, nearing 80. I truly believe, as your grandfather has said, that your presence has brought fortune to the Li clan, fostering our growth. You are indeed the auspicious child of our Li celestial lineage. Li Dingzhou continued, Yuan, once you mature, our family will surely rise to become a first-rate qi refinement clan, with masters at the 10th level overseeing us. Li Qingyuan, drinking deeply, replied, Father, my aspirations extend beyond just the 10th level of qi refinement. I aim to establish a foundation and elevate the Li clan to a foundational celestial lineage. In truth, my ambitions reach far beyond mere foundation establishment. Li Dingzhou chuckled. Oh, my son, do you harbor even loftier ideals? Li Qingyuan replied earnestly, Indeed. I wish to establish my foundation, refine my golden core, and ultimately become a legendary nascent soul true monarch. With a sudden clang, Li Dingzhou's hand trembled, and his expression froze as the wine jar fell to the ground, shattering and releasing a fragrant aroma. After a few moments of astonishment, he laughed heartily. Splendid. My son has noble aspirations. I believe you will surely establish your foundation, refine your golden core, and perhaps even become a renowned nascent soul master. Li Qingyuan confidently asserted, I believe so too. I will certainly achieve it. With a resounding boom, he unleashed his qi refinement at the 5th level before his father, no longer concealing it. Another crash echoed as Li Dingzhou's hand quivered again, and the wine jar he had just lifted shattered once more. Staring blankly at Li Qingyuan, he stammered, Why, you have reached the 5th level of qi refinement? What kind of prodigy have I given birth to? Li Dingzhou gazed at his son with disbelief. At 55 years of age, he had only attained the 5th level himself. His recent breakthroughs were largely due to a small spirit-nourishing pill, coupled with the resources his son provided after defeating a bandit cultivator, including numerous spirit stones and qi-nourishing pills to aid his cultivation. In short, he had greatly benefited from his son's accomplishments. Yet, he never anticipated that his merely 14-year-old son had already reached the 5th level. Goodness! Li Dingzhou gasped in awe. Yuan, it appears that before you turn 20, you may very well achieve the pinnacle of the 6th level. By your 20s, you are destined to enter the 7th level. With the aid of a spirit-nourishing pill, your breakthrough will be even more effortless. Li Qingyuan expressed, Father, I wish to join the family hunting team to slay demonic beasts alongside you. Not only to earn spirit stones, but also to hone my spells and enhance my combat experience. Li Dingzhou stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, before saying, Father supports you. With your cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, combined with your mastery of spells, and equipped with a mid-grade magical artifact, along with a top-grade talisman as your trump card. Li Dingzhou chuckled, with your cunning nature, even if a 7th level Qi refinement opponent comes, they would have to face defeat. Li Qingyuan activated the breath-holding technique, suppressing his cultivation to reveal the aura of a fully realized 2nd level of Qi refinement. The corner of Li Dingzhou's mouth twitched as he remarked, You honor. Your breath-holding technique is increasingly suitable for playing the role of a pig to eat the tiger. Teach me someday, he. Li Qingyuan. That evening, the father and son raised their cups incessantly, while their mother, Qin Shiyun, served them dishes and poured wine. Watching her husband and son, a radiant smile of happiness graced her lips. In Qin Shiyun's heart, at that moment, the three of them gathered together in harmony. Safe and sound, and there was no time more blissful or joyful than this. Chapter 39. The Duel of the Second Elder and the Prodigy's Magical Talent at the break of dawn the following day. Li Dingzhou and his son Li Qingyuan arrived at the Patriarch's serene retreat. The Patriarch, the Elder, and the Second Elder were already present. As the sun rose over the eastern sea, its rays illuminated the islands, casting a gentle light upon the misty peaks, creating a scene reminiscent of a flourishing spring where all life shone with brilliance. Suddenly, 2 streaks of light darted through the forest. Swiftly arriving at the meeting place, Li Dingzhou and his son Li Qingyuan. With a thunderous roar, they unleashed their spiritual energy, showcasing their cultivation levels. The Patriarch and the 2 elders gazed in astonishment, exclaiming, Level 5 of Qi refinement? Qingyuan has made yet another breakthrough. The Second Elder, filled with a mix of joy and nostalgia, sighed, The tides of time have washed away the old waves. Our generation is growing old. The future of the clan belongs to the youth. The Patriarch responded with a smile, Within a century, there shall surely be a child of prosperity among us. Qingyuan is destined to be the one who revitalizes our Li clan. In recent years, the Li clan has thrived and flourished. Li Guangao remarked. We have 1 practitioner at level 7 of Qi refinement, 1 at level 6, and 4 at level 5, including the Second Elder, Li Dingyan, Li Dingzhou, and Young Qingyuan. There are 7 at level 4, 18 at level 3, and approximately 40 at levels 2 and 1 combined. The Elder stroked his beard, nodding in approval. Indeed. In just 7 or 8 years, the overall combat strength of our clan has more than doubled. Especially you, Patriarch, having reached level 7 of Qi refinement. Becoming a master of the later stages, it holds great significance for our family. Li Guangao sighed. I too am aging. Reaching level 7 is my limit. The future of the clan must rely on this child, Qingyuan. At his current pace of cultivation, he may very well enter the later stages of Qi refinement in 10 years. With this thought, the Patriarch's face brightened with anticipation. The Second Elder, moved by the moment, expressed, How I wish to live another 100 years to witness the prosperity of our clan. At this juncture, Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan approached and bowed respectfully, saying, Greetings. Patriarch, Elder, and Second Elder. Li Qingyuan added, Grandfather Patriarch, I wish to join the hunting team to hone my skills. The Patriarch paused, stroking his long beard, and replied, That is well. As cultivators, we must inevitably engage in duels with others. Gaining experience is always beneficial. However, you must promise me 1 condition. Li Qingyuan responded, Please speak. The Patriarch's expression turned serious as he stated, You must not act independently outside of the clan's hunting team, avoid venturing deep into the Tianyin mountain range, and refrain from provoking mid-level first-tier beasts. With your current strength, hunting mid-level first-tier beasts is quite suitable for your training. Li Qingyuan clasped his hands in acknowledgement, saying, Qingyuan will obey your command. At that moment, the Second Elder stepped forward, declaring, I am the captain of the clan's hunting team. If you wish to join, I must first assess your strength, your mastery of spells, and your adaptability. Young Qingyuan, do you dare to engage in a duel with me? The Second Elder chuckled, extending his invitation. Li Qingyuan exclaimed with delight, The clan's grandson seeks your guidance, esteemed Second Elder. Please. On the open expanse of the lawn, the 2 stood facing each other, spiritual energy radiating around them. The Second Elder, at the pinnacle of the 5th level of Qi refinement, faced Li Qingyuan, who had just entered this stage. We shall not use talismans or magical artifacts. We will engage in combat using the clan's techniques, relying solely on our physical prowess. As the second elder's words settled, he swiftly vanished from sight and launched his assault. Utilizing the Moonshadow technique, he traversed several feet in an instant, channeling his spiritual energy into his arms to execute the Iron Arm technique. This technique endowed his limbs with the resilience of steel, granting him immense strength. With a thunderous roar, the second elder unleashed a barrage of punches, creating sonic booms and fierce winds aimed directly at Li Qingyuan's vital points. In response, Li Qingyuan formed hand seals, circulating his internal energy, and raised his arms to block, his spiritual energy erupting into a layer of earthy armor for protection. The Earth Armor technique, one of the clan's 6 foundational techniques, served as a first-tier spell suitable for the entire Qi refinement stage. Bang! The Earth Armor technique successfully absorbed the second elder's formidable strike, though Li Qingyuan was still pushed back several feet, his arms tingling from the impact. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his hands, the second elder transformed them into blades of air, executing the Air Blade technique, which summoned sharp, icy blades that sliced through the air. Li Qingyuan silently recited the Moonshadow technique, evading the attacks with agility as his afterimages danced around him, deftly avoiding every strike. Fireball technique. He raised his hands, rubbing them together to conjure a fireball, initiating his counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of air blades, fireballs, iron arms, moonshadow, and earth armor echoed as the two engaged in a fierce duel, unleashing a plethora of spells that collided in a cacophony of sound. They alternated between long-range attacks and close combat, showcasing their mastery of both offense and defense, their skills remarkably matched. After a quarter of an hour of intense combat, both combatants found their spiritual energy nearing exhaustion. Clan leader Li Guangyao interjected, "Enough. Let us consider this battle a draw, shall we?" Li Qingyuan bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, esteemed second elder, for your invaluable guidance. I have greatly benefited." The second elder praised him. "Well done, young lad. I have hunted beasts for 30 years and only mastered 5 of the clan's foundational techniques, apart from the Spirit Rain technique. Yet you, in merely 7 or 8 years, have not only displayed astonishing talent in Qi refinement, but also remarkable aptitude in talisman drawing and spell cultivation. In such a short time, your progress rivals decades of my own efforts. Your talent for the arcane is truly exceptional." The Grand Elder concurred, adding, "Moreover, during the duel, Qingyuan exhibited a commendable strategy, balancing offense and defense with poise. He even discerned the second elder's intentional feints. Faced with openings, he remained calm and composed, neither arrogant nor anxious." "Ha ha. Such a prodigy has emerged, and from within our Li family." The Grand Elder laughed heartily. The clan leader declared, "Very well, it is settled. From this day forth, Qingyuan shall be a member of the clan's hunting team." Li Qingyuan smiled, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed clan leader, for your support. Additionally, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you privately." "Oh?" Clan leader Li Guangyao inquired with curiosity. "What is it that you wish to convey to me in private?" Li Guangyao commanded. "Very well, Grand Elder, Second Elder, Ding Zhou, you may withdraw." After the 3 retreated, Li Guangyao inquired, "Qingyuan, what news do you bring?" Li Qingyuan smiled and replied, "Grandfather clan leader, please take a look." He produced a piece of first-grade superior talisman paper, first-grade superior talisman ink, and a severely worn wind spirit wolf hair brush, stating, "Grandfather clan leader, observe closely." With that, Li Qingyuan took up the brush and began to draw the talisman. The complete version of the Flame Eye soul-cleaving talisman flowed forth in one continuous motion, buzzing. As the final stroke was laid upon the first-grade superior talisman paper, it absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, solidifying the runes with a harmonious essence, thus achieving success. The quality was impeccable, and the runes were flawless. "Go." Li Qingyuan activated the talisman paper and hurled it forth. Clang! An explosion of icy blue flames erupted, transforming into a blade of radiant light over 10 feet long, cleaving through the air with a force that shattered a boulder from the false mountain. A tremendous roar echoed, shaking the ground within a 10-foot radius, as the false mountain was obliterated and vegetation scattered in disarray. Clan leader Li Guangyao stood in stunned disbelief, exclaiming, "Qingyuan, have you truly created a first-grade superior talisman that rivals the full strength of an 8th-layer Qi refining practitioner? And this talisman is indeed the Flame Eye soul-cleaving talisman?" My goodness, Li Guangyao gasped in astonishment, gazing at Li Qingyuan, and asked, "Have you completed the Flame Eye soul-cleaving talisman?" Chapter 040, The Cloudy Mountain Range. Hunting demon beasts. Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "Yes, Grandfather clan leader, I have completed the runes of the Flame Eye Soul-Slaying Talisman. Ah. Clan leader Li Guangao inhaled sharply, incredulous. How could someone like you exist in this world? The Flame Eye Soul-Slaying Talisman is a first-tier high-grade talisman paper. And yet you managed to complete its runes? Li Guangao marveled. Well done, my boy. How did you accomplish this? Li Qingyuan replied, Grandfather clan leader. I have diligently studied every day for nearly 3 years, and by a stroke of luck, I was able to perfect it and complete the runes. Over these 2 or 3 years, not only did I exhaust a vast amount of talisman-making materials, but I nearly ruined your prized Wind Spirit Wolf hairbrush as well. With that, Li Qingyuan presented the first-tier medium-grade talisman brush, the Wind Spirit Wolf hairbrush. Upon seeing it, Li Guangao noted that the brush he cherished, which he had purchased for 150 spirit stones, was over 90% worn out, with cracks covering its surface. This brush was on the verge of self-destruction. Li Guangao burst into laughter. Ha, splendid. It is indeed a worthy exchange. A talisman brush in exchange for the inheritance of a first-tier high-grade talisman. We have profited. Crack. As Li Guangao finished speaking, the Wind Spirit Wolf hair brush shattered with a sharp sound, scattering spiritual light as the artifact was destroyed. The brush handle broke apart, and the wolf hair tip crumbled into ashes. Li Guangao. Li Qingyuan smiled wryly, Grandfather clan leader. It seems our family must acquire a first-tier high-grade talisman brush. Li Guangao gritted his teeth and said, Fear not. Is it not merely 300 or 400 spirit stones? I am now a 7th-layer chi refining expert, and hunting dozens or even hundreds of mid-tier first-grade demon beasts will suffice. If the family cultivators tighten their belts for a year or 2, we shall certainly procure a first-tier high-grade talisman brush. Li Guangao chuckled, with your talent in talisman making, you will surely create exquisite quality Flame Eye soul-slaying talismans, comparable to a strike from a 9th-layer chi refining practitioner. By then, I shall have no fear even of 8th-layer practitioners. After a moment's contemplation, Li Guangao added, No, 2 years is too long. I will humble myself and borrow some spirit stones from a few old friends. Li Qingyuan laughed and produced 20 Flame Eye soul-slaying talismans, 10 of inferior quality and 10 of standard quality. Grandfather clan leader, please accept these talismans. Oh, and by the way, these are the talismans you successfully created yourself, he added. Li Guangao accepted the talismans, pointed at Li Qingyuan with narrowed eyes, and smiled. You are quite the clever one. When borrowing spirit stones, mere words hold little weight. Even if the other party is inclined due to our friendship, they will not lend too many spirit stones. However, if I approach them as a bearer of a first-tier high-grade talisman, offering them a few of such talismans, they will surely lend generously, provided they are not foolish. A first-tier high-grade talisman master is a rare find, even among second-rate chi refining families. Establishing a friendship with such an individual means we can continuously procure first-tier high-grade talisman papers for self-defense, rapidly enhancing our combat prowess. Even a practitioner at the 6th level of chi refinement, when equipped with a sufficient quantity of high-grade talismans, can instill fear in those at the 7th and 8th levels. Every family boasts its own direct descendants, who, prior to reaching their full potential, rely on these talismans. Li Guangao chuckled heartily. Very well, I shall take my leave. Whoosh. Li Guangao soared into the sky on his sword. His chi at the 7th level was robust, and his spiritual awareness had deepened, enabling him to glide for dozens, even hundreds of miles. After a brief pause, he continued his flight. 3 days later, the family hunting team set out once more, having grown increasingly formidable. The second elder had attained perfection at the 5th level of chi refinement. Li Dingzhou was also at the 5th level. There were 4 practitioners at the 4th level and 8 at the 3rd level. Adding to this, Li Qingyuan appeared to be at the 2nd level but was actually at the 5th level, rivaling the second elder and Li Dingzhou in strength. Li Dingzhou remarked, Second elder, Qingyuan is participating in a hunt for the first time. His experience is lacking and his strength feeble. I plan to take him to the outskirts to practice against some solitary first-level beasts. The second elder nodded in understanding. Very well. You and your son shall remain on the periphery while the rest of us venture deeper. The assembly of practitioners nodded in agreement. Soon, the second elder led the group away. Li Dingzhou said, Let us be off, my son. Yes, father. Whoosh, whoosh. The duo leapt forth, employing the moonshadow technique. Their figures a blur as they darted through the trees, like fleeting streaks of light. Half an hour later, Li Dingzhou came to a halt, declaring, This is the area. It lay at the boundary between the outer and middle layers of the Tianyin mountain range, where first-level beasts predominated. Yet there were also numerous mid-level beasts. Li Qingyuan nodded. He had thoroughly studied the topographical maps of the overseas islands. Luwa Island was one of the 5 major islands, arranged in a serpentine formation. Luwa Island occupied the head of the serpent, with the 5 islands facing the sea to the east and mountains to the west. The Tianyin mountain range, situated on the western side of these islands, formed a formidable barrier stretching over 30,000 miles in length and more than 10,000 miles in width, teeming with peril and beasts. According to the foundational celestial clans, the deepest part of the Tianyin mountain range was home not only to second-level great beasts but also to third-level great beasts comparable to human core formation cultivators, with more than one residing there. For the practitioners of the 5 islands, this depth was a forbidden zone of life. As Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan traversed the forest, Li Qingyuan observed various snakes, insects, and creatures scurrying about, poisonous insects and plants, towering ancient trees, crocodile ponds, vibrant toxic mushrooms, and moss-covered boulders along the stream cliffs. The air was filled with the eerie calls of nameless birds and beasts, resonating hauntingly in the open expanse. Li Qingyuan mused. This profound sense of eeriness and dread is reminiscent of Ileo Mountain. Suddenly, from deep within the earth, a beast erupted from the ground. Li Qingyuan was jolted awake in an instant. Channeling his chi into his feet, he bent his knees and leapt, springing from the ground to evade and perch atop a large tree. From the depths of the earth, a monstrous creature surged forth, measuring over 10 feet in length and cloaked in darkness. Its form resembled that of a scorpion, complete with a scorpion's head, a pair of pincers, and appendages adorning its thorax and abdomen. However, it lacked a stinger and the venomous tail typical of its kind. The beast charged forth, leaping several yards directly towards Li Qingyuan. Li Dingzhou cautioned, "Yuan, this is a burrowing scorpion. Judging by its fluctuations in spiritual energy, it has reached the mid-tier of the first rank among demon beasts. Exercise caution. I shall assist you in the fray. Furthermore, this creature possesses no venom, allowing for close combat." Li Qingyuan acknowledged, understood. Iron arm technique. With a thunderous crash, he leapt down from a towering tree, 10 feet high. Utilizing the first-tier spell, Iron arm technique, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck the burrowing scorpion with tremendous force. The scorpion countered, wielding its pincers and unleashing its spiritual energy, meeting Li Qingyuan's iron fists head-on. A resounding impact echoed as the two clashed, sending Li Qingyuan flying back 3 yards, landing atop the tree. The burrowing scorpion landed with a roar, its massive pincers slicing through the air with unparalleled sharpness, effortlessly severing a tree that could be embraced by 2 men. As the tree splintered, Li Qingyuan nimbly leapt away, employing the moon shadow technique to create countless afterimages. With a sweeping motion of his hands, he summoned a flurry of energy blades, honing them into lethal edges capable of slicing through gold and jade. With rapid agility, he circled the burrowing scorpion, continuously unleashing the energy blades upon his target, inflicting deep gashes that elicited anguished cries from the creature. In a fit of rage, the burrowing scorpion roared, its internal spiritual energy surging forth, coalescing into a formidable force that erupted from its mouth, launching a beam of spiritual light towards Li Qingyuan. Li Dingzhou warned, "Yuan, be cautious, that beast has gone berserk." Chapter 041, Slaying the Earth Scorpion, Rapid Progress. Li Qingyuan declared, "Only madness brings excitement. Monster, let me witness your prowess." As the waves of spiritual energy surged forth, Li Qingyuan rubbed his hands together, unleashing a fireball spell that blazed with intense flames. With a resounding explosion, the fireball detonated. But the residual force of the Earth Scorpion's attack shattered the fireball and bore down upon Li Qingyuan. Utilizing the iron arm technique, Li Qingyuan bent his arms to block the onslaught, bracing himself against the luminous wave, only to be pushed back several meters. This strike was no less formidable than that of the fully realized second elder at the 5th level of chi refinement. In the mountains, the second elder Li Guangzong observed with a growl. The Earth Scorpion let out another furious roar, its massive form radiating waves of spiritual light as it gathered energy in its maw, launching yet another devastating attack that pierced through the air. With a flick of his wrist, Li Qingyuan summoned a mid-grade, first-tier magical artifact, the Crimson Iron Sword, from his storage pouch. This 4-foot-long sword, gleaming a fiery red, was honed to an unparalleled sharpness. Infusing it with spiritual energy, the sword ignited as if engulfed in flames. With a swift motion, Li Qingyuan swung the sword, unleashing a blade of energy that cleaved through the air, colliding with the incoming spiritual light. However, the energy blade shattered, and the beast's luminescent assault continued unabated. Li Qingyuan unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, channeling spiritual energy into the artifact, crafting a formidable web of sword energy that shattered the beast's spiritual light. As the sword net disintegrated, so too did the beast attack. Employing the Moonshadow technique, Li Qingyuan darted forward, becoming a blur as he flanked the Earth Scorpion. With a decisive strike, he plunged his sword into the beast's body, blood spraying forth. The Earth Scorpion howled in agony, its massive pincers slicing through the air, infused with tremendous force as it charged at Li Qingyuan. He raised his sword to defend, and with a sharp clang, the crimson iron sword met the beast's pincer, producing a cacophony of sound and sparks. The Earth Scorpion wielded its pincers with lethal precision, attacking with a multitude of strikes, clamping, piercing, and smashing in relentless succession. Li Qingyuan countered with the Moonshadow technique and the foundational 13 sword forms. In a fierce exchange, man and beast clashed, sending sparks flying and spiritual energy vibrating through the air. Meanwhile, Li Dingzhou remarked, "My son, as a cultivator, it is essential to possess not only the means to strike from a distance with magical artifacts, but also to adeptly wield various spells in combat. Furthermore, mastery of basic swordplay, knife techniques, and close-quarters combat is imperative. Should you encounter a body cultivator and be drawn into close combat, the outcome could be dire." Li Dingzhou continued, "Thus, I require you to engage in this beast hunt without relying on long-range magical attacks or talismans, focusing instead on close combat with your artifact." Li Qingyuan trusted that his father would not lead him astray. He felt deeply moved by his father's words and believed that the hunting plan devised by his father was immensely beneficial. After a fierce battle lasting a quarter of an hour, Li Qingyuan inflicted numerous wounds upon the Earth Scorpion, which was now bleeding profusely and depleting its internal spiritual energy. Die. Li Qingyuan raised the crimson iron sword high, gripping it firmly with both hands as the entirety of his inner spiritual energy converged into it. The blade hummed, radiating a brilliant light. With a decisive stroke, he unleashed a sword beam extending for a yard. The blade sliced through, severing the Earth Scorpion in half with a resounding crack, blood splattering as the beast met its demise. Li Qingyuan deftly leaped back 3 yards, sword held defensively, until he confirmed that the Earth Scorpion lay lifeless, devoid of any final retaliatory strength, before he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Taking a deep breath, he released the pent-up air and sheathed his weapon. Li Dingzhou approached swiftly to collect the monster materials, explaining, "This Earth Scorpion is a mid-stage first-tier beast, possessing a strength roughly equivalent to the peak of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Its most precious asset is this pair of pincers, as hard as iron and sharp as blades, serving as materials for crafting a mid-grade first-tier artifact. Just this pair alone could fetch 20 spirit stones easily." Li Dingzhou continued, "Years ago, only the second elder of our hunting team could contend evenly with such a creature. In those times, encountering a first-tier beast of this caliber required the full cooperation of our hunting team under the second elder's command to minimize casualties. If 2 of these Earth Scorpions appeared simultaneously, the second elder would often order a retreat to preserve our family's strength. In the past, the Li family had to fight fiercely to earn 2 or 3 dozen spirit stones, requiring collective effort to survive in an exceedingly harsh environment." Li Dingzhou smiled. "Now, with your prowess, you can slay them single-handedly." A quarter of an hour later, having restored his slightly depleted spiritual energy, Li Qingyuan declared, "Father, we can proceed to our next target." Li Dingzhou nodded. "Very well, let us go." With a swift motion, the father and son leaped gracefully, soaring 7 or 8 yards. And with the aid of their lightness talismans, they vaulted over 10 yards, then 20, moving rapidly through the rugged mountains in search of suitable beast targets. As time passed, half a month slipped by. In a certain mountainous area, guided by his spiritual sense and fueled by his spiritual energy, Li Qingyuan propelled his mid-grade artifact through the air, unleashing a sword beam that shot forth like lightning. With a series of swift strikes, 3 early-stage, first-tier spirit beasts fell victim to the crimson sword light. Dispatched in an instant, Li Qingyuan descended gracefully, summoning the crimson iron sword back to his side, its brilliance dazzling as it hummed around him. The trio of early-stage spirit beasts failed to challenge him effectively, leading him to opt for a direct aerial assault, resulting in their swift annihilation. Li Dingzhou moved forward to harvest the materials, instructing, "These 3 spirit beasts are known as sword-tailed lizards. Each measures over 1 meter in length, with black and yellow scales and a gray-white underbelly. Their tails extend over 3 feet, sharp as blades, and equipped with double-edged barbs, making them exceptionally lethal. Thus, they are aptly named sword-tailed lizards. Li Qingyuan stepped closer, mimicking his father's technique to cut the materials. Li Dingzhou elaborated. The barbed tips of the sword-tailed lizard's tails serve as materials for crafting inferior first-tier artifacts. Moreover, their hide should be completely skinned, as it can be utilized to forge inferior first-tier defensive armor. Li Qingyuan sketched a tiger while harvesting materials and stripping skins. After gathering the necessary resources, the father and son commenced their preparations, each with a cake and a jug of water. At the Qi refinement stage, they were merely mortals who had grasped spiritual energy. They still required sustenance from grains, with a maximum lifespan of merely 2 cycles of 60 years, not exceeding 120 years. Only at the foundation establishment stage could one fast from food. After a restorative pause, Li Dingzhou rose and remarked, "Yuan, after half a month of training and numerous encounters with ferocious beasts, your swordsmanship has become exceptionally refined. Your techniques are sharp and your strikes decisive. Furthermore, with regard to the family S6 techniques, apart from the Spirit Rain technique, your proficiency in the other 5 first-tier spells has also significantly improved, making their execution increasingly effortless. This experience has greatly enhanced your skills." Li Qingyuan smiled and added, "Moreover, you have been able to earn spirit stones to supplement our household expenses." Over the past year, he had maintained a consumption rate of 3 spirit stones daily and, while striving for the 5th layer of Qi refinement and stabilizing his realm, had expended dozens more. Of the 1,800 spirit stones he once possessed, only a little over 100 remained. "Oh, by the way," he recalled, "for the family, I have been crafting talismans at a monthly salary of 7 spirit stones. After a year and a half, that amounts to 126 spirit stones, which, once doubled, yields 252 spirit stones. Altogether, I have just over 300 spirit stones, barely reaching 400. Li Qingyuan mused. "Next, I shall head to the Tushan market to exchange for spirit stones. The resources from the 2 storage bags obtained from the annihilation of our foes can be easily sold off, converted entirely into spirit stones to aid my cultivation." He further reflected, "In this past year and a half, I have accumulated a considerable amount of talisman paper. I must pay another visit to the talisman pavilion." At that moment, Li Dingzhou said, "Let us proceed to meet with the second elder and then head to the Tushan market to sell the materials from the beasts." Chapter 042, The Spirit Talisman Tower, a modest profit of 1,000 spirit stones. 3 days later, the family hunting team convened at the outskirts of the Tianin mountain range. The second elder commanded that all cultivators above the 4th layer of Qi refinement accompany him with the materials harvested from demon beasts to sell at the Chu mountain market. Those at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement were to return to the clan. However, Li Qingyuan was an exception. The second elder specifically named him to join the expedition for the sake of learning. This time, without the convenience of a unicorn zebra demon beast. The group traveled on foot, covering 100 to 200 miles each day. After 7 to 8 days, they finally arrived at the Chu Mountain Market, 1,000 miles away. The Li family maintained established commercial partnerships. Accompanying the second elder, Li Qingyuan's father, Li Dingzhou, was responsible for selling materials. And they split into 2 teams, one for setting up a stall to sell materials, and the other personally led by the second elder, dedicated to selling materials to the refining pavilion, including various demon beast materials for crafting magical weapons and armor. During their journey, they also encountered a few first-tier spiritual plants. Typically, these spiritual plants were guarded by demon beasts. Li Qingyuan managed to gather 4 first-tier low-grade spiritual plants, though regrettably, he did not come across any mid-grade ones, and high-grade ones were exceedingly rare. Within 3 days, the demon beast materials and harvested spiritual plants were nearly sold out. Simultaneously, every night, Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan secretly ventured out to clandestinely sell the materials Li Qingyuan had personally hunted, exchanging them for spirit stones. As for the demon beasts hunted by Li Dingzhou, those were naturally handed over to the second elder. Only Li Qingyuan's spoils required discreet handling and sales, which had been tacitly approved by the second elder and acknowledged by the clan leader. The spirit stones Li Qingyuan earned from slaying demon beasts were entirely his own, with not a single stone to be submitted to the family. The clan leaders understood that Li Qingyuan's growth necessitated substantial spirit stones, and this arrangement was a way for the 3 elder gentlemen to provide him with benefits through their authority. Of course, Li Qingyuan was not so self-serving. He allocated a portion of the spirit stones to his father. The sales of demon beast materials yielded 200 spirit stones, which Li Qingyuan could duplicate using the mystical space, effectively doubling the amount to 400 spirit stones. Initially, he intended to give his father 100 spirit stones, but Li Dingzhou believed that 200 was sufficient, insisting he could not take half and hinder his son's progress. Ultimately, Li Dingzhou accepted only 50 spirit stones. On the final night, the second elder decreed that everyone should relax for the evening, as they would return home at dawn. Other uncles and relatives, arm in arm, headed to the pleasure pavilion, well understood by those in the know. His father, Li Dingzhou, ventured to the gambling house, indulging in a game of chance with blind boxes. Li Qingyuan, on the other hand, returned once more to the Spirit Talisman Tower. At the age of 14, clad in a blue robe, with his long hair tied back, Li Qingyuan possessed striking brows and bright eyes, though his youthful visage still held a hint of childlike innocence. It was accompanied by a certain charm that stirred the hearts of young maidens. Standing at no less than 165 centimeters tall, his blue attire and slender figure exuded the vitality of a blossoming youth. In this world, at 14, one could already marry and start a family. Inside the first floor of the Spirit Talisman Tower, wooden racks displayed an array of first-tier low-grade and mid-grade talisman papers, a dazzling assortment, with the types of talisman papers alone numbering 20 to 30 varieties. In the lobby of the first floor, surrounded by shelves, several customers were perusing items. Engaging in negotiations with the sales assistants, a young man approached, inquiring if he wished to purchase talisman paper. Coincidentally, the woman walking towards him was the same shop assistant he had encountered during his previous disguise, Li Qingyuan. With a smile, he produced 2 exquisite first-grade talisman papers and asked, "Miss, does your employer still accept talisman papers?" The woman nodded knowingly. "Please wait a moment, let me check." Soon, she returned, inviting Li Qingyuan to the backstage of the second floor. As they passed through the second floor, he noticed several customers selecting talisman papers. Although the selection was limited, all were first-grade superior quality, capable of rivaling the strikes of cultivators at the 7th level of qi refinement. In the backstage area, he was once again captivated by the stunning figure of the woman in the purple dress and veil. It had been a year since their last meeting, and she seemed even more beautiful now. After a year and a half, the young woman had grown taller, her graceful curves accentuating her elegance. Her veil concealing a face of unparalleled beauty, with eyes that sparkled like the stars. The girl in the purple dress smiled charmingly and asked, "What shall I call you?" "Young brother?" Li Qingyuan replied, "My surname is Li." "Ah, so you are Li Daoyu," she responded, gracefully waving her hand to present a cup of tea. "My maid informed me that you possess first-grade medium-quality talisman paper of exquisite quality. May I inquire how many you have?" Li Qingyuan thought to himself. "Li Daoyu. Indeed, I am still quite young. This woman is only 3 to 5 years my senior, yet possesses a breathtaking beauty and demeanor." From his storage pouch, he retrieved a considerable amount of talisman paper, 120 sheets of first-grade inferior quality, 90 sheets of first-grade medium quality, and 30 sheets of first-grade superior quality ice flame severing talisman. However, the ice flame severing talismans were of inferior quality and not considered genuine. The woman in the purple dress paused in her tea drinking, her translucent veil partially obscuring her expression as she mused. This scene seems familiar. Indeed. The talisman papers were nearly identical, and the same surname. Could you be the younger brother of that Li Daoyu from a year ago? Li Qingyuan cupped his hands in respect. "Daoist Qin, your memory is remarkable. A year and a half ago, my sister indeed had a transaction with you. She mentioned that the owner of the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, Daoist Qin, is a person of integrity." The woman in the purple dress waved her hand, causing various talismans to flutter before her eyes. With her keen gaze, she scrutinized the talisman papers, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "The quality of the talisman papers remains consistently excellent." The first-grade inferior and medium-quality talisman papers were, for the most part, of genuine quality. Finally, she examined one of the ice flame severing talismans and remarked, "This is a first-grade superior talisman. It seems that in just a year and a half, your sister has become a true first-grade superior talisman master. Such a pity for her extraordinary talent in the art of talismans." The girl in purple sighed. 30 sheets of first-grade superior talismans, all ice flame severing talismans. It appears your family only has a single lineage of first-grade superior talisman inheritance. The girl in purple continued, "Young brother, upon your return, kindly convey to your sister that should she find the time in the future, she may visit me at the Spirit Talisman Pavilion." Li Qingyuan was taken aback and inquired, "Might I ask what Daoist Qin wishes to see my sister for?" Li Qingyuan pondered. Could this woman be enamored with my talent in talisman crafting? Intending to imprison me solely for the purpose of creating talismans for her? The girl in the purple dress smiled sweetly and replied, "Young brother, do not let your imagination run wild. I merely appreciate talent. Your sister possesses considerable aptitude in talisman crafting. Should she acquire a high-level inheritance, she may well become a second-tier talisman master in the future." A look of excitement crossed Li Qingyuan's face as he exclaimed, "A second-tier talisman master? Is that truly the case? Rest assured, Daoist Qin. Upon my return, I shall certainly convey your words to my sister." However, Li Qingyuan thought to himself, what nonsense. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. There are no free lunches in this world. And as for my sister, you shall never lay eyes on her. He silently contemplated, perhaps I should refrain from trading at this spirit talisman tower in the future. The girl in the purple dress, with her elegant fingers, deftly manipulated an abacus, calculating the spirit stones. The market price for low-grade, first-tier talisman paper and medium-grade, first-tier talisman paper amounts to 880 spirit stones. 30 pieces of low-grade, high-tier talisman paper total 240 spirit stones. In total, that is 1,120 spirit stones. As per our usual agreement, I shall offer you 80 of the purchase price, which comes to 896 spirit stones. The purple-clad maiden smiled and added, "Young brother, I shall round it up for you. A total of 900 spirit stones. What do you say?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Qingyuan nodded, "Very well. Daoist Qin, your price is fair. I shall sell." The two reached an agreement, exchanging payment and goods seamlessly. As he descended the stairs and strolled along the street, Li Qingyuan glanced back, feeling a sense of intrigue about the extraordinary woman, wondering if she hailed from a prestigious family of Qi refiners. Unfortunately, on the second-floor windowsill, the moonlight cast a slanting glow, illuminating the purple-clad beauty, whose bright eyes sparkled like stars as they met Li Qingyuan's gaze. He paused momentarily before turning to leave. The maid, Xiaolan, inquired, "Miss, what troubles you?" The girl in the purple dress watched as Li Qingyuan walked away, her lips parting slightly as she softly remarked, "I have an intuition that this young lad is quite remarkable." Suddenly, a middle-aged servant bowed at the door, addressing her, "Miss, we have found the traces of the second-tier demonic beast, the bloodthirsty centipede, which you sought. After departing from Luhua Island, traveling south for 3,000 miles, and then entering the Tianyin mountain range for another 3,000 miles, there lies a second-tier initial stage specimen. The second master has already set out." Upon hearing this, the purple-clad maiden's lips curled into an enchanting smile. She lifted her jade hand, and a small centipede, dark red in color and measuring over a foot in length, perched upon her fingertip, raising itself partially to gaze back at its master. Intricate three-colored patterns adorned the centipede's forehead, signifying its extraordinary nature. The girl playfully teased the little centipede, smiling, "Little Kai, devouring a second-tier initial stage bloodthirsty centipede will be sufficient for you to advance from the initial to the late stage of the first tier. Do not worry. Your master shall take you there at once." Chapter 43. A First-Order Superior Talisman's Brush, Exquisite Flame, and Ice Talisman. Regrettably, the 900 spirit stones were acquired through the successful replication of talisman papers crafted for the family. Thus, these 900 spirit stones cannot be duplicated again. Li Qingyuan calculated in his mind. Moreover, the sale of materials from demon beasts, the plundered resources from the storage bags of the two brothers, alongside the 900 spirit stones from today's talisman sales, has brought my fortune close to 3,000 spirit stones. Not to mention, just from selling first-order inferior and medium-grade storage bags, Li Qingyuan has made a considerable profit, adding in various refining materials and spiritual herbs. The total accumulates to over 1,000 spirit stones. Altogether, my wealth amounts to 3,000 spirit stones. Of course, half of this is attributed to the merits of the mysterious space. Li Qingyuan felt a surge of joy. In the next 3 to 5 years, he would not lack spirit stones. After 7 or 8 days, Li Qingyuan and his group returned to Yunxia Mountain. Upon arriving back home, before he could catch his breath, he was whisked away by the clan leader, his grandfather. They proceeded to the leader's secluded area for contemplation. Grandfather Li Guangyao produced a talisman's brush. Measuring 1 foot and 2 inches, its shaft adorned with refining spiritual patterns, emanating the aura of a first-order superior magical artifact. "Is this truly a first-order superior talisman's brush?" Li Qingyuan exclaimed in delight. "Grandfather, in just a month, you have successfully borrowed spirit stones and even purchased a talisman's brush?" Li Guangyao stroked his beard and sighed. You wouldn't believe it. After obtaining the status of a first-order superior talisman master, borrowing spirit stones has become quite manageable. However, such a first-order superior talisman's brush is not available in the Yushan market. He continued with a hint of nostalgia to acquire this brush. I journeyed northward for 4,000 miles to Lyoha City, spending 420 spirit stones to finally secure it. Li Qingyuan was aware of Lyoha Market, the largest market on Lyoha Island, owned by the Foundation Establishment sect of the Liu family, directly governed by them. In Lyoha City, various wandering cultivators and factions congregate, with thousands of practitioners forming a vast trading hub. Accepting the brush, Li Qingyuan admired it as he exclaimed, "What a fine brush! With this, I am confident in crafting the exquisite quality flame and ice soul-vanquishing talisman." The power of a first-order superior talisman of exquisite quality rivals that of a full-force strike from a ninth-layer chi refining practitioner. Li Guang'an nodded repeatedly, "Indeed, indeed. During my visit to Lyoha City, I also procured a substantial amount of first-order superior talisman papers and inks. Come, Yuana. Guide me on how to draw the complete flame and ice soul-vanquishing talisman." Li Guang'an remarked, "Once I master it, this talisman can be legitimately utilized by our clan's practitioners for their protection. You may not be aware, but during my recent trip to Lyoha City, I learned that the other islands in the seas have been quite unsettled in recent years. Wandering cultivators and clan practitioners have frequently been attacked, plundered, or have vanished mysteriously. Recently, the Foundation Establishment sects across various islands have mobilized, dispatching late-stage chi refining experts to patrol the surroundings, and with the cooperation of various chi refining families, they have managed to keep those malevolent cultivators in check." Li Guang'an remarked, "After the recent calamity of the robbery and massacre, I find myself apprehensive on my journey home, wary of unforeseen events that may arise." Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow and replied, "Indeed, these past few years have been tumultuous, grandfather. We must exert ourselves to ensure that every member of our clan possesses at least one flame ice soul-cutting talisman for self-defense." The clan leader, Li Guang'an, nodded in agreement, saying, "To conserve materials, the responsibility of crafting the talismans must fall upon you, Qingyuan." Li Qingyuan affirmed, "It is my duty. Let us commence." He prepared the materials: first-grade superior talisman paper, first-grade superior talisman ink, and first-grade superior talisman brush. Once all the materials were ready, he took up the brush and began to draw. Using the first-grade superior brush for the first time, he found it far more comfortable than the medium-grade counterpart. After several moments, the final stroke was made, and the talisman paper absorbed the spirit, radiating spiritual pressure. Buzz, the flame ice soul-cutting talisman, was a success. Li Guang'an's eyes sparkled with delight. This pressure, could it be that this is premium talisman paper? Once activated, it would rival the full force of a ninth-layer chi refinement practitioner. He laughed heartily. "Qingyuan, you have accomplished it. Your talent in talisman crafting surpasses even my own. It is truly unparalleled across the archipelago." A first-grade superior talisman master in his teenage years producing premium talisman paper is a rarity that may not be seen for millennia. Li Qingyuan let out a breath of relief and continued to draw. The second talisman was also of premium quality. By the third talisman, his condition began to wane. Yet it remained a quality talisman, comparable to the full power of an eighth-layer chi refinement practitioner. After completing 3 consecutive talismans, Li Qingyuan felt a drain on his spiritual consciousness and energy, and promptly stated, "Grandfather, I need to meditate and recuperate." Li Guang'an nodded. After all, this is first-grade superior talisman paper, with 2 of them being premium quality. The consumption of spiritual consciousness and energy for a talisman master exceeds that of medium-grade paper, especially considering your cultivation is only at the 5th layer of chi refinement. Half an hour later, after regaining both his spiritual energy and consciousness, Li Qingyuan began drawing talismans for the second time. As he worked, the clan leader observed closely, ready to inquire about any uncertainties once Li Qingyuan finished. Despite his age, he was unashamed to ask questions, and his heart brimmed with joy throughout the learning process. This joy stemmed from his admiration for Li Qingyuan's talent, the hopeful prospects for the clan's future, and the satisfaction of acquiring knowledge in talisman crafting. He was not only a competent clan leader and a benevolent elder, but also an exceptional apprentice. Throughout the day, Li Qingyuan drew talismans 3 times, successfully crafting 8, with only 1 accidental failure. Among the 8, there was 1 inferior quality for standard quality and 3 premium quality talismans, demonstrating his remarkable skill in talisman crafting. Subsequently, under Li Qingyuan's guidance, the clan leader attempted to draw talisman paper. With a bang, the talisman spontaneously ignited and was destroyed. Li Guangao lamented, 5 spirit stones down the drain. He sighed, very well, I shall practice and try again tomorrow. The materials for first-grade superior talisman paper cost 5 spirit stones each. After successfully inscribing the talismans, those of inferior quality are priced at 8 spirit stones, while the superior quality ones are sold for 9, and those of exquisite quality for 10. Li Qingyuan nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave, returning to his small courtyard to commence his cultivation. The creation of talisman papers constituted merely a fragment of his overall training. Moreover, his grandfather, the clan leader, had recently broken through to the 7th layer of qi refinement, thus assuming the responsibility for crafting inferior and intermediate quality talismans. Henceforth, Li Qingyuan would primarily focus on the inscription of the Flame Eye Soul Severing Talisman. In the days that followed, Li Qingyuan devoted himself to meditation and qi refinement, honing his swordsmanship, manipulating flying swords, and guiding the clan's disciples in the practice of first-tier spells while imparting his combat experience. He allocated 2 hours each day to the crafting of talisman papers, producing 9 Flame Eye Soul Severing Talismans daily, occasionally encountering failure, yet boasting a success rate of nearly 98%. He would then assist his grandfather in inscribing a Flame Eyes talisman, consuming 1 sheet of material each day. During the first half of the month, his grandfather faced failure daily. However, after a month, the success rate had improved to 50-50, resulting in either failure or success. Even when successful, the quality remained inferior, barely achieving completion. This pace was already commendable. Firstly, Li Qingyuan had previously attempted the Flame Eye Soul Severing Talisman numerous times, granting him substantial familiarity with the talisman paper, thus establishing a solid foundation. Secondly, having ascended to the 7th layer of qi refinement, he was now considered a late-stage practitioner, possessing spiritual awareness and energy far surpassing that of Li Qingyuan, which allowed for a more focused and less taxing inscription process. After a month, his grandfather's success rate significantly increased, enabling him to produce talismans of superior quality, albeit rarely. 3 months later, from 10 sheets of talisman material, his grandfather achieved a success rate of 60%, resulting in 4 inferior quality talismans and 2 of superior quality, yielding minimal profit after material costs. In pursuit of acquiring a first-tier superior quality talisman brush, he incurred a debt of 400 spirit stones, a sum that, given Li Qingyuan's current talisman crafting skills, he could repay within a year. Furthermore, the clan's practitioners had collectively achieved the ambition of possessing a sheet of first-tier superior quality talisman paper within just 3 months. As for Li Qingyuan, he held 120 Flame Eye Soul Severing Talismans, having lent 20 to his grandfather for spirit stones and sold 30 inferior quality ones to the talisman pavilion. Now, he retained 70 talismans of superior quality, with a dozen being exquisite. Should he choose to deploy them generously, he could easily eliminate 3 to 5 opponents at the 8th layer of qi refinement. Armed with this advantage, his sense of insecurity began to dissipate. In the ensuing days, apart from cultivating, inscribing talismans, and mentoring the clan's disciples, Li Qingyuan participated in the clan's hunting team every 3 months, venturing into the wilderness to sharpen his skills. Immersed in his cultivation routine, he remained humble and unhurried, reaping daily rewards. Despite the passage of time and the cyclical changes of seasons, his resolve to pursue the path of immortality remained unshaken. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Now, at 16 years of age, the young man stood refined and poised, his azure robe billowing gracefully, having gained renown as a handsome immortal master. He had matured, and his cultivation had once again reached a pivotal breakthrough. Chapter 44, the 6th layer of qi refinement bus. Li Qingyuan sat in meditation, his Dachun Gong technique operating at its zenith, drawing in the ethereal energies of heaven and earth while extracting the essence of spirit stones into his being for his own utilization. This arduous practice endured for a full 3 days. Boom. At a certain moment after these 3 days, Li Qingyuan's form trembled, his azure sleeves rustling in the air, as a torrent of spiritual power surged forth from within, spilling out from his spiritual apertures and generating a pressure of spiritual energy. The unmistakable aura of the 6th layer of qi refinement was fully manifested. He had indeed reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, allowing his energy to return to his dantian. And then he continued to circulate the Dachun Gong to absorb the residual spiritual energy from the stones and the surrounding atmosphere. A month later, having solidified his 6th layer of qi refinement, Li Qingyuan finally emerged from his seclusion, concluding his intensive cultivation. Reciting the concealment technique in his mind, Li Qingyuan concealed his true cultivation level, reducing his aura from the 6th layer to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. To the outside world, he proclaimed himself as possessing 4 spirit roots, thus aligning with the expected cultivation speed of someone with such attributes. Nevertheless, even so, at 16 years old, with 4 spirit roots and a 3rd layer of qi refinement, he was still a paragon among the younger generation of his clan. With a satisfied smile, Li Qingyuan boasted to himself, at 16, reaching the 6th layer of qi refinement is indeed commendable. Outside the small courtyard, the laughter of the clan elder resonated. Not merely commendable. The elder mused, I even suspect there might have been an error in your initial spirit root assessment. Perhaps you are not merely a 3 spirit root, but a dual spirit root. Nay, the elder continued as he entered the courtyard, shaking his head. The cultivation speed of a dual spirit root cannot rival yours. Could it be that you possess the legendary hidden spirit body? What spirit body? Li Qingyuan was oblivious to such matters. All he knew was that over the past 2 years, he had expended over 2,000 spirit stones. The refinement of these stones in the 2 years of diligent work had consumed vast resources, allowing him to hone his spiritual power to its utmost, thereby facilitating his breakthrough to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Of course, the secret regarding spirit stones pertained to the Shimpan space, a matter Li Qingyuan would never disclose to anyone. Stepping out of his chamber, he greeted, Clan Elder, Grand Elder, what brings you here? Grand Elder Li Guangya replied. A few days ago, I noticed the spiritual energy in your vicinity was unusually vibrant, so I came to investigate, only to discover you were attempting to break through to the 6th layer of qi refinement. The Grand Elder's medicinal fields were a mere 100 paces from here. Thus, it was entirely normal to observe a surge in spiritual energy. Moreover, the area spanning 1,000 paces belonged to the Clan Elder, Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Li Qingyuan, encompassing the core region of a first-tier incomplete spiritual vein. Typically, without the Clan Elder's decree, no other cultivators from outside the clan, save for Li Dingzhou, were permitted to enter this territory. The Grand Elder expressed incredulously, what an impressive lad. At 16 years old, you have achieved the 6th layer of qi refinement, putting you on par with us. Sighing, he added, it appears we are truly aging. Li Qingyuan merely smiled in silence. Although his realm was equal to that of the Grand Elder and others, both being at the 6th layer of qi refinement, he had never consumed any breakthrough elixirs, nor taken any nourishing pills meant to hasten the cultivation speed of qi refinement practitioners. His entire reservoir of spiritual power was solely derived from absorbing the ambient spiritual energy and refining the forces of spirit stones, resulting in an exceptionally solid foundation that surpassed the ordinary 6th layer of qi refinement practitioners. Moreover, with Li Qingyuan's innate divine soul being exceptionally potent and his spiritual perception surpassing that of the ordinary, even when confronted with someone at the 7th level of qi refinement, he could hold his own. Coupled with dozens, if not hundreds, of first-tier high-grade talisman papers at his disposal, he could effortlessly vanquish opponents at the 7th level of qi refinement. In terms of combat prowess, he was confident that he could contend even with those at the 8th level. At that moment, the Clan Elder spoke. Qingyuan, your breakthrough comes at a most opportune time. The talisman smiths from the overseas islands hold a gathering every 3 years, rotating among 5 islands in the sea, to exchange techniques in talisman crafting and share insights on talisman drawing. Furthermore, should they take a liking to the talisman papers in possession of others, they would often propose exchanges of talismans of equal rank, fostering mutual benefit and cooperation. The elder continued, as fortune would have it, this year's gathering will take place on our very own Liuha Island, in Liuha City. You, my boy, shall accompany me on this journey. Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled. A talisman exchange? That sounds splendid. The elder elaborated. This event is jointly hosted by the talismiths, and the minimum requirement for participation is to possess at least a first-tier mid-grade talisman. Moreover, one must be capable of crafting talismans of exquisite quality within that category. During this gathering, you must conceal your mastery of talisman arts and your cultivation level, revealing only a fraction of your capabilities. Do you understand? Li Qingyuan nodded. Rest assured. Elder, I comprehend. The young man, once achieving success, could easily become overconfident. It was precisely for this reason that the elder felt compelled to impart a word of caution. Yet, he evidently underestimated Li Qingyuan's composure. Deep within, Li Qingyuan harbored greater ambitions, realizing that he must still remain in the shadows, concealing his true strength to avoid calamity. At the age of 16, standing at the 6th level of Qi refinement, he was determined to reach the later stages of Qi refinement before turning 20, a certainty. By the age of 50, achieving the pinnacle of the 10th level of Qi refinement was well within his grasp. Such youth, coupled with vigorous vitality, would undoubtedly qualify him to make a breakthrough if aided by foundational spiritual materials. Any established foundational celestial clan would never permit the emergence of a new foundational celestial clan that could encroach upon their territory, spiritual veins, and populace. 3 days later, Li Qingyuan, carrying all his possessions, rode north alongside the clan elder. Over the past 2 years, although he had expended over 2,000 spirit stones, his monthly salary for talisman crafting had risen to 10 spirit stones, and he hunted demon beasts every 3 months, yielding varying returns, averaging over 100 spirit stones per hunt. After 2 years of accumulation, despite the expenditure of 2,000 spirit stones, his increased cultivation level made it far from difficult to hunt mid-tier spiritual beasts, even defeating a few late-stage demon beasts comparable to those at the 7th level of Qi refinement, reaping substantial rewards. Merely through hunting demon beasts, he covered his cultivation expenses. The family stipend, amounting to 10 spirit stones monthly, totals 120 spirit stones annually, and over 2 years, this amounts to 240 spirit stones, effectively doubling to 480 spirit stones. This sum represents only his monthly stipend. The talismans he secretly sold garnered him at least several hundred spirit stones annually, resulting in over 1,000 spirit stones over 2 years. Thus, the initial 3,000 spirit stones increased to over 5,000 after 2 years. Of course, were it not for the assistance of the Xianpin space, he would likely still be languishing at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, barely managing to create low-tier talismans to sustain himself. Indeed, the thrill of cultivating with such advantages is unparalleled. The grandfather and grandson galloped forth on their unique unicorn zebras. At the age of 16, Li Qingyuan stood approximately 175 centimeters tall, and he estimated that with a few more years of growth, reaching 185 centimeters would pose no challenge. Liuhe City, located 4,000 miles from the Li family, lies in the northern part of Liuhe Island. Although flying with a sword would be swift, it would also be exhausting and deplete spiritual energy. Nevertheless, there was no urgency. A few days' delay would not matter. Along the journey, the elder clan leader remarked, "In truth, the annual Talisman Master Exchange Conference is not scheduled to be held on Liuhe Island this year. However, a grand auction will soon take place here, attracting participants from the 5 major islands of the sea, 36 archipelagos, numerous Qi refining families, various loose cultivators, and major merchant associations. Thus, the Talisman Master Sect has designated Liuhe City as the venue for the exchange meeting, allowing for both scholarly exchange and the opportunity to partake in this grand auction." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Will representatives from the 5 major islands and various island cultivators and Qi refining families truly be attending? The clan leader, Li Guangyao, stroked his beard and affirmed, "Indeed, they shall come." It is said that this auction may very well feature foundation establishment pills. A thrill surged within Li Qingyuan, his heart racing uncontrollably as he exclaimed, "Foundation establishment pills." Chapter 045, The Talisman Master Exchange Conference. Is it true that even foundation establishment pills are being auctioned? Li Qingyuan's breath caught in his throat, his face a mask of astonishment. In the archipelago of the sea, led by 5 major islands, 36 medium and small islands are scattered like stars. The foundation establishment sects consist of 5 families, each occupying one of the 5 major islands, each possessing a 2nd-tier spirit vein, and each commanding a dozen or 20 Qi refining families as vassals. Of course, among the 5 major islands and 36 smaller ones, there are also numerous rogue cultivator forces, trading guilds, alliances, and mercenary groups. The foundation establishment pill, being crucial for the process of foundation establishment, is regarded as a transcendent treasure capable of altering one's fate in the eyes of Qi refining cultivators, its value soaring to tens of thousands of spirit stones, often with no market available. Thus, the existence of foundation establishment pills is exceedingly rare in the archipelago, appearing only once every several decades or even centuries. Each time a foundation establishment pill emerges, it inevitably stirs up a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. Li Guangyao remarked, "It is said that there may be such a thing, but whether it truly exists, even I cannot say. However, the price of a foundation establishment pill is beyond the means of our Li clan. Even if we were to sell ourselves, even if we could afford it, we would not be able to protect it. Our journey to Liyue City is primarily to participate in the Talisman Master Exchange Conference and to learn. Li Qingyuan nodded in agreement. Grandfather, you speak wisely. With that, the grandfather and grandson hastened their journey, traveling 300 miles in a single day. 10 days later, they arrived at Liyue City. Li Qingyuan marveled, what a grand city. Above the main gate, the characters for Liyue City loomed majestically. The city walls stretched for hundreds of miles, extending for dozens of miles on either side. Intricately built into the mountains, nestled by water, enjoying a strategic advantage that made it easy to defend and difficult to assault. Li Guan'ao elaborated, this is the outer city, home to 300,000 to 500,000 mortals. The number of cultivators in the inner city is no less than several thousand. Liyue City boasts a first-tier superior spirit vein, firmly held by the Liu clan, who have developed spiritual energy residences, leasing them to various rogue cultivators and factions in exchange for substantial spirit stones and resources. Li Guan'ao continued, with the finest spirit veins, the best resources, and the most prosperous markets. Liyue City has naturally become a gathering place for all rogue cultivators on Liu Island. However, one must possess spirit stones or a specialized skill, otherwise, survival here is challenging. Li Qingyuan mused, I understand. It's akin to a desirable district. Rogue cultivators labor their entire lives, often spending over 50% of their total earnings, or even 50% of 3 generations of savings, merely to rent the exorbitantly priced residences. Moreover, the residences under the Liu clan can only be rented, never sold. Over the years, through millennia of accumulation, the foundation establishment sect of Liu Island, the Liu family, must possess a vast fortune of spirit stones and countless resources. Li Guan'ao stated, let us find an end to rest. Later, I will contact someone to learn about the details of the Talisman Master Exchange Conference. Li Qingyuan readily agreed. That evening, Li Guan'ao returned to the inn and entered Li Qingyuan's room, saying, this exchange conference, to accommodate the Talisman Masters traveling from afar, will last for 10 days. The venue is set at the largest inn in Liyue City, Guanshan Lake Inn. Coincidentally, tomorrow morning marks the first day of the Talisman Master Exchange Conference. Li Guan'ao remarked. We shall proceed there tomorrow morning, as per the instructions of our esteemed clan elder. Li Qingyuan nodded in agreement. The following morning, at the Guanshan Lake Inn, one could not help but admire the grandeur of the largest inn in Liyue City, constructed around a serene freshwater lake, embraced by mountains on 3 sides. Elegant courtyards were artfully arranged along the mountainside, offering splendid views of the lake, with lush willows swaying gently in the breeze. The inn's entrance bustled with activity. Li Qingyuan expressed his curiosity. So many people. Li Guan'ao explained, indeed, this is to be expected. In addition to the Talismanist Exchange Conference, there are also Alchemist and Artifact Master Exchange Conferences, among others. The Talismanist Exchange is over there. Let us make our way. Soon. The grandfather and grandson arrived at the separate courtyard designated for the Talismanist Conference. At the entrance, 2 young men announced. All participating talismanists must create a first-grade superior talisman paper on-site, or a first-grade medium-quality talisman paper of exquisite quality. Only those who meet the drawing skill requirements may enter. Here are the free materials for your talisman drawing, one young man stated. Li Guan'ao picked up a first-grade superior talisman brush and, with a calm demeanor, successfully completed the first-grade superior talisman paper, the Flame Ice Severing Talisman, after 100 breaths. Upon witnessing this, the young man respectfully remarked, first-grade superior talisman paper, authentic quality. You may enter. He handed over the conference token, saying, with this token, you may freely enter and exit the conference over the next 10 days. Li Qingyuan also stepped forward, crafting a first-grade medium-quality talisman, the Diamond Talisman, of exquisite quality, signifying his potential to become a first-grade superior talismanist. And he too passed the requirement. One young man courteously stated, it is impressive for someone so young to possess such talent in talisman arts. You are bound to achieve great things in the future. He then presented the conference token to Li Qingyuan. In the presence of capable talismanists, the 2 young guards showed remarkable courtesy. One of the young guards collected the talisman paper with a smile, explaining, according to the rules, this talisman paper belongs to the exchange conference. Li Qingyuan responded. So, it is a freebie then. By the time Li Guan'ao and Li Qingyuan arrived, 7 or 8 individuals were already present, along with around 10 talismanists in attendance. One should not underestimate this number, as these individuals were either first-grade superior talismanists or very close to becoming one, sufficient to support second- or third-rate cheer-refining families. Li Qingyuan sat beside his clan elder. observing quietly and patiently awaiting the proceedings. After approximately an hour, the number of talismanists surpassed 20. At that moment, two elderly gentlemen entered together, laughing heartily. Thank you for your patience, fellow friends. As the two approached, the majority of the talismanists rose to their feet in courteous greeting. Elder Gong, Elder Zhao, you have finally arrived. We have been awaiting your presence for quite some time. Li Qingyuan wore a puzzled expression. Elder Gong and Elder Zhao were the most renowned talismanists from the archipelago sea, reportedly nearing the status of second-grade talismanists, on the brink of achieving true second-grade status. Beside Li Qingyuan, a plump young man in his 20s winked and introduced. In the archipelago sea, there are 3 esteemed second-grade talismanists. They preside over each talismanist exchange conference. Furthermore, they are also renowned experts at the 10th level of qi refinement. Li Qingyuan clasped his hands and said, I see. Thank you for the information, fellow Taoist. The affable rotund man replied, I am Gong Yuan. May I inquire how you are addressed? Li Qingyuan responded, so you are Taoist Gong. My surname is Li. Upon hearing the name Gong, Li Qingyuan paused slightly. Gong Yuan chuckled and explained, the elder Gong they speak of is indeed my grandfather. Li Qingyuan remarked, a remarkable legacy, a second-generation talisman master. After the exchange of pleasantries, Elder Gong and Elder Zhao exchanged glances and Elder Gong spoke, esteemed friends. Let us not indulge in idle chatter. The exchange meeting is now commencing. Should any of you have questions regarding talismans, feel free to inquire. My colleague and I do not presume to be masters of talisman craft, but we shall endeavor to provide some clarity to your confusions. Upon hearing this, the gathering erupted in further compliments. Soon, someone rose and said, Elder Gong, Elder Zhao, allow me to begin. This individual, around 50 years of age, displayed a respectful demeanor and posed his query. I possess a frenzy talisman that can unleash spiritual energy and invigorate blood flow, temporarily enhancing cultivation. However, I consistently encounter failure at the closing strokes of its creation. Please, esteemed elders, take a look. Chapter 046, First Class Premium Talismans, Pure Youngsword Talisman. As this individual spoke, he began to sketch on the talisman paper before him. The onlookers observed with keen interest, adopting a mindset of eager learning. After several breaths, the artist's flow of spiritual energy faltered slightly, resulting in the destruction of the runes and the combustion of the talisman paper. With a hint of frustration, he inquired, May I ask Elder Gong and Elder Zhao, where precisely did I err? Elder Gong chuckled and turned to Elder Zhao, asking, Shall you take the lead? Or shall I? Elder Zhao, his hair as white as snow and his form slightly stooped, appeared nearly 90 years of age, with a thin, withered face. He smiled and replied, Please, Elder Gong, go ahead. Upon hearing this, Elder Gong looked towards Li Qingyuan and said, You honor, why don't you share your thoughts on where this esteemed fellow has faltered? The plump young man, in his 20s, stepped forward confidently and began to articulate his observations. In my humble opinion, the shortcoming lies in the individual's cultivation method. This frenzy talisman is rather unique and requires a fiery, passionate cultivation technique to enhance the probability of success in crafting the talisman. Naturally, those adept in talisman crafting may overlook this requirement. As soon as his words fell, Elder Zhao chuckled and remarked, Elder Gong, you have a worthy successor. It is enviable indeed. To discern such a detail suggests that your grandson has already attained the level of a first-class premium talisman master, has he not? Elder Gong stroked his beard and laughed. Elder Zhao, you flatter me. My grandson, though talented, only barely achieved the status of a first-class premium talisman master a year ago. Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed at Gong Yuan with astonishment. Truly, as the grandson of Elder Gong, his talent in talisman crafting was remarkable. Indeed, at just over 20 years of age, he had attained what took me until I was 50 to accomplish. A prodigy indeed. Gong Yuan humbly responded, Thank you for your kind words, Grandpa Zhao. And esteemed friends. After basking in the praise, he returned to his place. Subsequently, others began to pose questions, some demonstrating their own talisman sketches and articulating their doubts and failures in search of guidance and assistance. Everyone engaged in mutual sparring, learning, and exchanging ideas. Among them, Elders Zhao and Gong spoke most frequently, providing insights on nearly every inquiry post. At times, their advice on specific talisman papers was akin to a profound revelation, enlightening those who received it. They occasionally shared their own insights and years of research into talisman crafting methods, which proved immensely beneficial, garnering abundant praise from the audience. Li Qingyuan listened intently, absorbing knowledge, and seizing appropriate moments to pose his queries, gaining valuable insights from the two skilled second-class talisman masters. The clan patriarch also benefited, as Li Guangao expressed his own confusions, being a self-taught talisman master with many uncertainties in his heart. Seizing the opportunity, he posed his questions. Receiving guidance from elders Zhao and Gong, or engaging in exchanges with other first-class premium talisman masters, which proved immensely rewarding. The entire gathering was enriched by the discussions, leading to a delightful lunch at the side courtyard, truly a joyous feast. Li Qingyuan mused to himself, I must say, the atmosphere for learning is truly exceptional. The exchange conference, lasting for 10 days, proved to be immensely rewarding. As the first day drew to a close, nearly 30 talisman masters had gathered. At this moment, Elder Zhao cleared his throat and spoke. I am Zhao Tuesday. Due to the inadequacies of my descendants, the path of talismans lacks successors. Today, I intend to sell my talisman paper inheritance. The announcement took everyone by surprise. Elder Zhao's talisman heritage? He was a quasi-second-tier talisman master, not far from becoming a true second-tier master. His talisman paper inheritance would surely entice even the foundational celestial clans. One individual inquired, Elder Zhao, is your talisman paper inheritance a complete set? Upon hearing this, Zhao smiled knowingly and replied, I can sell a complete quasi-second-tier talisman inheritance, but can you afford it? The questioner felt embarrassed, realizing the truth in Zhao's words. Elder Zhao continued, Today, I am selling the inheritance of talisman paper, with each jade slip containing the method for a single type of talisman paper, sold individually, not as a complete set. The first-tier superior talisman paper inheritance consists of 3 types, each priced at 300 spirit stones. The first-tier exquisite talisman paper inheritance has 2 types, each priced at 800 spirit stones. Zhao then asked, Is there anyone willing to purchase? After a moment's thought, he added, Those who buy the inheritance jade slips will receive 5 days of guidance from me to help them get started. Li Guanao and his grandson Li Qingyuan exchanged glances. Their breaths momentarily caught. The Li clan possessed only the Flame Eye Severing Talisman, a first-tier superior talisman paper, which Li Qingyuan had only recently completed. The first-tier exquisite talisman paper, once successfully drawn, would rival the strength of a cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refinement, thus greatly benefiting the Li clan. However, at 800 spirit stones, Li Guangao could not afford it. Over the past 2 years, after laboriously drawing talismans in the first year and utilizing a portion of the clan's assets, he had finally cleared a debt of 400 spirit stones. In the second year, after managing the talisman business and providing for clan disciples' protection, he had only accumulated 300 spirit stones, and even with the clan's remaining stock, he barely had 500 or 600 spirit stones. Among the talisman masters, someone spoke up, Elder Zhao, I would like a jade slip for the first-tier exquisite talisman paper inheritance. Here are 800 spirit stones. Please accept. Elder Zhao smiled. Very well. Here is the jade slip. I will personally guide you in drawing talismans shortly. Another voice chimed in. Elder Zhao, I wish to acquire a jade slip for the first-tier superior talisman paper inheritance, preferably of a defensive nature. Do you have such a thing? Elder Zhao replied with a smile. Indeed, I do. Another transaction was completed, adding 300 spirit stones to his account. Li Guanao felt anxious, but he lacked the spirit stones. Li Qingyuan pulled him aside, producing a storage bag, and whispered, Grandfather, over the years, my father and I have hunted demonic beasts and accumulated 300 spirit stones. Let us pool our resources to purchase an exquisite talisman paper inheritance jade slip for the clan. With tears of gratitude, Li Guanao took the spirit stones and said, Good child, this shall be considered a loan from the clan to you. Li Guanao did not evade the matter at hand. He understood that successfully crafting a first-tier premium talisman paper would temporarily elevate his family's power to rival that of second-rate Qi refining families. At this moment, there was no room for hesitation. Although the 800 spirit stones were indeed costly, over half of the talisman masters present could afford them, and swift action was imperative. Li Guangao strode forward and said, Daoist Zhao, I wish to purchase a jade slip containing the inheritance of a first-tier premium talisman paper, preferably one of an offensive nature. As both were in the late stages of Qi refinement, it was entirely reasonable for the elderly men to address each other as Taoist friends. Here are 800 spirit stones. Please take your time to count them, he added. Old Zhao replied, This one is of a defensive type. Li Guangao's face fell with disappointment. In the next moment, however, Old Zhao produced 2 more jade slips, saying, Fear not, I have made several impressions of each type of talisman paper. How intriguing. One type of talisman is sold to multiple buyers, a truly profitable endeavor, Li Guan'ao mused. Zhao handed over one of the jade slips, stating, "Here you go. This is for an offensive talisman." Upon hearing this, Li Guan'ao let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "That's excellent news." Returning to his seat, he pressed the jade slip to his forehead, infusing his spiritual awareness into it to comprehend the method of crafting the talisman paper. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes. Li Qingyuan inquired, "Grandfather clan leader, how did it go?" With a joyful expression, Li Guan'ao replied, "You may see for yourself." Li Qingyuan took the jade slip and gently pressed it to his forehead, allowing his spiritual awareness to read the content. First-tier premium talisman paper, pure yang sword talisman. Upon completion of the talisman, it gathers pure yang spiritual energy, transforming into pure yang sword energy, with a striking power comparable to that of a qi refining practitioner at the 10th level. Below the foundation establishment stage, few can stand against it. Li Qingyuan's expression brightened with joy as he thought to himself, "What a remarkable treasure. The 800 spirit stones were well spent." Taoist Li. Do not rejoice too soon. Chapter 047, First Grade Superior Tortoiseshell Talisman. Li Daoyu, you may be rejoicing prematurely. Beside Li Qingyuan, Gong Yuan sighed softly and remarked, "Li Daoyu, crafting a first-grade superior talisman is not as simple as it seems. Many first-grade superior talisman masters may spend their entire lives without successfully creating a first-grade exquisite talisman. Do you know why that is?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan clasped his hands in gratitude and humbly inquired, "Indeed, I am not aware. I kindly ask for your guidance." Gong Daoyu. Gong Yuan explained, in the realm of talisman crafting, once one embarks on the path of first-grade exquisite talismans, there is no longer a detailed classification of inferior, standard, or superior qualities. It either succeeds or it does not. Should it succeed, it can rival the full force of a qi refinement stage 10 cultivator. However, if it fails, the talisman paper is destroyed. Li Qingyuan and Li Guan'ao exchanged astonished glances, exclaiming, "Is that so? A first-grade exquisite talisman has no classifications of inferior, standard, or superior." Li Qingyuan complimented, "Gong Daoyu, you truly deserve your esteemed lineage as the sole successor of the Gong family's talisman arts. Your profound knowledge is truly admirable." Gong Yuan smiled modestly, waving his hand. It is nothing of consequence. My talisman skills still fall short compared to my grandfather." Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingyuan asked, "May I inquire, what is the meaning of a quasi-second grade talisman master? First grade is first grade, and second grade is second grade. What is meant by a quasi-second grade talisman master?" Gong Yuan smiled slightly and replied, "A quasi-second grade talisman master is one who can effortlessly craft first-grade exquisite talismans. Moreover, these quasi-second grade masters can even create genuine second-grade inferior talismans." However, he paused momentarily to add, "To inscribe a true second-grade talisman that channels the magical energy of a foundational stage practitioner, one must possess spiritual awareness. A qi refinement stage 10 cultivator may be able to draw second-grade talismans, but due to a lack of spiritual awareness, they can only use their spiritual consciousness to guide the heavenly essence into the talisman paper, which often leads to failure. Thus, quasi-second-grade talisman masters can inscribe the runes for second-grade talismans, yet without foundational spiritual awareness, they cannot complete the final step." Gong Yuan remarked with a smile, "Ultimately, a quasi-second-grade talisman master is merely a standout among first-grade exquisite talisman masters." Li Qingyuan's eyes widened in realization. "I see now. Gong Daoyu, your knowledge is truly profound, and I am in awe. This talisman exchange meeting has proven to be immensely worthwhile." Gong Yuan said, "Therefore, even if your grandfather were to receive guidance from Zhao Laowu for a full day, it would still be exceedingly difficult for him to craft a first-grade exquisite talisman. The 800 spirit stones may well be in vain." Gong Yuan spoke earnestly. "The essence of talisman inheritance, as well as that of artifact crafting and alchemy, lies not in the jade slips, but in the teachings and personal examples of our elders." Upon hearing this, Li Guan'ao's expression shifted slightly. However, considering Li Qingyuan's remarkable talent in talisman crafting, his countenance quickly returned to calm. 800 spirit stones are certainly worth the gamble. Li Qingyuan bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Gong Daoyu, for your enlightening words." In his heart, he mused, "I possess guidance from the mysterious pit space, and my innate divine soul is formidable. My spiritual awareness surpasses that of ordinary individuals, and I have a modicum of talent in the art of talisman crafting. He believed that with determination, effort, and the investment of time and resources, one could surely master the pure Yang sword talisman. By the third day, nearly all who were expected had arrived, totaling close to 40 participants. Additionally, the third prospective second-tier talisman master also made his appearance. The esteemed figures of the talisman community, Elder Gong, Elder Zhao, and Elder Zheng, were all present. Each of them had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, standing at the 10th level, fully qualified to attempt foundation establishment. Among them, the youngest, Elder Zheng, was around 60 years of age, hailing from beyond Lyoha Island, one of the 4 foundational immortal clans. Elder Zhao, the oldest, was in his 80s, nearing 90. Throughout the 10-day Talisman Exchange Conference, Li Guangao and his grandson Li Qingyuan did not miss a single day, driven by an earnest desire for progress. They attended daily to learn and engage, enhancing their own abilities. Before long, the final day of the Exchange Conference arrived. Elder Gong rose to address the assembly. Dear friends, on this last day of our gathering, we shall enter a free trading segment. As long as both parties are willing and reach a consensus, any resources may be freely exchanged. The atmosphere quickly became lively. Materials for weapon forging, medicinal herbs, talisman papers, artifacts, formations, elixirs, and various other resources were displayed, each vendor enthusiastically calling out to attract interested companions. The venue transformed into a private marketplace, uniquely dedicated to the talisman master's exchange of resources. One individual called out, "Esteemed friends, I possess a high-quality first-tier defensive talisman paper and wish to exchange it for an ice attribute talisman of the same tier. Might there be anyone willing to trade?" Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan exchanged glances and nodded gently. The flame ice severing talisman was an offensive type, while the high-quality first-tier defensive talisman paper was precisely what they urgently needed. The method to craft such first-tier talisman paper was valued at 300 spirit stones, an expense that Li Guangao and his family could no longer afford. Thus, a barter of equal-tier talisman papers would be mutually beneficial. Li Guangao stood and said, "Friend, I am willing to exchange with you." "I too am willing," added another. "And I, as well. I have an ice attribute first-tier high-quality talisman paper." The 3 expressed their willingness to trade. The individual bowed respectfully and said politely, "Esteemed friends, here is my talisman paper. Please examine it. I also request that you present your talisman papers for my inspection." Li Guangao and the others nodded, each retrieving a talisman paper. When the individual's talisman paper reached Li Guangao's hands, Li Qingyuan leaned in to take a look as well. Indeed, it was a high-quality first-tier talisman paper, known as the Turtle Shell Talisman. This genuine quality turtle shell talisman could withstand a full force strike from an 8th level Qi refinement cultivator. In Li Qingyuan's mind, a vision formed, the turtle shell talisman constantly layering its protection, while the flame ice severing talisman relentlessly eliminated foes, provided there were sufficient talisman papers. With a coordinated offense and defense, they could achieve invincibility against 8th level Qi refinement practitioners. However, the final outcome of the trade would hinge upon the other party's needs. After a brief moment, the talisman master spoke. "This fiery ice severing talisman is precisely what I require. I intend to exchange it with my fellow Taoist Li." The other 2 companions bore no significant regrets. If the trade did not come to fruition, so be it. It was, after all, an equitable exchange, each party seeking their own needs, with no one emerging at a disadvantage. "I am Lu Daoming," he introduced himself, presenting a jade slip. Taoist Li Guangao had also prepared a jade slip in advance, containing the method for crafting the fiery ice severing talisman, and handed it over, saying, "Here you are, Taoist Lu." Thus, the 2 elders finalized their transaction. Before long, Li Qingyuan received his jade slip as well, pressing it against his forehead to read with his spiritual sense. The method for crafting the tortoise shell talisman was thoroughly detailed, with no deceit involved. Subsequently, Li Guangao and his grandson Li Qingyuan, having no pressing items to exchange, quietly observed the others trading resources, patiently waiting for time to pass. Eventually, evening arrived. Elders Gong, Zhao, and Zheng rose and proclaimed, "Esteemed Taoists, this talisman exchange conference has been a resounding success. We wish all of you enduring longevity in the Tao and successful foundations." The assembly stood in unison to echo their sentiments. "We wish Elder Gong, Elder Zhao, and Elder Zheng enduring longevity in the Tao and successful foundations. Esteemed Taoists, until we meet again at the next exchange conference." As the crowd bid farewell and departed, a few groups of 3 or 5 companions engaged in lively conversation, planning to dine together while awaiting the auction's commencement. Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan sought out Elder Zhao Tuesday. Accompanying them were 4 others who also approached Zhao Tuesday. The group greeted him courteously. Elder Zhao. Zhao Tu replied, "Esteemed Taoists, the auction is only a few days away. For the next 5 days, I shall instruct each of you for 1 hour daily. How much you grasp and master will depend on your own fortune." The group nodded in appreciation. "Thank you, Elder Zhao." Thus, early the following morning, Li Guangao and his grandson arrived at the designated location to visit Zhao Tuesday. There were 5 individuals eager to learn. Consequently, Zhao Tu would instruct 5 people daily for 5 hours. He turned to Li Guangao and said, "Let us begin with you, Taoist Li." However, Li Guangao surprised everyone by stating, "Elder Zhao, the one learning to draw talismans is not me, but my grandson." Li Qingyuan stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect, and said, "I am Li Qingyuan. I humbly ask for your guidance, Elder Zhao." Zhao Tu was taken aback, expressing astonishment. "Taoist Li, are you certain? Your grandson is so young, and with his current understanding of talisman crafting, it seems nearly impossible for him to master a first-tier premium talisman paper." Li Guangao merely offered a respectful gesture, stating, "Elder Zhao, I appreciate your efforts." Zhao Tu nodded. "Very well, it is your decision. Now, esteemed Taoists, let us commence." Chapter 048. The auction commences. On the first day, after an hour of study, Li Qingyuan truly realized that the words of his friend, Gong Yuan, were not mere exaggerations. The creation of a first-grade premium talisman is definitive. It either succeeds or it does not. The complexity involved is more than twice that of crafting a standard first-grade talisman, demanding an exceptionally high level of comprehension and requiring a considerable investment of resources. To successfully craft a first-grade premium talisman, acquiring the method is merely the initial step. The guidance of a distinguished master is of paramount importance. In preparation for this learning experience, Li Qingyuan had naturally gathered the necessary materials in advance, including the components for a first-grade premium talisman and first-grade talisman ink. Here in Liuwa City, the marketplace is vast, replete with numerous merchant guilds. Coupled with the auction attracting thousands of cultivators, procuring these materials is not a daunting task, provided one possesses spirit stones. Seizing this opportunity, Li Qingyuan discreetly purchased some medicinal pills for his father to enhance his cultivation during the qi refinement stage and accelerate his training speed, including qi-nourishing pills, minor essence cultivation pills, and blood-boosting pills suitable for body cultivators, such as tiger strength pills. As for the first-grade premium talisman brush, it belongs to the category of first-grade magical artifacts. Li Qingyuan found it challenging to acquire one, and even if he did, it would be imprudent to use it publicly. During the 5 days of guidance from Zhao Tu, Li Qingyuan diligently crafted talismans 10 times each day within that hour of study. Each day, he faced failure 10 times, incinerating dozens of spirit stones in the process. Fortunately, his foundation was robust, and he possessed ample spirit stones. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure such losses. Moreover, whenever Zhao Tu was available, Li Qingyuan would seize the opportunity to inquire about his confusions. In addition, Li Qingyuan, with his charming demeanor and high emotional intelligence, endeared himself to Zhao Tu by presenting fine spirit wines, thereby leaving a favorable impression. Furthermore, his innate talent and keen desire for knowledge displayed during his talisman studies garnered Zhao Tu's admiration, prompting the elder to provide him with additional guidance. Alas, the creation of a first-grade premium talisman remained exceedingly challenging. After 5 consecutive days of learning, consuming 10 materials for talismans each day, Li Qingyuan failed to achieve success even once. On the final day of instruction, as the learning period concluded, Li Qingyuan performed a respectful bow and expressed, "Thank you, Elder Zhao, for your 5 days of guidance. I have gained invaluable insights." Zhao Tu regarded Li Qingyuan with appreciation and remarked, "Young friend Qingyuan, with your talent and age, if you persist in your pursuit of talisman crafting, a promising future awaits you. Alas, if only my clan had a descendant as outstanding as you, I would not have to strive so hard." At this point, Zhao Tu paused and waved dismissively. "You may go now." Li Qingyuan bowed once more, saying, "I take my leave." As Zhao Tu watched him depart, he murmured, "Had the timing been different, I would have eagerly taken him as my disciple to pass on my legacy." Time swiftly passed, and on the morning of the 6th day, the auction commenced. That morning, Li Qingyuan spoke to Li Guangao, grandfather clan leader. "The items up for auction today are primarily suited for those in the later stages of qi refinement. For me, they are both unnecessary and unaffordable. Furthermore, after Elder Zhao's purchase of the pure Yang sword talisman, our family's spirit stones have been nearly depleted. Therefore, I shall refrain from attending this auction. Li Qingyuan remarked, I wish to seize this opportunity while the cultivators of Liyue City are gathered, to rent a stall and sell talismans, thus earning spirit stones to support my cultivation. Li Guangao felt both gratified and guilty as he responded, My dear child, it is the family's burden that weighs upon you. Alas, when a child is too indulgent, they become a source of disdain, yet when they are overly sensible, the elders are left with mixed feelings of pride and guilt. Li Guangao continued, I shall not observe any longer. The clan elder will accompany you to the market. No. Li Qingyuan interjected, Clan elder, you are now a 7th-layer qi refining cultivator. Your stature reflects the family's standing, and your insights represent our lineage's wisdom. How can you refrain from attending? Li Qingyuan added, Moreover, after the auction concludes, I long to hear your observations regarding the event. Upon hearing this, Li Guang'an nodded, conceding, Very well. You speak true. As the clan elder, my stature embodies that of our family, and my insights reflect our lineage's knowledge. Our family aspires to ascend to the ranks of a 2nd-tier qi refining clan, or even a 1st-tier clan, and eventually strive towards becoming a foundation-establishing celestial family. Thus, we must broaden our understanding. Soon, the grandfather and grandson parted ways. After turning a corner, Li Qingyuan disappeared, only to reappear moments later clad in black attire and donning a mask, his cultivation now at the 5th layer of qi refining. He approached the vicinity of the auction house, witnessing the clan elder entering. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, he casually entered the auction hall, paying the 10 spirit stones for his admission ticket. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, Clan elder, it is not my intention to deceive you. Rather, the origin of these 5,000 spirit stones is rather difficult to explain. Yet I yearn to broaden my horizons and hope to bid on items that would aid in my cultivation. After deducting the 300 spirit stones to support the clan elder, as well as the materials for 1st-tier top-grade talismans worth several hundred spirit stones, he still possessed 4,000 spirit stones. Before long, Li Qingyuan entered the auction hall, finding his designated seat according to the wooden plaque. Various factions, prominent families, cultivators from distant islands, and wandering practitioners congregated. Mid-stage qi refining cultivators were as common as dogs, while those in the late stages were readily visible. Occasionally, the aura of a formidable 10th-layer qi refining expert would sweep by, drawing the attention of many. Meanwhile, outside Liyue City, Zhou Kuei and his son Zhou Li descended on a flying spirit beast, arriving at Liyue City. Zhou Li inquired, Father, did you not say this auction is a scheme? A trap? Why then do we attend? Zhou Kuei, nearing 60, yet brimming with robust spiritual energy and profound cultivation, appeared not a day over 50, still vigorous. In a hushed tone, he replied, Precisely for that reason, we must be present. If everyone else attends and we do not, it would render us conspicuous. Furthermore, we have now reached a critical juncture in the family's plans, and we cannot afford any missteps. Zhou Kuei's gaze was profound, and his demeanor commanding. Zhou Li nodded, understanding. As Zhou Kuei mused, the family's spiritual vein is on the verge of reaching the threshold of 2nd-tier status, and I have already achieved the pinnacle of 10th-layer qi refining. In a few years, when the family's spiritual lineage ascends to the 2nd tier, and I have refined my cultivation at the 10th level of qi refinement to perfection, consuming the foundation establishment pill will undoubtedly allow me to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Soon, the father and son of the Zhou family arrived at the auction and entered a luxurious private room. Within this exclusive chamber, soundproof talismans were affixed around the walls, not only isolating sound but also prohibiting any probing of spiritual awareness. Inside, a woman clad in a purple dress sat gracefully, sipping tea. Her face was veiled, with flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall, and her enchanting eyes sparkled like stars. A maid approached briskly and whispered, Miss, Zhou Kuei has arrived. The woman in purple chuckled softly. This old fellow certainly knows how to remain calm. I, Qin, have made no mistake in choosing this partner. The maid continued in a hushed tone. The second master mentioned that the Liu family, along with 4 other foundation establishment clans, have also arrived. Furthermore, various rogue cultivators, having changed their appearances, have also flooded into Liyue City. The woman took a sip of her fragrant tea, her bright eyes gleaming as she remarked with a light laugh. Hee, let the show begin. Chapter 49. Treasures unveiled, techniques revealed. Boom. The bronze bell tolled, resonating through the venue. Its sound piercing and profound. At a grand auction attended by thousands, a figure clad in a gray-green robe descended from above. The individual, appearing to be in his 60s, bore intricate embroidery of willow branches upon his attire. With a respectful clasp of his fists, he addressed the assembly. Greetings, esteemed friends. I am Lu Yiming from the Lu family, here at the behest of my elder brother and at the request of friends from various islands of the sea, to preside over this auction. I am not one for idle chatter. Let us proceed directly to the items for bid. Lu Yiming gracefully landed at the center of the auction stage, his aura of perfected chi refinement at the 10th level radiating around him. Li Qingyuan was taken aback, pondering. No wonder they dispatched such a formidable master from the foundational cultivation clan to oversee this event. Whispers circulated among the attendees, reaching his ears. Nearby, someone murmured, Lu Yiming, the younger brother of the current head of the Lu family, is one of the 3 great masters at the 10th level of chi refinement beneath the foundational cultivators. It is said that he possesses the qualifications to challenge for the status of a foundational cultivator. Li Qingyuan's heart stirred. Beneath the foundational cultivators, there are still 3 masters at the 10th level of chi refinement. Truly, the depth of the foundational cultivation clan is remarkable. Moreover, for a prestigious clan with a legacy spanning millennia, could it be that there are only 3 masters at this level? Surely, there must be more concealed in the shadows. At this moment, Lu Yiming declared in a booming voice, Esteemed friends, let us unveil the first item for bidding. A beautiful maiden, tall and graceful, with a sweet smile, entered the stage carrying the item, lifting the cloth covering the tray to reveal its true form. As the first item was presented, all cultivators below the 7th level of chi refinement gasped in awe. Even those at the 7th and 8th levels felt a surge of excitement, preparing to bid. Lu Yiming smiled with satisfaction, stating, The first item is a first-tier top-grade elixir, a furnace of spirit-nourishing pills, all 3 of which are of authentic quality. I shall refrain from elaborating on the benefits of the spirit-nourishing pills. He tapped the table, announcing, The starting bid is 800 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 10 spirit stones. Friends, please place your bids. Immediately, voices rang out from the crowd. I bid 800 spirit stones. 810. 820. I am willing to offer 1,000. Soon, the bidding for the 3 spirit-nourishing pills soared above 1,000 spirit stones. This is an auction, after all. With the competition among bidders and the subtle encouragement from actors, it is only natural for the prices to exceed the market by a margin of 10 to 20%. 1150 spirit stones for the first time, Lu Yiming called out. 1150 spirit stones for the second time, 1150 spirit stones for the third time. Clang. He struck the gong, smiling. Congratulations to this friend for acquiring a furnace of spirit-nourishing pills. After the auction concludes, please present your wooden tokens and spirit stones at the back for transaction. Lu Yiming clapped his hands, declaring, Next, let us present the second item for bidding. The second item was a first-tier top-grade inner armor. Lu Yiming stated, This item is a creation of a first-tier master craftsman, crafted from the materials of peak first-tier demonic beasts and exquisite rare stones of the same grade. Regrettably, the craftsman has failed. However, with a smile, Lu Yiming continued, Ladies and gentlemen, please observe. With a clang, he wielded a superior first-tier magical artifact, slightly suppressing his cultivation to merely showcase the strength of a 9th-layer chi refining practitioner. This strike left only a faint scratch on the inner armor. Lu Yiming chuckled. Although this set of inner armor has not reached the pinnacle of first-tier quality, it undoubtedly remains a premier piece among first-tier goods. Even a 9th-layer chi refining cultivator would find it challenging to breach its defenses. Around him, the breaths of the late-stage chi refining practitioners quickened. Ah, what a treasure! What fine inner armor! This is a life-saving item, providing nearly perfect defense against anything below a first-tier premium artifact and anyone below the 10th layer of chi refining. I must have this. Lu Yiming grinned, announcing, The starting bid is 500 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 50 spirit stones. 500. 550. I bid 600. I bid 700. Before long, the price surged to 2,000 spirit stones, at which point the crowd of cultivators regained their composure. Ultimately, it was a practitioner at the 8th layer of chi refining who secured it for the high price of 100 spirit stones. Lu Yiming remarked. The third item for auction is a superior first-tier magical artifact. Following this, superior first-tier magical artifacts, superior first-tier elixirs, a complete set of first-tier superior talismans. and even first-tier superior formations were presented for bidding. A continuous stream of auction items appeared, with each final transaction consistently exceeding 1,000 spirit stones, even reaching 2,000 or 3,000. Li Qingyuan watched with great interest, particularly when the superior first-tier formation was introduced, and he too participated in the bidding. However, he ultimately reconsidered, recognizing that even if he won, he could not use it overtly for family defense. At this stage, he had talismans for combat, prompting him to withdraw from the bidding. The primary deterrent was the exorbitant cost, nearing 3,000 spirit stones. Not to mention the annual expenses for hiring a formation master for repairs and enhancements, alongside the spirit stones required for operation. Formations demanded more resources than talismans, puppetry, or alchemy, representing the pinnacle of cultivation skills that could not be afforded without a vast reservoir of spirit stones. Lu Yiming smiled slightly, addressing the audience, esteemed guests. The next item is rather special. This item was acquired by a cultivator from the Lu family in the Kingdom of Yu and is an exceptionally rare ocular technique. Li Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Beneath his mask, the corners of his mouth lifted. An ocular technique, indeed a rarity. Not only Li Qingyuan, but many other cultivators present also expressed keen interest. Someone inquired, "Friend Lu, please do not keep us in suspense. Do share the details." Lu Yiming replied, "This ocular technique is called the illusory divine eye." Illusory divine eye? In the VIP room, a woman in a purple gown gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "How could a technique from the core sect of the Kingdom of Yu appear here? Moreover, such a secret technique. How could the Lu clan possibly part with it for auction?" The woman in the purple dress mused, "There must be something amiss." Lu Yiming remarked, "This eye technique is divided into 3 levels. Achieving the first level enhances vision tenfold, allowing one to see every blade of grass and tree clearly from a distance of 1,000 meters. Upon mastering the second level, one can discern all illusions and formations below the first-grade pinnacle, remaining unaffected by them. Should one attain the third level, it enables the early cultivation of spiritual consciousness during the Qi refinement stage, condensing one's spiritual awareness into foundational consciousness, thus surmounting one of the 3 foundational barriers, the consciousness barrier. The 3 foundational barriers are as follows. The first barrier is the transformation of spiritual awareness into consciousness, known as the consciousness barrier. The second barrier is the conversion of spiritual power into magical energy, referred to as the magical energy barrier. The third barrier pertains to the vitality barrier, where elderly cultivators with waning vitality find it exceedingly challenging to succeed in foundation establishment. As Lu Yiming's words echoed through the air, the crowd collectively gasped, filled with astonishment. Is it true that one can cultivate consciousness during the Qi refinement stage? Surely, this cannot be real. If it were, it would be a closely guarded secret of a foundational celestial clan, never to be disclosed. The Lu clan is not foolish enough to auction such a supreme technique. Indeed, if one could cultivate consciousness during the Qi refinement stage, would that not signify an increased success rate of at least 10 to 20% when attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage? Acquiring such a secret technique, along with a foundation establishment pill, would guarantee a minimum success rate of 60% for those aged 60 or older attempting to break through. Lu Yiming raised his hand to calm the crowd and said, "Esteemed friends, you make valid points. This eye technique is incomplete, containing only the methods for the first 2 levels. Furthermore, even if the complete incantation were available, one would still require a rather rare first-grade pinnacle spiritual herb to successfully cultivate consciousness." Lu Yiming quickly added, "Of course, even if one cannot cultivate consciousness, it will deepen one's spiritual awareness, making it easier to condense consciousness during foundation establishment." As his words concluded, the crowd sighed. "Ah, so it is. This eye technique only possesses 2 tiers of cultivation methods. Even at its highest attainment, it can merely decipher first-grade superior illusions and formations, nothing more. What a disappointment. A mere delicacy without flavor, regrettably left uneaten. As for aiding in the condensation of consciousness during foundation establishment, that is hardly significant. How many among us possess the qualifications or resources to challenge the foundation establishment stage?" In an instant, many lost interest. Yet, Li Qingyuan remained fervently intrigued, a glimmer of joy illuminating his eyes as he mused. To others, it may seem like a mere trifle, but for me, it is an unexpected opportunity. This item must be secured. At that moment, Lu Yiming proclaimed loudly, "The incomplete version of the illusory divine eye technique begins at a starting price of 800 spirit stones. Esteemed friends, please place your bids." Chapter 050, The Illusory Divine Eye Technique. Acquired. In the VIP room, the lady in a purple dress gently parted her cherry lips, stating, Xiaolon, bid 900 spirit stones. The maid, Xiaolon, inquired, Miss, are you truly interested in this incomplete illusory divine eye technique? The lady replied softly, I merely wish to study it and discern what makes a prestigious sect's secret techniques so extraordinary. Xiaolon nodded. Understood, my lady. 900 spirit stones. In another VIP room, Zhou Kuei proclaimed loudly, 1,000 spirit stones. Zhou Li, puzzled, asked, Father, do you intend to acquire this incomplete eye technique? Zhou Kuei pondered. Though flawed, it can enhance one's spiritual awareness, which is indeed beneficial for refining consciousness during the foundation establishment stage. Even if the aid is minimal, it is worthy of study. Zhou Li nodded. I see. Li Qingyuan slightly channeled his spiritual energy, altering his voice to announce, 1,100 spirit stones. The starting bid is not high. I possess thousands of spirit stones and must secure this technique. The mere fact that one can cultivate consciousness during the Qi refinement stage is worth 5,000 spirit stones. Initially, aside from the three of them, several late-stage Qi refinement cultivators expressed interest and attempted to participate in the bidding. Before long, the bid escalated to 2,000 spirit stones, prompting other cultivators to withdraw. Zhou Kuei stated calmly, 2,700 spirit stones. The lady in purple savored her tea, her exquisite face remaining tranquil, and countered, 2,800 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan interjected, 3,000 spirit stones. Zhou Kuei pondered for a moment before opting to forfeit. Very well, it is merely a tasteless morsel. Zhou Li concurred. Indeed. Had this technique not been incomplete, the final layer could have assisted in cultivating consciousness during the Qi refinement stage, and it would be worth over 10,000 spirit stones. Moreover, within the Foundation Establishment sect, it is a top-tier family secret that would never be permitted to leak. The maid Xiaolon queried, Miss, shall we increase the bid? The lady in purple shook her head. Enough. Although I am not short of spirit stones, this incomplete technique is clearly not worth the price. Furthermore, even with a complete method, the time required for cultivation pales in comparison to the efficacy and speed of my family's concentrating pills. Xiaolon, upon hearing this, agreed. Your insight is commendable, Mississippi. Lu Yuming surveyed the surroundings, proclaiming, Esteemed friends, is there anyone willing to raise the bid? 3,000 spirit stones once. 3,000 spirit stones twice, 3,000 spirit stones thrice. Clang. Lu Yuming struck the gong, joyously announcing, Congratulations to this esteemed friend for acquiring the illusory divine eye technique. After the auction, please proceed to the back for the transaction. Next, we present one of the highlights of this auction. Lu Yuming declared, a first-tier exquisite elixir, Jade Spirit Pill. This Jade Spirit Pill is crafted from a century-old spiritual milk and the first-tier exquisite spiritual herb, Jade Spirit Fruit, along with various other spiritual herbs. Upon hearing this, a throng of late-stage Qi refinement cultivators breathed rapidly, their eyes ablaze with fervor. It truly is a first-tier exquisite elixir, the Jade Spirit Pill. The Jade Spirit Pill is a remarkable elixir capable of significantly enhancing the probability of ascension for practitioners at the 9th level of Qi refinement, offering a 50% chance to swiftly advance to the 10th level. This substantial assurance, coupled with 1's foundational cultivation, enables nearly all practitioners, provided they are not aged and depleted of potential, to step into the 10th level of Qi refinement, thus bypassing years of arduous training. Beyond its role as a breakthrough potion, the Jade Spirit Pill also possesses the extraordinary ability to heal all manner of internal and external injuries, allowing Qi refinement practitioners to recover their injuries and spiritual energy instantaneously. Indeed, as long as one is not missing a limb, any external injury within the Qi refinement stage can be remedied. Li Qingyuan mused that the allure of the Jade Spirit Pill for those at the 8th and 9th levels of Qi refinement is comparable to the attraction of a Foundation Establishment Pill for those at the 10th level. With a chuckle, Lu Yuming announced, Esteemed friends, the auction commences. The starting bid is 2,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid increasing by no less than 50 spirit stones. A frenzy ensued among late-stage Qi refinement practitioners, elite and lesser Qi families, various rogue cultivators, merchant guilds, and leaders of hunting mercenary groups. In a mere quarter of an hour, the price of the Jade Spirit Pill surged to an impressive threshold of 3,000 spirit stones. Amidst the crowd, Li Guangyao wore a bitter expression. In this auction, as the head of a third-tier Qi family and a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement, he found himself relegated to the status of a mere onlooker, lacking even the qualification to bid. Alas, my Li clan is still overly deficient in spirit stones. The path to family development remains arduous. Thankfully, there is this child, Qing Yuan. Ultimately, a patriarch from a first-tier Qi family hailing from beyond Liuha Island successfully secured the pill for 3,900 spirit stones. Lu Yunming grinned widely, joyfully proclaiming, "Congratulations to this esteemed friend for acquiring the Jade Spirit Pill. The next item for auction is the second of our grand treasures, the complete inheritance of second-tier talisman paper in a jade slip." At this announcement, many talisman masters gasped in astonishment. A complete set of second-tier talisman paper inheritance? Such a precious legacy is merely the second of the grand treasures? Could it be that this auction truly features foundation establishment pills? As Lu Yuming calmed the crowd, he continued, "Esteemed friends, this set of talisman paper inheritance originates from Master Zhao Tu, one of the three great talisman masters. It includes 12 types of inferior first-tier talisman papers, 6 types of medium first-tier talisman papers, 4 types of superior first-tier talisman papers, and 2 types of exquisite first-tier talisman papers, as well as 1 inferior second-tier talisman paper. This is an exceedingly complete inheritance of second-tier talisman papers, and one might even say it is a set of inferior second-tier talisman paper inheritance." The crowd was in awe. Could it be that the legendary Master Zhao Tu, who had devoted his life to talisman crafting, was willing to auction off his own legacy? This is a complete inheritance of second-tier, even inferior second-tier talisman papers. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "Goodness, that old codger Zhao Tu is truly reaping multiple rewards." At the Talisman Master Exchange, he repeatedly sold exquisite first-tier and superior first-tier talisman slips. Now, at the auction, he is even selling an entire set of talisman inheritance. How bold of him! Li Qingyuan was suddenly taken aback, pondering the significance of gathering such an abundance of spirit stones. Could it be that he intends to? Lu Yuming proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed friends, the starting bid is set at 2,500 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 50 spirit stones. For the various factions from the 5 great islands and 36 archipelagos, as well as the families of talisman masters. Zhao Tu's legacy in talisman crafting represents one of the 3 paramount peaks. To acquire Zhao Tu's talisman legacy and master its intricacies would elevate one's family, faction, or commercial entity to unprecedented heights, establishing it as the most formidable power beneath the foundation establishment stage, surpassing numerous first-rate influences. Not only talisman masters but also families and factions devoid of talismanic prowess participated in the bidding. 2,800 spirit stones, 3,100 spirit stones, 3,500 spirit stones, 4,000 spirit stones. This contest was fiercely competitive, even more so than the auction of first-grade elixirs such as the Jade Spirit Pill. Ultimately, a certain cultivator secured the quasi-second-grade talisman paper legacy Jade Slip for 4,800 spirit stones, emerging as the victor. Now, it was time for the final item up for bid. At that moment, even Li Qingyuan could not suppress a deep breath, his palms growing sweaty as he instinctively rubbed his knees. His breathing mirroring that of all the other cultivators present, becoming heavy and prolonged. All eyes were fixed upon the jade box in Lu Yunming's hands, as everyone held their breath in anticipation of his announcement. In this moment, even Lu Yunming felt a momentary pause in his breath as he formed a seal to unlock the jade box, revealing a pill within. The pill shimmered with brilliance, its entire body a vibrant green, with intricate patterns emerging, radiating spiritual light. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating the spiritual energy within the surrounding cultivators. A wave of astonishment surged through the hearts of the cultivators. Indeed, it was, Lu Yuming announced with a resonant voice. The final item for auction is the Foundation Establishment Pill. A chorus of gasps filled the room. Chapter 051, The Astonishing Foundation Establishment Pill. With the utterance of the words Foundation Establishment Pill, the entire venue erupted into a frenzy, a palpable excitement filling the air. The Foundation Establishment Pill truly exists. It was utterly unexpected that the Pi-Seida assistance of this auction would be none other than the Foundation Establishment Pill. Having lived a significant portion of my life and reached the late stage of Qi refinement, this was the first time I had ever encountered such a marvel. And likely the only time I would. Is this indeed the Foundation Establishment Pill? The aroma of medicinal herbs wafted throughout the room. The pill's intricate patterns a testament to its perfection, simply exquisite. The Foundation Establishment Pill, a second-tier elixir, is certainly not a product of our island territories. The recipe alone would be nearly impossible to acquire in our entire region. I have also heard that only alchemists of at least mid-tier second grade can concoct such a pill. It has been over a century since our island territories have witnessed a master alchemist of such caliber. Upon seeing the Foundation Establishment pill, Li Qingyuan could not help but feel his heart race with fervor. With a deep breath, he surveyed the scene, noting that all present cultivators were equally astonished and frenzied. He thought to himself, who among them can resist the allure of this Foundation Establishment pill? This is not merely a pathway to Foundation Establishment. It is a tempest of blood and chaos. In the VIP room, a woman in a purple dress smiled charmingly, her bright eyes untouched by the temptation of the Foundation Establishment pill. She chuckled softly. The bait has finally appeared. Xiaolon, we shall take our leave. The maid, Xiaolon, respectfully acknowledged, yes, Mississippi. The two of them quietly exited the VIP room, slipping away while everyone else was lost in the fervor surrounding the Foundation Establishment pill. On the empty streets, cultivators were few and far between. The maid inquired, Miss, shall we depart now? Do we not wish to see who claims the Foundation Establishment pill? The woman in purple, possessing keen insight, replied with a knowing smile, we have more pressing matters to attend to. This grand spectacle is nearing its conclusion. She instructed, inform Uncle Air, and also send word to Zhou Kuei and Baihong Island. Let them know that the opportunity to fish in troubled waters has arrived. Xiaolon replied dutifully, understood. Once we leave Lioha City, I will immediately use the sound transmission jade talisman to contact Second Master. Meanwhile, Li Qingyuan felt an uneasy twitch in his eyelids, contemplating, should I leave now? Staying poses great danger. Yet, I have yet to exchange for the illusory divine eye technique. After a moment of reflection, he resolved, very well. After the auction concludes, I will persuade the clan leader to remain with me in Lioha City for a while, drawing talismans and selling them, and we can endure for a month or two before reassessing. In such tumultuous times, even the auction at Chushan has seen the emergence of rogue cultivators. With the appearance of the Foundation Establishment pill, the presence of such rogues is all but guaranteed. Hence, remaining on Lioha Island is the safest course of action. Lu Yiming proclaimed, dear friends, it is well known that the inferior Foundation Establishment pill increases the probability of Foundation Establishment by 20%. The genuine Foundation Establishment pill raises the probability by 40%. And the legendary Exquisite Foundation Establishment pill can enhance the probability by 60%. Why does the Foundation Establishment pill incite such madness? It is due to its formidable efficacy, significantly boosting the likelihood of successful Foundation establishment. Furthermore, even in the event of failure after consumption, the Foundation Establishment pill safeguards the heart meridian, preventing the complete destruction of one's spiritual meridian and the descent into madness, thereby preserving both life and cultivation. Lu Yunming declared in a resonant voice, this is a low-grade Foundation Establishment pill capable of enhancing the success rate by 20%. All practitioners at the 10th level of Qi refinement paused in their breaths. A 20% increase in probability? In that moment, Zhou Kuei and his son Zhou Li were also stirred. Zhou Li exclaimed, Father, I never imagined that this auction would actually feature a Foundation Establishment pill. Zhou Kuei scoffed. The 5 major Foundation Establishment celestial families conspire together, entwined in familial bonds, sharing mutual benefits. Internally, they unite to suppress various factions, Qi refinement families, and talented rogue cultivators, while secretly supporting bandits and thieves to seize the majority of spiritual veins on the islands. Externally, they control the soul teleportation array, effectively barring other factions from entering the cultivation realm of your country beneath the 5 major Foundation Establishment celestial families. These 5 clans dominate the teleportation array, allowing them to dispatch cultivators to your country to acquire Foundation Establishment pills before returning. Thus, it is unsurprising that they possess such pills. Zhou Li remarked, Father, I recall you mentioning that this teleportation array is singular. Upon departure, one must perilously traverse the Tianyin mountain range to return? Zhou Kuei nodded, indeed. This was conveyed to me by Mr. Mo. It is precisely due to the perilous crossing of the Tianyin mountain range that few powerful cultivators from your country dare to venture to our archipelago. Moreover, the difficulty in bringing back Foundation Establishment pills makes them exceedingly rare among the Foundation Establishment cultivators of the 5 major celestial families. Zhou Li enlightened, now I understand. Zhou Kuei instructed, since we are here, you shall also participate in the bidding later. Remember, once the price reaches 10,000 spiritual stones, refrain from bidding further. If we are to play a part, let us do it thoroughly. Zhou Li nodded, I understand, Father. Lu Yuming announced, The starting bid for the low-grade foundation establishment pill is 8,000 spiritual stones, with each increment not less than 100. Esteemed friends, please place your bids. Li Qingyuan gasped. 8,000 spiritual stones? How exorbitant. Truly worthy of being a foundation establishment pill. With this price, countless rogue cultivators and factions, as well as chi refinement families, could only retreat in defeat. Nevertheless, even with an opening bid of 8,000 spiritual stones, there were immediately those willing to bid. 8,000 spiritual stones. 8,100 spiritual stones. 8,500 spiritual stones. Before long, a voice rang out. I bid 9,000 spiritual stones. Li Qingyuan mused, is that voice Zhao Tu? This elder, known for his diverse array of talismans and his life's work on the semi-second-tier talisman inheritance jade slips, was evidently willing to stake everything on this opportunity to secure the foundation establishment pill and make a breakthrough. Li Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback as the bidding price for the foundation establishment pill continued to soar. Zhao Tu's voice took on a hint of madness as he declared, I bid 11,000 spiritual stones. Gasped. At this price, many first-rate families, top-tier factions, and premier merchant associations reluctantly retreated. Of course, a few factions stubbornly clung on, continuing to bid. At this juncture, none of the remaining bidders were willing to concede. One clan head gritted his teeth, 11,500 spiritual stones. A leader of a merchant association countered, 12,000 spiritual stones. The head of the family took a deep breath, forcing himself to compose his thoughts, and coldly remarked, You are indeed ruthless. I shall withdraw. After a moment of hesitation, 2 or 3 others, unwilling to concede, declared, Very well, I too shall withdraw. I shall also withdraw from the bidding. In the VIP room, Zhao Tu's eyes burned with fervor, his emotions heightened, as he shouted, 13,000 spirit stones. He raised the bid by 1,000 spirit stones. Once he had finished, his body weakened, and he reclined against the bench, contemplating. 13,000 spirit stones. I have liquidated all my assets, sold my inheritance of talismanic paper, and exhausted the spirit stones I have accumulated over the years. For the sake of the foundation establishment pill, I even sold my only first-tier exceptional talisman brush, the sole tool I had for sustenance. If I fail now, I must accept my fate. As this price was announced, the atmosphere fell silent. Lu Yuming called out, Esteemed friends, is there anyone willing to raise the bid? 13,000 spirit stones once, 13,000 spirit stones twice, 13,000 spirit stones thrice. With a resounding clang, Lu Yuming struck the gong and proclaimed, Congratulations to Zhao Tu for securing the foundation establishment pill. May the Lu family of Lioha Island wish you eternal success in the Tao and a triumphant ascension to foundation establishment. Zhao Tu suddenly sprang to his feet, overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. I have won it. The foundation establishment pill is mine. Li Qingyuan's lips twitched slightly. Lu Yuming was indeed no good. By explicitly naming Zhao Tu and congratulating him on his ascension to foundation establishment, it felt like a curse wishing him a swift demise. Lu Yuming then announced, All friends who have secured items, please proceed to the back for the transaction of spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan slowly rose and made his way to the back. In the backstage, several late-stage chi refinement cultivators were attending to the transactions, exchanging goods for spirit stones. Lu Yuming personally handled Zhao Tu's case, receiving 13,000 spirit stones and handing over the foundation establishment pill. Li Qingyuan, on the other hand, was dealing with a 7th-layer chi refinement cultivator who handed over 3,000 spirit stones in exchange for the incomplete version of the eye technique, illusory divine eyes. Zhao Tu then inquired, Lu Dao friend, might I rent the spirit vein cave dwelling in Lioha City for a short period? Lu Yunming decisively declined, stating, Zhao Tu, you must understand that attempting to establish a foundation requires a significant amount of spiritual energy, which could harm the spirit vein. Especially considering it is a first-tier vein of insufficient grade, your endeavor here could cause it to lose its quality. Such a loss would be nearly equivalent to that of a low-grade foundation establishment pill. Zhao Tu hurriedly replied, Lu Dao friend, I assure you that I will offer you over 10,000 spirit stones in return. Lu Yunming remained firm, responding, Zhao Tu, our Lu clan has regulations that prohibit anyone from attempting to establish a foundation in Lioha City, as it would affect the spirit vein. This is an unwavering rule established by generations of family heads. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Zhao Tu was about to protest when Lu Yuming gestured dismissively, Please, Zhao Dao friend. With a heavy sigh, Zhao Tu reluctantly left the auction. Lu Yunming watched him depart, a cold smirk playing upon his lips, as if he were gazing upon a corpse. After acquiring the secret technique of the Phantom Divine Eye, Li Qingyuan turned and departed. Exiting the auction house, he navigated through a labyrinth of alleyways, shedding his disguise before returning to the inn. Within his room, Li Qingyuan gazed out the window at Liyue City, contemplating that while it appeared tranquil and serene, it was, in fact, a cauldron of surging undercurrents. The slaughter has begun. Chapter 052. The robber has emerged. A quarter of an hour later, Li Guangao returned to the inn. Qingyuan, how many talismans have you sold? Li Qingyuan shook his head and replied, I have only earned around 30 spirit stones. Most cultivators at the mid-stage of qi refinement have gone to the auction, leaving behind only a few early-stage qi refinement practitioners wandering the streets. Li Guanao chuckled, haha, do not be disheartened. Although the exchange and auction have concluded, we need not rush home. It is a rare opportunity to visit Liyue City. Let us explore and craft more talismans for sale to earn spirit stones. With a gentle sigh, Li Guanao continued, in order to acquire the method for crafting the pure Yang Sword talisman. Our family's reserves and the spirit stones I have accumulated over the years have been completely depleted. Suddenly, Li Guanao's expression changed as he said, once the auction ended. Various factions hastily departed, and many late-stage qi refinement experts left in succession. I feel a deep sense of unease. It seems that even without Li Qingyuan mentioning it, our clan leader has sensed the impending crisis. Indeed, experience speaks volumes. Li Qingyuan nodded. The clan leader is right. We should remain hidden for now, crafting and selling talismans to gather spirit stones. Thus, the grandfather and grandson ventured out to procure more materials for talisman crafting, secluding themselves within the inn to work on their creations. In Liyue City, at the Lord's residence, the 5 foundational immortal clans convened, comprising 10 late-stage qi refinement experts. Among them was Lu Yuming of the Lu family. Lu Yuming remarked, esteemed friends, let us adhere to our usual practice. This is an opportunity for each family to address the qi refinement practitioners at the 10th level on their respective islands and nearby smaller islands, as well as the talented cultivators. The representative from the Yanqi Island Foundational Immortal Clan smiled slightly and said, Brother Lu, I do not comprehend your words. Are not their deaths the result of the heinous robbers? What concern is it of ours? Lu Yuming paused momentarily before responding with a laugh. Indeed, indeed. The robbers have revealed themselves. The group exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. In the next moment, the representatives of the 5 foundational immortal clans, along with the 10 late-stage qi refinement experts, transformed their tactics. Lu Yuming commanded, action, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Yuming and another late-stage qi refinement expert soared into the sky, flying with the speed of light, swiftly departing Liyue City. As they reached the outskirts of the city, 2 9-stage qi refinement and 2 8-stage qi refinement practitioners appeared, pointing in a certain direction, saying, Zhao Tu has gone this way. Zhou Kuei and his son Zhou Li have returned to the Zhou family. After disguising himself, Lu Yuming transformed into a 50-year-old man and ordered, do not pay any attention to Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li. They will handle their own encounter with the robbers. Our target is Zhao Tuesday. We must eliminate Zhao Tu and reclaim the foundation pill. This foundation pill belongs to my Lu family, and no one shall take it. The group responded, understood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A team of 6, consisting of 2 late-stage qi refinement, 2 9-stage qi refinement, and 2 8-stage qi refinement practitioners, set forth. This formation was more than sufficient to eliminate Zhao Tu, rendering them invincible beneath the foundational realm. Zhou Kuei and his son Zhou Li, one at the peak of the qi refinement stage and the other at the 8th level, were aboard their family's soul-flying artifact, expending spirit stones for their journey. Suddenly, a chilling light pierced through the air, approaching with alarming speed. Zhou Kuei deftly executed a sword technique, unleashing the flying sword of the artifact, which clashed with the assailant's weapon, producing a sharp sound. He calmly declared, Heishan bandit, Ji Hu, I have awaited your arrival. With a sinister chuckle, Ji Hu, a robust figure clad in black robes adorned with a golden eagle emblem, retorted, Zhou Kuei, next year on this very day shall mark the anniversary of your and your son's demise. Accompanying him were 2 others, both at the 8th level of qi refinement, while Ji Hu himself was at the pinnacle of the 10th level, equally formidable as Zhou Kuei. The man, appearing to be over 50, bore a muscular build, a countenance filled with malice, and a cold smile as he continued, after you 2 slayed Zhou Li, you came to assist me. The 2 minions nodded in agreement. Yes, Chief. Ji Hu bellowed, kill. With that command, Ji Hu surged forward, his weapon resembling the fangs of a saber-toothed tiger slicing through the air. As he unleashed his full cultivation against Zhou Kuei, Zhou Kuei, summoning his prowess, sent forth the flying sword, colliding with Jiyihu's weapon, leading to a fierce battle of arcane arts and talismans exchanged in midair. Meanwhile, Zhou Li found himself besieged by the two 8th-level cultivators, retreating while engaging in combat, gradually distancing himself from the fray. Zhou Kuei, Jiyihu sneered, "Your son is doomed. I shall claim your Zhou family's spirit vein." Zhou Kuei, standing resolutely on the flying artifact, wielded his sword with grace, countering Jiyihu's onslaught with composure. "Jiyihu, do you truly believe that your family's servitude to the Liu clan for generations will alter your fate? No, you're mistaken. Your descendants shall either become tribulation cultivators or face the Liu clan's reckoning. Mark my words, you shall have no opportunity left. From this moment forth, the Heishan bandits shall be utterly extinguished." A piercing scream echoed from the nearby forest, instilling dread. "Demon cultivators, please, do not kill me." Jiyihu's expression shifted alarmingly. Old 8, Old 9? The Heishan bandits, 12 leaders in total, were formidable practitioners at the late stages of qi refinement, notorious for their ruthless acts of murder and plunder. In a flash, 2 streaks of light raced toward them. Accompanying Zhou Li was another figure adorned in a dark red mask and blood-stained robes, exuding a malevolent aura. With a wave of his hands, the red-robed demon cultivator cast down 2 8th-level practitioners, binding their spiritual powers with sealing talismans, leaving them gravely injured but alive. Jiyihu's gaze fell upon the red-robed figure, his pupils narrowing in recognition. The newcomer's hands gloated dark crimson, silver patterns swirling across them, emanating a violent and perilous aura. "You," Jiyihu exclaimed in astonishment. The Bloodhand Butcher. The Bloodhand Butcher was a notorious demon cultivator known across the archipelagos, feared for both his renown and strength, rivaling Jiyihu, the leader of the Heishan bandits. Zhou Kuei, Zhou Li, and the blood-soaked butcher obstructed Jiyihu's path, encircling him from 3 sides. Jiyihu's expression shifted dramatically. "Blood-soaked butcher, I'm merely acting on behalf of the Liu family. Might I implore you to grant me a favor and refrain from intervening in this matter?" From beneath the mask, the blood-soaked butcher's voice dripped with cold malice. "Liu family, huh? You dare to leverage the name of the foundation-building celestial clan to intimidate me? Jiyihu, today, you cannot escape death." Zhou Kuei proclaimed loudly. "Form the formation." Boom, boom, boom. The trio of Zhou Kuei, blood-soaked butcher, and Zhou Li simultaneously channeled their spiritual energies, executing a synergistic combat formation with remarkable harmony, amplifying their combat prowess manifold. Kill. The father and son duo, Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li, soared forth on their swords. The blood-soaked butcher wielded his demonic blood techniques, engaging in close combat with a physique that rivaled a top-tier first-grade artifact. The crimson patterns swirling on his hands glinted like blades, exuding peril. Enraged, Jiyihu retaliated with all his might, intent on breaking the formation and escaping. Alas, even Zhou Kuei alone, as the head of the Zhou family, was no match for him. Coupled with the blood-soaked butcher, a formidable 10-layer physical cultivator and a cunning demon practitioner, and supported by Zhou Li, their combined efforts in the formation rendered them unbeatable, save for those of the foundation-building rank. Thus, Jiyihu's defeat was inevitable. After 7 or 8 exchanges, Jiyihu was pierced in the left leg by the blood-soaked butcher's bloodied hands, gravely injured in his heart by Zhou Kuei, and sealed with a spirit-binding talisman by Zhou Li. Jiyihu's countenance shifted. What are you planning? Not only he, but also his 2 brothers were captured yet spared. Jiyihu gazed at the blood-soaked butcher, his expression changing. As a demon practitioner, why do you ally with Zhou Kuei? Moreover, how is it that your trio's formation is so harmoniously executed? Could it be that you are of the Zhou family? Aha. Zhou Kuei chuckled. Congratulations, Jiyihu. You have guessed correctly. Your reward is to be transformed into nourishment for the Zhou family's spiritual veins. With a wave of his hand, spiritual energy enveloped Jiyihu and his 2 brothers, lifting them onto a flying artifact. Turning to the blood-soaked butcher, Zhou Kuei remarked, "Brother, the ascension of our spiritual veins has reached a crucial juncture. The more cultivators we have, the better, especially those in the late qi refinement stage." The blood-soaked butcher clasped his hands in respect. "Elder brother, rest assured, more cultivators will be sent soon." Whoosh. With that, the blood-soaked butcher turned and departed. Zhou Kuei retrieved a blanket from his storage pouch, draping it over Jiyihu and his brothers. and placed several spirit stones into the flying artifact before the father and son sped back to their family, standing with his hands clasped behind him. Zhou Kuei's gaze was profound. To the 5 major foundation-building celestial clans, I owe my gratitude for the chaos you orchestrated, which has allowed the Zhou family to expedite the ascension of our spiritual veins. Aha. Chapter 053, Mastery of the Mirage Divine Eye Technique, Completion of the Cultivation Method. After the conclusion of the auction, the entire archipelago was thrown into chaos, with cultivators of all kinds engaged in fierce battles. Robbers, demonic cultivators, the 5 foundational immortal clans, various notorious bandits, and solitary practitioners were embroiled in relentless skirmishes. Among these confrontations, Zhao Tu's was the most brutal. Zhao Tu was akin to a walking foundational elixir. Wherever he ventured, slaughter followed. Zhao Tu, surrender the foundational elixir, and we shall spare your life. Hand over the foundational elixir and the talisman inheritance. Attack. Zhao Tu, in his frenzied escape, was utterly deranged. His long white hair cascaded over his shoulders, his tattered gray robe revealing a supple inner armor that radiated spiritual light, deflecting assaults from the various cultivators. The aged Zhao Tu, in his 80s or 90s, bore a fierce countenance, his eyes bloodshot. Clutching talisman papers in both hands, he unleashed a barrage, bellowing to the heavens, "Those who obstruct me shall perish." Pure Yang Sword Talisman. Boom, boom, boom. The Pure Yang Sword Talisman, a first-tier premium talisman, was activated with 7 or 8 sheets, transforming into formidable sword chi that soared through the air. Each strike equivalent to the full force of a 10th-layer chi refinement cultivator. Quickly take cover, this old coot has gone mad. Curse it. This old man is even clad in first-tier premium inner armor, making it exceedingly difficult for even 10th-layer chi refinement cultivators to breach. Truly. As one of the 3 quasi-second-tier talisman masters of the archipelago, the power of this Pure Yang Sword Talisman was formidable indeed. Zhao Tu activated his inner armor for defense, and with a flourish of his hands, he hurled various first-tier upper-grade talismans, bombarding his pursuers and carving a bloody path to escape on his flying sword. Behind him, the cultivators pursued relentlessly. Chase him down, don't let him escape. No matter how many talismans he possesses, he will eventually exhaust them. Even if his first-tier premium inner armor is robust, a united front can severely injure Zhao Tu's day. As the crowd continued their pursuit of Zhao Tu, he quickly vanished from sight. Soon, 6 figures emerged, led by Lu Yuming, who had assumed a disguise. Lu Yuming frowned and remarked, "This old fellow is indeed difficult to kill." One person concurred, "Indeed, his first-tier premium inner armor is tough to breach, even for those at the same level. Not to mention, first-tier lower and middle-grade talismans are practically disposable. With a mere flick of his wrist, he can unleash dozens or even hundreds, causing considerable damage. Especially with the sheer volume of first-tier upper-grade and premium talismans at his disposal, he can inflict grave injuries upon us." Lu Yiming pondered. This old man even has the capacity to draw second-tier lower-grade runes, but due to his lack of divine sense, he cannot complete the final step, which is why he remains at this level. Nevertheless, the foundation of a first-tier premium talisman master is still astonishing. "Brother, what should we do?" one inquired. Lu Yuming maintained a calm demeanor, chuckling softly as he formed a hand seal, summoning a magical artifact that encircled him, its sharpness exuding an overwhelming aura that struck terror into the hearts of the onlookers. The group gasped. "Is that one of the 2 major magical artifacts belonging to the clan head?" "Haha, with the second-tier artifact. Reaching a first-tier premium inner armor will be a trivial task." Lu Yuming commanded, "Let us follow the other cultivators, allowing them to deplete Zhao Tu's talismans while we simply reap the benefits." The crowd nodded in agreement. With a whoosh, they took to the skies on their swords, maintaining a prudent distance as they pursued. Deep within the dense forest, 3 cultivators revealed themselves. Among them, a couple, a man and a woman, appeared to be in their 50s, floating effortlessly in the air. The leader, relying solely on his spiritual power, ascended without the aid of any artifacts. Such aerial flight was a technique reserved for those at the foundation establishment stage. The enigmatic middle-aged man chuckled softly. Since the Lu family wishes to act as the man is catching cicadas, we shall play the role of the yellow oriole." The elderly man spoke respectfully, "Wise senior. The Lu clan, a celestial lineage, has long oppressed us. Their cultivators ought to become nourishment for our spiritual veins." With a smirk, he continued. 2 at the 10th layer of chi refinement, 2 at the 9th, and 2 at the 8th, draining their spiritual energy would be a tremendous boon for our spiritual veins. Suddenly, A paper crane flew in, landing gracefully in the hands of the mysterious middle-aged man. His expression shifted slightly, meowie. Observing this, the middle-aged couple asked respectfully, "Senior, what has transpired?" Regaining his composure, the man replied, "No matter, I shall step out for a while. Zhao Tu and the Lu cultivators are in your capable hands. Is that acceptable?" The couple nodded in agreement. "Certainly, please rest assured, Senior." "Excellent." The middle-aged man hovered in the air, leveraging an unseen force to accelerate rapidly. Vanishing in a flash of light, the female cultivator frowned. "My dear, can we manage this alone?" The male cultivator replied calmly, "Do not worry. I have already sent word to my second sister. She will arrive within a month. Moreover, our targets are in the light while we remain in the shadows. When they are mutually weakened, we shall reap the benefits with a decisive strike." In the Shanshui Lake Inn, a quaint courtyard served as the temporary residence for Li Qingyuan and his companions. During the evening, Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, holding a jade slip to his forehead, channeling his spiritual sense as he began to comprehend the art of the illusory divine eye. The illusory divine eye consists of 3 levels. The cultivation requirement: one must possess a spiritual sense, with a minimum cultivation of the 4th layer of qi refinement. Li Qingyuan had already fulfilled this requirement. Upon mastering the 1st level, one's vision would enhance tenfold, allowing clarity over a distance of a kilometer. The 2nd level, once achieved, enables the breaking of illusions and formations below the 1st-grade pinnacle, discerning the falsehood and remaining unaffected. Upon mastering the 3rd level, one could condense their spiritual sense, possessing the acuity of a foundation establishment cultivator. After half an hour of contemplation, Li Qingyuan stored the jade slip and remarked, "It is too early to condense my spiritual sense. The immediate priority is to master the 1st level and enhance my vision." The cultivation method for the 1st level of the illusory divine eye is as follows. The liver opens the eyes. The liver, nourished by blood, grants sight. By nurturing the liver and gallbladder with one's spiritual energy, one can circulate the energies through the foot Shaoyang gallbladder meridian and the foot Jian liver meridian, allowing the energies to flow to the eyes, thereby enhancing vision. Li Qingyuan exclaimed in admiration, "How fascinating." This 1st-level cultivation method perfectly aligns with the principles of traditional Chinese medicine. With that, he resumed his seated meditation, activating the Great Chun technique within him, allowing the spiritual energy in his dantian to flow and nourish his liver and gallbladder, fortifying their energies. Subsequently, the internal spiritual energy gradually propels the operation of the dual energies within the gallbladder and liver meridians, converging within the eyes, utilizing these energies to nourish the vision. While nourishing the eyes, it is essential to guide with one's spiritual awareness, introspectively examining the meridians and the delicate vessels of the eyeballs, ensuring precision through spiritual insight to avoid any harm to oneself. Consequently, the practice necessitates the development of spiritual awareness, relying on it to illuminate the meridians, thus safeguarding the eyes. The 1st level of the illusory pupil technique is not particularly challenging to cultivate. Within just one night, Li Qingyuan successfully entered the 1st level and acquired a preliminary understanding. Buzz. In the mysterious Xianpin space, a shadowy figure reemerges, with luminous points representing the meridians within the figure, alongside the points within the eyes manifesting one by one. This revealed diagram of meridian flow not only encompasses the methods for the 1st and 2nd levels of cultivation, but also includes the missing techniques and essentials for the elusive 3rd level. Li Qingyuan attentively observes and memorizes the diagram of meridian flow. Completing the 1st level is not arduous, however. Progressing to the 2nd level requires the assistance of a high-grade 1st tier wood attribute spiritual herb, which should be available for purchase in Liuhe City. Li Qingyuan's face brightens with excitement. The 3rd level poses genuine challenges, yet the rewards are significantly bountiful. The ability to condense spiritual awareness with the cultivation of qi not only enhances combat capability, but also increases the success rate of foundation establishment. Chapter 054, The Pure Yangsword Talisman, a first-rate master of talismans. As time flowed by, a month passed in the blink of an eye. Li Guanao and his grandson Li Qingyuan had spent the entire month in the city of Liuhe, diligently crafting talismans, selling them, and honing their skills, all while awaiting the tumult of the outside world to subside. On this particular day, within their solitary courtyard, Li Qingyuan was engrossed in the art of talisman creation. Armed with a first-rate talisman brush, top-quality ink, and premium talisman paper, he lifted his brush to begin his work. The talisman paper measured approximately 1 foot in length and 3 inches in width, with a single, uninterrupted stroke. He conjured intricate mystical runes that sprang to life upon the paper, continuously drawing upon the spiritual energy within him while simultaneously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to amplify the talisman's potency. As the final stroke was completed, the runes resonated with a vibrant hum, summoning the spiritual forces of the universe to coalesce within the talisman paper. At that moment, Li Guangao, who stood observing, beamed with delight, exclaiming, "The exquisite turtle shell talisman is complete. Qing Yuan, your talent in the path of talismans is nothing short of extraordinary." Li Qing Yuan smiled in response. Throughout the month, he had dedicated himself to the study of new talisman papers, spending an hour daily on the first-rate turtle shell talisman and 2 hours on the first-rate pure yang sword talisman. Li Guanao sighed. "Alas, it seems that my aptitude for crafting talismans is rather mediocre. After a month, I have yet to successfully create a single turtle shell talisman. As for the first-rate pure yang sword talisman, I fear it may be beyond my grasp for the remainder of my days." Li Qing Yuan offered, "Here, grandfather clan leader. This turtle shell talisman is a gift for your protection." Upon hearing this, Li Guanao squinted his eyes in joy, asking, "Is it truly so? This is indeed a top-quality turtle shell talisman? It can withstand a full-force strike from a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement." Li Qing Yuan affirmed, "This is my tribute to you, so please accept it, grandfather." Li Guanao graciously accepted the talisman, feeling a swell of contentment. "Excellent, excellent. A good child indeed. My years of care for you have not been in vain. In that case, I shall gladly accept." With that, Li Guanao happily stowed away the turtle shell talisman. Such exquisite talisman paper was exceptionally rare. In truth, aside from this fine turtle shell talisman, Li Guanao also possessed several authentic quality turtle shell talismans gifted by Li Qing Yuan. At the 7th level of Qi refinement, this little old man had already become invincible. He could hold his own against practitioners at the 8th level of Qi refinement, battling them for several rounds with the aid of his talismans. Li Qing Yuan then retrieved the first-rate talisman ink and paper, grasping the high-quality brush in hand. After taking a moment to breathe and adjust, he began to draw. Li Guanao watched closely, contemplating. Over the past month, Qing Yuan has consumed 5 or 6 sheets of materials daily, dedicating over 2 hours each day to his studies. Yet, for a talisman master, achieving the first-rate talisman paper is indeed a formidable challenge, a transformation of quality. The first-rate talisman paper is exceedingly difficult to craft. At the upcoming Talisman Exchange Conference, where the 5 major islands and 36 islands talisman masters would converge, only 7 or 8 first-rate talisman masters were expected to attend. Among these few were 3 quasi-second-rate masters, Old Gong, Old Zhao, and Old Zheng. Through this exchange, Li Guanao discovered that despite being self-taught and having emerged from humble beginnings, he had indeed become a first-rate talisman master, showcasing a remarkable innate talent for the art of talismans. However, after a month of exploration and study, he felt resigned to the notion that, given his current abilities, he would never be capable of creating first-rate talisman paper. Observing Li Qing Yuan as he crafted his talismans, Li Guanao mused. Yet, with Qing Yuan's potential, given a few years, he might very well be able to draw the pure yang sword talisman. When he experiences failure, I shall console him, for I cannot allow him to lose faith in his craft. Alas, the prodigious talent of his grandson was also a source of vexation. Since he began learning the art of talisman drawing, he had never faced failure or encountered setbacks. Suddenly, the flow of spiritual energy in the world jolted Li Guanao from his reverie. From all directions, within a radius of several zhang, the spiritual energy began to circulate, coalescing around the solitary courtyard, as the pure yang energy gathered and infused itself into the talisman paper. Boom! The talisman paper trembled with spiritual energy. The power of the runes manifesting as they forcibly absorbed the pure yang energy, sealing within it a domineering and scorching sword aura that imbued the runes with vitality. Li Guanao was dumbfounded. It worked. It truly worked. As soon as Li Qing Yuan set his brush to the paper, the talisman was successfully created. Within the mysterious space of Su Npn, a shadowy figure was engaged in drawing the talisman. It was indeed the pure yang sword talisman, each stroke and detail appearing effortlessly, akin to the work of a grandmaster of talisman crafting. Each line, each curve, each rune, and every turn of the brush was executed with precision, evoking a sense of rapture in Li Qing Yuan, who felt he had gained immeasurable insights. If Zhao Tu's guidance was filled with a craftsman's rigidity, adhering strictly to the rules, then the instruction from the Su Npn space was akin to the very essence of the talisman's creation itself. It was transcendent, embodying the principle that the path to greatness is often deceptively simple. Li Qingyuan reflected, having succeeded by mere chance this time. If not for the guidance of the Su NP in space, I cannot fathom how long it might take to succeed again. With the assistance of the Su NP in space, my talisman drawing skills will undoubtedly enter a phase of rapid advancement. Mastering the pure Yang sword talisman is merely a matter of time. Li Guanao erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha, Qingyuan, you have done it. You have succeeded. Li Qingyuan nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Yes, grandfather clan leader, from this day forth, our Li clan shall possess its very own first-rate talisman master." Li Qingyuan added, "Grandfather clan leader. It is getting late. Let us rest for the night and return home tomorrow morning." Li Guanao nodded in agreement. Indeed, during this time, the two of us have earned over 100 spiritual stones, along with the method for crafting the turtle shell talisman and the pure Yang sword talisman. This journey has truly been worthwhile. It had been a month since the auction concluded, and the islands of the sea had likely returned to tranquility. They would set off for home at dawn. Li Guanao said, "Qingyuan, you should rest early." Li Qingyuan shook his head. "No, I wish to draw a few more talismans." With that, he picked up his brush and continued to illustrate the pure Yang sword talisman. As he observed the methods demonstrated in the Su NPN space, he endeavored to inscribe the runes of the pure Yang sword talisman. Bang! The talisman paper disintegrated. It became evident that his previous success had indeed been a stroke of luck. This time, attempting to replicate the technique as per the guidance from the Su NPN space, he too had failed. With a deep exhale, Li Qingyuan took out several spirit stones to meditate and refine them, restoring his spiritual energy and awareness. After a quarter of an hour, he resumed his talisman drawing. Bang! A failure. Buzz! A success. The pure Yang sword talisman, crafted on first-rate premium talisman paper, demanded immense spiritual awareness and energy. He could only draw it 2 or 3 times before needing to meditate for recovery, with his cultivation at the mid-stage of chi refinement. Creating first-rate premium talismans was a notable shortcoming. Bang! A failure. Bang! Another failure. Buzz! A success. Bang! Yet another failure. Soon, the night deepened. Of the 10 talismans he attempted, only 2 were successful, yielding a success rate of a mere 20%, including the initial success. Li Qingyuan possessed 3 pure Yang sword talismans. Li Guanao exclaimed with delight, "Qingyuan, you have only just begun, and your success rate already stands at 20%. In a year and a half, it is certain to surpass 50%, with a first-rate premium talisman at your disposal. Our Li clan will no longer fear even second-rate chi refinement families. If we remain low-key for 2 or 3 decades and develop steadily, the Li family, with you at the helm, will undoubtedly ascend to a first-rate chi refinement family." Li Qingyuan nodded. "Indeed, we shall lay low for 30 years and then astound everyone." Li Guanao added, "Here, esteemed clan leader, I present you with a pure Yang sword talisman as a token of filial piety." Li Guanao laughed heartily. "Oh my, you, this child, you are simply too dutiful. Haha, the clan leader graciously accepts." Chapter 055, Zhao Tu on the run. "Zhao Tu, you old tortoise. How underestimated you are by everyone." Lu Yuming, in a state of utter despair, his face smeared with dirt and his body enveloped in dark energy, cursed vehemently, "You old rascal, not only do you possess a supreme-grade inner armor of the first tier, but you also command the art of talismans. You have escaped from a certain death, even managing to turn the tables and slay 2 of my subordinates." Zhao Tu's chest heaved as he gasped for breath, his disheveled hair adding to his wretched appearance. A gash from a flying sword marred his cheek, and his inner armor bore a deep crack, blood flowing profusely. Fury blazed in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. "Lu Yuming, what a fine Lu family you have, a hypocritical foundation-building celestial clan. How dare you masquerade as a bandit to hunt me down, attempting to reclaim the foundation-building elixir? Should this matter come to light, the countless cultivators of the archipelago could drown your Lu family with but a single spit each." Lu Yuming, having fallen victim to the talisman tricks, sustained injuries, and his disguise, a technique for altering one's appearance, unraveled, revealing his true visage. With a cold smirk, he declared, "Old Zhao Tu, your time is up. Kill him." Upon Lu Yunming's command, the other 3 immediately summoned their magical artifacts, preparing to join forces to annihilate Zhao Tuesday. Alongside Lu Yuming stood 2 cultivators at the 10th level of chi refinement, one at the 9th and one at the 8th. Originally 6 in total. Zhao Tu had turned the tide, using his talisman techniques to slay 2, while the remaining 4 were either heavily or lightly injured. Zhao Tu pressed his hand against his chest. His first-tier supreme-grade inner armor lay in tatters, a sword wound nearly severing his heart and breaking his ribs. He fixed his gaze on the magical artifact in Lu Yunming's hand, seething with resentment. A second-tier magical artifact. Were it not for that, I would not be in such dire straits. Lu Yunming brandished the artifact, his voice dripping with malice. Zhao Tu, meet your end. With a clang, the second-tier artifact was unleashed, its sword cutting through the heavens. The razor-sharp sword energy could penetrate any late-stage Qi refinement cultivator's lethal moves, transforming into a streak of light aimed directly at Zhao Tuesday. Simultaneously, the other three launched their attacks. Suddenly, from the nearby dense forest, two streaks of light erupted, catching Lu Yunming and another 10th-level Qi refinement practitioner unawares. Lu Yunming's expression shifted. An ambush. With a hum, a first-tier supreme-grade defensive talisman activated on Lu Yunming, thwarting the enemy's assault. The second-tier artifact was summoned back, hovering before him as he called out, "Who goes there?" The other 10th-level practitioners similarly activated their defensive talisman, a first-tier supreme-grade shield repelling the incoming flying swords. Two figures soared forth, waving their hands to unleash a barrage of a dozen first-tier upper-grade talismans, bombarding Lu Yunming and his companions. Lu Yunming seethed with anger, seeking death, breaking spirit sword technique. With a thunderous crash, the Lu family spell was unleashed, infused into the second-tier artifact, unleashing a sword energy spanning 10 feet, shattering the talismans and obliterating them. A man and a woman, both past 50, chuckled. Lu Yunming of the Lu family, TSK, colluding with the second-in-command of the Black Mountain Bandits, masquerading as bandits to ambush old Zhao. If the cultivators of the seas were to discover this, inciting their wrath, even your Lu family, a foundation-building celestial clan, would find it hard to withstand the consequences. Beside Lu Yunming stood another cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refinement, the second-in-command of the Black Mountain Bandits, who was a sworn brother of the leader, Jihu. Gao Chang and Su Hong from the Gao family of Baiyang Island. What brings you here? Lu Yunming furrowed his brow, sensing the predicament he was in. Baiyang Island, one of the 36 islands, is known for its formidable power, boasting several first-grade spirit veins, one of which, of superior quality, is under the control of the Gao family. Gao Chang and his wife Su Hong are not only the head and matron of the Gao family but also the rulers of Baiyang Island. Having been masters in Qi refinement for many years, the Gao family stands as one of the elite among first-rate Qi refinement clans. It is said that when they join forces, they are nearly invincible beneath the foundation establishment stage. The second-in-command of the Black Mountain Bandits whispered, "Lu brother, this is troublesome." Both he and his companion had consumed over half of their spiritual energy, and the other two cultivators, at the 9th and 8th levels of Qi refinement, had also sustained significant injuries, greatly diminishing their fighting capacity. In contrast, Gao Chang and Su Hong remained at their peak, fully prepared for battle. Zhao Tu hastily interjected, "Gao Daoist, Su Daoist, I am willing to offer foundation establishment pills in exchange for your assistance in seeking justice for me and the cultivators of the sea, to eliminate the despicable Lu Yunming." Gao Chang chuckled. "Rest assured, Zhao Daoist. Lu Yunming has colluded with bandits to ambush righteous cultivators, and such a crime warrants punishment. Please stand aside as my wife and I take action." With that, Gao Chang and Su Hong launched a fierce assault, utilizing talismans to clear the way and unleashing flying swords toward Lu Yunming and his companions. With their injuries and depleted energy, Lu Yunming's group found themselves overwhelmed and at a disadvantage. Lu Yunming gritted his teeth and declared, "Gao Chang, provoking me will come at a cost." Saying this, he produced a vial of spiritual liquid and swallowed its contents before tossing it to the second-in-command of the Black Mountain Bandits, saying, "Brother Ji Bao, catch." Upon examining the vial, Ji Bao's eyes gleamed with delight. 100-year spirit milk? The 100-year spirit milk, derived from the Yuling fruit, is the primary ingredient for crafting the first-grade supreme pill, the Yuling pill. Just a single drop can swiftly restore a Qi refinement cultivator to their peak state, making it worth over 100 spirit stones, yet with no market available. Ji Bao laughed heartily. What a marvelous treasure! Seizing the opportunity while Lu Yunming momentarily distracted their foes, Ji Bao consumed a drop of the 100-year spirit milk, feeling his spiritual energy surge back to full strength. "Here, drink this. It not only replenishes spiritual energy but also heals all external injuries." The remaining 2 drops were swiftly consumed by the other 2 cultivators, rapidly restoring their abilities. Lu Yunming's heart bled. Had he not been forced into a corner, he would never have parted with such a valuable item. Gao Chang and Su Hong, You have pushed me to this point. Clang. Lu Yunming once again unleashed the breaking spirit sword technique, sending forth a Tinzhong sword aura slicing through the air toward Gao Chang and Su Hong. Faced with Lu Yunming's full strength, bolstered by the might of a second-grade inferior artifact, the couple had no choice but to join forces to withstand his assault. With a swift motion of her hand, Su Hong unleashed an array of talismans, first-tier superior and first-tier exquisite talismans, dispensing them as if they were mere trifles. Amidst the chaos of explosions, she once again subdued Lu Yunming. In a state of exasperation, Lu Yunming exclaimed, "How can the Gao family possess such an abundance of talismans? Your clan does not even have a first-tier exquisite talisman master." Gao Chang sneered, "That is of no concern to you." With a flick, Gao Chang scattered a handful of talismans, concealing lethal intent. One particular talisman detonated as it approached Lu Yunming, summoning forth the ethereal energies of the heavens and manifesting as a blazing fire python. Zhao Tu, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback. A talisman that transforms into a fire python. Such intelligence, such power, could this be a second-tier talisman? Lu Yunming's expression turned to one of horror, a second-tier talisman. The 3-foot sword barrier. With a resounding crash, the second-tier talisman morphed into a serpentine blaze, lunging forth with a force rivaling the initial stages of foundation establishment, shattering the 3-foot barrier of sword chi and striking Lu Yunming directly. Spitting blood, Lu Yunming was sent reeling Tinzhong, crashing into and breaking numerous trees, severely injured. Struggling to rise, he could scarcely believe. Second-tier talismans? Besides my Lu family, how could there be any second-tier talismans in the island seas? In the island seas, the highest-ranking talisman masters number only 3 quasi-second-tier practitioners. Without foundation establishment cultivation or divine consciousness, they cannot craft second-tier talismans. Gao Chang chuckled, commanding, "Madam, capture Lu Yunming alive. The other 3 are mine to deal with." As he spoke, Gao Chang dove into the fray, summoning a first-tier exquisite flying sword artifact and unleashing various talismans, single-handedly suppressing Jibao and his companions. Jibao fought while retreating, contemplating escape. Su Hong effortlessly restrained the severely wounded Lu Yunming. Had it not been for her second-tier artifact, Lu Yunming would have long since been slain. Yet, given the circumstances, it was merely a matter of time before Lu Yunming was defeated and captured. Zhao Tu, observing the turn of events, thought to himself, "This is dire. The situation has shifted dramatically. Neither Lu Yunming nor Gao Chang will allow me to escape." However, a glint of cold determination flickered in Zhao Tu's eyes. "Yet, the reason I fled here was to prepare a contingency." In the next moment, with a wave of his hand, he summoned array flags from his storage pouch. 8 flags soared out, positioning themselves in various directions. As a formation plate erupted from the depths of the earth, an array was swiftly established. The onlookers gasped in alarm. "This is bad. There's an array." Zhao Tu soared back Tinzhong, executing hand seals, and declared with a booming laugh, "Ha! Everyone, behold the might of my killing array. Fire Crow killing array, activate." With a screech, the array activated, coalescing into a Tinzhong fire crow that exuded a terrifying aura, equivalent to that of a perfected chi refining practitioner. Spewing flames and charging toward Gao Chang and his group. "I shall take my leave first." Zhao Tu activated the array, swallowed a recuperative elixir, and, having forcibly regained a measure of spiritual energy, immediately took flight on his sword. Gao Chang cursed in fury, "You old wretch. You had the foresight to lay down an array plate here as a backup." He realized that even a first-tier loose cultivator would abandon a first-tier exquisite array for the sake of survival. Chapter 056, The Unspoken Understanding Between Grandfather and Grandson. Slaying Zhao Tu. Gao Chang's expression shifted slightly. The power of this formation had reached the pinnacle of the first tier, posing a significant threat to cultivators at the 10th level of chi refinement. Su Hong gritted her teeth and said, "My husband, we must not allow Lu Yunming and his companions to escape. Otherwise, the wrath of the Foundation Establishment Celestial Clan is something the Gao family cannot bear." Gao Chang nodded in agreement. "Fortunately, the senior from the Qin family has provided us with a considerable number of first-tier premium talismans, no matter the cost. We must eliminate those 4. Brother, your sister is here to assist you." A middle-aged beauty, around 40, rushed into the killing array, closely followed by 2 robust cultivators, both at the 8th level of chi refinement. "Father, mother, we have arrived." 2 middle-aged men, strikingly similar in appearance, and both at the 8th level of chi refinement, were Gao Chang and Su Hong's twin sons. Gao Chang laughed heartily. "Excellent timing. Capture Lu Yunming and his companions alive." His sister employed a first-tier premium talisman to engage the fiery crows of the killing formation, holding them at bay. Meanwhile, Su Hong single-handedly defeated Lu Yunming, sending his second-tier magic weapon flying, and skillfully ensnared him with a first-tier premium binding spirit net. For added security, she also used a sealing talisman to suppress his spiritual energy. A second-tier magic weapon, what a treasure! Su Hong exclaimed with exhilaration upon claiming the second-tier artifact. On another front, Gao Chang unleashed his full power at the 10th level of Qi refinement, overpowering Ji Bao, who was also at the same level. With the aid of various talismans, he struck with thunderous force, severely wounding his opponent and capturing him alive. Before long, the last two cultivators, one at the 9th level and the other at the 8th, were also taken captive. In the end, Gao Chang wielded the second-tier magic weapon, channeling his spiritual energy into it, unleashing a powerful sword aura that shattered the fiery crows and dismantled the formation. He collected the formation disc and gathered the 8 formation flags, exclaiming, "The era belonging to the Gao family is about to commence." A second-tier magic weapon, a first-tier premium killing formation, and 2 cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refinement. This journey has proven worthwhile. Su Hong, the elder, remarked, "My husband. Capturing Zhao Tu will make this mission truly complete." Gao Chang nodded, saying, "Sister, Hoyer, Yin'er, secure Lu Yunming and his companions in burlap sacks. We must return to Baiong Island immediately and deliver them to Mr. Yu." Mr. Yu, known as Qin Yu, had been secretly aiding the Gao family in advancing their spiritual veins through his mastery of formations over the years. Gao Chang's sister agreed, "Understood, brother." The second sister of the Gao family and the 2 sons nodded, using burlap sacks to secure Lu Yunming and his companions, and took flight on their swords, departing Yoa Island to return to Baiong Island. "My lady, pursue," Gao Chang commanded coldly. "We must scour Lioha Island to catch up with Zhao Tu and seize the Foundation Establishment Elixir and the inheritance of second-tier talismans." Indeed, the couple of Gao Chang and Su Hong soared on their swords, employing tracking spells to capture traces along their path. During the time they had captured Lu Yuming and broke through the fiery crow killing formation, Zhao Tu had already made a desperate escape, racing over several dozen miles without regard for his stamina. Thus, following the trail proved somewhat challenging and time-consuming. Meanwhile, Zhao Tu fled for his life, flying low on his sword, continuously coughing blood, and consuming medicine to replenish his spiritual energy. Lu Yunming, once I step into the Foundation Establishment stage, I shall ensure that the Lu family pays their blood debts in kind. Cough, cough, Zhao Tu coughed up blood, forcing his energy to fly with his sword. The fire crow killing formation would not hold them for long. I must escape swiftly. Zhao Tu pondered. It has been a month now. The surroundings of Lioha City should have returned to tranquility, and the various factions and robbers should have departed. Yes, returning to Lioha City is the safest option. Within Lioha City, neither Lu Yuming nor the Gao couple would dare to strike against me in broad daylight. 3 days later, Li Guangyao and his grandson Li Qingyuan rode a unicorn-striped horse, having traversed 1,000 miles through the mountains, completing a third of their journey home. That morning, while relieving himself in the woods, Li Qingyuan lifted his garment and affixed a turtle shell talisman beneath his navel. Li Guangyao, puzzled, inquired, "What are you doing, young one? Why must you apply a turtle shell talisman every time after you relieve yourself?" Li Qingyuan explained, "Grandfather, this is the Qi Si point of the Dantian. By placing the talisman on my skin here, in times of crisis, my internal spiritual power can erupt instantaneously, channeling through the Qi Si, stone gate." And Guan Yuan points into the talisman, activating its defensive capabilities. "This is much swifter than realizing danger and then retrieving the talisman from my storage pouch to activate it." Li Guangyao remarked, "You, a mere lad of just over a decade, are far more composed than this old man of 80. I shall have one as well." He produced a high-quality turtle shell talisman, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 9th-level Qi refinement expert. After both completed their business, they adjusted their trousers and exchanged a knowing smile, declaring, "Let us head home." However, just as they mounted their steed, a figure plummeted from the sky with a swoosh. "Who goes there?" Li Guangyao exclaimed, vigilance etched on his face, clutching the talisman, ready to activate it at a moment's notice. Li Qingyuan mirrored his readiness, his Qi Si talisman poised for activation, with an ample supply of talismans in hand, including a first-tier Pure Sun Sword talisman concealed within. "It is you, Zhao Lao." Li Qingyuan recognized the disheveled and exhausted Zhao Tuesday coughing. Zhao Tu regarded Li Guangyao and his grandson warily, yet calmly stated, "Ah, It is merely Daoist Li and young Frenching Yuan. I am being pursued. You must flee quickly to avoid being entangled in my troubles. Li Guangao was taken aback, asking, Zhao Daoist, who is pursuing you? How have you come to be so gravely injured? Zhao Tu replied, for at the 10th level of Qi refinement, and a group of late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. Ah, Li Guangao gasped in shock. Li Qingyuan's heart raced. So many formidable foes? Zhao Tu rose, consuming recovery pills, energy pills, and foundational pills, desperately seeking to restore his spiritual power, urging, you two must leave quickly to avoid being implicated and silenced by the robbers. The 16-year-old Li Qingyuan appeared frightened, hastily mounting the horse, exclaiming, Grandfather, we must depart. Li Guangao, equally alarmed, urged, Yes, let us hurry. The grandfather and grandson mounted their steed, galloping fiercely, brushing past Zhao Tu on either side. In that fleeting moment, a malevolent glint flickered in Zhao Tu's eyes as he swung his arms in a deliberate gesture, unleashing a first-tier superior talisman. His heart brimming with murderous intent. Do not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your misfortune. I cannot allow you to depart and reveal my whereabouts. One was at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, the other at the 3rd, 2 first-tier superior talismans, both exquisite, capable of annihilating someone at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. However, this was somewhat excessive for dealing with the duo. Yet, in the next breath, Zhao Tu's expression drastically altered. As the grandfather and grandson raced past him, they simultaneously unleashed their assault, activating the 2 talismans to strike. The talismans emitted a searing pure yang sword, aura, sharp and unyielding, entwined with a fierce flame, possessing the might to gravely injure someone at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. To Zhao Tu's astonishment, he recognized these talismans all too well, to an alarming extent. The pure yang sword talisman, how could this be? In the entire archipelago, only 7 or 8 first-tier elite talisman masters existed, and of those, merely 3 or 5 could inscribe the pure yang sword talisman. How could this Li Qingyuan, having only studied for a few days, possibly wield such power? Clang, clang. The 2 pure yang sword talismans surged forth, transforming into 2 streams of pure yang sword aura, each extending a full 10 feet, instantly shattering Zhao Tu's first-tier superior talisman and striking him directly. Boom, boom. Zhao Tu was struck by the 2 pure yang sword talismans, letting out a wretched scream, blood spurting forth as his internal spiritual energy surged chaotically, his body convulsing. Nevertheless, due to the protective effect of his first-tier elite inner armor, although his injuries worsened, he did not succumb immediately. Clang. Li Qingyuan summoned a first-tier mid-grade magical weapon, the Red Iron Sword, while Li Guangao likewise invoked a first-tier mid-grade magical artifact. The grandfather and grandson delivered a piercing blow, striking Zhao Tu in both eyes, penetrating his skull. Zhao Tu let out a tragic wail, meeting his demise on the spot. Thus, Zhao Tu fell, lifeless. After vanquishing Zhao Tu, Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan exchanged glances. A mixture of awkwardness and mutual admiration reflected in their eyes. Chapter 057, the eldest brother of the family, Zhao Tu. Ahem. Li Guangao coughed softly and declared solemnly, this old fellow is not to be trusted. He fears exposure of his whereabouts and will undoubtedly seek to eliminate us. Li Qingyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, if we were to believe his words, it would spell disaster for us. No, it would mean our demise. We should not linger here. We must depart swiftly. Li Guangao promptly stowed away Zhao Tu's magical artifacts and storage pouch. Li Qingyuan, in perfect synchrony, conjured a surge of spiritual energy, which infused a first-tier exquisite inner armor. The armor resonated and soared from Zhao Tu's form, only to be collected into the storage pouch. Following this, Li Guangao unleashed a fireball technique, incinerating Zhao Tu's corpse to erase all traces. Li Qingyuan gently caressed the 2 unicorn zebras, murmuring, forgive me. With a swift motion, he executed the air blade technique, condensing energy into blades that effortlessly severed the 2 unicorn zebras. He then hastily gathered their remains into the storage pouch, remarking, if only we had spirit beast bags, you wouldn't have to perish. Upon finishing, Li Qingyuan cast another fireball, evaporating the blood on the ground. Li Guangao stroked his beard and mused, indeed, when a decision must be made, it must be executed without hesitation. Riding the unicorn zebras left a conspicuous trail, and their speed was insufficient. It was only a matter of time before Zhao Tu's pursuers caught up with them. Though Li Guangao had made his resolution, he still inquired, Qingyuan, where do you think we should head next? Li Qingyuan immediately replied, Lil Hutching. Li Guangao smiled knowingly. Ah, the youth is indeed teachable. Whoosh, whoosh. The grandfather and grandson activated their respective lightness talismans, summoning their flying swords to soar through the air with all their might. For their safety, they continuously utilized the lightness talismans to enhance their speed. Zhao Tu was aware that Lu Huqing was a sanctuary, and so too were Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan. Continuing back to the Li family posed a perilous risk. What if they encountered Zhao Tu's pursuers? After a quarter of an hour, the elderly couple, Gao Chong and Su Hong, arrived at the scene. They descended and remarked, according to the tracking technique, they should have headed in this direction. A battle has undoubtedly taken place here. Gao Chong's brow furrowed in contemplation. The pure Yang sword talisman had unleashed a formidable attack, leaving its mark on the ground and vegetation, indicating the aftermath of combat. Gazing ahead, Gao Chong stated, Zhao Tu has continued along this path. If he persists, he will reach Lu Huqing. Su Hong's expression shifted slightly. Once we reach Lu Huqing, we must refrain from taking further action. After all, the Li family's vicious hounds. The Heishan bandits would not dare act openly within Lu Huqing. Order is paramount in Lu Huqing. It is this very order that allows the Li family to prosper. Gao Chong, unwilling to relent, insisted, pursue. Zhao Tu is already at the end of his rope, merely hanging by a thread. He cannot travel far. We are still over 1,000 miles from Lu Huqing, and we shall reach it before him. Su Hong nodded in agreement. Indeed. Suddenly, after a quarter of an hour of flight, Li Qingyuan had a realization and said, Grandfather, we shall not proceed to Lu Huqing. Oh, and why is that? Li Guangao halted and inquired. Li Qingyuan remarked, Zhao Tu is aware that Luha City is safe. Those pursuing him are following his trail, and they likely surmise that he intends to head towards Luha City. The pursuers are formidable. If they are in full pursuit, their speed must surely surpass ours. He proposed, we shall alter our course to the east, circling Luha Island before returning. Upon hearing this, Li Guangao exclaimed, Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Just when everyone believed Luha City to be secure, it had already fallen into peril. Thus, they redirected their path eastward. Whoosh, whoosh. The grandfather and grandson soared through the mountains on their swords, adjusting their course eastward. They had been gone for scarcely a quarter of an hour when two streaks of light whizzed past, heading directly for Luha City. As night descended in the northeastern region of Luha Island, the grandfather and grandson finished their dinner at a quaint inn and prepared to rest. The inn was sparsely populated, and it was rare to encounter any cultivators. In the stillness of the night, they seized the opportunity to open Zhao Tu's storage bag. The moment the bag was unsealed, their eyes gleamed with excitement. My word, so many high-tier resources. Zhao Tu truly deserves his reputation as one of the 3 renowned second-tier talisman masters. This first-tier exquisite magic weapon was worth no less than 2,000 or 3,000 spirit stones. Alas, only a little over 300 spirit stones remained, likely expended entirely on foundational elixirs. The storage bag itself was impressive, of first-tier superior quality, holding considerable worth. Li Qingyuan retrieved a piece of inner armor and remarked, An exquisite first-tier inner armor, though marred by a sword scar, still holds significant value, surpassing that of equivalent magical artifacts. Inner armor is more challenging to forge than magical artifacts of the same tier, requiring more materials and intricate craftsmanship, thus commanding a price 2 to 3 times higher. After organizing the items for a moment, Li Guangao said, Not a single exquisite talisman paper remains. It seems Zhao Tu too was driven to desperation by the robbers, having nearly exhausted all his talisman papers. Even the first-tier superior talisman paper has dwindled to just 3 sheets. The various elixirs for the Qi refining stage, recovery elixirs, essence cultivation elixirs, Qi nurturing elixirs, and hemostasis elixirs, were mostly depleted, leaving only these few, likely worth merely 100 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan gazed at the jade box, his heart racing. Grandfather, this must be a foundational elixir, right? Li Guangao took a deep breath, slowly infusing his spiritual energy to open the jade box. His old eyes sparkling and breath quickening. Yes, indeed, it is a foundational elixir. Both gazed at each other in disbelief, feeling an overwhelming sense of surrealism. They never anticipated that this foundational elixir, purchased for 13,000 spirit stones, would fortuitously end up in their hands. Li Guangao, overwhelmed with joy, wept. Heaven bless the Li family. Heaven bless the Li family. Qingyuan, with your aptitude, coupled with this foundational elixir, your chances of successfully establishing a foundation could exceed 50%. In that moment, Li Guangao felt his blood surge. He envisioned the Li clan ascending to become a foundational celestial lineage, soaring across the archipelagos. With hundreds or even thousands of family cultivators in their midst. A third-rate qi refining family with fewer than 100 cultivators. A second-rate qi refining family with over 100 cultivators. A first-rate qi refining family with hundreds of cultivators. A foundational celestial lineage, boasting over 1,000 family cultivators, would undoubtedly become a colossal entity, exerting influence over a radius of several thousand miles. And there are 2 more jade slips. Li Qingyuan picked up a jade slip and pressed it to his forehead, allowing his consciousness to read its contents. In the next moment, an overwhelming joy surged within him. It was, in fact, the jade slip containing the cherished inheritance of talisman paper that Zhao Tu had devoted his entire life to studying. This old fellow had made 2 copies, one for auction and the other kept close at hand. Li Qingyuan calmed his thoughts and began to comprehend. This was a complete set of quasi-second-tier talisman paper inheritance. It comprised 12 types of first-tier inferior talismans, 6 types of first-tier medium talismans, 4 types of first-tier superior talismans, and 2 types of first-tier exquisite talismans. Among the 2 first-tier exquisite talismans, one was for offense and the other for defense. The pure Yangsword talisman served as the offensive talisman, while the Hunyuan Bowl talisman was designated for defense. Lastly, there was a type of second-tier inferior talisman paper. However, the creation of this second-tier inferior talisman paper necessitated the assistance of spiritual consciousness to be truly successful. After finishing his review, Li Qingyuan handed it to the clan leader, his grandfather. Upon reading it, Li Guangao was filled with excitement. With this set of quasi-second-tier talisman paper as our inheritance, the foundation of the Li clan is now on par with that of top-tier qi refining families. Given time, Yuan, you will surely succeed in establishing your foundation and become a true second-tier talisman master. Li Qingyuan sighed. Zhao Tu, truly a good man. He is the foremost elder brother of our Li clan. Finally, Li Qingyuan grasped the second jade slip, the last of its kind, and infused it with his consciousness to extract the information. This left Li Qingyuan astonished. The art of talisman formations? How extraordinary. I never imagined talisman paper could be employed in such a manner. Chapter 58. Foundation Establishment Pill 2. Li Qingyuan felt his horizons broadened. The art of talisman arrays. The 5 elements talisman array. The so-called 5 elements talisman array employs the principle of mutual generation among the 5 elements. Wood attribute talisman paper, fire attribute talisman paper, earth attribute talisman paper, metal attribute talisman paper, and water attribute talisman paper. By employing a certain special technique to activate these 5 distinct types of talisman paper, their power can be exponentially augmented, increasing their potency several times over. 5 first-grade superior talismans, when invigorated by the 5 elements talisman array technique, can transform their lethality, surpassing the effectiveness of utilizing first-grade superior talismans independently by several folds. This formidable power exceeds that of ordinary first-grade premium talismans. When 5 first-grade premium talismans are activated simultaneously, their might is on par with genuine second-grade inferior talismans, posing a significant threat to those in the early stages of foundation establishment. Li Guangao expressed his astonishment. What is this talisman array technique? I must see it for myself. Li Qingyuan handed it to the clan elder. Moments later, Li Guangao marveled. This Zhao Tu possesses remarkable fortune indeed, having mastered such an advanced talisman array technique. He must have encountered numerous opportunities in the realm of talismans during his youth. Li Guangao continued, in the archipelago, among the 3 quasi-second-grade talisman masters, Daoist Gong serves the foundation establishment celestial clan, while Daoist Zheng hails directly from one of the 5 foundation establishment celestial clans. Only Zhao Tu, as a solitary cultivator, has attained such remarkable proficiency in talismans and has reached the pinnacle of qi refinement at the 10th level. After a moment of contemplation, Li Guangao began to distribute the spoils, saying, Qingyuan, you shall keep this foundation establishment pill. With your aptitude, you will surely make use of it in 2 to 3 decades. However, you must conceal it well, ensuring that no third party becomes aware of it, and ideally, do not even disclose it to your father. Li Qingyuan nodded, assuring, rest assured, clan elder, I will safeguard the foundation establishment pill. This matter is of great significance, and I will keep it a secret from my father, not out of distrust, but to protect him. Li Guangao nodded in agreement, stating, as for these 2 inheritance jade slips, they should remain with you. Contemplate their contents, and once you have comprehended them thoroughly, then you may enlighten me. Regarding the more than 300 spirit stones, the elder intended to deposit them into the family treasury, augmenting the resources available for nurturing the family's celestial seedlings, ensuring that future generations would surpass the last and not hinder the family's progress. Li Qingyuan concurred, "Clan Elder, your foresight is commendable. The future of the family ultimately lies with the youth. In the past, we were too impoverished, lacking spirit stones. Now, with a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator in our ranks and 2 first-grade superior talisman masters, the influx of spirit stones will only increase, providing more resources to cultivate our celestial seedlings. Moreover, with the advancement of the Grand Elder's cultivation, the variety of spiritual plants he can nurture has also expanded. Li Dingzhou's strength has improved significantly, rivaling that of the Second Elder, and with various talismans at their disposal, they can occasionally hunt first-grade late-stage demon beasts comparable to those at the 7th level of Qi refinement. The income from the hunting party has multiplied, leading to an increase in the blood of demon beasts, which, when used to nourish hundreds of acres of spiritual fields, has enhanced their spiritual energy, resulting in a rise in the yield of our family's spiritual rice. The family's profits have increased year after year. And to ensure a 100-year plan for the overall enhancement of the family's strength, it is imperative to intensify the resources devoted to cultivating celestial seedlings. Li Guan'ao declared. The first-grade superior storage bag, the first-grade premium magical artifact, and 3 first-grade superior talismans shall all belong to me. The remaining auxiliary elixirs, such as the Qi Nourishing Pill, Yuan Cultivation Pill, Qi Recovery Pill, and Blood Stopping Pill, are all entrusted to you. Moreover, don this set of first-tier exquisite inner armor, as your safety is of paramount importance. This distribution is my decision. What are your thoughts on it? Li Guan'ao inquired. Li Qingyuan, moved, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed clan leader. I shall not disappoint your expectations nor those of our family. In the future, I shall establish a solid foundation, allowing the Li clan to ascend to the ranks of foundational immortal clans, supplanting the Lu clan. In the face of the foundation establishment pill, any first-tier exquisite magical artifact, first-tier superior storage bag, or 300 spirit stones pale in comparison. Furthermore, the clan leader has bestowed upon him the first-tier exquisite inner armor, which, despite its damage, is sufficient to withstand the assaults of a 10th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Zhao Tu, gravely injured and struck by 2 pure Yang sword talismans, astonishingly survived due to the inner armor absorbing most of the damage. Zhao Tu's storage bag contained nothing of value, no spiritual herbs or ores. It seems he had sold all the scraps for spirit stones to acquire the foundation establishment pill. Tragically, Zhao Tu passed away with regrets, lamenting the years spent laboring for others' gain. His every effort inadvertently paved the way for Li Qingyuan and the Li clan's success. Soon, the grandfather and grandson finished dividing their gains. Li Qingyuan acquired the inheritance of second-tier talismans, the 5 elements talismans technique, auxiliary elixirs worth over 100 spirit stones, and a slightly damaged set of first-tier exquisite inner armor. However, the most precious of all remained the foundation establishment pill, though it was merely of inferior quality. On the islands of the Sea Realm, it was a priceless treasure, worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. After the division, the duo retired to their respective guest rooms for rest, separated by a mere wall, ready to assist each other at a moment's notice. After seeing the clan leader depart, Li Qingyuan promptly retrieved the foundation establishment pill and stored it in the Xianpin space. Buzz. Within the Xianpin space, the foundation establishment pill basked in the radiance of transformation, perfectly dividing into 2. 2 inferior foundation establishment pills now lay before him. Li Qingyuan felt a surge of excitement. A pill that was difficult to procure for over 10,000 spirit stones had doubled in his possession, now valued at over 20,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, consuming both pills successively would enhance the probability of successful foundation establishment. Subsequently, he also replicated the auxiliary elixirs worth over 100 spirit stones and created 2 sets of the first-tier exquisite inner armor. Li Qingyuan sighed, alas. The flaw lies in the fact that the light of transformation only replicates, lacking the ability to repair. As for the inheritance of the second tier and the 5 elements talismans, these 2 jade slips could be copied at any time or replicated using the Xianpin space. The following morning, the grandfather and grandson continued their journey. It took them half a month to return to Yunxia town and the Yunxia mountain. Upon seeing Li Guan'ao, the return of Li Qingyuan brought a sense of relief to the elders and the clan members, who had been anxious during their absence. Li Qingyuan understood their concerns well. During this time, battles had frequently erupted in the Sea Realm, with many prominent families and forces suffering from assassinations or mysterious disappearances, creating an atmosphere of fear and unrest among the populace. The elder, with a lingering sense of trepidation, remarked, "I have heard that the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Kuei, and his son, Zhou Li, from Fubo Mountain, have also caught the attention of the Black Mountain bandits and narrowly escaped. The Wang family, the foremost qi refining clan closest to our Li family, has not been so fortunate." Li Qingyuan, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, what do you mean?" "The Wang family controls the Chu Mountain market, where our Li clan frequently trades in talismans, spirit rice, primordial iron, and materials from demon beasts," the elder explained. "The head of the Wang family has suffered grave injuries, and the family elder, the only first-tier high-grade alchemist, has been captured by evil cultivators, with his fate unknown." A collective sigh arose among the crowd. Alas, a first-tier high-grade alchemist is indeed a treasure for the family to amass spirit stones. Such individuals are rare, even among foundation-building clans. The Wang family has endured severe losses this time. Li Qingyuan blinked, contemplating, perhaps some may profit from this bloodshed. But the Li family shall never incur a loss. Next, I must retreat into seclusion to cultivate, enhancing my strength in every aspect. I will master the inheritance of talisman arts, practice the illusory divine eye technique, and elevate my qi refining prowess. Chapter 59. Perfect completion of qi refinement level 6. "Brother Qingyuan, you sought me?" Li Qingqing ambled forward, her small hands clasped behind her back, her steps light and buoyant. Clad in a flowing green garment, she stood gracefully. A 16-year-old maiden whose demeanor resembled the ethereal beauty of a secluded valley orchid, a quintessential neighborly sister. At 16, Li Qingqing had blossomed into a vision of vitality. With an oval face, willow-shaped brows, and cherry-red lips, her exquisite visage was complemented by skin as fair as snow and a figure that was both enchanting and refined. Li Qingyuan gazed at Li Qingqing as if she were his own sister, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Qingqing, splendid. You have achieved perfect mastery of the second level of qi refinement and are poised to ascend to the third level at any moment." With a playful giggle, Li Qingqing replied, "All thanks to your guidance, Brother Qingyuan, and the nurturing of our family." Li Qingyuan inquired, "I heard from Grand Elder that you have mastered the spirit rain technique quite adeptly. When combined with the water elemental skill, you have become quite the expert in cultivating spirit rice." "Indeed," Li Qingqing beamed, her vivacious charm radiating. "Cultivating spirit rice is such an enjoyable endeavor. In the future, I aspire to become a spirit planter like Grand Elder." Li Qingyuan advised, "To become a spirit planter, you must exert greater effort, enhancing your cultivation and refining your spirit rain technique." With a wave of his hand, Li Qingyuan presented her with a first-tier low-grade storage pouch. Upon receiving the pouch, Li Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment. "Brother Qingyuan, this is far too precious. I cannot accept this." She attempted to return the storage pouch along with its contents. Li Qingyuan's expression turned serious. "Qingqing, we have been like family since childhood. In my eyes, you are my sister. Would you truly reject your brother's goodwill?" Li Qingqing hesitated, saying, "But, Brother Qingyuan, this is far too much. You also need resources for your own cultivation." Within the first-tier low-grade storage pouch lay various elixirs, vitality-enhancing pills, qi-nurturing pills, and others designed to assist in recovery and hemostasis, valued at 200 to 300 spirit stones. Additionally, there was a small spirit-nourishing pill, which would enable her to break through to the third level of qi refinement and reach the fourth level. A magical artifact. The first-tier low-grade flying sword, green bamboo sword, was also included. Every elixir was genuine, with not a single inferior quality item among them. Li Qingyuan intended to sell the low-grade elixirs later, refraining from allowing his family to consume them. Only high-quality elixirs were deemed acceptable, possessing minimal toxicity and abundant spiritual energy. Li Qingyuan chuckled, "What are these resources to me? I am now a first-tier upper-grade talisman master. A middle-grade talisman master boasts a success rate of 60 to 70% and can earn 200 to 300 spirit stones annually. Earning 1,000 to 1,800 spirit stones from first-tier upper-grade talisman paper is merely a basic feat. In truth, he was a first-tier supreme talisman master. Qingqing, these resources are sufficient for you to cultivate to the fourth level of qi refinement. Strive diligently." He affectionately ruffled her hair, offering encouragement. "Hasten your cultivation. In the near future, I will need your assistance." Clutching the storage pouch tightly, Li Qingqing declared resolutely, "Yes, brother, rest assured, I will do my utmost." Li Qingyuan nodded, stating, I must enter seclusion for a period now. We shall meet again once we both emerge. With that, Li Qingyuan turned and departed, holding the storage pouch. Li Qingqing watched her brother's receding figure, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. Brother, I will not disappoint you. The cultivation of Li Qingqing is a plan devised by Li Qingyuan. In the future, after laying a solid foundation, he will inevitably depart from the archipelago to seek opportunities and resources across the mainland's various states and nations in pursuit of a higher path. However, the family requires strong guardians to protect it. Li Qingqing possesses a rare four-element root talent, along with commendable comprehension and character. Thus, with proper nurturing, she is destined to uphold the family legacy. Indeed, it is crucial that Li Qingyuan regards Qingqing as a sister, which leads him to take special care of her. Beyond Li Qingyuan also aspires for his father's success. Upon returning home, he presented his father, Li Dingzhou, with numerous elixirs, qi-nourishing pills, blood vitality pills, foundation-building pills, and tiger-strength pills, all of premium quality and some even exquisite. These elixirs were discreetly acquired in Luhuqing, costing him several hundred spirit stones. As a father, Li Dingzhou is acutely aware of his son's prowess as a formidable talisman master, thus he graciously accepted his son's filial offerings. With confidence, Li Dingzhou proclaimed that within 3 to 5 years, he would surely reach the 6th stage of qi refinement. In response, Li Qingyuan promised to prepare a spirit-nourishing pill for him at that time. Li Qingyuan possessed 2 spirit-nourishing pills. One was given to the clan elder to assist in his breakthrough to the 7th stage of qi refinement. Naturally, he intended to reserve the other for his father. As for himself, Li Qingyuan set a rule to refrain from consuming elixirs during the qi refinement stage, relying solely on the accumulation of his own spiritual power to forge a flawless foundation. Should he ever require elixirs, only those of exquisite quality would suffice. Even standard quality elixirs were unacceptable. He did not wish to remain merely at the foundation establishment or core formation stages. His aspirations reached towards the nascent soul and the transformation of spirit, even dreaming of attaining immortality and sharing longevity with the heavens. Thus, after bestowing cultivation resources to Li Qingqing and Li Dingzhou, Li Qingyuan commenced his seclusion. His daily practice was meticulously arranged, primarily focusing on meditative qi refinement to enhance his cultivation. Additionally, he allocated 1 hour daily to talisman drawing, 2 hours to practicing the illusory divine eye technique, and utilized a few moments of leisure to refine the family's 6 first-tier spells, in order to devote himself wholly to seclusion and maximize his training time. He reported to the clan elder, who arranged for his mother, Chen Xiaoyun, to cease her involvement in family affairs and instead focus entirely on caring for her son's daily needs. In the words of the clan leader, Li Guanao, Xiaoyun, take good care of your son, allowing him to dedicate himself to cultivation. This is the greatest contribution to the family. Naturally, Chen Xiaoyun relished this task. Seeing her son every day brought her immense joy. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. 2 years ago, Li Qingyuan had just entered the 6th stage of qi refinement. After 2 years of diligent cultivation, he has now achieved perfection at this stage. Li Qingyuan contemplated, if I were to consume a superior quality spirit-nourishing pill, I could likely advance to the 7th stage of qi refinement 6 months earlier, reaching the late stage of qi refinement. Alas, I lack exquisite quality spirit-nourishing pills to forge a perfect foundation during the qi refinement phase. And recognizing his youth, he resolved to gradually refine his spiritual power, allowing for a natural breakthrough. Thus, he chose to continue his seclusion, striving to reach the 7th stage of qi refinement. In the depths of the Yin mountain range, during Li Qingyuan's seclusion, 2 bloodthirsty centipedes, each exceeding 30 feet in length, soared through the air, their myriad legs swaying. Their massive maws armed with venomous fangs, emitting sound waves like crashing waves, exuding the formidable aura of second-tier great demons. The shrill cries of the bloodthirsty centipedes echoed as they engaged in a fierce battle with a foundation-building cultivator. The cultivator, valiantly confronting both adversaries, found himself locked in a stalemate, even with the assistance of second-tier magical artifacts and talismans. 1,000 meters away, Qin Miaoi, adorned in a flowing purple gown, exuded an ethereal beauty, her graceful figure accentuated by a translucent purple veil that further highlighted her otherworldly charm. Beneath her feet, a creature resembling a bloodthirsty centipede emerged from the earth, measuring over 8 feet in length and radiating the aura of a late-stage first-tier beast. This centipede, cloaked in a deep crimson hue, bore blood-like markings on its surface, and 3 vibrant patterns shone brilliantly on its forehead, with wing-like bone structures extending along its back, as if yearning to take flight. The creature gazed anxiously at the two second-tier great demons. Qin Miaoyi gently patted the centipede's head, soothingly murmuring, "Shao Kai, be patient. We will ensure you devour them and ascend to the second tier. Just give your uncle a little more time." Suddenly, a bloodthirsty centipede exhaled spiritual energy, channeling its power into a formation plate, which swiftly illuminated as the killing formation activated, unleashing a terrifying force. The onslaught of the formation was so formidable that it pushed the foundation-building cultivator back. The cultivator, now at a loss, sighed in resignation. "Uncle," Qin Miaoyi inquired, "is it still not possible?" Her uncle from the Qin family shook his head. These beasts not only refused to leave the confines of the formation, but they also seemed to understand how to activate the killing array. It is evident that the master of this dwelling has instructed them in the past. This killing formation is sufficient to contend with mid-stage foundation-building cultivators, especially with the two second-tier great demons guarding it. He lamented. Only a true late-stage foundation-building cultivator can break through, or perhaps several early-stage cultivators must join forces. Furrowing her brow, Qin Miaoyi responded, "Our Qin family cannot reveal its strength just yet." Instead, her eyes sparkled with inspiration as she suggested, "Let us drive the wolves to devour the tigers. Observe from the shore, and seize the opportunity amidst the chaos." Her uncle chuckled at her words. A dwelling belonging to a suspected late-stage foundation-building cultivator is bound to incite fervor among the 5 great foundation-building celestial clans in the island cultivators of the sea domain, leading to relentless disputes. The more chaos in the sea domain, the better. Chapter 060, Late Foundation Establishment, The Cave Ruins. With a slight frown, Qin Miaoyi expressed her regret, stating, however, "This means that the inheritance of the cave will be easily claimed by the 5 major foundation establishment celestial clans." Her niece had secretly gathered information, revealing that the owner of this cave was likely the renowned foundation establishment loose cultivator, Sanquan Shangren, who gained fame 200 years ago across the island seas. The term Shangren refers to those who have reached the foundation establishment stage, as only practitioners at this level are deemed worthy of such a title. Those still at the Qi refinement stage have not yet transcended the mortal realm. Only by stepping into foundation establishment can one become extraordinary and ascend to the status of Shangren. Qin's second uncle raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What do you mean by Sanquan Shangren?" Qin Miaoyi explained. This Sanquan Shangren not only succeeded in establishing his foundation as a loose cultivator, but also excelled in the 3 arts of beast taming, alchemy, and formation techniques. According to information circulated among practitioners, this Sanquan Shangren crafted his own foundation establishment pills, breaking free from the constraints and suppression imposed by the 5 major celestial clans, and successfully established his foundation. Moreover, he is adept at taming beasts and proficient in formations. Even when the foundation establishment clans joined forces and dispatched 3 foundation establishment cultivators to hunt him down, he managed to escape successfully. Qin's second uncle, astonished, remarked, "A first-tier loose cultivator, through his own exploration, not only gathered the materials necessary for crafting foundation establishment pills but also succeeded in producing them? If that is indeed the case, this Sanquan Shangren possesses not only remarkable fortune but also an unparalleled talent for alchemy. Without extraordinary luck, how could he gather the materials for foundation establishment pills in such a small region of island seas? Without exceptional aptitude, how could a first-tier loose cultivator, lacking a renowned mentor, successfully refine foundation establishment pills?" He gazed toward the foundation establishment cave 100 zhang away, where, at the entrance, the formation pulsated, and 2 bloodthirsty centipedes roamed, exuding the aura of second-tier great demons. With a deep sigh, he lamented, "These 2 bloodthirsty centipedes, one in the mid-second tier and the other in the early second tier, are comparable to mid and early foundation establishment cultivators. Even with my second-tier magical weapon and assistance from second-tier talismans, victory remains elusive." Perhaps before his demise, this Sanquan Shangren truly reached the late foundation establishment stage. His legacies in formations, alchemy, and beast taming would surely entice even those at the fake Dan and true Dan stages. Qin's second uncle expressed his frustration. "Alas, over the past 2 years, I have made multiple attempts but still have been unable to slay these beasts, especially since these creatures possess a rudimentary understanding of formations. Their attacks, combined with second-tier formations, are nearly equivalent to the simultaneous strikes of 3 second-tier great demons." Qin Miaoyi nodded. "To capture this foundation establishment cave, we would need at least 3 or more foundation establishment cultivators working in concert. However, Our Qin family's current strength is but a fraction of its former glory. With only you, second uncle, as our sole foundation establishment cultivator, to independently claim this cave. We must await the successful foundation establishment of Zhou Kuei and the couple Gao Chang and Su Hong. Qin's second uncle shook his head. Zhou Kuei has decent aptitude. He may have a 50% chance of establishing his foundation. As for Gao Chang and Su Hong, they appear to be in their 50s. Yet they have already surpassed 60 years of age. In a few more years, they will reach their 70s, making their chances of establishing a foundation quite slim. Even if they were granted inferior foundation establishment pills to assist them in advancing to the second tier of spiritual veins, the likelihood of success for these two individuals would only be around 30 to 40%. Qin Maui remarked, currently, the Zhou family's spiritual vein and the Gao family's spiritual vein on Baihong Island have both reached the threshold of a quasi-second-tier spiritual vein, soon to become true second-tier spiritual veins. 2 years ago, at the auction in Lyoha City, cultivators from various factions gathered, with hundreds to thousands at the late stage of qi refining and thousands to tens of thousands at the mid-stage. During that event, the Zhou and Gao families covertly intervened, especially with our Qin family's clandestine assistance, capturing numerous late and mid-stage qi refining cultivators, including 7 or 8 at the 10th level of qi refining, such as Liu Yuming, the chief of the Black Mountain Bandits, and other prominent leaders from first-rate factions and families. By extracting the lifetime cultivation of those late and mid-stage qi refining practitioners and infusing it into the spiritual veins. After 2 years of nurturing, 2 first-tier superior spiritual veins have finally been promoted to quasi-second-tier spiritual veins. Qin family's second uncle said, although the inheritance of late-stage foundation establishment cultivators is commendable, it ultimately pales in comparison to the profound heritage of our Qin clan. Our primary objective is to cultivate foundation establishment cultivators, seize control of Lyoha Island, and from this foundation, unify the 5 great immortal islands and the 36 archipelagos. Ultimately, we shall gather all second-tier spiritual veins and merge them into one, creating a third-tier spiritual vein, thereby restoring the glory of our alchemical family. Returning to the 9 provinces mainland, annihilating our enemies, and reclaiming our ancestral land. Upon hearing this, Qin Miaoi's beautiful eyes darkened with resentment, and she clenched her jade fist, declaring, what my uncle says is true. The vengeance for my grandfather's fall, my father's murder, and the usurpation of our family's legacy must not go unpunished. We need not use the cave of the late-stage foundation establishment cultivators as bait. We can spread the word to lure the 5 major foundation establishment immortal clans here, gathering all the formidable experts, leaving them unable to attend to the surrounding archipelagos. If chaos reigns once more in the sea and islands, our Qin family can assist the Zhou and Gao families in completing their spiritual vein advancement and nurturing 1 or 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Qin family's second uncle nodded, pleased, and said, indeed, Miaoi, your ability to prioritize the bigger picture over personal gains brings me great satisfaction. Although you possess the aptitude of 3 spiritual roots, your unique spiritual body means your cultivation foundation is no less than that of a heavenly spiritual root. You are the future of our Qin family. He continued, thus, when the Zhou and Gao family spiritual veins ascend to the second tier, it will also mark your day of breakthrough into foundation establishment. Within 3 to 5 years, you must achieve perfection at the 10th level of qi refining. Confidently, Qin Maui replied, Uncle, rest assured. I feel that I have honed my skills at the 9th level of qi refining to perfection. I shall surely break through within a year or 6 months. Within 3 years, I will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the 10th level of qi refining. Qin family's second uncle stroked his beard, smiling with satisfaction. With you and the Qin family, things look promising. The success of our vengeance, the reclamation of our ancestral land, and the revival of our former glory all hinge upon you. Respectfully, Qin Miaoi bowed and said, Uncle, I shall return to my secluded meditation. She planned to return to Baihong Island to continue her cultivation and strive for perfection at the 10th level of qi refining. Whoosh! Qin Miaoi soared away on her sword, departing from the Tianyin mountain range. In her spirit beast pouch, the little centipede expressed its dissatisfaction with loud cries, bumping against the storage pouch in frustration. Qin Miaoi comforted it. All right, Shao Kai, I promise that the essence and flesh of these 2 blood-devouring centipede beasts will definitely be yours. Is that acceptable? I too wish that you would consume them, transforming into a second-tier foundational demon, to lend me your assistance. Within the spirit beast pouch, the tricolor centipede, upon hearing these words, finally calmed down. On the foundation building island of the Lu clan, the head of the Lu family is the mightiest foundational cultivator among the island realms, surpassing the leaders of the four major foundational clans. Grandfather, Longfeng seeks an audience. Outside the cave dwelling, a young cultivator requested entry. Inside the cave, in a stone chamber, a man in his 40s sat in meditation, slowly responding, "Enter." With a rumble, the stone door creaked open, and a young man of around 30 entered the chamber. Bowing respectfully, grandson pays his respects to grandfather. "Fenger, have you found your second granduncle and the foundational elixir?" The head of the Lu family, his aura restrained, appeared as serene as still water, seated cross-legged like a deep pool. Lu Changfeng replied helplessly, "I report to grandfather, it has been 2 years. The family has exerted every effort to search, yet we remain unable to ascertain the whereabouts of my second granduncle, as if he has vanished from the mortal realm. Furthermore, the Black Mountain Bandit, Ge Hu, who initially accompanied my granduncle, has also disappeared. The second in command of the Black Mountain Bandits, Ji Bao, and others have likewise gone missing. All cultivators in the late and mid stages of Qi refinement on Black Mountain have been abducted, their fates unknown." Upon hearing this, the head of the Lu family's expression darkened. Who is responsible for this? Over the past decade, various cultivators and factions in the island realms have faced ambushes and inexplicable disappearances. There are no bodies to be found. This unsettling force is truly disconcerting. The head of the Lu family furrowed his brow. What are they truly after? Such perfect concealment could not be achieved without the protection of foundational cultivators. Who could it be? The leaders of the other four foundational clans, or perhaps an external force? Lu Changfeng stated, "I believe we can rule out external forces." The Tianyin mountain range stretches 30,000 miles in length and over 10,000 miles in width. It extends along the coast to the north and south, harboring countless second-tier great demons, and a fair number of third-tier great demons as well. Any external force attempting to traverse the Tianyin mountain range would need to be among the most exceptional of core formation masters. Core formation masters would not deign to venture into the barren lands of the island realms. Moreover, false core formation masters and those beneath them would face near certain death attempting to cross the Tianyin mountain range. Who would willingly undertake such perilous travel merely to reach our impoverished territory? The head of the Lu family nodded. "Very well. Relay the order to continue searching for your second granduncle. We must see him alive or find his remains. Additionally, the whereabouts of Zhao Tu and the foundational elixir must also be uncovered." The head of the Lu family declared, "That is the foundational elixir of the Lu clan. It must not fall into the hands of outsiders." Lu Changfeng nodded. "Yes, grandfather." The head of the Lu family gazed upon his direct grandson, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "Fenger, you are a rare dual spiritual root that appears once in several centuries within our family, and you have now reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. Yet you must strive further, hastening to achieve perfection at this level and break through to foundational cultivation." The head of the Lu family sighed. "I, at 60, barely reached the foundational midstage after more than 30 years. The prospect of attaining core formation remains distant. At 100 years of age, barely reaching the foundational midstage. I fear that it may take 50 years to attain the foundational late stage, even if one were to achieve success by mere chance. The chasm that lies between the foundational stage and the realm of the golden core is an insurmountable obstacle. Fenger, should you succeed in establishing your foundation before the age of 40, you shall undoubtedly strive towards the golden core stage, leading the Lu family to conquer the remaining four major foundational immortal clans and dominate the entire maritime expanse." Upon hearing these words, Lu Changfeng was filled with tumultuous emotions and clasped his fists, declaring, "Grandfather, your grandson comprehends. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Within 5 years, I shall certainly attain the pinnacle of Qi refinement, striving for the establishment of my foundation." Chapter 61. The Five Great Immortal Clans. The contest begins. Shortly thereafter, within the shadowy expanse of the Tianyin mountain range, a certain mercenary group, while hunting fierce beasts, ventured 5,000 miles deep in pursuit of a severely injured creature. By a stroke of fortune, this band of mercenaries stumbled upon a foundational cultivation cave. The exterior of this cave was not only fortified with second-tier illusion arrays, confinement arrays, and killing arrays, but also guarded by two formidable second-tier demon beasts, bloodthirsty centipedes, one in the mid-second tier and the other in the early second tier. Even more alarming was the fact that these two second-tier demons could roughly manipulate the arrays, employing them to slay waves of cultivators. Initially, the mercenaries intended to conceal themselves, hoping to monopolize the treasures within the cave. However, After a brief reconnaissance, they suffered devastating losses. Had it not been for the reluctance of the bloodthirsty centipedes to leave their lair, they would have faced total annihilation. Upon their return, the surviving mercenaries discreetly sought out trusted allies, friends, and family, planning a second foray into the foundational cave. Yet, despite gathering a handful of chi refinement cultivators and a dozen at the later stages, they still endured grievous casualties and were forced to flee in panic. Ultimately, in a state of desperation, the survivors convened and decided to report the matter to the foundational immortal clans, selling the information regarding the cave in exchange for cultivation resources. Moreover, they cunningly sold the same piece of information multiple times to first-rate factions, prominent families, and subsequently to the foundational immortal clans, all at once and in various locations, netting dozens of transactions. Thus, within merely 2 to 3 months, the news of the foundational cave spread like wildfire, sweeping across the 5 immortal islands and the 36 archipelagos, attracting countless cultivators to explore. In less than 3 months, the foundational families also took heed, with foundational cultivators themselves venturing to the cave to investigate. On Lu Island, within the Liujia clan, the clan leader, Lu Yunlong, sat in meditation, listening to his son, Lu Yingjiao, report the latest developments. Lu Yingjiao, one of several sons of the clan leader, possessed 4 spirit roots, albeit of ordinary quality and mediocre comprehension. Nevertheless, he had ascended to the position of junior clan leader due to the exceptional talents of his son, Lu Changfeng, who, at 33, had already reached the 10th level of chi refinement and was anticipated to attain foundational cultivation before 40. Because of his son Lu Changfeng, Lu Yingjiao enjoyed a favorable position, despite his own lackluster aptitude and disinterest in cultivation, preferring instead to expand the family lineage. With a cultivation level of the 7th layer of chi refinement, he was promoted to junior clan leader, temporarily taking on the responsibilities of the clan's leadership. Lu Yingji reported, "Father, my son has confirmed the authenticity of the foundational cave's existence. Moreover, it is highly likely that the owner of the cave is the renowned genius rogue cultivator from 200 years past, the illustrious Sanquan, an adept in alchemy, beast taming, and array manipulation." Upon hearing this, the clan leader Lu Yunlong's expression shifted. It is indeed him, Sanquan. During the chi refinement stage, one has a lifespan of 20 years, living up to 120 years. Upon entering the foundational stage, one's lifespan extends to 2 centuries. In the later stages of foundational cultivation, a cultivator's maximum lifespan approaches 250 years. The differences in lifespan between the early and late stages of foundational cultivation are significant. It is erroneous to assume that entering the foundational early stage equates to the lifespan of those in the later stages. Should one reach the core formation stage, the ultimate lifespan can extend to 500 years. Legend has it that those who attain the nascent soul stage can live for over a millennium, witnessing the rise and fall of dynasties, the relentless passage of time, and the transformation of landscapes. Lu Yunlong appears to be in his 40s or 50s, yet in reality, he has reached the age of 60, having begun his foundation cultivation at that time, and now he is over 90 years old. Consequently, he is quite familiar with the renowned figure known as the 3 Complete Master. This master, who established his foundation 2 centuries ago, is well-versed in beast taming, formations, and alchemy, excelling in combat to the point of being invincible among peers. After multiple failed assassination attempts by the 5 major foundational cultivation clans, they were left with no choice but to begrudgingly acknowledge his existence. The 3 Complete Master, who commenced his cultivation around the age of 40, has thus been active for over 100 years. Approximately 80 years ago, he departed from the archipelago of the seas, reportedly intending to traverse the Tianyin mountain range to reach the neighboring Yu kingdom on the mainland of Jiuzhou. Lu Yunlong reminisced, 80 years prior, the 3 Complete Master planned to utilize a teleportation array to leave this place in search of opportunities for a breakthrough in Yu kingdom. However, how could our 5 foundational cultivation clans consent to that? In a fit of rage, the 3 Complete Master killed several high-ranking members of these clans. It was only when the 5 foundational cultivators united in their efforts that they managed to defeat him, forcing him back and pursuing him deep into the Tianyin mountain range. Lu Yunlong reflected, it seems the 3 Complete Master must have perished within the Tianyin mountains. He commanded, relay the order to assemble 1 practitioner at the 10th level of chi refinement, 3 at the 9th level, 5 at the 8th level, and 10 at the 7th level from our family's cultivators to accompany me to the Tianyin mountain range for investigation. Lu Yingji respectfully responded, Yes, father. Soon, Lu Yingjie withdrew. Lu Yunlong pressed the switch of the stone chamber and entered a secret passage, walking for 1,000 zhang before halting outside a hidden chamber. He bowed respectfully and said, Father, the ruins of the three complete Master-S cave have emerged, and I wish to investigate further. Within the secret chamber, an ancient figure appeared, expressing surprise. Oh, the three complete master? Alas, what a name both distant and familiar. The three complete master not only possesses an exceptional spiritual root and extraordinary comprehension but also remarkable fortune. The second-tier formation inheritance, second-tier alchemy inheritance, and beast-taming techniques he possesses are coveted even by your father. In the past, the 5 foundational masters joined forces to attempt to slay him and seize his opportunities. Yet, his escape techniques are astonishing, and his combat prowess formidable, allowing him to evade capture time and time again. Go forth, should the occasion arise, shatter the jade tablet. And even in the twilight of my decrepit body, I can still ignite a final blaze for our family. Lu Yunlong respectfully replied, the child obeys. With that, Lu Yunlong turned and departed. Whoosh. Above the Lu family, Lu Yunlong unleashed the oppressive aura of a foundational master, accompanied by family elites, practitioners at the 10th, 9th, 8th, and 7th levels, who rode upon ethereal cranes, soaring into the sky. 2 days later, 5,000 miles deep within the Tianyin mountain range, amidst towering peaks and lofty ridges, the piercing cry of the ethereal crane echoed. The Lu family foundational masters and chi refinement experts had arrived, their imposing presence palpable, and the surrounding spiritual energy rippled under their might. Roar. A blazing lion roared fiercely, bearing upon its back a stocky man, around 50 years old, with a square face, prominent nose, and thick eyebrows. The man, bare-chested, resembled a figure sculpted from bronze, towering over 2 meters, with a chest like an iron disc, a robust back, and a beard that framed his rugged features, his muscles bulging and sinewy. Behind him, a formidable array of burly men and robust female cultivators rode upon blazing lions, forming a torrent of steel, their spiritual pressure soaring into the heavens. The leading elder laughed heartily. Ah, Brother Lu, you are not late. Lu Yunlong furrowed his brow slightly and replied coolly, Brother Tai, why have you abandoned your forge to come here? Suddenly, a flock of fiery crows flapped their wings, soaring through the flames. A female cultivator, exuding the aura of a mid-stage foundation establishment master, smiled enchantingly. Ah, Brother Lu, Brother Tai, it has been a long time. I have missed you dearly. Nay. The sound of horses echoed as a group of demonic steeds galloped towards them, each possessing late-stage prowess, with their leader comparable to a 10th-layer chi refinement cultivator. Roar. Snow leopards howled, the bitter winds swirling around them as they sped through the forest, carrying a multitude of cultivators to this location, led by a leopard king, also akin to a 10th-layer chi refinement master. Old Man Tai remarked, the Lu, Tai, Yin, Ma, and Shui families, the 5 great foundation establishment celestial clans, have all gathered. How shall we divide the inheritance of the venerable Sanquan-S cave? The 5 family heads exchanged wary glances. Lu Yunlong unleashed his cultivation, declaring, naturally, it shall be claimed by the capable. Boom. The other 4 were taken aback. Mid-stage foundation establishment. Lu family head, I did not expect you to have advanced to this level. In a secluded part of the forest. Qin's second uncle chuckled sinisterly. How amusing. The heads of the 5 great foundation establishment celestial clans have arrived. I shall add some spice to the mix. He ignited a stick of incense, its scent invisible and undetectable to humans, yet acutely sensed by the demonic beasts. Soon, deep within the Tianyin mountain range, a riot of second-tier demonic beasts erupted, sweeping forth from all directions. Qin's second uncle watched the incense burn down, lamenting, this beast frenzy incense, derived from the demon cores of 3rd-tier beasts, is the last of our family stock. Roar. Caw. Moo. In less than half a quarter of an hour, the demonic beast went berserk, converging upon the cave of foundation establishment, driven by the scent of the incense. Simultaneously, the mounts of the 5 great families also succumbed to madness, disobeying commands, their spiritual energy surging uncontrollably, their eyes turning crimson with loss of reason, turning against their masters. In the cave of foundation establishment, 2 massive bloodthirsty centipedes emerged, their eyes glowing red, venomous fangs spewing toxic mist as they charged at the cultivators of the 5 families. Lu Yunlong and the others turned pale. Damn it, why have the demonic beasts suddenly gone berserk? Boom. The 5 great foundation establishment clans immediately sprang into action, subduing their mounts, battling the bloodthirsty centipedes, and fending off the relentless wave of second-tier demons. Chaos ensued. The 5 great Foundation establishment clans, along with the island cultivators, found themselves besieged by the tide of beasts, fighting and retreating, forced to evade the onslaught. Observing the turmoil, Qin's second uncle chuckled, concealing his presence as he watched from a distance. Let them fight, let the chaos reign. The more turmoil, the better, as it will keep the 5 great Foundation establishment clans occupied here. Chapter 62. Late stage of Qi refinement. Qi refinement level 7. In the Tianyin mountain range, the second-tier demonic beast sparked a tumultuous beast tide, leading to the frenzy of mounts belonging to the 5 prominent families. This resulted in an unfavorable initial battle for the 5 foundational immortal clans, forcing them to retreat over 1,000 miles. In the ensuing months, these 5 foundational immortal clans launched several fierce assaults, rallying the elite forces from various islands to quell the beast tide, steadily advancing towards the foundational cave dwellings. Furthermore, a rumor spread, driving the cultivators of the 5 islands and the 36 islands into a frenzy. The cave dwelling of the revered Yanqi master not only housed a second-tier formation inheritance, a second-tier alchemical inheritance, and a second-tier beast-taming technique, but also contained refined foundational pills that had never been used before. This rumor bore considerable credibility. The Yanqi master had once personally refined foundational pills and successfully reached the foundational stage as a loose cultivator, thus making the existence of foundational pills in a storage pouch entirely plausible. The inheritance and residual resources left by the Yanqi master stirred immense interest even among the 5 foundational immortal clans, prompting the collective mobilization of the heads of these clans. Therefore, this inheritance represented a lethal temptation for the cultivators of the island seas, inciting madness. However, the beast-tide turmoil led to continuous setbacks for the island cultivators, resulting in a stalemate between the 2 forces. The demonic beast army and the cultivators' forces stood in confrontation, engaged in relentless combat. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingyuan had secluded himself for another year. 2 years prior, Li Qingyuan had achieved perfection at the 6th level of Qi refinement, and after a year of honing, the opportunity to break through the bottleneck had finally arrived. Li Qingyuan activated the Great Chuan technique, scattering hundreds of spirit stones around him, fully devoted to their refinement. The spiritual energy from the spiritual veins, the celestial aura, and the energy from the spirit stones converged around him, penetrating his skin and meridians, ultimately transforming into his own vitality. He had been in a meditative state for 3 days. Outside the small courtyard, Chen Shoyun gazed at the house with a smile on her face, thinking, who would have expected that Yuan could reach the late stage of Qi refinement before turning 20? In the future, my son Yuan will undoubtedly succeed in establishing a foundation, leading the Li clan to become a foundational immortal clan, renowned across the vast seas and islands. Chen Shoyun's face was filled with longing. I truly hope to witness Yuan establishing his foundation in my lifetime. Boom. Inside the small house, the celestial aura reverberated, and the spiritual energy surged within a radius of several meters. 100 meters away, the overseer of the medicinal fields, the family elder, sorted on his sword and landed gracefully, beaming with excitement. What a remarkable young man. Without relying on pills, he has achieved the 7th level of Qi refinement before the age of 20 through sheer personal cultivation. Ha ha. Ancestors above, our Li clan is destined to rise. The elder, now at the pinnacle of the 6th level of Qi refinement, had begun accumulating spirit stones to purchase spirit-nourishing pills, half funded by his own savings and half by the clan's support. In no more than 2 or 3 years, he would surely be able to acquire the pills. Rather than feeling jealousy at being surpassed by Li Qingyuan, he was filled with exhilaration. The clan is flourishing. The clan is flourishing. Another quarter of an hour passed, and Li Qingyuan successfully completed his breakthrough, ascending to the 7th level of Qi refinement. The late stage of Qi refinement had been attained. He exhaled a long breath, his spiritual senses detecting the elder's arrival. Rising, he stepped outside and smiled. Grand Elder. He turned to Chen Shoyun and beamed like a child. Mother. The esteemed elder. Li Guangyao chuckled. Qingyuan, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you. You have reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, progressing ever closer to the foundation establishment. Li Qingyuan reciprocated with a smile. Thank you, esteemed grandfather. Li Guangyao stroked his beard and laughed. You and your father are indeed amusing. Even your breakthroughs seem to coincide. 5 years ago, you and your father nearly simultaneously ascended to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Today, you have reached the 7th level. He added, moreover, Just 10 days prior, your father achieved the perfect mastery of the 5th level, advancing to the 6th level, his cultivation now rivaling mine. As he spoke of these achievements, the elder's joy was palpable, his face beaming with delight. Currently, the Li family is flourishing. The number of cultivators within the family, including the promising disciples, has surpassed 80, approaching the milestone of 100. At the 7th level of qi refinement, there are 2 individuals, Li Guangyao and Li Qingyuan. At the 6th level, there are 3 Li Guangyao, the second elder, and Li Dingzhou. Indeed, a year ago, the second elder also broke through to perfect mastery of the 5th level, achieving the 6th level. At the 5th level, there are 5 individuals, Li Dingyan, Li Dingfeng, Li Dingqian, Li Dingxue, and others. The 4th level boasts over 10 practitioners, more than double that of a decade ago. Among the younger generation, 2 individuals in their 20s have reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, Li Qingqing and Li Qilei. The nephew of the clan leader, Li Guangyao, stroking his beard, remarked, "If this momentum continues, in just 10 years, our Li family could ascend to the ranks of a second-tier qi refinement family." A second-tier family requires 3 individuals at the 7th level or above, with at least 1 at the 8th level and over 100 cultivators. Such a status would allow us to report to the Liu family and expand our enterprises and territories, gaining access to more mines, with Yunxia town at the core, extending our reach an additional 30 or 40 miles in all directions. However, the Li family has chosen to remain discreet, awaiting Li Qingyuan's meteoric rise. After a while, Li Qingyuan engaged in a detailed conversation with the elder, learning much about recent events within the family. He inquired, "Esteemed grandfather, what of the clan leader, the second elder? And my father?" Upon hearing this, Li Guangyao sighed. Over half a year ago, a hidden cave dwelling left by a late-stage foundation cultivator was discovered deep within the Tianyin mountain range. A late-stage foundation cultivator? Li Qingyuan gasped in astonishment. It is known that the vast archipelago spans tens of thousands of miles, with only the 5 great families, the dominators of the 5 major islands, possessing foundation cultivators. And even they are only at the initial stage. The revelation of a cave belonging to a late-stage foundation cultivator is indeed astonishing. Li Guangyao briefly explained the identity of the cave's owner, further deepening Li Qingyuan's surprise. A prodigious rogue cultivator had broken the monopoly and suppression of the foundation clans, successfully reaching the foundation stage through their own understanding and mastery of refining foundation pills, alongside proficiency in formations, alchemy, and beast mastery. They are referred to as the threefold sage. Li Qingyuan mused to himself, "Goodness, this sounds like the archetype of a protagonist." Upon hearing this intelligence, Li Qingyuan felt a surge of ambition. Shortly thereafter, the elder took his leave to tend to the medicinal fields, assuming the responsibility of overseeing the family. With his breakthrough, Li Qingyuan no longer required the care of his mother. After a period of seclusion to consolidate his cultivation, Li Qingyuan absorbed dozens of spirit stones over the span of half a month to solidify his realm. He left a note behind and quietly departed towards the Tianyin mountain range. With a swift motion, he activated the moon shadow technique, transforming into a fleeting figure amidst the forest outside Yunxia town. He dashed through the mountains with unparalleled speed, each leap covering dozens of zhang effortlessly. In mere blinks, he traversed hundreds of meters, approaching half the speed of sound. Tianyin mountain range, here I come. Li Qingyuan felt compelled to venture to the Tianyin mountain range for several reasons. Firstly, after 3 years of seclusion striving to reach the 7th level of qi refinement, his spirit stones were nearly depleted. Without these precious stones, a prolonged and tranquil cultivation would be unattainable. Secondly, within a mere 3 years, he had perfected the 2nd layer of the illusory divine eye technique, enabling him to dispel any illusions or formations below the 1st grade supreme level. With the grace of a swallow, he soared through the air, his eyes emanating a violet glow. Utilizing his eye technique, he could discern every blade of grass and tree from a distance of 1,000 meters, perhaps due to his innate powerful spirit. Mastering the illusory divine eye technique required little effort, allowing him to reach the 2nd layer's perfection. To advance to the 3rd layer of the illusory divine eye technique and cultivate his divine sense, he needed to collect 3 types of 1st grade supreme spiritual herbs to concoct a medicinal solution. These particular herbs were quite rare in the marketplace, and despite extensive inquiries in Liyue City, he had been unable to procure them. The shopkeeper had suggested that such herbs might be found in the Tianyin mountain range. Li Qingyuan pondered, "Only by cultivating my divine sense can I inscribe genuine 2nd grade talismans and possess foundational strength for foundation establishment." During these 3 years, He primarily focused on chi refinement, but also practiced his eye techniques and talisman crafting. He had thoroughly studied the semi-second grade talisman legacy from the old man Zhao Tu, significantly enhancing his talisman skills in a short period. He now possessed numerous first-grade high-quality and supreme talismans, and with his solid foundation at the 7th level of chi refinement, he could effortlessly eliminate those at the 8th level. Even against cultivators at the 9th level of chi refinement, he could employ his vast array of talismans to secure victory. Coupled with first-grade supreme inner armor, which he donned in 2 layers, he could contend with even 10th level cultivators. It was precisely for these reasons that Li Qingyuan had the courage to venture alone into the Tianyin mountain range in search of first-grade supreme spiritual herbs to further his eye techniques. His aspirations were never to seize the lairs of major cultivators in the late foundation establishment stage, nor would he engage in reckless endeavors to snatch resources from those stronger than himself. Cultivating immortality requires prudence. Chapter 063, The First Battle Upon Exiting the Sect. Not weaker than an 8th layer chi refinement, the Tianyin mountain range stretches over 13,000 miles, with a midpoint serving as a boundary, extending 6,000 to 7,000 miles on either side. The range can be segmented into 3 distinct zones, each radiating outward from this central point: the core zone, the intermediate zone, and the outer zone. The outer zone, reaching up to 2,000 miles, predominantly hosts early to mid-stage first-tier beasts, with occasional encounters of late-stage first-tier creatures. Between 2,000 to 5,000 miles lies the intermediate zone, where early, mid, and late-stage first-tier beasts prevail, and the number of peak first-tier beasts increases significantly, with the rare appearance of a second-tier demon. The core zone, spanning 5,000 to 7,000 miles, is marked by the presence of second-tier demons, which can be found every few dozen to 100 miles. Even foundation-building cultivators dare not intrude. The central area, known as the death zone of the Tianyin mountain range, is said to harbor multiple third-tier great demons, comparable to human golden core cultivators. Thus, even human golden core practitioners would hesitate to recklessly traverse the Tianyin mountain range, fearful of attracting the ire of several third-tier demons. 3 days later, Li Qingyuan reached the outer zone of the Tianyin mountain range, plunging directly into 2,000 miles. This area often features late-stage first-tier beasts, rivaling the strength of late-stage chi refinement cultivators. Roar. Deep within the forest, a heavily armored rhinoceros exhaled smoke through its nostrils. Its horn, sharp as a blade, charged forth with tremendous force, uprooting mighty trees in its path. This armored rhinoceros was indeed a late-stage first-tier beast, its strength on par with that of an 8th layer chi refinement cultivator. Li Qingyuan stood firm, making no attempt to evade, channeling his internal energy through the Great Chuan technique. He infused his arms with spiritual power, instantly activating the first-tier spell, Iron Arm Technique. His arms became indestructible, boasting the strength of 10,000 pounds. Is it comparable to an 8th layer chi refinement? Perfect. I shall put my perfected Iron Arm Technique to the test. Boom. The 2 zhang tall and 3 zhang long iron-armored rhinoceros charged at him, akin to a colossal elephant. The ground trembled beneath its weight, creating deep impressions with each thunderous step. With its horn poised like a knife, its thick hide resembling armor, it lunged forth with all its might, launching an attack at Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan's arms, now fortified, met the charge head-on as he grasped the rhinoceros's horn, opting for a direct confrontation to withstand the full force of the beast. Crash! The moment they collided, Li Qingyuan gripped the horn, engaging in a contest of strength against the massive creature. The clash of their spiritual energies unleashed a tempest, a whirlwind sweeping across a radius of 10 zhang, uprooting surrounding flora. Li Qingyuan's expression shifted as he was forced back, his feet sliding across the ground, retreating over 10 zhang under the rhinoceros's relentless advance. Stay still, he bellowed, unleashing his full spiritual force, pushing the Iron Arm Technique to its limits. As he stomped his foot against the earth, he summoned strength from the ground to counter the rhinoceros's immense power, successfully halting its advance. Panting heavily, Li Qingyuan caught his breath, while the armored rhinoceros snorted smoke. In this contest of might between man and beast, Li Qingyuan mused, what a formidable creature, truly deserving of its reputation as a powerhouse among first-tier demon beasts. Had it not been for my profound spiritual power and solid foundation, coupled with the mastery of the Iron Arm Technique, I would have truly struggled to withstand this strike head-on. With Li Qingyuan's ascension to the 7th layer of chi refinement, the first-tier spell, Iron Arm Technique, finally reached its consummate state. In the next moment, Li Qingyuan executed the Moon Shadow Technique, his body retreating abruptly. Leaping back several dozen feet into the air, his form like a fleeting shadow, vanishing in an instant. The armored rhinoceros was engaged in a fierce contest. Unprepared for Li Qingyuan's sudden withdrawal, causing it to lose its balance and slide several feet away. With the mastery of the 7th layer of qi refinement, he condensed his qi into a blade, achieving a 7-foot-long blade of qi. With a sharp sound, the 7-foot qi blade sliced through metal and jade, its edge remarkably keen, directly severing the armored rhinoceros's sturdy neck shield, blood gushing forth. Roaring in pain, the armored rhinoceros became enraged, its eyes turning red as it charged once more. Li Qingyuan's moon shadow technique allowed him to evade the rhinoceros's relentless assaults effortlessly as he aimed his 7-foot qi blade at the same spot repeatedly, deepening the wounds and causing blood to flow profusely. With a decisive strike, the 5th qi blade fell, severing the rhinoceros's neck and decapitating it. The massive body of the armored rhinoceros collapsed with a thunderous crash. Li Qingyuan expressed his satisfaction, remarking that although he was merely at the 7th layer of qi refinement, the full force of his first-tier spell was not inferior to that of high-quality first-tier talismans. Indeed, the potency of a quality first-tier talisman could rival a full-strength strike from an 8th-layer qi refinement practitioner. This implies that Li Qingyuan, relying solely on his inherent spiritual power and the consummate state of his first-tier spell, could contend with practitioners at the 8th layer of qi refinement. He pondered that relying on self-cultivated spiritual power, instead of resorting to medicinal substances, indeed surpassed that of ordinary practitioners, offering a purer quality of spiritual energy. Having entered the 7th layer of qi refinement, he could slay beasts comparable to those at the 8th layer, positioning him as a remarkable figure among peers across the archipelagos of the sea. Moreover, this feat was accomplished without utilizing talismans, armor, formations, or magical artifacts. This excursion was not only to seek spiritual herbs but also to engage in more combat with beasts, refining his spiritual power through battle. Additionally, the materials harvested from slain beasts could be exchanged for spirit stones, aiding in his cultivation. As he spoke, Li Qingyuan harvested the thick hide of the armored rhinoceros, its horn, tail, and valuable parts. These items served as materials for crafting or as exquisite ingredients for potent elixirs. Finally, he selected the evenly proportioned meat from the forelegs, cutting off 20 to 30 pounds for sustenance, before casting a fireball technique to incinerate the beast's remains. With a swift leap, Li Qingyuan soared over 100 meters, his shadow dancing through the forest as he ventured toward the mid-level region. In the days that followed, he hunted beasts while gathering intelligence on the necessary spiritual herbs. Several days later, within the mid-level region of the Tianyin Mountains, approximately 4,000 miles deep, he encountered numerous late-stage first-tier beasts, with peak first-tier beasts becoming increasingly common, prompting even practitioners at the 10th layer of qi refinement to exercise caution. Amidst the depths of the forest, a fierce battle was underway between a man and a tiger. Li Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. After cultivating the Phantom Divine Eye technique, his senses had become exceedingly acute. With spiritual awareness comparable to that of a practitioner at the 10th level of qi refinement, allowing him to detect movements from 100 meters away, someone was approaching. In the next moment, Li Qingyuan activated the concealment technique, causing his cultivation level to descend from the 7th layer of qi refinement to the 6th, then to the 5th. Ultimately stabilizing at the 5th layer. Monstrous beast, meet your demise. Li Qingyuan intentionally shouted, sweeping his hands dramatically as he unleashed a flurry of first-tier superior talismans, bombarding the area with reckless abandon. Within Zhao Tu's talismanic inheritance, there were 4 types of first-tier superior talismans: the Golden Spear Talisman, the Raging Fire Talisman, the Swift Movement Talisman, and the Spirit Binding Talisman. Aside from the Swift Movement Talisman, which served a supportive role, the remaining 3 were offensive in nature. 10 Spirit Binding Talismans transformed into ethereal ropes, ensnaring the first-tier demon beast, the black-striped spirit tiger, restricting its movements and thwarting its counterattack. Following this, the Golden Spear Talisman, Raging Fire Talisman, and Ice Flame Talisman manifested as a golden spear, a fiery blade, and a ghostly blue weapon, respectively, ruthlessly striking down the black-striped spirit tiger in a display of overwhelming power. As the dust settled, the black-striped spirit tiger lay utterly defeated, a pitiful sight reduced to a mass of mangled flesh, with portions frozen into shards and others charred to blackened remnants. 100 meters away, several individuals exchanged glances, their expressions contorted. One of them, filled with dismay, lamented, "What a waste, what a waste. So many first-tier superior talismans worth 1 or 200 spirit stones, expended merely to slay a late-stage black-striped spirit tiger." Indeed, This tiger possesses no valuable hide or claws. Its fangs might fetch a mere 10 spirit stones. Who is this young master who has slipped away from home? Is this truly how one utilizes talismans? Among the group of 5, the leader, a man, glanced at a voluptuous and alluring woman beside him, conveying a silent signal. The female cultivator understood and stepped forward, greeting him with a warm smile. Little brother, why are you hunting demon beasts all alone here? Li Qingyuan concealed his true cultivation level, currently appearing as a mere 5th layer of qi refinement. He disdainfully replied, "What business is it of yours?" The woman, a flicker of irritation crossing her eyes, maintained her composure and continued, "Are you here to hunt demon beasts and hone your skills? Perhaps you might join us for mutual protection." Recently, the beasts in the Tianyin mountain range have been in turmoil, attracting a mix of cultivators, including bandits. Being alone, you may easily attract their attention. Li Qingyuan tucked away his tiger tooth, clapped his hands, and replied arrogantly, "No need. Mere bandits are no match for me." With that, he turned to leave. "Bandits? Aren't you all just bandits?" Even if you aren't, seeing a wealthy young master venturing out alone, using talismans as if tossing paper money, how could you resist the urge to act as bandits? Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "Come at me quickly. I wish to retaliate against you." Indeed, this cunning individual sought to play the role of a naive prey, luring them in. Among the 5, the highest cultivation level was merely at the 9th layer of qi refinement, hardly a concern. "Haha, little brother," the leading man chuckled, observing, "I noticed when you activated the talismans, your spiritual energy was rich and vibrant. Are you practicing the Great Chuan technique?" The Great Chuan Gong, a cultivation technique practiced by various families and factions specializing in qi refinement, boasts numerous practitioners, which is hardly surprising. Li Qingyuan responded nonchalantly, "Oh, and what of it?" The leader of the group replied, "To be honest, I too practice the Great Chuan Gong. I have no interest in knowing what techniques you cultivate," Li Qingyuan remarked, not bothering to look back as he continued on his way. However, the leader called out, "Young brother, we have discovered a rare Qingmu chrysanthemum. Might you be interested?" Qingmu chrysanthemum. Li Qingyuan paused, turning to gaze at the group. "Is it truly so?" Chapter 064, The Bluewood Chrysanthemum and the Colossal Serpent. Li Qingyuan inquired, "Is it truly the Bluewood Chrysanthemum?" The leading man nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is a first-tier premium spiritual herb, the Bluewood Chrysanthemum. This herb, a first-tier premium spiritual medicine, possesses an exceptionally pure wood attribute spiritual energy, serving as a tremendous boon for those cultivating wood-based techniques. For Li Qingyuan, it is one of the 3 essential first-tier premium spiritual herbs necessary for refining his consciousness. The trio of Bluewood Chrysanthemum, Blood Jade Orchid, and Illusory Divine Mushroom, when concocted into a potion, can be utilized to cultivate the 3rd layer of the Illusory Divine Eye technique, enabling the development of consciousness. These 3 spiritual herbs are the very reason for Li Qingyuan's venture into the Tianyin mountain range. Li Qingyuan, showing no pretense, expressed his keen interest, asking, "Where might I find the Bluewood Chrysanthemum?" The enchanting female cultivator swayed her alluring figure and replied sweetly, "Little brother, the Bluewood Chrysanthemum lies not far from here, merely 50 miles away. However, a formidable serpent lurks nearby, and it is not to be trifled with." Unfazed, Li Qingyuan retorted, "What serpent? Allow me to slay it and claim the Bluewood Chrysanthemum." The male cultivator's expression grew troubled as he interjected, "Little brother, I've had my sights set on that Bluewood Chrysanthemum for quite some time. How about we join forces to vanquish the serpent and share the spoils?" Li Qingyuan agreed. "Collaboration is acceptable, but the Bluewood Chrysanthemum must belong to me. I shall compensate you with the equivalent value in spirit stones for your share." The leading male cultivator hesitated at this proposal. Li Qingyuan continued, "The fact that you have yet to procure the Bluewood Chrysanthemum suggests that the serpent is indeed formidable. I possess plenty of talismans. While I cannot guarantee its defeat, I can certainly restrain it to grant you time to harvest the Bluewood Chrysanthemum. Let us join forces under the condition that I receive the entire Bluewood Chrysanthemum, with spirit stones as compensation for you." The leading male and female cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to the tragically slain black-striped spirit tiger. This creature, a late-stage first-tier beast, comparable to a 9th-layer qi refinement cultivator, had met its demise at the hands of numerous talismans. It was no wonder Li Qingyuan appeared so self-assured. The male cultivator smirked inwardly, thinking, "Ah, foolish lad. When you meet your end at the jaws of that serpent, I shall relish collecting your storage bag." After a moment's contemplation, the male cultivator relented. "Very well. The bluewood chrysanthemum shall belong to you, and I shall accept spirit stones as compensation for my portion. Li Qingyuan responded with satisfaction. Splendid. Let us proceed. The male cultivator gestured. This way, little brother. The group of 5 advanced, with the male cultivator at the 9th layer of qi refinement, the female at the 7th, and the 3 middle-aged men at the 6th layer, making for a notably strong party. Li Qingyuan affixed a swift movement talisman, a first-tier superior-grade talisman of genuine quality, and his speed surged instantaneously, rivaling that of an 8th-layer qi refinement cultivator. The male cultivator's eyelids twitched as he mused. This lad is indeed extravagantly wealthy. Though he is merely at the 5th layer of qi refinement, he employs the superior-grade talisman with abandon. While others use such talismans to escape, he uses them to hasten his journey. A cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement, whether a rogue or from a modest family, would possess only a limited number of first-grade superior talismans, primarily reserved for life-saving moments. Yet, this young man, despite being at the 5th level of qi refinement, boldly ventured into the 4,000-mile region of the Tianyin mountain range, lavishly wielding them to slay late-stage, first-grade demonic beasts. A male cultivator chuckled and inquired, "May I ask from which family you hail, young brother?" At such a tender age, possessing the 5th level of qi refinement along with various first-grade talismans, you must come from an extraordinary lineage. Li Qingyuan smirked and proudly replied, "I hail from an ordinary family." The male cultivator's lips twitched. "Do you take me for a fool?" A beautiful female cultivator smiled sweetly and asked, "Young brother, is it possible that one of your elders is a talisman master?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan's lips curled upwards as he arrogantly proclaimed, "Indeed. My grandfather is a talisman master, and a first-grade superior one at that." This revelation astonished the crowd. A first-grade superior talisman master? How could this be? Li Qingyuan sighed and shook his head. Alas, it is regrettable that first-grade superior talismans are exceedingly difficult to craft. Even my grandfather seldom succeeds. The male cultivator's eyelids twitched slightly as he deliberately probed. "Oh, might I inquire if you possess any first-grade superior talismans? After all, that large serpent is no trivial opponent. Even I, at the 9th level of qi refinement, have faced multiple defeats." Li Qingyuan, upon hearing this, felt invigorated and replied, "My grandfather has cherished me since childhood. Although crafting first-grade superior talismans is incredibly challenging, I do have 1 or 2 on hand." At this, the male cultivator visibly relaxed, his previously tense heart now at ease. Naturally, he understood that the difficulty of crafting a first-grade superior talisman far surpassed that of a first-grade talisman by several folds. Success was uncertain. He had also heard that first-grade superior talismans do not have classifications of inferior, standard, or exquisite. They either succeed or fail, making them exceedingly difficult to produce. To his knowledge, there were only 7 or 8 first-grade superior talisman masters across the entire archipelago, and among them, aside from the 3 quasi-second-grade masters, Elder Gong, Elder Zhao, and Elder Jing, the rest barely reached this standard, their abilities somewhat inflated. Only 1 or 2 on hand. How splendid. The male cultivator rejoiced inwardly. Let this lad distract the demonic beast. After he exhausts his first-grade superior talismans, I shall seize his storage bag. Heh. After a journey of 50 miles, the group swiftly arrived at their destination. "We have arrived," the male cultivator announced. Li Qingyuan followed the others into the gorge, weaving through the concealed passage for 100 feet before emerging into a broad expanse, revealing a bamboo grove where lush vegetation thrived, an ocean of green bamboo stretching endlessly. A gentle breeze swept through the valley, rustling the bamboo and creating a harmonious sound. Following the direction indicated by the male cultivator, Li Qingyuan spotted a small clearing in the center of the bamboo forest, where a 3-foot-tall spiritual plant stood, vibrant and verdant. The 3-foot Qingmu chrysanthemum, with its emerald stalks and foliage, bloomed with a blue chrysanthemum, exuding wisps of fragrant aroma that permeated the entire bamboo grove. Li Qingyuan's face lit up with delight. Indeed, it is the first-grade superior spiritual herb, Qingmu chrysanthemum. Hiss, hiss. The venomous serpent flicked its tongue as a colossal python dangled from a towering green bamboo, which stood several dozen feet high and was thick enough to resemble a bowl. The immense serpent, measuring over 10 meters in length, was a vivid emerald hue, its scales glimmering with a radiant green sheen. Its gargantuan head loomed large, and its jade-like tongue emitted a hissing sound. Surrounding the towering bamboo, several smaller green snakes, varying in size, radiated the aura of a first-tier demonic beast, an estimated 20 to 30 of them. Li Qingyuan's expression shifted dramatically. A pinnacle first-tier demonic beast, the azure-scale giant python. Such a formidable creature was comparable to a human master at the 10th level of qi refinement. Fear etched on his face. Li Qingyuan shook his head. I no longer desire this Qingmu chrysanthemum. A first-tier pinnacle demonic beast was exceedingly terrifying. Even my grandfather would not be assured of victory against it. The male cultivator interjected. Young brother, there is no need for you to engage in combat. Simply use the talisman to provoke it, divert its attention, and buy us time to secure the Qingmu chrysanthemum. How long will that take? Li Qingyuan inquired, his face troubled. 30 breaths will suffice, the male cultivator replied. Do you not wish to obtain the Qingmu chrysanthemum, swiftly advance to the 6th level of qi refinement, or even reach the 7th level? Imagine the admiration from your family elders. Should you achieve the 7th level, the celestial maiden you admire will surely favor you. The young scion, naturally yearning for recognition and affection from the maiden of his heart, hesitated for a moment before mustering his courage. Fine, 30 breaths. If you do not procure the Qingmu chrysanthemum by then, I shall depart. With that, Li Qingyuan gritted his teeth, invoked the moonshadow technique, and swiftly advanced. With a flourish of his hands, a dozen first-tier superior talismans soared into the air. Bang, bang, bang. The tranquility of the bamboo grove shattered as the azure-scale giant python was suddenly assailed by the talismans, plummeting from its perch. Numerous smaller serpents nearby were struck down by the talismans. Roar. The azure-scale giant python, enraged, let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the bamboo grove. Its demonic power sweeping across the vicinity. By the heavens! Li Qingyuan cried, turning to flee, applying a movement talisman that significantly increased his speed. All the while casting talismans behind him. The python's blood-red eyes glinted as its colossal form slithered through the bamboo grove, accelerating like an arrow, swiftly pursuing Li Qingyuan. As the two, man and serpent, exited the grove, the male cultivator commanded, quickly, act now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5-person team, in an instant, unleashed their magical artifacts. Utilizing their amassed talismans in a blitzkrieg assault, racing towards the Qingmu chrysanthemum. Surrounding the chrysanthemum, the azure-scale pythons roared, unleashing their demonic power in retaliation. Among them, 2 to 3 were late-stage first-tier beasts, while the majority were mid-tier and early-tier. The male and female cultivators joined forces to confront the late-stage first-tier demonic beasts, employing thunderous techniques to unleash their full might, dispatching one azure-scale python after another. 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 30 breaths. The 30 breaths elapsed swiftly. Got it. The male cultivator's eyes sparkled as he grasped the 3-foot Qingmu chrysanthemum, uprooting it and stowing it into his storage bag. Withdraw. The 5 retreated rapidly, making their way towards the valley's exit. Roar. The Aoki chrysanthemum was stolen, and the colossal green serpent seemed to sense the disturbance, letting out a thunderous roar as it descended into madness. Li Qingyuan affixed a turtle shell talisman and a swift movement talisman, all the while sprinting and shouting, Brother Zhang. Sister Lu, help. Help. This great serpent intends to devour me. As he ran towards the Zhang clan cultivators, he hurled a flurry of talisman papers. The first-tier superior ones exploding upon impact, barely managing to restrain the great serpent. Zhang Quan urged, little brother, swiftly utilize the first-tier premium talismans. Only they possess the potency to injure a peak first-tier beast. Li Qingyuan, with a reluctant expression, responded, but the first-tier premium talismans are far too precious. My grandfather always said that they should not be employed unless one is at death's door. Zhang Quan, filled with urgency, retorted, little brother. This moment is indeed a matter of life and death. Act quickly, or you may lose your life. Fear not, dear friends. The thrilling spectacle will unfold in the next chapter. Chapter 065. The wolf in sheep's clothing, slaying and plundering. With gritted teeth, Li Qingyuan suddenly summoned a pure yang sword talisman, infusing it with his spiritual energy. Whoosh! The talisman, a foot in length, soared through the air, swiftly closing in on the colossal Bailin giant python. Clang! As the talisman ignited with spiritual power, it gathered the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, transforming into a blade of pure yang sword qi, brilliant and razor-sharp, its length extending to a yard, ablaze with flames. Roar! The Bailin giant python sensed the impending threat and let out a furious roar, channeling its spiritual energy into its maw and spewing forth a torrent. Boom! The yard-long sword qi descended, shattering the spiritual light and striking the python's head, causing its scales to crack and blood to spout, the massive serpent writhing in agony. Enraged, the python's eyes turned crimson, malevolence radiating from its being as it gathered its demonic power, preparing to unleash its most formidable strike. Having been robbed of its precious Qingmu chrysanthemum and injured by humans, it yearned to devour them whole. Li Qingyuan screamed, running for his life, exclaiming, "Brother Zhang, Sister Lu, save me." Zhang Quan responded, "Little brother, what a remarkable first-tier premium talisman. Do you have any left? We must interrupt the Bailin giant python's charge. Once it gathers its strength, even a master at the 10th level of Qi refinement must avoid its wrath." Li Qingyuan's eyes brimmed with tears. "Brother Zhang, I have none left, just that single one. Please, save me." Zhang Quan exchanged a glance with Lu Yun, a hint of amusement dancing in their eyes. "Fear not. Good brother, I shall come to your rescue." Whoosh. Zhang Quan, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, soared through the air, swiftly approaching Li Qingyuan. With a swift motion of his hands, he concentrated his spiritual energy into a massive fireball and hurled it forth. However, his target was not the Bailin giant python, but rather Li Qingyuan himself. "You." Li Qingyuan's eyes widened in horror as realization dawned upon him. "Zhang Quan, do you dare to kill me? My grandfather will not spare you." Zhang Quan chuckled, "Foolish boy, it is the Bailin giant python that will slay you. Even if your grandfather were to discover this place, he would never suspect our involvement. Die." Zhang Quan, riding the sword through the sky, closed in on Li Qingyuan, launching the fireball from 10 meters away. With his 9th level Qi refinement prowess, this attack could severely injure even an 8th level practitioner. His intention was to cripple Li Qingyuan, then swiftly seize his storage bag, ensuring that the pursuing Bailin giant python would consume him, buying time for his escape. Boom. The fireball struck Li Qingyuan directly, flames engulfing him. "Boy, your storage bag shall be mine," Zhang Quan declared with a triumphant grin, as he approached Li Qingyuan and reached out for the storage bag. In the next moment, he felt a firm grip on his wrist. How is this possible? Zhang Quan's eyes widened in disbelief. Buzz. Though Li Qingyuan's robe was torn and ablaze, a close-fitting inner armor shielded him from spiritual energy and damage, perfectly absorbing the impact of the fireball. Moreover, a defensive talisman, resembling a turtle shell, activated around him, providing comprehensive protection, even safeguarding his head from the fireball's assault. Zhang Quan's expression faltered, and he gasped, "A high-quality first-tier defensive talisman? And 2 layers of first-tier premium inner armor?" At that moment, Zhang Quan felt a profound malice from the heavens. This young man was extraordinarily wealthy, perhaps even more so than a master of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. "Boy, are you mocking me?" Zhang Quan seethed with fury, his mind thrown into disarray. Li Qingyuan activated his iron arm technique, unleashing the full force of his Qi refinement at the 7th layer, firmly grasping Zhang Quan's wrist, and with a sudden twist of his body, hurled him towards the colossal Bailin giant python. Not far behind, the 10-meter-long Bailin giant python had already closed in. Having gathered its energy, it let out a furious roar and unleashed a stream of emerald spiritual light, cutting through the sky. Caught off guard, Zhang Quan, due to his carelessness, was flung by Li Qingyuan, becoming a meat shield to absorb the python's attack, which struck him squarely. "No!" Zhang Quan cried out in despair. Boom. The Bailin giant python, a peak first-tier demon beast, unleashed a powerful strike. And even a master of the 10th layer of Qi refinement would need to evade its wrath and exert all their strength to counterattack. Yet, Zhang Quan was hit dead on. "Ah!" He screamed in agony as his legs were shattered by the spiritual light, his body crashing down to the ground. Li Qingyuan chuckled darkly. "Since you are a bandit, I need not pretend to be a gentleman." With a swift motion of his right hand, he drew upon his spiritual energy, retrieving Zhang Quan's storage bag from several meters away, along with a first-tier high-grade flying sword that Zhang Quan had dropped. Whoosh! Li Qingyuan, at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, activated the magical artifact, the blood wheel of spirit breaking, soaring through the air towards the beautiful female cultivator, Lu Yun, while also applying a high-quality movement charm. In an instant, his speed while riding the sword was not at all inferior to that of a 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Lu Yun shrieked, "You, don't come any closer. What a vile young man. Retreat." Lu Yun and her companions scattered in alarm. Li Qingyuan produced another blood wheel of spirit breaking, infused it with spiritual energy, and hurled it forth. This artifact, harvested from slain bandits, had been replicated by Li Qingyuan, resulting in 2 with the ability to break spirits, their edges sharp as razors. Having long since refined this first-tier high-grade artifact, he wielded it with great proficiency now. Whoosh! From several dozen meters away, the blood wheel of spirit breaking whistled through the air, carving a semicircle as it swiftly decimated one, then two. Then three cultivators at the sixth layer of chi refinement, severing them in half. Finally, Li Qingyuan directed the blood wheel towards Lu Yun with his spiritual awareness. Hearing the anguished screams of her three companions, Lu Yun's composure shattered as she sensed the deadly blade approaching from behind. She immediately turned to defend herself, throwing out talismans to intercept. Bang, bang, bang. The blood wheel tore through several first-tier high-grade talismans, striking Lu Yun. With a swift motion, Lu Yun evaded a fatal blow. Yet her right arm was cleanly severed, and she let out a heart-wrenching scream, her breath unstable. As she flew on her sword, she plummeted to the ground. Rolling upon impact, Li Qingyuan pursued, a flying sword racing through the air, striking Lu Yun's heart meridian with precision. With a piercing sound, the mid-tier first-grade artifact, the Crimson Iron Sword, pierced through Lu Yun's body, revolving once before returning to Li Qingyuan's hand, its tip stained with blood. Li Qingyuan swiftly collected Lu Yun's storage bag and artifacts, cursing under his breath, "Poor thing, and yet a practitioner of the seventh layer of chi refinement. And you possess not even a first-tier high-grade artifact." Yet he forgot that the esteemed Li clan, even their venerable patriarch, lacked the surplus funds to procure a first-tier superior magical artifact, for the family's progression necessitated both cultivation and development. Roaring with relentless pursuit, the Azure Python continued its assault as Li Qingyuan dispatched Lu Yun and his companions. In that fleeting moment, the serpent soared low, stirring a tempestuous wind in its wake. Li Qingyuan cackled ominously, "Wretched beast, your time has come." The venomous fangs, serpent skin, and gallbladder of the Azure Python were worth a considerable sum of spirit stones. With a swift gesture, Li Qingyuan brandished his hands, each fingertip deftly clasping 5 pure Yang Sword talismans. In an instant, 10 talismans were unleashed, delivering a blow akin to that of 10 formidable cultivators at the 10th level of chi refinement. The air thrummed with energy as 10 beams of sword chi, ablaze with fervent flames, hurtled towards the Azure Python. The creature quivered in fear, trembling as it attempted to flee. Yet, it was too late. The 10 pure Yang Sword talismans descended upon it, inflicting grievous wounds, its tail severed, its body cleaved open, and blood gushed forth. The serpent let out a mournful wail. On the brink of death, its charred form exuding a savory aroma. With a flick of his hand, Li Qingyuan summoned the ethereal blade, which sliced through the air, severing the serpent's head and granting it a swift end. He collected the various materials, then invoked a fireball spell to incinerate the Azure Python. Following this method, he similarly burned Lu Yun, Zhang Quan, and the others, erasing all traces while not forgetting to seize the storage bags of the 3 cultivators at the 6th level of chi refinement. What a delight! Li Qingyuan grinned widely. Who knew that playing the fool to entrap the tiger could be so exhilarating? With the Aoki chrysanthemum in hand and the materials from the Azure Python secured, he had amassed the fortunes of a 9th level chi refinement cultivator, a 7th level cultivator, and 3 6th level cultivators. Li Qingyuan then invoked the concealment technique, reverting to his 5th level chi refinement cultivation, and sauntered out of the valley. He sought a secluded spot to tally his gains and subsequently doubled his resources. Chapter 66. Sudden Wealth. Amidst towering peaks, there lies an unassuming cliff. The precipice is steep, shrouded in dense vines that intertwine, rendering it nearly impenetrable to light. Beneath the layers of vines, Li Qingyuan skillfully excavates a stone cave and begins to tally his gains. Holding 2 stalks of Qingmu, he remarks with a smile, "One shall be utilized for mastering the illusionary divine eye technique, while the other will serve to cultivate the great Chun Gong, enhancing my own cultivation." The Qingmu, a first-tier premium spiritual herb, is a naturally nurtured spirit plant that harbors pure, would attribute spiritual energy, proving to be a tremendous boon for Li Qingyuan, who practices would attribute techniques. Not only is it beneficial for him, but even cultivators at the 9th level of chi refinement would greatly benefit, potentially sparing them 1 or 2 years of arduous training. In the market, Qingmu is exceedingly rare, and it takes extraordinary luck to acquire it. For practitioners of wood attribute techniques, a first-tier premium Qingmu, even at a price of 1,000 spirit stones per stalk, is a coveted treasure. Li Qingyuan contemplates. Once I reach the pinnacle of the 7th level of chi refinement, I can harness the pure wood attribute spiritual energy contained within the Qingmu to break through to the 8th level, likely reducing my arduous training by a year or 2. He safely stores the 2 stalks of Qingmu in a jade box, sealing it with a hand gesture to prevent the loss of spiritual energy. Next, he retrieves the head of the Bailin giant python, along with its gallbladder and reverse scales, placing them into the Xianpin space for replication. The Bai Lin giant python, a peak first-tier demon beast, provides 5 types of materials: fangs, skull, scales, reverse scales, and gallbladder, all of which are duplicated. The value of these materials, once doubled, amounts to at least 300 spirit stones, yielding a modest profit. Rubbing his hands together, Li Qingyuan declares, "Next, I shall open the blind boxes." He proceeds to open 5 storage bags, ranked from highest to lowest. At present, Li Qingyuan has reached the 7th level of qi refinement, entering the later stages of this realm. For him, the allure of storage bags belonging to ordinary 6th-level cultivators has diminished significantly. Before long, he examines 3 storage bags belonging to 6th-level cultivators, containing magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, and spirit stones, all totaling approximately 1,200 spirit stones. 3 impoverished souls combined yield only 1,000 spirit stones. After replication, this amounts to around 2,400 spirit stones. Next, he examines the storage bag of Lu Yun, a female cultivator at the 7th level of qi refinement. Her bag is of mid-tier 1st grade, containing similar artifacts, some elixirs for the qi refinement stage, and a few talismans valued at tens of spirit stones, with the total spirit stones nearing 400. Her wealth, when calculated, including 300 to 400 spirit stones, amounts to approximately 800 and some spirit stones, doubling to no less than 1,700 spirit stones. Thus, Li Qingyuan's total haul now stands at 4,100 spirit stones. The final storage bag belongs to Zhang Quan, a 9th-level qi refinement cultivator. Li Qingyuan's expression brightens with anticipation. This bag contains the highest cultivation level acquired thus far, aside from Zhao Tuesday. As his spiritual sense probes into the bag, he gleams with excitement upon seeing its contents. The quantity of spirit stones alone exceeds 800. Truly, a testament to a 9th-level cultivator who has likely engaged in plundering and misdeeds. Moreover, he discovers 1st-tier premium and superior ores within, indicating that this individual had likely amassed resources to commission a 1st-tier premium artifact crafted by a skilled 1st-tier blacksmith. The quality of the storage bag is of the 1st-tier superior grade, containing a substantial collection of 1st-tier mid-level and late-level monster materials, a vast quantity indeed. It appears these resources were amassed by their team over an extended period, all stored on Zhang Quan's person. Additionally, there are several 1st-tier superior and mid-tier spiritual herbs. The alchemical pills of the qi refining stage are also present, valued at 200 to 300 spirit stones, including recovery pills, vitality pills, foundation pills, bloodstop pills, warming pills, and so forth. When calculating Zhang Quan's wealth, it amounts to approximately 3,000 spirit stones. After duplication, it roughly totals 6,000 spirit stones. This is a windfall indeed. Li Qingyuan's eyes gleamed with fervor. It is truly a night of sudden wealth, or rather, a stroke of fortune. When all resources are converted at market value, the total approaches 10,000 spirit stones. Naturally, this is the market price, not the buyback price. Various merchant guilds must also earn a profit, deducting operational costs, storefront expenses, and employee wages. Thus, an item sold for 10 spirit stones in the market may only cost them about 8 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan, feeling thoroughly satisfied, mused, selling everything could yield 8,000 spirit stones, sufficient for my cultivation for quite some time. Until reaching the 9th level of qi refinement, I shall not lack for spirit stones. Of course, had it not been for the Xianpin space S doubling effect, selling off Zhang Quan's Group S possessions would likely yield only about 4,000 spirit stones. The Xianpin space is indeed my greatest asset. Li Qingyuan retrieved the spirit stones and, employing the De Chun Gong technique, began to refine them. After half an hour, many spirit stones had been reduced to powder, and his cultivation was restored to its peak. With the Qingmu chrysanthemum now in hand, he continued his quest for 2 additional spiritual herbs. As days turned into weeks, Li Qingyuan engaged in several battles daily, specifically targeting late-level monsters to hone his skills. He fought continuously, expending energy and recuperating, striving to avoid using talismans unless absolutely necessary, focusing primarily on refining his swordsmanship and employing the techniques of his ancestral 1st-tier spells. Before he knew it, 2 months had elapsed. Yet, Li Qingyuan had still not located the blood jade mushroom or the illusory divine mushroom. During this time, he encountered various mercenary groups and adventurers, some teaming up while others acted solo, leading to both conflicts and collaborations. However, he found a dearth of cultivators like Zhang Quan, which hindered his plans to employ his law enforcement tactics. After 2 arduous months of searching, Li Qingyuan resolved to head towards a city, a small one, to be precise. Deep within the Tianin mountain range, a town had emerged as a supply hub due to the looming threat of the monster army, where human cultivators were locked in a stalemate. The allure of the late Foundation establishment cultivators' caves, coupled with orders from the Foundation establishment Celestial clan to mobilize various affiliated forces to hunt monsters here, gradually led to the establishment of a human-dominated settlement. Over time, this town became populated by thousands of cultivators, bustling with activity in various shops. Alchemical pills, magical artifacts, talismans, weapon forging, formations, spiritual plants, and spiritual grains. Numerous merchant guilds and individual cultivators converged here, creating a thriving town inhabited by tens of thousands of practitioners. Continuing several hundred miles deeper lies the front line of the clash between the monster army and human cultivators. Li Qingyuan arrived at Hunter Town, standing at the entrance of the small settlement. With its population exceeding 10,000, though comprised entirely of cultivators, the scale was indeed modest, merely a small town. Li Qingyuan contemplated within. I will discreetly exchange various cultivation resources and batches for spirit stones. Furthermore, I intend to gather intelligence regarding bloodjade grass and illusionary divine mushrooms. The Demon Hunter Town, bustling with tens of thousands of cultivators from the 5 major islands and the 36 minor islands, is teeming with late-stage Qi refinement practitioners. While the top-tier masters of the 10th layer of Qi refinement are not an uncommon sight, they are certainly not scarce. This realization bolstered Li Qingyuan's confidence. A cultivator at the 10th layer can, with the aid of talismans, magical instruments, formations, and medicinal pills, suppress peak first-tier demon beasts, and with a modicum of cost, even slay them. Moreover, cultivators can collaborate, allowing them to confront multiple foes in the hunt for demon beasts. Li Qingyuan mused. Perhaps within this demon hunter town lies a first-tier exceptional spiritual herb. Over the next few days, Li Qingyuan donned a black robe and mask to conceal his true identity, selling various materials. At times, he employed human skin masks to disguise his appearance, adopting different aliases as he traversed the town, continuously trading materials for spirit stones. His cultivation level fluctuated as well, sometimes manifesting as 5th, 6th, or 7th layer Qi refinement, depending on the persona he assumed while exchanging resources. After over 2 months of fierce battles, Li Qingyuan had amassed a considerable quantity of materials from late-stage first-tier demon beasts, along with mid-tier and high-tier spiritual herbs, their collective worth nearing 1,000 spirit stones. When this resource was duplicated, it amounted to 2,000 spirit stones. While selling materials in the town, Li Qingyuan occasionally attracted unwanted attention. Given the circumstances, he prudently opted to escape, altering his aura and cultivation level to evade pursuit. On one occasion, he was targeted by a formidable 10th layer Qi refinement master, and after considerable effort, he successfully extricated himself through repeated disguises. At last, after a month, Li Qingyuan managed to sell off all his materials. He packaged the remaining scraps and sold them directly to various merchant guilds, ultimately netting a total of 8,500 spirit stones. This decline in value stemmed from the abundance of demon beast materials, as the foundational cave attracted a multitude of cultivators, and the 5 great clans congregated here to hunt demon beasts, resulting in a surplus of materials. Not only here, but across the island territories, the influx of demon beast materials through Demon Hunter Town led to a depreciation in their worth. Nonetheless, even with this depreciation, 8,500 spirit stones still constituted a substantial fortune. The reduction in the price of demon beast materials also indicated a corresponding decrease in the cost of magical instruments crafted from them. For casual cultivators, this price drop was a boon, with instruments of comparable quality now available at prices 15 to even 20% lower than in previous years. After selling off various materials, Li Qingyuan waited for another month. On a particular day, he finally received news regarding the bloodjade grass. At the Spirit Herb Pavilion, he arrived as summoned, having skillfully disguised himself as a lean man in his 30s, revealing his full cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Master Wan, I've arrived, he announced. The Spirit Herb Pavilion was one of Li Qingyuan's preferred venues for selling spiritual herbs, medicines, and occasionally, elixirs. He had developed a degree of familiarity with Master Wan. Li Qingyuan informed Master Wan that should bloodjade grass or illusionary divine mushrooms become available, he would be willing to pay a premium, and even for news regarding them. He was prepared to make a purchase. not only at Wan Zhonggui's establishment, but Li Qingyuan, under various identities, has left contact information with different chambers of commerce and various loose cultivators, eagerly awaiting news. Wan Zhonggui, a cultivator at the 8th level of qi refinement, is broad-shouldered and portly, having surpassed 50 years of age, exuding an aura reminiscent of a Buddha, hailing from a foundational celestial lineage. He oversees the Spirit Herb Pavilion and possesses considerable wealth, enjoying extensive connections and a vast network of information in this demon-hunting town. Wan Zhonggui clasped his hands and said, "Friend Gong, the blood jade mushroom you requested is in stock. Here." Li Qingyuan is known by the surname Gong and the given name Xian. Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he inquired, "Is that truly the case? I implore you, Wan Zhonggui, to present it forthwith so that I may have a look." Chapter 067. The First Grade Supreme Spiritual Herb, Blood Jade Mushroom acquired. Manager 1 opened a jade box and smiled. "Friend Gong Xian, please take a look." Li Qingyuan focused his gaze. Inside the rectangular jade box lay a 3-foot-long single-leaf spiritual herb, resting quietly, its surface gleaming like jade, yet vibrant red as blood, resembling a sculpture carved from blood-red jade. This blood jade mushroom exuded a rich and fragrant aroma. Just a whiff could invigorate one's vitality. Li Qingyuan expressed his satisfaction. Indeed, this is a first-grade supreme spiritual herb. The blood jade mushroom. Its quality is impeccable, and it is brimming with spiritual energy. Manager Wan, shall we proceed with the transaction as per our previous agreement? The blood jade mushroom is known to invigorate blood, open meridians, replenish essence, and balance the yin and yang energies within the body. It is immensely beneficial for practitioners in the qi refinement stage and a rare elixir for body cultivators. The blood jade mushroom is one of the 2 primary ingredients for refining the first-grade supreme elixir, the dragon blood pill, which can elevate a 9th-layer body cultivator to the 10th layer of qi refinement. The dragon blood pill is comparable to the jade spirit pill. Manager 1 chuckled. "Friend Gong Xian, you must be aware that recently, the prices of materials from the beasts of the Sea Islands have decreased. Yet the prices of talismans and elixirs have risen somewhat. By market standards, this blood jade mushroom is valued at no less than 1,000 spirit stones." Li Qingyuan nodded and produced 1,100 spirit stones, stating, "Manager Wan, as per our prior agreement, I shall offer a 10% premium to trade for this blood jade mushroom. Is that agreeable?" Manager 1 stroked his beard and replied with delight, "Excellent. Friend Gong Xian is quite forthright." They completed the transaction, exchanging the herb and the spirit stones. Li Qingyuan accepted the blood jade mushroom, a sense of joy blossoming within him. With the Qingmu chrysanthemum and the blood jade mushroom secured, he now only needed the illusory divine mushroom. Li Qingyuan performed a respectful bow and said, "Manager Wan, I take my leave." "Wait a moment, friend Gong Xian," Manager 1 called out. "I have heard some news regarding the illusory divine mushroom from a friend." Li Qingyuan paused in surprise and quickly inquired, "Oh, where can I find the illusory divine mushroom?" Manager 1 showed a hint of hesitation. Li Qingyuan smiled and offered 100 spirit stones, saying, "I would appreciate it if Manager 1 could share the information." After searching fruitlessly for 2 to 3 months, if 100 spirit stones could procure the whereabouts of the illusory divine mushroom, it would be well worth it for him. Manager 1 accepted the spirit stones and chuckled. "Friend Gong Xian is quite generous." He then leaned in and whispered, "My friend mentioned that the Lame mercenary group has news regarding the illusory divine mushroom." Li Qingyuan was taken aback and asked, "The Lame mercenary group? Is it spicy as in the character for spicy and sister for sister?" Manager 1 clarified, "It is spicy as in spicy, and charming as in charming." Li Qingyuan mused to himself, "So that is how it is. The Lame mercenary group, what a peculiar name." Manager 1 remarked, "The Lame mercenary group is quite renowned in this demon-hunting town. A little inquiry will lead you to them." "Thank you," Li Qingyuan expressed with a respectful bow. "I shall take my leave." Li Qingyuan soon departed from the Spirit Herb Pavilion and entered a nearby inn, requesting a room for his stay. A quarter of an hour later, Li Qingyuan transformed himself into a man of about 40, exuding a robust middle-aged charm as he strode out of the inn. Simultaneously, he ceased to conceal his presence and openly displayed his cultivation at the 7th level of qi refinement. Only with such a level of prowess could he garner attention and more easily join various mercenary groups or team up with other cultivators. After inquiring along the way, Li Qingyuan arrived at the western gate of Demon Hunter Town, a bustling hub for mercenary groups and a gathering place for independent practitioners seeking allies. The Iron Mercenary Group issued an invitation, fellow cultivators. Those with an iron will are welcome to join us. The Three-Stone Mercenary Group, led by the three brothers of the Sure family, sought to recruit an alchemist. The Dragon and Tiger Mercenary Group called for talisman masters to join, addressing their fellow cultivators. As Li Qingyuan navigated through the various mercenary groups, his 7th-level qi refinement cultivation attracted numerous invitations, which he politely declined. Soon, he located the group he sought, the Spicy Charm Mercenary Group, founded by a pair of alluring sisters. Both voluptuous women in their 40s clad in fiery red dresses that accentuated their ample curves and long, elegant legs, they commanded attention. He learned that the elder sister was named Spicy Lady, and the younger was Charm Lady. Spicy Lady proclaimed loudly, "The Spicy Charm Mercenary Group invites fellow cultivators to join us in hunting demon beasts. We require those at the 7th level of Qi refinement or above, with priority given to talisman masters, alchemists, weaponsmiths, and formation masters." Li Qingyuan stepped forward, clasping his hands in a respectful gesture. "I am Jinyud, at the 7th level of Qi refinement and a first-tier upper-grade talisman master. May I inquire if I could join the Spicy Charm Mercenary Group?" Upon hearing his words, Spicy Lady's enchanting, doe-like eyes appraised Li Qingyuan, and she smiled warmly. "A first-tier upper-grade talisman master? I am Spicy Lady, and I welcome you, fellow Jean, to our group." At first glance, she found herself favorably impressed with Jinyud, appreciating his mature charm and the dignified aura he exuded. Adorned in a flowing blue robe that accentuated his athletic build, Charm Lady approached, bearing a resemblance to her sister, with a similarly voluptuous figure. Her graceful gestures embodied the allure of a mature woman in her mid-30s. "I am Charm Lady, and I welcome you, fellow Jin." Li Qingyuan returned her greeting with a bow. It came as no surprise that the Spicy Charm Mercenary Group was quite renowned. For not only did the sisters possess captivating appearances that appealed to all ages, but they also boasted formidable strengths, Spicy Lady at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and Charm Lady at the 8th. There were also 3 teammates, 1 male and 2 female, each at the 7th level of Qi refinement. With Li Qingyuan joining their ranks as a fellow practitioner of the same level and a first-tier upper-grade talisman master, they formed a promising team. At that moment, a middle-aged female cultivator approached, also at the 7th level of Qi refinement. She had an unremarkable figure and an ordinary face. The plain-looking woman introduced herself. "I am Qin Ping, like the fleeting water of fate, at the 7th level of Qi refinement and a first-tier upper-grade alchemist." Upon finishing her words, Qin Ping raised her hand, holding several elixirs, the P1 pill, the blood qi pill, and a first-tier high-quality spirit-gathering pill, all of impeccable quality. A first-tier high-quality alchemist? Li Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, his expression revealing surprise. Upon deeper reflection, this marked his first encounter with a first-tier high-quality alchemist. It is worth noting that even the most distinguished alchemical families seldom manage to cultivate a first-tier high-quality alchemist due to the immense talent required and the substantial resources consumed. While nurturing a talisman master may demand only a few thousand spirit stones, cultivating an alchemist necessitates an investment of at least several thousand spirit stones, with no guaranteed returns. Such endeavors are beyond the reach of all but the most powerful factions. The fiery woman, Sister La, joyfully inquired about Qin Dao's intentions in joining their La Mei mercenary corps. A first-tier high-quality alchemist would undoubtedly attract the envy of even the most skilled practitioners of the 10th level of Qi refinement, warranting fervent recruitment efforts. This seemingly unremarkable Qin Ping could easily become a distinguished guest in any first-rate faction. Qin Ping replied, "I have heard that the Lame Mercenary Corps frequently ventures deep into the Tianyin Mountains, hunting first-tier peak-level demonic beasts. Coincidentally, I am in need of first-tier top-quality spiritual plants to concoct elixirs and strive for mastery as a first-tier top-quality alchemist. However, such spiritual plants are exceedingly rare. Even in the markets of the 5 great islands, they are seldom found. Recently, I have heard rumors that first-tier top-quality spiritual plants occasionally appear in the demon hunting town, and many mercenary groups are gathering them, which is why I have come here." Sisters La and Mei exchanged glances, nodding gently. This reasoning was indeed plausible. First-tier top-quality spiritual plants are scarce even among first-rate powers, and it would be unreasonable to allow Qin Ping to utilize them for alchemical refinement and skill enhancement in her pursuit of becoming a first-tier top-quality alchemist. The consumption involved is tremendous. Even first-rate factions would struggle to bear it, unless it were their own family members whom they would fully support in their trainings. As external elders are merely laborers, The cost of refining first-tier top-quality elixirs could range from 700 to 800 spirit stones for a single explosion, or even up to 1,000 or 2,000 spirit stones. Sister La smiled and said, "Excellent, excellent." With Jun Dao and Qin Dao joining, our Lame mercenary corps is now assembled and ready to set forth. Chapter 68. Li Qingyuan and Qin Miaoi, two cunning individuals. The Spicy Charm mercenary group is comprised of the following members: Captain Spicy Lady, at the 9th level of Qi Refinement, Vice Captain Charming Lady. At the 8th level of Qi Refinement, Li Qingyuan, also known as Zhan Yud, at the 7th level of Qi Refinement, and a first-tier high-quality Talisman Master, Qin Ping, at the 7th level of Qi Refinement, and a first-tier high-quality Alchemist. The remaining 3 members, 1 male and 2 females, are all at the 7th level of Qi Refinement. The average level of the team members is the late stage of Qi Refinement. The overall strength of the Spicy Charm mercenary group is formidable, rivaling that of a master at the 10th level of Qi Refinement, making it quite challenging for them to fall victim to treachery. Naturally, the greatest caution must always be directed towards one's companions. Spicy Lady addressed the group. "If there are no objections, we shall set off immediately." Upon hearing this, the others expressed their unanimous agreement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All team members activated their flying artifacts. As they were all at the 7th level of Qi Refinement, flying several dozen or even 100 miles posed no significant challenge. They would pause for a brief rest every few dozen miles before setting off once more. The Demon Hunter Town, home to tens of thousands of cultivators, has the largest population of those in the mid-stage of Qi Refinement, and is thus situated approximately 3,500 miles from the Tianyin mountain range. Therefore, Li Qingyuan and his companions needed to fly over 1,000 miles to venture deep into the mountains, 5,000 miles in, to hunt first-tier peak demonic beasts and gather first-tier high-quality and top-tier spiritual herbs. During their flight, Qin Ping stood out as she extravagantly utilized a flying artifact known as the Wind Spirit Boat. This flying artifact, a rare and special existence among artifacts, requires the construction of spiritual stones to transform laws, allowing it to automatically absorb spiritual stones as a power source for flight. It is a product of the combination of refining and formations, thus making flying artifacts exceedingly expensive and exceedingly rare. Li Qingyuan, flying at the rear of the group, couldn't help but covet the Wind Spirit Boat, pondering, "I wonder when I will possess a flying artifact of my own." Aside from consuming spiritual stones, flying artifacts have no adverse effects and require almost no cultivation energy, unless one chooses to inject energy for acceleration. Not only was Li Qingyuan envious, but the other cultivators also gazed at it with longing. Spicy Lady chuckled. "Friend Qin, as a first-tier high-quality alchemist, you truly possess considerable wealth to own such a flying artifact, making us all quite envious." Qin Ping displayed a hint of a smile and replied, "Friend Hua, you flatter me. With your qualifications, it is merely a matter of time before you reach the 10th level of Qi Refinement. You may even have a chance of successfully establishing your foundation. As for me, I am quite different. I exhausted my entire fortune to barely acquire this Wind Spirit Boat." Li Qingyuan, positioned at the back, listened intently to their mutual flattery and subtle probing. Qin Ping's expression remained calm as she allowed her foundational consciousness to expand from her spiritual center, swiftly scanning the crowd, uncovering all disguises and hidden intentions. The foundational consciousness surpasses spiritual sense. Being formless and intangible, cultivators in the Qi Refinement stage cannot detect such probing. Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable sensation of being watched. Qin Ping's heart raced. Is it him? Could it be that young man named Li? He frequents my talisman pavilion to sell large quantities of talismans every year or so. Qin Ping, no, she is called Qin Miaoi. Upon reaching the 10th level of Qi Refinement, Qin Miaoi consumed the family's spirit concentration pill, enabling her to refine her spiritual consciousness and attain a foundational awareness. Initially in seclusion, she learned of the emergence of the purple fire spirit ape in the Tianyin mountain range, prompting her to abandon her plans for complete mastery of the 10th level and choose to exit her retreat. She possessed a rare spiritual constitution known as the purple fire spirit body. If she could absorb the essence of the purple fire spirit ape, extracting its pure spiritual fire energy, it would expedite her progress towards the pinnacle of the 10th level of Qi Refinement. This unique cultivation method was solely hers, unattainable by others. Having arrived in the Demon Hunter Town for several days, Qin Miaoi conducted discreet inquiries and, after careful consideration, decided to join the Spicy Charm mercenary group. leveraging their network to gather intelligence on the purple fire spirit ape. However, to her surprise, she discovered that apart from herself, there was another prodigy among the team. Under her spiritual perception, the age and cultivation level of the Qi refinement practitioners were laid bare. At 19, he had reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. A remarkable feat for one so young. In contrast, Qin Miaoi, at 21, stood at the 10th level, exuding confidence among her peers. Yet, she was acutely aware of her own circumstances. Outwardly, she bore the attributes of fire, earth, and metal spiritual roots, but in truth, she was a naturally gifted purple fire spirit body. The cultivation speed of such innate bodies rivaled that of heavenly spiritual roots, and her family had long designated her as a key candidate for Yuan in cultivation, despite their decline in power and resources, which were a mere fraction of their former glory. She had never lacked for cultivation materials. With her exceptional talent, abundant resources, guidance from foundational practitioners, and her innate comprehension, she had achieved the 10th level of Qi refinement by the age of 21. Given her aptitude, reaching foundational stage before the age of 30 was nearly guaranteed. Qin Miaoi was taken aback, musing, this young man, at 19, has already attained the 7th level of Qi refinement. In the archipelagos, only the most gifted direct disciples from the 5 major foundational families can boast such prowess at this age. An intriguing fellow, she thought. Li Qingyuan seemed to sense her observation, glancing at Qin Ping and offering her a smile. Qin Ping reciprocated with a smile before diverting her gaze. Soon, the group arrived at the summit of a mountain and began to rest. The spicy lady stepped forward, her voluptuous figure captivating, and remarked, "Dear friends Qin and Zhen, to maximize our team's sustained combat capabilities and enhance our survival rate, might I request that you both provide some elixirs and talismans for everyone's use in battle?" With a generous spirit, she produced several hundred spiritual stones, stating, "I can advance you some spiritual stones. After the hunt, any deficits will be compensated when distributing the spoils. What say you, esteemed friends?" Qin Ping nodded in agreement, adding, "Moreover, as we are all teammates and this is fortuitous fate, I shall offer my wares at internal commerce prices, merely 80% of the market rate." Li Qingyuan concurred, "Indeed, we are all allies. I too will sell at 80% of the market price." As he spoke, he waved his hand, producing 121st-tier superior talismans, 6 varieties: tortoiseshell talisman, flame ice talisman, golden spear talisman, blazing fire talisman, divine movement talisman, and spirit binding talisman, with 20 of each, totaling 120. Indeed, Li Qingyuan remained somewhat reserved. The majority of the talisman papers were of inferior quality, with only a scant few being genuine. Not a single exquisite talisman paper was present. Nonetheless, Li Qingyuan had concealed much of his prowess. As a first-tier exceptional talisman master, he would never reveal his true identity. Among the first-tier exceptional talismans were 2 varieties, the pure Yang sword talisman and the mixed Yuan bowl talisman, one for offense and the other for defense. With dozens of each available, capable of engaging in direct combat with those at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Furthermore, he possessed a first-tier exceptional inner armor, fortified with 2 layers, providing maximum defense. Upon the emergence of these 120 talisman papers, the eyes of the onlookers sparkled with excitement. The fiery lady and the enchanting maiden expressed their delight, remarking on the impressive collection of first-tier superior talismans, suggesting that their companion Jin was indeed a master of talisman crafting. The talismans were distributed, with each individual receiving 20, encompassing offensive, defensive, and binding types, thereby significantly augmenting their combat capabilities. Qin Miaoi gazed upon her 20 talisman papers and was particularly familiar with the flame, ice, severing talisman, having procured numerous of them from the Spirit Talisman Pavilion. This fellow is truly cautious. While the Spirit Talisman Pavilion has acquired many of his exquisite flame ice talismans, not a single one was produced today. Fellow Taoists, here are the medicinal pills, Qin Miaoi declared, tucking away her talisman papers before tossing a handful into the air. Various restorative pills, hemostatic pills, chi-nurturing pills, and primordial cultivation pills soared forth, landing in the hands of her companions. After the distribution of the pills, the fiery lady commenced her performance. With a deft gesture and a sharp whistle, a clear note soared into the heavens. Moments later, a blue spirit eagle emerged, its cry echoing across the sky before it circled twice and took flight in a specific direction. Fellow Taoists, the hunt begins. Chapter 69. The white jade monkey-faced spider, the spirited maiden, proudly introduced her spirit companion, the azure spirit eagle, which she had nurtured meticulously for over a decade. Now a late-stage first-tier demon beast. This eagle possessed eyesight far superior to that of cultivators, capable of clearly spotting prey 2 miles away. Li Qingyuan marveled, exclaiming that this eagle was indeed an indispensable asset for reconnaissance, pathfinding, and hunting demon beasts. The enchanting maiden smiled and added, "Every time we venture into the Tianyin Mountains, my sister and I rely on this eagle to scout the way, allowing us not only to evade formidable demon beasts, but also to discover many rare spiritual plants." Qin Ping also praised, "It is indeed a splendid hunting eagle." With a cry, the azure spirit eagle soared high into the sky, letting out a call before gliding down toward a valley. The spirited maiden remarked, "It seems the eagle has found its target. Fellow friends, follow me." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group flew on their swords, transforming into streaks of light, closely trailing the azure spirit eagle into the depths of the valley. Within the valley, vegetation thrived abundantly, and webs hung between the trees. With a powerful flap of its wings, the azure spirit eagle unleashed wind blades, slicing through the massive trees and severing the webs. Suddenly, a spider leapt forth, measuring a yard in size, its body as white as jade, bristling with hair like needles, and its eyes dark as ink. On either side, it bore 8 spider limbs, each tip as sharp as a blade. Most peculiarly, the spider sported a face resembling that of a monkey. Li Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, declaring, "The white jade monkey-faced spider." It appeared that there was a male and a female, both lurking together. Puff, puff, 2 beams of white light shot forth, expanding into webs that engulfed their prey. Fortunately, the azure spirit eagle, with its keen senses and agility, evaded the 2 web traps, retreating to a safe distance. The enchanting maiden joyfully exclaimed, "Sister, these are 2 late-stage first-tier demon beasts, the white jade monkey-faced spiders. Their webs can only be severed by high-grade first-tier magical artifacts. And once ensnared, the prey will be subjected to paralyzing toxins that also seal their spiritual energy. Anyone below the late stage of chi refinement would be left to await their demise." The spirited maiden chuckled, "Fellow friends, shall we work together to capture these white jade monkey-faced spiders?" The others nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in taming them for their valuable webs, which would ensure a steady and substantial influx of spirit stones in the future. Onward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the group sprang into action. Though Li Qingyuan's response was slightly delayed, causing him to lag behind. Chirp, chirp. The 2-yard-sized white jade monkey-faced spiders sensed the impending threat, emitting piercing sonic waves. Gathering their spiritual energy, they unleashed a flurry of webs to attack the group. The spirited maiden and the enchanting maiden, with their profound spiritual power, wielded high-grade first-tier magical artifacts to slice through the webs and charge toward one of the spiders. The spirited maiden instructed, "Fellow friends, merely restrain the other white jade monkey-faced spider. Once my sister and I have captured this one, we will promptly come to assist." Li Qingyuan activated a blazing fire talisman, striking a web that erupted into flames. He, along with Qin Ping and 3 others at the 7th level of chi refinement, simultaneously launched an assault on a white jade monkey-faced spider. The 5 of them worked in concert, effortlessly subduing the creature, rendering it unable to flee. Qin Ping remarked, "The strength of these 2 white jade monkey-faced spiders is comparable to that of an 8th level chi refinement cultivator. They possess considerable value for domestication. Should a first-tier senior refining master utilize their webs as the primary material, supplemented with other components, they could undoubtedly forge a web-based magical artifact that would pose significant challenges even to those at the late stage of chi refinement." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan nodded in agreement. It seems that the worth of these white jade monkey-faced spiders surpasses that of an ordinary pinnacle first-tier demonic beast. As they conversed, the fiery maiden struck, sending the white jade monkey-faced spider flying. A silken artifact at her waist flew out, binding its movements, and she swiftly affixed a sealing talisman to subdue it. With a flick of her fingers, the white jade monkey-faced spider rapidly shrank and was ensconced within her spirit beast pouch. After the fiery maiden and her sister, the enchanting maiden, captured 1 spider, they soared through the air on their swords, coordinating seamlessly to secure a second one. Qin Ping, a first-tier senior alchemist, fully indulged in her interests. She leaped gracefully towards the spider's lair, prompting Li Qingyuan and the others to follow suit. The spider cave, resembling a rocky cavern, was spacious enough for the Wonjong-sized white jade monkey-faced spiders to traverse, allowing the group to navigate unhindered to the spider's nest. With a smile, Qin Ping remarked, "Indeed. The white jade loquat is here." Li Qingyuan gazed at the white jade loquat with curiosity, as it was his first encounter with such a spiritual plant. Qin Ping elucidated. This white jade loquat has reached the first-tier senior grade and can be used to concoct the first-tier superior elixir, the white jade loquat pill. Li Qingyuan, intrigued, inquired, "What miraculous effects does this pill possess?" The enchanting maiden's eyes sparkled, and she answered, "The white jade loquat pill nourishes yin, replenishes qi, enhances beauty, and can also eliminate scars and blemishes. This pill is highly sought after in the market, with a bottle fetching over 100 spirit stones, making it a favorite among many female cultivators. Qin, are you capable of refining this pill?" The remaining 4 female cultivators, aside from Qin Ping, displayed eager expressions. With an unassuming demeanor, Qin Ping replied, "Coincidentally, I can indeed refine this pill." The fiery maiden chimed in, "Excellent. After this hunt concludes, I hope you can produce 2 batches of white jade loquat pills. We are willing to purchase them at market prices." She added, "Let us keep the white jade loquat with you for now." As Qin Ping harvested the white jade loquat and secured it, she stated, "Dear friends, our gathering is indeed a fateful encounter. As per our usual custom, I shall sell it at an 80% market price." Upon hearing this, the female cultivators expressed their gratitude. In an instant, Qin Ping bonded with them. The fiery maiden declared, "Dear friends, we have achieved a splendid victory in our first battle, garnering considerable profits. Moving forward, I hope we can all work together to hunt more demonic beasts and seek out spiritual plants." The group nodded in agreement, of course. For the next several days, they traversed the depths of the Tianin mountain range, employing the Qingling eagle as a scout, hunting late-stage, first-tier demonic beasts, and gathering first-tier superior spiritual herbs, amassing a wealth of spoils. During this time, Li Qingyuan drew talismans on 2 occasions to replenish the group. In the midst of the scene, the act of drawing talismans revealed that the supply of finished talisman paper was dwindling. However, in reality, the contents of his storage bag contained an abundance that was rather astonishing. Qin Ping had also concocted several batches of elixirs, primarily qi recovery pills and vitality pills, designed to restore spiritual energy during combat, thereby enabling sustained warfare for the entire team. As a fortnight passed, this group had undergone a process of combat refinement, fostering a deeper understanding among one another. On a particular day, Li Qingyuan approached the fiery woman, offering a respectful bow and inquiring, "Dear friend of the fire path, your sisters have traversed the Tianin mountain range for quite some time. Might you have heard of the illusory divine mushroom?" The fiery woman paused in surprise, then realized. It seems that Taoist Jin has ventured into the Tianin mountain range in search of the first-tier exquisite spiritual herb, the illusory divine mushroom. Li Qingyuan, also known as Zhen Yud, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the illusory divine mushroom possesses the ability to nourish the soul and enhance spiritual awareness. As a talisman master, I have high requirements for spiritual perception when crafting talisman paper. Strengthening one's spiritual awareness will aid in increasing the success rate of talisman drawing and enhance one's skills in the art of talismans. This explanation was impeccable, leaving no room for doubt except in the case of Qin Ping. In her mind, she pondered, this man named Li is likely not speaking the whole truth. Through my spiritual perception, I can sense that his awareness is no less than that of an ordinary practitioner at the 9th level of qi refinement. What could he possibly want with the illusory divine mushroom? At that moment, the fiery woman spoke up. To be candid, Taoist Chen, I do indeed know of a location where the illusory divine mushroom exists. Li Qingyuan's eyes brightened. Oh, truly? Might I inquire, dear friend of the fire path, where can this illusory divine mushroom be found? Chapter 070. News of the illusory divine mushroom. The fiery maiden pondered for a moment and replied, to the south. 5,000 miles from here lies the region between the central and southern sections of the Tianin mountain range. The Tianin mountain range stretches over 30,000 miles in length and 15,000 miles in width. It is divided longitudinally into 3 segments, the northern, central, and southern sections. Transversely, it is categorized into core, middle, and outer areas. Li Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback. 5,000 miles to the south, between the central and southern sections of the Tianin mountain range. Could it be that the Fire Sisters are cultivators from Icefire Island? The Tianin mountain range, extending for tens of thousands of miles, follows the coastline, with 5 major islands distributed from north to south along the eastern shore: Liu Island, Xuanqi Island, and Icefire Island. Among these 5 islands, Icefire Island is precisely situated between the central and southern sections of the Tianyin mountain range. The fiery maiden nodded in affirmation. Indeed, we sisters are cultivators from Icefire Island. We have heard that a late-stage Foundation Establishment Master's cave abode has manifested here, and we intend to try our luck. The enchanting maiden scoffed. Little did we expect that the cave abode of that late-stage Foundation Establishment Master has already been targeted by the 5 major Foundation Establishment clans, making it nearly impossible for other factions to approach. The 5 major Foundation Establishment clans have always been tyrannical. Whenever something valuable appears in the island seas, it ultimately ends up in their coffers. Qin Ping, displaying a sympathetic demeanor, lamented. Indeed, for those of us from small factions and minor families, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Spiritual veins, spiritual plants, elixirs, magical artifacts, spiritual stones. All manner of cultivation resources are monopolized by the 5 major Foundation Establishment clans. Qin Ping expressed her indignation. As scattered cultivators, we either become vassals to the Foundation Establishment clans, toiling like beasts for a meager return, or we venture into the Tianyin mountain range to hunt demonic beasts, living perilously on the edge of death, never knowing when we might fall victim to a beast's jaws. Sighing, Qin Ping's face clouded with sorrow. My father could not endure the oppression of the Foundation Establishment clans and led our kin to migrate to a smaller island for survival. Our family's income relies on his leadership in hunting demonic beasts. When I was very young, my father was devoured by a beast, leaving our family struggling to survive. Had it not been for fortuitous circumstances, I would find it exceedingly difficult to become an alchemist. Qin Ping laid bare her struggles and the harsh realities of her cultivation environment, garnering the sympathy and recognition of the gathered crowd. The enchanting maiden coldly asserted, indeed, the 5 major Foundation Establishment clans are the most significant parasites in the island seas. Another male cultivator in the group, an elderly man in his 50s, with a 7th layer of qi refinement, revealed his sorrow. Alas, this scar on my face is also a gift from a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Old Wang, appearing to be in his 50s, was in fact over 60 years old, sporting a grotesque scar on his face. The other 2 female cultivators joined in, vocally expressing their outrage against the oppression of the Foundation Establishment clans. Li Qingyuan glanced at Qin Ping, contemplating. This woman has effortlessly united everyone in common cause with just a few words. Is it by chance or design? Clearing his throat, Li Qingyuan inquired, Dear fire friend, could you elaborate further on the illusory divine mushroom? What sort of demonic beasts inhabit its surroundings? The fiery maiden recounted. 3 years ago, my sister and I ventured into the mountains for a hunt. By a stroke of fortune, the Qinling eagle discovered the illusory divine mushroom and guided us there. Upon our arrival, we encountered a formidable Sharon lurking around the mushroom. Qin Ping's expression shifted slightly as she remarked, Is it truly a Sharon? Such beings are exceedingly rare and are special humanoid demon beasts proficient in illusions and possessing ghostly agility, capable of taking lives unseen. The fiery maiden nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed. The moment my sister and I laid eyes on the Sharon, we turned and fled without hesitation. The enchanting maiden, still shaken, added, That Sharon is no ordinary foe. Its aura is strikingly close to that of a peak first-tier demon beast. It is best not to provoke it unless one is a cultivator of the 10th layer of qi refinement. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath, clasped his fists in respect, and said, Dear fire friend and esteemed companions, would you assist me in harvesting the illusory divine mushroom? In return for all the beast materials and spirit plants gathered during our hunts over the past half-month, I shall not ask for a single coin. Our collective efforts have yielded a bountiful harvest, nearing 3,000 spirit stones. Even if we were to begin distributing them now, I would still receive several hundred spirit stones. Of course, the illusory divine mushroom holds a value exceeding 1,000 spirit stones. He then added, The journey south spans 5,000 miles. All harvested beasts and spirit plants shall belong to you, esteemed friends. Furthermore, I shall bestow upon each of you 30 first-tier superior talismans after this endeavor. This concession surpasses 1,000 spirit stones in worth. The fiery maiden and the enchanting maiden exchanged glances, their interest piqued. Old Wang furrowed his brow and cautioned, Jean, the Sharon's movements are treacherous, and its mastery of illusions could ensnare one's consciousness, leaving one's life at its mercy. Your offer is indeed generous, but life itself is far more precious. The 2 female cultivators nodded in agreement. The enchanting maiden confessed, "To be frank, my sister and I also covet that illusory divine mushroom. The wings, sharp fangs, and claws of the Shaoran, as well as its spinal bones, are also exceptional materials for crafting artifacts. Yet, no treasure is worth more than one's life." The fiery maiden concurred. Indeed, in that region, there exists not merely one type of first-tier superior spirit herb. There is also the first-tier superior spirit wine, purple flame nectar. The sisters licked their luscious lips, their desire palpable as they spoke. Purple flame nectar is a first-tier superior spirit wine. Brewed by the purple fire spirit ape using various spirit plants, herbs, and fruits, combined with a special secret method. It serves as a tremendous supplement for cultivators of fire attribute techniques, and it can even aid those in the later stages of chi refinement to break through to a minor realm, enhancing their power significantly. The enchanting maiden remarked, "If I could obtain the purple flame nectar, after 3 to 5 years of seclusion and rigorous cultivation, I would surely break through to the 8th layer of chi refinement and step into the 9th layer." A glimmer of joy flashed in Qin Ping's eyes, albeit concealed. As she probed, the purple flame nectar is exclusively brewed by the purple fire spirit ape. "Have you truly encountered one?" The fiery maiden affirmed. "Indeed, there exists a troop of monkeys, among which are 2 purple fire spirit ape kings, both of whom have reached the peak level of first-tier demon beasts. Hence, given our current strength, we can only gaze longingly, helpless to act." Qin Ping, with a heart full of longing, expressed, "I have been cultivating a fire attribute technique, and my progress has stagnated at the 7th level of chi refinement for several years. I am in urgent need of the purple flame nectar to facilitate my breakthrough." She continued, "Fire friends, esteemed companions, please assist me in acquiring the purple flame nectar. Like Taoist Jun, I shall accept no compensation for any materials from demon beasts or spiritual plants. Moreover, should this endeavor succeed, I shall generously offer the Bayou Pipa pills at no cost." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, for this was indeed a tantalizing proposition. A talisman master and an alchemist would forego all profits from the hunt for demon beasts, and afterward bestow talisman papers and medicinal pills. Considering the thousands of demon beasts hunted and the spiritual plants gathered along the 5,000-mile journey southward, they could potentially share an additional 2,000 to 3,000 spiritual stones, alongside receiving first-grade superior talisman papers and first-grade superior pills for free. Old Wong remarked, "I too practice a fire attribute technique and wish to partake in the purple flame nectar." The fiery sisters, naturally, had no reservations, as they also practiced fire attribute techniques. Li Qingyuan added, "Fire friend, we need not confront the Shao people or the purple fire spirit ape king directly. We simply need to distract or divert them while sending others to swiftly gather the spiritual plants and the nectar." Qin Ping declared, "I shall only claim 1/4 of the purple flame nectar. The remaining 3/4 can be evenly divided among all of you." She mused to herself, "For me, the essence of the purple fire spirit ape is far more valuable. The nectar is of secondary importance." After a moment of contemplation, the fiery sister, moved by the proposal, concurred. "Taoist Jin speaks wisely. We need not engage in direct conflict, but rather lure the tiger away from its mountain den to covertly seize what we desire. Furthermore, if we all exert our full strength, even a 10th level chi refinement cultivator could hold their ground." Thus, they resolved to head southward. The fiery sisters agreed. Old Wong nodded in affirmation, and the other 2 female cultivators were particularly enticed by the beauty-enhancing Bayou Pipa pills. Consequently, the group unanimously consented to proceed southward. Observing this, Li Qingyuan felt a surge of joy within. "Regardless of the outcome, I must acquire the illusionary god mushroom. It will aid me in refining my consciousness and crafting second-grade talisman papers. My cursed fear of insufficient firepower has reached its limits," he lamented. Simultaneously, Qin Ping, known as Qin Miaoi, rejoiced inwardly. "I never anticipated that I would indeed locate the purple fire spirit ape. Refining the essence of 2 purple fire spirit ape kings will undoubtedly expedite my progress to the peak of the chi refinement stage, granting me several years of cultivation to rapidly advance to the foundation establishment stage." Chapter 071. The Xia People and Illusions After Reaching a Consensus. The 7 members of the Lame mercenary group altered their course southward. Throughout their journey, Lady La employed the Qinling Eagle as a scout, selectively targeting late-stage, first-order demonic beasts, particularly those that possessed fixed territories. Generally speaking, such late-stage, first-order demonic beasts wielded power comparable to practitioners at the 8th or 9th level of chi refinement. Furthermore, These territorial beasts often signified the presence of superior first-order spiritual plants, with the least among them being mid-tier first-order spiritual flora. As the group advanced southward, they hunted demonic beasts and harvested spiritual plants, engaging in continuous combat except for their rest periods. They covered over 300 miles daily. After several days of travel, they descended 5,000 miles, arriving at the junction of the central and southern segments of the Tianyin mountain range. Lady Law announced, "The valley 10 miles ahead is our destination." The group settled down to meditate and restore their spiritual energy before promptly setting off again. Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, holding a spirit stone, and swiftly cultivated the Dazhuan Gong to refine the stone, hastening his energy recovery. After half an hour, he had nearly restored his spiritual power and remarked, "I wonder if the illusionary god mushroom still exists after these 2 years." Mingyang approached, her ample bosom swaying enticingly as she sat, a vision of elegance at 40, still possessing a captivating charm. Her slender waist and voluptuous hips resembled a finely crafted millstone. She giggled, "Rest assured, Taoist Fringian, over the past year, practitioners from various island factions have flocked to the cave left behind by the 3 complete sage. Moreover, the Xie people's lair is exceedingly concealed, making it difficult for anyone to discover. Their methods are intricate, their movements elusive, and they are well-versed in illusions. Even a formidable practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement would struggle to capture one. Whether we succeed or not remains uncertain." Li Qingyuan clasped his fists in salute, saying, "Regardless of the outcome, my previous commitment remains intact." Mingyang observed the mature charm of Li Qingyuan's face and his composed demeanor. Her curiosity piqued. "May I inquire if Taoist Fringian has a partner or family?" Li Qingyuan replied nonchalantly, "I am merely a loose cultivator of common origin, without a lineage of immortal practitioners. As for matters of companionship, I leave them to fate." "Oh," Mingyang smiled brightly, "what a coincidence. My sister and I also practice alone, without partners." Li Qingyuan merely smiled faintly and chose not to engage further. Soon, everyone had restored their spiritual energy. With a serious expression, Lady Law cautioned, "Friends, once we reach the valley, we must not act separately to avoid falling victim to the Xie people's illusions." The group nodded in agreement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 7 activated their magical artifacts to take flight, with Li Qingyuan stepping onto a first-order superior artifact. The breaking spirit blood wheel, soaring through the skies with remarkable speed. The 10-mile distance, approximately 5 kilometers, was swiftly traversed, and they soon arrived at the valley's entrance. Taking a deep breath, Lady Law, with her 9th level Qi refinement cultivation, secretly activated her powers, her sword weaving gracefully around her in a fiery curve as she cautioned, "Be careful, everyone." Li Qingyuan adjusted his breathing, readying a Hunyuan bowl talisman positioned below his navel. This is a first-tier supreme defensive talisman, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a master at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Additionally, he has donned 2 sets of first-tier supreme inner armor, which, once activated, would also be difficult to breach even by someone at the pinnacle of Qi refinement. As long as no foundation-building experts emerge, Li Qingyuan stands on the brink of invincibility. A group of 7 individuals, their spiritual energy circulating, with magical artifacts humming, advanced slowly into the valley in a formation resembling the character. The valley's entrance lay along a narrow path nestled between 2 mountain ranges, and after traversing a concealed passage of 100 fathoms, they would enter the valley itself. Li Qingyuan focused his gaze, observing the valley shrouded in swirling mist and rising vapor, where clusters of locust trees thrived, casting shadows to form a locust tree valley. As the 7 moved cautiously through this arboreal sanctuary, their spiritual senses extended, keenly attuned to the slightest rustle of leaves. Qin Ping, also known as Qin Miaoi, silently expanded her foundation-building consciousness, spreading out to a radius of 10, 30, 50, a full 100 fathoms, all within her detection range. Li Qingyuan activated the illusory divine eye technique, rendering him immune to illusions below the first-tier supreme level, amplifying his vision tenfold, allowing him to perceive clearly even from 2 to 3 miles away. His ocular technique swiftly penetrated the mist and vapor, granting him a near-complete view of the entire locust forest. "They are coming. The Shao people are approaching." Li Qingyuan's eyelids fluttered. Within the mist, a ghostly figure leapt from tree to tree, its crimson eyes glimmering, with bat-like wings that allowed it to glide down into the valley. From the mountainside, the Shao person glided down 1,000 meters into the valley's depths, weaving through the thick clouds, its erratic movements nearly impossible to track, swiftly closing in on the group. 500 fathoms, 300 fathoms, 200 fathoms, 100 fathoms. The Shao person concealed itself within the mist, darting between the locust trees with remarkable agility. Moving without a sound, silently approaching the 7 individuals. Huff, huff, huff. Li Qingyuan observed as the Shao person manipulated its demonic energy, exhaling a mist. This fog seamlessly blended with the surrounding vapor, colorless and formless, merging perfectly with the haze, gradually drifting towards the group, enveloping them. Li Qingyuan held his breath, casting a sidelong glance at the others, contemplating. It appears they remain unaware of the Shao person drawing near, poised to strike. In that moment, his gaze met Qin Ping's. And fortuitously, she looked over at him. They exchanged a brief smile before discreetly averting their eyes. Qin Ping held her breath, thinking, the illusory divine mushroom is one of the primary ingredients for crafting the concentration pill. Once they all succumb to the illusion and lose their wits, I shall strike to eliminate the Shao person, procure the illusory divine mushroom, and then rescue them, ultimately crafting a plausible excuse to smooth over the situation. Before long, the others unwittingly inhaled the mist exhaled by the Shao person, falling under the illusion and entering a hallucinatory state, their gazes gradually becoming vacant. Old Wang began to shed his clothing, a foolish grin spreading across his face as he embraced a locust tree, chuckling. Mo, don't run away. Your partner is out today. Why not take this opportunity to enjoy ourselves? Qin Ping. Li Qingyuan. Good heavens. That's the neighbor Old Wang. On another note, 2 female cultivators ensnared by the illusion exhibited frenzied expressions, wielding their magical artifacts as they dug frantically into the ground. Laughing maniacally. Ha, spirit stones, so many spirit stones. We struck it rich. The enchanting maiden, at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, found herself unable to resist the ethereal mist emitted by the peak first-tier demon beast, the Shaoran. In a moment of vulnerability, she caressed her thighs, tore open her chest, and began to gasp for breath, embracing a locust tree as she uttered an astonishing proposition. Zhendaoyu, dear Zhen, why not acquiesce to me and become my companion in the pursuit of joy and freedom? Moreover, I could invite my sister to join us. Li Qingyuan's mouth twitched in response. It appeared that the alluring maiden had also succumbed to the effects of the mist. As she sat cross-legged, cultivating her techniques, her spiritual energy surged, and she erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, ha, I have succeeded. I have attained the foundation establishment stage. Li Qingyuan mused to himself. What a remarkable turn of events, indeed. It seemed that the illusionary powers of the Shaoran stirred the most primal desires and obsessions within the human heart, even evoking inner demons. It was no wonder that the Shaoran was deemed a unique and rare demon beast, with even formidable masters at the 10th layer of Qi refinement lacking certainty of victory. Such illusionary techniques were indeed insidious, the mist blending seamlessly into the air, colorless, odorless, and nearly unavoidable without prior awareness. However, a realization struck him. There was still one person unaffected. Instinctively, Li Qingyuan turned his gaze towards Qin Ping. She, too, withdrew her attention from the alluring maiden and met Li Qingyuan's eyes once more. Their gazes collided, lingering for a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the next moment, Li Qingyuan retrieved a talisman and laughed triumphantly. Ha, a second-tier talisman. I have succeeded. Almost simultaneously, Qin Ping produced a pill, her excitement bubbling over as she laughed. Ha, the foundation establishment pill. I have refined it. Li Qingyuan, Qin Ping. As they reveled in their newfound power, a deadly claw sliced through the air with a shriek. Whoosh. The claw, swift as lightning, aimed directly at Li Qingyuan's throat, promising instant demise upon contact. In that fleeting moment, the frenzied Li Qingyuan activated the talisman in his hand, directing it towards the Shaoran. Following swiftly, he channeled his spiritual consciousness to wield the artifact, the blood wheel of spirit breaking, which transformed into a luminous disc, cleaving through the air with its razor-sharp edges. Launching an assault on the Shaoran. Chapter 072, The Alliance of 2 Elders to Slay the Shaoran. Boom. The fiery talisman ignited, and a fierce blaze surged forth, startling the Shaoran. It had not anticipated that this human before it would not be harmed. Instead, he unleashed the talisman with deadly intent. Yet, the Shaoran remained unperturbed, its claws swiping effortlessly through the flames. As a pinnacle first-tier beast, its cultivation was akin to that of a 10th layer Qi refiner. A mere first-tier talisman was easily torn apart. However, in the instant it rent the flames, its crimson eyes narrowed sharply as a blood-red wheel pierced the air, slicing through with lethal precision. The Sharon's expression shifted in alarm, and with a surge of spiritual energy, it swiped at the blood-red wheel, sending it flying. With a clang, sparks flew, and the shattered blood wheel was drawn back to Li Qingyuan by his spiritual sense. "Friend Qin, cease your charade. Together, we shall vanquish this Sharon," he declared. Qin Ping continued to laugh maniacally, exclaiming with excitement, "I have succeeded in refining the foundation establishment pill." The Sharon bared its teeth, fuming with rage as it glanced at its palm, where a wound throbbed, blood oozing forth. Clearly, Li Qingyuan's surprise attack had enraged it. Whoosh! The Sharon moved with a ghostly grace, blending seamlessly with the mist, leaving behind fleeting shadows, its crimson eyes hidden within the clouds. Illusory divine eye technique. Li Qingyuan's eyes glimmered faintly as he penetrated the illusions of the Sharon's movement, discerning its true form. Swish! The Sharon leapt several dozen feet, launching an assault. Moonshadow technique. With his cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, Li Qingyuan unleashed the first-tier spell, the Moonshadow technique, executing it with remarkable finesse to evade the Sharon's strike. In a series of agile maneuvers, he positioned himself behind Qin Ping. "Qin Ping, Qin Miaoyi, I shall remember your name, Li." Swish! The Sharon's claws were sharp as blades, capable of clashing with first-tier artifacts. As it tore through the air towards Qin Ping, intending to rend her before turning on Li Qingyuan. The next moment, Qin Ping shouted, "Halt!" Buzzing, the sound waves reverberated as the sound wave technique, combined with her sudden surge of foundation establishment spiritual sense, directly assaulted the Sharon's mind. The Sharon emitted a shrill scream akin to that of a human infant, its body plummeting from midair, suffering from a splitting headache and contorted features. It cradled its head in agony, blood streaming from its orifices, rolling helplessly on the ground. Li Qingyuan leaped forward. "Abominable creature, meet your end." Swish, swish, swish. 5 talismans flew forth simultaneously, each first-tier talisman of premium quality, merging through the 5 elements talisman array to ensnare the Sharon, culminating in a violent explosion. Boom! The force of this strike surpassed that of an ordinary 9th-layer Qi refiner, nearing the power of a 10th layer. Compounded by the Sharon's shattered defenses and its failure to muster spiritual energy for protection in time, the talisman array detonated, unleashing a wail from the Sharon as it was left bloodied and on the brink of death. Shattering spirit blood wheel. In the instant of the explosion, Li Qingyuan commanded the artifact to strike, the razor-sharp blood wheel slicing cleanly through the Sharon's neck, ending its life in a single blow. Qin Ping, astonished, inquired, "You understand the talisman array technique?" Li Qingyuan summoned his magical artifact and turned to Qin Ping, saying, "As an alchemist, it is only reasonable that you comprehend the art of sound strikes. As a talisman master, it is equally fitting for me to understand the intricacies of talisman formations." He inquired further, "Moreover, I am intrigued. The Shao people are adept in illusions, their spiritual essence formidable. Even a Qi refinement 10th layer cultivator finds it arduous to assault their spirit. How then does your sound strike prove effective, directly inflicting severe damage upon their soul?" Qin Ping scoffed, "You presume to use me as a shield against the Shao? I have yet to settle the score with you." With a thunderous roar, her spiritual energy surged forth, infusing her magical artifact with an aura of lethal intent. Swish! A beam of sword light hurtled towards Li Qingyuan. His expression shifted dramatically. Qi refinement 10th layer? A first-tier top-grade artifact? At that moment, Li Qingyuan's heart raced in frustration. How intolerable! There exists someone more cunning than I. Despite being a Qi refinement 10th layer cultivator, he was masquerading as a Qi refinement 7th layer. Li Qingyuan channeled his spiritual energy, activating the energy reservoir within his dantian, while the concealed Hunyuan bowl talisman sprang to life. Buzz! The Hunyuan golden bowl erupted, its vast rim encompassing Li Qingyuan, successfully intercepting Qin Ping's strike powered by her Qi refinement 10th layer prowess. Qin Ping launched another assault, her flying sword poised to strike anew. Li Qingyuan channeled his spiritual energy into his inner armor, igniting 2 sets of first-tier top-grade inner armor, enveloping himself in a defensive glow to withstand the impending attack. Clang! 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 Qin Ping wielded her sword with astonishing speed, relentlessly piercing and striking at Li Qingyuan's exterior, causing his inner energy to tremble under the strain. The force you wield through that artifact is undeniably beyond mere spiritual consciousness, rendering even first-tier top-grade inner armor incapable of withstanding it. Li Qingyuan's expression shifted as he activated premium turtle shell talismans, supported by the Hunyuan bowl talisman, managing to barely defend himself. Qin Ping's lips curled in disdain. 2 sets of first-tier top-grade inner armor, a first-tier top-grade defensive talisman, and countless first-tier superior defensive talismans. Just how frightened of death are you? Li Qingyuan produced 5 talisman papers, all first-tier superior quality, intertwining them to form a talisman formation radiating power comparable to a complete force of a Qi refinement 10th layer cultivator. Qin Ping's expression shifted slightly in surprise. 5 first-tier superior talisman papers, all exquisite, united in the 5 elements? Li Qingyuan chuckled. Ah, Qin Daoist, shall we continue? I possess numerous such talisman formations, each capable of delivering the full force of a Qi refinement 10th layer cultivator. Qin Ping retorted with a cold smile. No matter how powerful your talisman formation, can it rival the strength of a second-tier talisman? As she spoke, a second-tier talisman materialized in her hand, exuding formidable spiritual pressure. Li Qingyuan's expression turned grave. A second-tier inferior talisman? Such a talisman is akin to the full force of an early foundation establishment cultivator. Under normal circumstances, an early foundation establishment would undoubtedly overwhelm a Qi refinement 10th layer cultivator, leaving no room for doubt. Even with 2 layers of first-tier top-grade inner armor, it would struggle to withstand a second-tier inferior talisman. Li Qingyuan's expression tightened, yet he managed to smile. Qin Daoist, allow me to speak. As they conversed, Li Qingyuan's hands became laden with an abundance of talismanic papers, containing the Mixed Origin Bowl Talisman, the Pure Yang Sword Talisman, the Divine Movement Talisman, and countless others, numbering in the hundreds or even thousands. Such a plethora of talismans? Qin Ping's eyes widened in surprise. Li Qingyuan remarked, Friend Qin, second-tier talismans are quite rare in this archipelago. Each one is precious. I possess 2 sets of first-tier exceptional armor, along with first-tier superior talismans at my disposal, and an immeasurable quantity of first-tier high-quality talismans. The second-tier talismans you wield may not suffice to defeat me. Yet, despite his words, Li Qingyuan felt a pang of regret. After 3 years of seclusion, 3 years of crafting talismans, and 3 years of accumulation, to expend so many talismans for the sake of survival was indeed disheartening. Friend Qin, we harbor no grievances against one another. Why not transform our conflict into a harmonious resolution? Li Qingyuan continued to persuade. Qin Ping appeared contemplative and inquired, Did you craft these first-tier exceptional talismans yourself? Li Qingyuan nodded. Indeed, to speak candidly, I am not merely a first-tier master talisman craftsman, but rather a first-tier exceptional one. The reason I concealed my identity to join the Lame mercenary group was due to the information I learned about the sisters possessing the illusory divine mushroom. Qin Ping replied, Li Daoist, I have always taken pleasure in recruiting talented individuals. If you were to join the Qin family, we could put an end to today's events. Daoistly? Li Qingyuan was taken aback, feigning confusion. What does friend Qin mean by this? My surname is Jin. Huh. Still pretending. Qin Ping scoffed coldly. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual light erupted from her form. Her dark dress was torn asunder to reveal a flowing purple gown that accentuated her graceful figure. A face as exquisite as jade, flawless and radiant, with eyes that sparkled like stars. A hum resonated as her foundational spiritual awareness dispersed. Qin Miaoyi stated calmly, Daoistly, under my spiritual perception, all your disguises are laid bare. So, will you continue to feign innocence? It's you. Li Qingyuan's expression shifted dramatically. The East House of Lingfu Building in Chu Mountain Bazaar, friend Qin. Chapter 073, Coercion and Temptation, a guest of the Qin family. Li Qingyuan was genuinely astonished to discover that the owner of the Spirit Rune Tower in Xushan Market was a practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Moreover, this woman appeared to be only 2 or 3 years his senior, yet her cultivation was indeed at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Could it be that she possessed dual spirit roots? Or perhaps a singular celestial spirit root? Li Qingyuan felt a surge of wariness within, though his demeanor remained composed as he clasped his fists in salute, saying, Ah, it is you, Daoist Qin. I offer my respects. He continued, It is worth mentioning that most of the talisman paper I craft is sold to your esteemed Spirit Rune Tower. Thus we may consider ourselves old acquaintances and business partners. Li Qingyuan commenced to establish rapport, smiling as he said, Today has indeed been a misunderstanding. He formally introduced himself. I am Li Qingyuan. May I inquire how to address you, Miss Qin? Qin Miaoyi replied coolly, I am Qin Miaoyi. What a splendid name, Li Qingyuan remarked, after years of collaboration. I am fortunate to finally learn your name, Miss Qin. Humph. Qin Miaoyi responded, We are hardly old acquaintances, nor are we true business partners. I have not forgotten how you previously used me to shield against the enmity of the Shaoran. Li Qingyuan offered a wry smile. This matter was indeed my transgression. I am willing to present you with a first-tier premium talisman paper as an apology. Recognizing his inferiority in strength, he understood the necessity of humility. Previously, when the Sharon had attacked, he intended to test Qin Ping, but he was taken aback by her prowess, 10th level of Qi refinement. With divine sense and second-tier low-grade talisman papers at her disposal, she exhibited greater composure, cunning, and talent than himself. This woman must possess a significant background. It would be best not to make her an enemy. Qin Maui stated, I have no need for your talisman paper. I shall inform you that the Qin family is currently seeking to recruit talented individuals from all walks of life. Your cultivation talent is extraordinary, and your potential in talisman crafting is a once-in-a-century phenomenon. Should you join the Qin family, we would become akin to family. Once we are family, minor conflicts would be inconsequential. Li Qingyuan's expression faltered as he replied, Miss Qin, you jest. My aptitude is rather mediocre, rendering me quite unremarkable in comparison to you. Furthermore, your Qin family boasts second-tier talisman masters. What significance does a mere first-tier talisman master like myself hold? In his heart, Li Qingyuan mused. The ambitions of the Qin family must be considerable. A storm of bloodshed is surely on the horizon. To cultivate a prodigy like Qin Miaui, her backing must be no less than a foundational celestial clan. The struggles among foundational celestial clans are beyond my capacity to involve myself. Moreover, he had parents and clansmen to consider. He must act with greater prudence. Qin Miaui, intrigued by his talent, exhibited considerable patience as she explained, Taoistly. The 5 foundational celestial clans govern the island territories of the sea, enjoying the ocean's resources and boasting a lineage that spans millennia. Under their dominion, apart from the Sanquan Elder, no 6th foundational family has emerged in the islands for 1,000 years. Many prodigies and leaders of top-tier families and forces mysteriously perish just before they are about to break through to the foundational stage. Qin Miaui continued. It is precisely for this reason that the existence of the Sanquan Elder is so remarkable. His cave dwelling remains a source of insatiable greed among all practitioners in the island territories. With but a modicum of inquiry, one may discover that prior to and subsequent to his foundation establishment, Sanquan Shangren frequently fell prey to the joint assaults of the foundation establishing celestial clans. Qin Miaui chuckled softly and remarked, at the age of 19, you have attained the 7th level of Qi refinement. If I am not mistaken, in such a small locale as the archipelagos, to ascend to the later stages of Qi refinement before the age of 20, you must possess dual spiritual roots. Should I reveal your identity, your prowess, and your innate talent to the world, do you believe the 5 great foundation establishing celestial clans would spare you and your family? A heaviness settled in Li Qingyuan's heart. Qin Miaui continued, moreover, with such prodigious talent, you are destined to leave the archipelagos. There exist only 2 means of departure. First, through the teleportation array. Second, by traversing the Tianyin mountain range. Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow. Both methods were fraught with insurmountable obstacles. Qin Miaui smiled. The 5 great foundation establishing celestial clans have monopolized the teleportation array, restricting its use solely to their members, rendering a radius of 100 miles a forbidden zone. Anyone venturing within this proximity shall be slain by the cultivators of these clans. Furthermore, crossing the Tianyin mountain range poses a risk even to those at the stage of forming elixirs. Even if you were to successfully establish your foundation, a safe passage would remain an impossibility. Li Qingyuan comprehended the veracity of her words. He inquired, are you suggesting that your Qin family intends to supplant the Lu family and emerge as one of the new 5 foundational clans? Upon hearing this, Qin Miaui shook her head. No, our Qin family aims to usurp all foundation establishing celestial clans, unifying the 5 islands of the archipelago and the 36 islands into a singular clan of elixir formers. A gasp escaped Li Qingyuan's lips. An elixir-forming clan? That is inconceivable. He shook his head. Without a 3rd-tier spiritual vein, without elixirs or 3rd-tier pills for forming elixirs, it is nearly impossible to give rise to an elixir-forming cultivator. Qin Miaui exuded confidence as she stated, time shall provide the answer to that. So, have you made your decision? She posed the choice, to join the Qin family and serve, or to succumb to the assassins of the 5 great foundation establishing celestial clans. Li Qingyuan asked, what must I sacrifice to join the Qin family? And what shall I gain in return? Qin Miaui pondered briefly before responding. To become a guest elder of the Qin family, you shall be required to inscribe talismans for 30 years. 30 years? Li Qingyuan's expression shifted. Qin Maui continued, naturally. Our Qin family shall not neglect your spiritual stone resources and may even assist you in establishing your foundation. Additionally, after serving the Qin family for 30 years, you shall receive a teleportation quota, allowing you to depart the archipelagos for a broader realm of cultivation. Li Qingyuan raised an eyebrow and inquired, You would assist me in establishing my foundation? Does the Qin family possess foundation establishment pills? Such treasures are exceedingly rare. Would you truly part with them? Qin Miaoi replied, Indeed, but this is contingent upon the contributions you make to the Qin family. After contemplating for a moment, Li Qingyuan declared, Very well. I consent to join the Qin family. At this juncture, it was imperative to acquiesce temporarily to placate this woman. Moreover, the 5 foundational immortal clans have dominated the archipelago for a millennium, establishing a monopolistic situation. If the Qin family can instigate a war among the foundational immortal clans, it would ultimately benefit me, especially in the future, once I achieve foundation establishment. My only means of departing from the archipelago will be through the teleportation array. Qin Maui nodded in satisfaction, her jade-like hand waved, and a token flew forth. The dark black token bore a striking scarlet character, Qin, which shimmered brightly. Is this a first-grade superior magical artifact? Li Qingyuan, holding the token, looked at it with astonishment. A mere token has been crafted into a first-grade superior magical artifact? Qin Miaoi remarked, This is a unique token of the Qin family, currently possessed by only a few individuals. The rest are at the 10th level of Qi refinement, while you alone are at the 7th level. Li Qingyuan felt a stir in his heart, stowed away the token, and cupped his fist in a bow, saying, Li Qingyuan pays his respects to the young lady. A first-grade superior magical artifact is invaluable and often unattainable. Many experts at the 10th level of Qi refinement might not be able to afford it, and even if they could, they might not be able to acquire it. Joining the Qin family seems quite advantageous, if only the requirement of serving for 30 years were not in place. Qin Miaoi pondered for a moment, then tossed out a jade slip, saying, This is a method for drawing second-grade inferior talismans. Study it diligently, it will aid you in enhancing your talisman skills. Fellow Taoist Li, I have great faith in your talent for talismans. Do not disappoint me. Li Qingyuan accepted the jade slip, his expression brightening, and he bowed, replying, Rest assured, young lady, I will dedicate myself to improving my talisman skills and strive to become a second-grade talisman master as soon as possible. Such generosity. To so casually present a jade slip containing the inheritance for a second-grade talisman. One must seize the opportunity when it arises. Qin Miaoi continued to entice, stating, In the Qin family, there exists a second-grade medicinal pill known as the concentration pill. As long as a cultivator reaches the 9th or 10th level of Qi refinement, they can consume the concentration pill to refine their consciousness and advance, significantly enhancing the success rate of foundation establishment. Fellow Taoist Li, whether you can obtain the concentration pill will depend on your performance. Li Qingyuan cupped his fists and bowed, acknowledging, understood. Qin Maui smiled, Excellent, fellow Taoist Qingyuan. From this day forth, you shall be a guest elder of the Qin family. There is no need to refer to me as young lady. We may address each other as fellow Taoists. Just then, the alluring maidens, Lian and Mei, began to stir, their consciousness gradually returning. Li Qingyuan remarked, Taoist Qin, they are awakening. Qin Miaoi activated her technique, channeling her consciousness, and instantaneously transformed into a woman of over 40, whose appearance and figure were unremarkable. She said calmly, Do not worry, I will handle the upcoming matters. You go collect the illusory spirit mushrooms. They will also belong to you. Chapter 074, The Illusory Divine Mushroom Acquired. Qin Maoi declared, The illusory divine mushroom belongs to you, while the refining materials from the Shao people are mine. Are you satisfied with this arrangement? Li Qingyuan nodded in agreement, replying, Of course, my purpose for this journey was solely to obtain the illusory divine mushroom. With a swift motion, Li Qingyuan employed the moon shadow technique, darting through the locust grove. Activating the illusory divine eye technique, his vision pierced through the clouds and mist, leading him to a fissure in a cliff. Within the crevice, a mushroom approximately 2 feet in height emerged, its cap round and exceeding a foot in diameter. Cloaked in a deep, inky blackness, exuding wisps of ethereal mist. Finally, he had acquired the last spirit plant, the illusory divine mushroom. Without hesitation, Li Qingyuan approached to pluck it. As he inadvertently inhaled the spirit mist emanating from its surface, he felt a rush of dizziness, faintly perceiving little figures dancing before him. Gasping, Li Qingyuan quickly activated the illusory divine eye technique to dispel the potent effects. The potency was overwhelming, Merely inhaling a breath induced hallucinations. Had he consumed it directly, even a master at the 10th level of Qi refinement would surely succumb. After securing the illusory divine mushroom in a jade box, he affixed a sealing talisman for preservation and stored it in his spatial pouch. Once his task was complete, Li Qingyuan summoned the blood wheel of dispelled spirits to fly back, returning swiftly. Upon his arrival, he witnessed an intriguing scene. Qin Miaoyi, manifesting her Qi refinement at the 10th level, presented a bottle of white jade loquat pills to a person, earning the admiration and gratitude of the 5 women, including the spicy and enchanting ladies. Clearing her throat, Qin Miaoyi exuded an air of authority and said, "Friend of fire, let us proceed to the domain of the purple fire spirit monkeys." The spicy sisters nodded respectfully. "Yes, please lead the way, Daoist Qin." A master at the 10th level of Qi refinement held the qualifications to challenge the foundation establishment stage. In the presence of Qin Miaoyi, they dared not show any disrespect. Qin Miaoyi affirmed, "Very well, guide us." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 7 companions soared through the air on their flying instruments. 2 hours later, they halted at the foot of a cliff. The spicy lady pointed towards the precipice, saying, "Daoist Qin, behold, this is the habitat of the purple fire spirit monkeys." A long howl echoed from the monkeys, reverberating through the mountains for miles. Large monkeys leapt through the wilderness, one hand cradling spirit fruits and rare flowers, while they climbed the sheer cliffs and swung on vines, occasionally dropping their prized finds from great heights. Activating the illusory divine eye technique, Li Qingyuan discerned the exact number of the purple fire spirit monkey troop on the cliff, no fewer than 100. Among them, the majority were in the early to mid stages of the first rank, with a dozen reaching the late stage of beast level. Atop the cliff was a stone cave, guarded by 2 massive monkeys, their bodies cloaked in purple fur that swayed like flames in the wind. The monkeys' faces were dark, with crimson eyes, as they wielded stone tools to crush rare flowers and fruits, seemingly brewing something. These 2 behemoths stood over 3 meters tall, their size resembling that of 2 looming hills, presenting an intimidating presence. The spicy lady's expression shifted slightly as she remarked, "Daoist Qin, those 2 purple fire spirit monkey kings have both reached the pinnacle of the first rank. The purple fire spirit monkeys are gregarious beasts, and their movements are, in fact, easily detected by human cultivators. In our Ice and Fire Island sect, there were once 3 cultivators at the 10th layer of Qi refinement who attempted to infiltrate this place in a bid to seize the purple flame essence, only to be thwarted by the 2 purple flame spirit ape kings leading their troop." The fiery maiden remarked, "I suspect these 2 purple flame spirit ape kings are far from being ordinary first-tier peak demonic beasts." Qin Miaoyi, far from being disheartened, responded with delight, "Precisely. They ought to be extraordinary. The stronger, the better. You 5 need only to execute the plan," holding back the other mid to late stage first-tier demonic beast horde. Old Wang gazed incredulously at the multitude of giant apes, exclaiming, "Are we 5 to contend with dozens, even hundreds of purple flame spirit apes? This. His legs trembled as he declared, "Qin Daoist, we cannot accomplish this." Qin Miaoyi turned to Li Qingyuan, asking, "Zhen Daoist, where are your talismans? With your talisman's assistance, they will be able to hold off the ape horde." Li Qingyuan, with a reluctant expression, inquired, "How many do you need?" Qin Miaoyi replied with a number, 100 per person. "What?" Li Qingyuan exclaimed in shock. The fiery maiden and her companions were equally astonished. 100 per person? Did Qin Daoist not mean 10? Qin Miaoyi regarded Li Qingyuan with a silent gaze. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "Fine. I shall consider this as purchasing a first-tier exquisite magical artifact and a method for crafting second-tier inferior talismans." The method for crafting second-tier talismans is indeed a rare treasure in the archipelago. He could not expect to encounter another esteemed figure like Zhao Tuesday. With a pained expression, Li Qingyuan waved his hand, producing 500 first-tier superior talismans, albeit of inferior quality, which could only withstand the attacks of cultivators at the 7th and 8th layers of Qi refinement. The premium talismans were kept for himself. Qin Miaoyi could hardly contain her surprise, her mouth twitching as she thought, "Cunning lad. So many talismans? To produce 500 in an instant." As if he had no care for spirit stones. This was indeed extravagant. The 5 companions of the fiery maiden were left in awe. Mainyao's heart fluttered, and she exclaimed sweetly, "I never imagined Zhen Daoist to be so affluent." Hundreds of first-tier superior talismans could fetch thousands of spirit stones in the market. Zhen Daoist is no ordinary talisman master. Li Qingyuan moved a bit farther from Mainyao, positioning himself behind Qin Miaoyi. The woman's gaze seemed ready to devour her. Most importantly, when he had been ensnared by the illusions of the Shaoran. Mei Niao had been undressing while calling out his name. Thankfully, he was now Zhen Yud, not Li Qingyuan. Ahem. Qin Miaoyi addressed him, Zhen Daoist. Later you shall hold off one of the purple flame spirit ape kings for me. Li Qingyuan pointed at himself. Me? Qin Miaoyi affirmed. I know you can do it. The corners of Li Qingyuan's mouth twitched. The woman certainly knew how to utilize him. However, he still wished to voice his concerns. Qin Miaoyi continued. You need only to delay one of the ape kings, granting me the time to slay the other. Upon success, all the purple flame essence will be yours. With a smile that was both playful and enigmatic, Qin Miaoyi inquired, What say you? Li Qingyuan contemplated. The purple flame nectar is a top-tier spiritual liquor of the first rank. Crafted by the purple fire spirit ape king from an array of extraordinary fire attribute flowers and fruits. His grandfather, the clan leader, the second elder, and his father all practiced the sunblaze technique. This elixir would serve as an invaluable treasure for them, enabling swift ascension in their cultivation. Li Qingyuan reasoned, with this item, within a decade, his father and grandfather could reach the 8th level of qi refinement. Currently, the second elder, at the 6th level, could ascend to the 7th level in the same time frame. Li Guangyao and Li Guangzong, both in their 80s, had exhausted their potential and were likely to stagnate at their current cultivation level. His father, now 60, appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. Yet his cultivation potential was also nearing its limits. Without the aid of rare treasures, it would be exceedingly challenging for him to attain the 7th level of qi refinement. Even if he consumed a spirit-nourishing pill and fortuitously reached the 7th level, advancing to the 8th or 9th levels would remain a daunting task. Furthermore, Li Qingyuan possessed the Xianpin space, allowing him to replicate the purple flame nectar, thereby doubling his gains. He turned to the 5 women and inquired, If I were to indulge in the purple flame nectar alone, what of them? Qin Miaoyi replied, The talismans you provided them are sufficient to cover the difference. Li Qingyuan, damn. They were waiting for me here. Why is Qin Miaoyi so cunning? Qin Miaoyi waved her hand and said, I kindly ask all fellow cultivators to assist me in slaying the purple fire spirit ape king. Chapter 075. Fierce battle with the purple fire spirit ape king. At an altitude of 1,000 feet, atop a sheer cliff, 7 figures soared through the air, propelled by magical artifacts. With a flourish of their hands, they unleashed spirit power, sending talismans hurtling through the void. Boom, boom, boom. The talismans detonated amidst the rocky crags, sending debris and splintered vines flying. The purple fire spirit apes, caught off guard, were grievously injured and plummeted down the precipice. The 7 assailants unleashed dozens of first-tier superior talismans in a singular strike, causing numerous mid- to late-stage giant apes to tumble into the valley, either dead or severely wounded. Roar, roar. The 2 brewing ape kings were abruptly roused, turning their gaze towards the 7 assailants above. With a thunderous roar, their sound waves reverberated, transmitting commands to all the giant apes within the valley. In an instant, from the mountain peak to the valley floor, the giant apes howled in fury. Pounding their chests and raising their fists, their crimson fur ablaze, their formidable bodies radiating spirit power. Roar, roar. From all directions, hundreds of giant apes abandoned their peculiar fruits and rushed forth with great agility. They swiftly scaled the cliffs, swinging on vines, their spirit power surging toward the summit. Qin Miaoyi declared, Fire friends, hold them off. The 2 ape kings are mine and Zhen's to handle. The fiery maiden, a cultivator at the 9th level of qi refinement, stood atop a grand tree, wielding her sword with precision. The sword light flickered like lightning, swiftly dispatching 3 giant apes before returning to her side. She proclaimed, Rest assured, Qin, with Xian's talismans assisting us, we can delay them for at least a quarter of an hour. Mei, Wang, and 2 other female cultivators, 1 at the 8th level and 3 at the 7th, activated their magical artifacts, occasionally tossing talismans into the fray. The battle erupted, as giant apes were vanquished and repelled amidst the slopes. Roar. The ape kings pounded their chests in fury, their roars summoning a dozen nearby monkeys, each a late-stage first-tier creature, comparable to those at the 7th and 8th levels of qi refinement. Qin Ping, at the 10th level of qi refinement, summoned her first-tier supreme flying sword, channeling her divine sense to wield it against the foes. The sword energy flashed like lightning, utterly devastating. Puff, puff, puff. The sword light streaked through the air, swiftly dispatching 5 or 6 late-stage giant apes, shattering their hearts in a single, lethal strike. Li Qingyuan, with talismans nestled between his fingers, infused them with spirit energy, launching them towards their targets. Each first-tier superior talisman was of exquisite quality, equivalent to a full-force strike from a 9th-level chi refiner. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of talismans fell, their might formidable, obliterating the remaining late-stage giant apes in a gruesome spectacle. Roar, roar. The two purple fire spirit ape kings seethed with rage, their crimson eyes resembling flames. Standing upright at 10 meters tall, with arms extending beyond 3 meters, they were imposing figures. Their fur flickered like purple flames, their colossal forms akin to mountains. Boom, boom. Spirit energy surged forth as the ape kings unleashed their fists, massive as millstones, shattering the air and producing sonic booms. Their fists, infused with immense force, hurtled towards the attackers. Li Qingyuan, not being a body cultivator, naturally refrained from confronting them head-on. He swiftly invoked the Moon Shadow technique, coupled with a first-tier superior movement talisman, enhancing his speed dramatically to evade the Ape King's onslaught. Whoosh! The blood wheel of destruction whirled forth, slicing through the air, aimed directly at the giant ape's eyes. Instinctively, the colossal creature shut its eyes and raised its hand to block. With a resounding clang, the blood wheel struck the giant's arm, merely grazing its fur before being repelled by the creature's spiritual energy, causing it to be hurled back several feet. With a thunderous roar, the giant ape pounded its chest, unleashing a wave of sound. It leaped into the air, descending with the weight of a mountain, intent on crushing Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan narrowly evaded, retreating several feet in a perilous maneuver. As the giant ape landed, the cliff trembled, the ground erupted with shattered stones, and a fierce wind howled. Following closely, the giant ape clapped its massive hands together, as if swatting a fly. Its enormous hands swiftly converged, aiming to obliterate the retreating Li Qingyuan. The sheer speed of this behemoth took Li Qingyuan by surprise. He quickly summoned a premium turtle shell talisman, capable of withstanding a blow from a 9th-layer chi refinement practitioner. However, against the peak first-tier beast, the Ape King, endowed with terrifying physical strength, the talisman was not entirely reliable. Nevertheless, it sufficed for Li Qingyuan. With a resounding crash, the giant ape's palms collided, striking the turtle shell talisman, momentarily halting its immense power, but the protective barrier shattered with a sharp crack. Li Qingyuan extended his hands, unleashing his spiritual energy as the iron arm technique activated. His arms as hard as iron, strength astonishing, managing to block the converging palms of the giant ape, buying himself a fleeting moment. Seizing this brief opportunity, Li Qingyuan leaped forth, invoking the perfected Moon Shadow technique, gliding several dozen feet to safety. With a flourish of his hands, he unleashed a barrage of talismans into the air. Fire and ice talismans, golden spear talismans, and binding spirit talismans were unleashed in rapid succession. The golden spear pierced sharply, the fire scorched fiercely, the ice chilled to the bone, and the binding spirit ensnared. After creating a distance of several dozen feet, he meticulously controlled his long-range attacks, igniting the Ape King's fur, freezing its skin, and drawing blood, inciting it to roar in fury and pursue him. Riding the blood wheel of destruction, he soared through the air, dropping talismans one after another, taunting with a flick of his fingers, "Come at me." In a fit of rage, the Ape King's chest heaved, its energy fluctuating dramatically, culminating in a thunderous roar that expelled a beam of spiritual light soaring 100 meters into the sky. Slicing through the heavens, this spiritual light, akin to a violet thunderbolt, rushed towards Li Qingyuan in an instant. His expression shifted in alarm. With the pure yang sword talisman in hand, he cast it forth. A blade of pure yang energy, fierce and unyielding, plummeted from above, meeting the Ape King's spiritual light in a cataclysmic clash. A thunderous explosion resonated from the mountaintop as the energies collided, stirring the clouds and winds. The pure yang sword energy shattered, yet the violet spiritual light still bore down with 2/10 of its might, striking Li Qingyuan. This singular attack revealed that the Ape King was far from an ordinary first-tier beast. Its combat prowess rivaled that of a perfected 10th-layer chi refinement practitioner. As the violet light struck his exterior, it was momentarily deflected by a protective barrier, thanks to the 2 sets of first-tier premium inner armor he wore, which activated just in time. Seeing that its attack had failed, the Ape King let out another furious roar, gathering its strength once more. Li Qingyuan called out loudly, "Friend Qin, come swiftly to assist me in slaying the Ape King. The first-tier premium talismans are exceedingly arduous to craft, and I have but a few remaining." Until this moment, the fiery maiden and the enchanting maiden realized that there were indeed two formidable individuals among their ranks. Qin Ping, at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, held the title of a first-tier upper-grade alchemist. Jin Yud, on the other hand, was at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, yet he was a first-tier pinnacle talisman master, rather than merely a first-tier upper-grade one. The enchanting maiden found it hard to believe. This fellow, clearly only at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, could engage in a fierce contest with the first-tier pinnacle Ape King. Qin Ping stood aboard the flying artifact, the Wind Spirit boat, engaging the Ape King from a distance. With the advantage of terrain and the combination of a first-tier pinnacle flying sword and talisman papers, she inflicted grievous wounds upon the Ape King. Upon hearing Li Qingyuan's urging, she replied calmly, "I shall come immediately." In the next moment, Qin Ping unleashed her power. 5 first-tier pinnacle talisman papers descended, exploding to severely injure the Ape King. Following this, she manipulated her sword with her divine sense, and the flying sword struck the Ape King's brow, piercing through his skull. With a sound akin to a burst, the Ape King's forehead exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Qin Ping extended her hand, drawing forth a fist-sized essence from the Ape King's head, a crimson gem that pulsed with fiery energy, encapsulating a miniature purple fire spirit ape. First-tier demon beasts and second-tier demon beasts consumed the essence of the sun and moon, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to transform it into demonic power. The demonic power of the beast converging within the essence is akin to a human's dantian. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, when a great demon beast forms its core, the essence gathers within its abdomen, culminating in the creation of a demon beast golden core. Both the essence and the golden core are the quintessence of demonic power, representing the culmination of a demon beast's cultivation. Roaring in fury upon witnessing the demise of its beloved, the Ape King, engaged in battle with Li Qingyuan, completely succumbed to rage. It let out a deafening roar, its piercing sound waves reverberating through the heavens as its bloodline power ignited, emanating an aura that surpassed that of a first-tier pinnacle demon beast, approaching that of a second-tier great demon. Li Qingyuan was taken aback, retreating swiftly. A second-tier great demon? Is this Ape King about to establish its foundation? Chapter 76, Slaying the Ape King, Acquiring the Spiritual Elixir. It is on the verge of foundation establishment. Li Qingyuan activated his magical artifact, the spirit-breaking blood wheel, channeling his spiritual energy into the device, guiding it with his consciousness as he swiftly retreated 100 yards. Distancing himself, Qin Ping, cunning little rascal, the fiery woman, the enchanting lady, and old man Wang, along with the others, exhibited expressions of alarm. Is the Ape King about to ascend? The aura of a second-tier great demon. The 5 felt their hearts sink, devoid of fighting spirit. A second-tier great demon equates to a human at the foundation establishment stage. A casual strike from a foundation establishment cultivator could annihilate anyone below that level. Even a perfected 10th layer Qi refining cultivator would find it arduous to withstand the full force of a foundation establishment cultivator's attack. Should they survive by sheer luck, they would be grievously injured. Qin Daoist, we should flee. Old man Wang trembled, his voice quavering. Qin Ping sternly commanded, stay put. Rest assured, I can handle this Ape King. Li Qingyuan urged, then do act swiftly. If you do not interrupt it soon, once it successfully ascends, we shall all perish. Qin Ping remained observant, contemplating. If I could acquire the essence of a second-tier purple fire spirit Ape King, it would not only expedite my progress to the perfected 10th layer of Qi refining, but would also greatly benefit my foundation establishment. My purple fire spirit body allows me to absorb the pure purple fire energy from the Ape King's essence without adverse effects, transforming it for my own use. Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow, retreating slowly, pondering, what is this woman waiting for? What is her intention? Could it be that she wishes to allow the Ape King to ascend? Damn, this lunatic. Roar. The Ape King bellowed, and around the cliffs, the remaining 30 to 50 purple fire spirit apes howled in response, charging fearlessly, rallying to avenge their fallen kin. Dozens of giant apes, undeterred by death, unleashed waves of purple spiritual light, forcing the fiery woman and the enchanting lady, along with the others, into a frenzy. Had it not been for their ample supply of high-quality first-tier talismans to fend off the attackers, they would have already suffered casualties. With a mighty roar, the Ape King inhaled deeply, summoning from a Tenjong distant cavern a first-tier premium spiritual elixir, the purple flame nectar, which soared through the air into its maw. Li Qingyuan watched anxiously. That's mine, my elixir. Qin Daoist, if you do not act soon, this Ape King will truly ascend to the second tier. At that point, Even with your first-tier premium artifact and second-tier inferior talismans, you will stand no chance against it. Moreover, you have slain its mate. It will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Buzz. The Ape King voraciously consumed the spiritual elixir while continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, rising into the air as its physique expanded with the sound of cracking bones. 3 zhong, 3.5 zhong, 4 zhong, 4.5 zhong. The enchanting lady felt her scalp tingle, fear gripping her. Qin Daoist. Once the Ape King's physique reaches 5 zhong, it will become a second-tier great demon. The fiery woman trembled, her alluring form quivering as she hastily commanded, "Withdraw." Whoosh. The 5 of them frantically hurled talismans, bombarding the oncoming giants, while simultaneously soaring away on their swords, retreating from the battlefield. Li Qingyuan's expression shifted. The Ape King is soaring, on the verge of becoming a second-tier demon. The foundational cultivators possess the ability to harness substantial magical energy, allowing them to traverse the skies and engage in aerial combat. Similarly, second-tier great demons are endowed with such capabilities. Whoosh. Li Qingyuan retreated with remarkable swiftness, even more decisively than the group led by the fiery lady. Quickly distancing himself to 1,000 feet away, he pondered, though the purple flame nectar is depleted, it can be sought again. However, life is singular. Once lost, nothing remains. At that moment, the Ape King ascended to a height of 8 feet, merely a step away from becoming a second-tier great demon. It voraciously consumed the purple flame nectar and greedily absorbed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, unleashing the power of its bloodline in a frantic bid to break through to the second tier. In this very instant, Qin Miaoyi, Qin Ping, brightened with realization. Holding a talisman in her hand, muttering to herself, "I cannot allow this beast to ascend to the second tier. Otherwise, I too could be in peril. My family's hidden cards cannot be activated without reaching the foundational level." The in-corpse talisman hummed as it activated, shooting forth. The talisman spirit transformed into a corpse, exuding a chilling, malevolent aura that shattered the Ape King's spiritual barrier in an instant. With a claw, it struck, its sharp talons piercing into the body of the Ape King, which was in the midst of its ascension. The corpse unleashed a venomous cold, fully infiltrating the Ape King's body, corroding its vitality and flesh, disrupting the flow of its spiritual energy and thwarting its breakthrough. Roar. The Ape King bellowed in a lament of defiance, forcibly unleashing its internal spiritual energy to conjure its most formidable attack, drawing perilously close to the might of a foundational cultivator. Its near-death strike was immensely powerful and astonishingly swift, akin to a violet lightning bolt tearing through the sky. Aimed at Qin Ping, her expression shifted drastically. Gritting her silver teeth, she tore open another second-tier talisman. The talisman erupted with foundational strength, colliding with the violet lightning, leading to a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated across 1,000 feet. This clash resembled a confrontation between 2 foundational cultivators, a spectacle of overwhelming force. Qin Ping formed a sealing gesture, guiding her flying sword to pierce through the Ape King's brow, transgressing its skull, and subsequently retrieving